Upon her rebirth, Shang Tingli discovered that her newlywed husband had been replaced. It turned out that her haughty cousin Lanxi had also returned to life. In her previous existence, Shang Tingli had married a sixth-rank military officer and, through her own efforts, aided him in ascending the ranks to eventually become a first-rank noble consort. Conversely, her cousin, who had entered the esteemed prince's household, met a tragic fate due to the prince's heir choosing the wrong side, resulting in a gruesome demise. Now, with her cousin having taken the initiative to switch husbands, she was oblivious to the fact that without Shang Tingli's support, that sixth-rank officer could never have risen to become a renowned general. Did I end this life? Despite being thrust into a challenging predicament, Shang Tingli remained undaunted, resolved to utilize her intellect to rescue her husband's family. She meticulously devised plans, initially anticipating a long and arduous journey ahead, yet reality defied her expectations. Whenever she spoke, her in-laws obediently complied. This was a stark contrast to the rumors of a household filled with traitors, leaving Shang Tingli in a state of bewilderment. On her wedding night, gazing at her unfamiliar husband, marked by the tragic fate of their past life, emotions stirred within her. Little did she know, her innermost thoughts were heard by her husband. Thus began a journey of destiny's reversal, triggered by rebirth and marital exchange. Chapter 1. Rebirth and marriage. To the heir, a scarlet bridal sedan chair entered the gates of the Duke of Ren's residence. "Miss, we have arrived." The voice of Feng Ji reached her ears. Shang Tingli took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and gently kicked the side of the sedan. The matchmaker extended a hand from outside, and Shang Tingli resignedly placed her hand in it, using the leverage to step down from the chair. "Please, young lady, step over the fire basin for a prosperous and auspicious marriage." The matchmaker's jubilant voice erupted in her ears, causing Shang Tingli to pause. Young lady? How could she be the young lady? She was merely marrying a sixth-rank blue-feathered guard. How could she be the young lady? The new house was adorned with red decorations, festooned with lanterns, showcasing the joyous occasion. As the moon rose above the willow branches, the flickering candlelight in the bridal chamber danced like a restless heartbeat. Shang Tingli was filled with confusion and questions. Just as she was about to lift her veil to seek clarity, Feng Ji hurriedly stopped her. "Miss, that is not auspicious." Shang Tingli lowered her hand and beckoned Feng Ji closer. When Feng Ji approached, she whispered, "Why is it so lively up ahead?" During the wedding ceremony, she had sensed something was amiss. Though marriage is a significant event, given the residence of a sixth-rank military officer, such extravagant celebrations should not be expected. Shang Tingli was taken aback. "Married to the young master of the Duke of Ren?" Feng Ji paused for a moment and chuckled. "Are you exhausted? Have you lost your senses over such a major event?" She glanced towards the door of the new house, wary of eavesdroppers, and leaned in to whisper to Shang Tingli, "Have you forgotten?" The bride blinked beneath her veil. Feng Ji continued, "A few days ago, Miss Lanxi suddenly insisted on marrying Guard Ji, refusing to marry the young master. She was so distraught at one point that the Marquis had no choice but to indulge her." Shang Tingli squinted her eyes. This was too strange. It was not something Lanxi would do. How could such a proud and willful young lady lower herself to marry a sixth-rank guard? There must be circumstances she was unaware of. Could it be that Lanxi had also been reborn? Feng Ji continued, "Not only that, but Miss Lanxi even implored her mother to approach the Empress Dowager. Whatever the mother said, the next day a decree from the Empress Dowager arrived. Your marriage was switched without hesitation." As she spoke, Feng Ji sighed. "Those who are unaware would think Miss Lanxi feared you would be unwilling." Gan Tang also chimed in, muttering, "If you ask me, Miss Lanxi must have bumped her head." Shang Tingli frowned at their words. It was not that Lanxi had lost her wits, she was simply not clever. Shang Tingli was certain that Lanxi had been reborn, and before her. The request for the Empress Dowager's decree was not out of fear that she would refuse to marry into the Duke of Ren's residence. Lanxi was concerned that she might seek a divorce from the young master of the Duke of Ren. Her parents had passed away early, and she had been living with her uncle's family. As a cousin of the Yizhong Marquis house, her future was naturally in the hands of her aunt, Madame Pan. As a solitary girl, she had no choice but to obey whom Madame Pan matched her with. In the same year that Lanxi married into the Duke of Ren's residence, due to the young master's misalignment, she suffered the same tragic fate of being torn apart by horses. The Empress Dowager's decree of marriage was equivalent to nailing her to a path of certain doom. Ever since she moved into the Jean Marquis house, her cousin Yulanxi had looked at her with disdain. In the past, she had loved competing with her now. She wished her dead. Such malice was unforgivable. Shang Tingli gritted her teeth and muttered, "You Yulanxi." "I greet the young master." A maid's voice came from outside, prompting Feng Ji and Gontang to step aside. The groom entered from outside. He was tall and elegant, clad in a resplendent red wedding robe that could not conceal his spirited demeanor, his cap swaying gracefully with each step. The two maidservants averted their eyes, not daring to look too long, and quickly bowed to the newcomer. The groom waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Feng Ji and Gontang exchanged glances before stepping outside and gently closing the door behind them. Inside the bridal chamber, the silence was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and the crackling sound of the dragon and phoenix candles resonated clearly. Time passed, and just as Shang Tingli was about to lift her veil in impatience, someone gently raised the edge of her red veil. Caught off guard, their eyes met, and both froze. The groom had striking features, his beauty beyond compare, with captivating eyes that sparkled with allure. The slight upward curve of his eyes, paired with a beauty mark beneath his lips, added an enchanting charm. Shang Tingli was mesmerized. In her previous life, she had seldom attended banquets and had never encountered the young master of the Duke of Ren. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. The young master of the Duke of Ren is such a handsome young man. He certainly doesn't seem like a fool. How could he be so blind as to swear loyalty to a scoundrel, leading to the demise of his entire family? Ku Xian instinctively scolded. "Are you cursing me?" Shang Tingli, puzzled, replied. "Huh?" Had she spoken? Yet, observing his expression, she sensed it was genuine, and her emotions surged. Could it be that he has a mental condition? That would explain everything. No wonder his family met such a tragic end, with no one escaping unscathed. She merely regarded him with a complex expression. Ku Xian frowned. He had indeed heard the voice of a young lady. There were only the two of them in the room, and it was impossible for a third party to be present. Could it be that he had heard her innermost thoughts? Chapter 2. An Unfortunate Conclusion. Shang Tingli nodded obediently. Yes. Her sweet and soft voice perfectly matched what he had heard. Ku Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed her voice. Could he truly hear others' thoughts? He shook his head, suspecting that he had drunk too much tonight. Shang Tingli cautiously observed him, her mind racing. This young master does not appear particularly intelligent. Among the princes, there are surely many capable individuals, yet he has chosen to support the most incompetent and ruthless character. Ku Xian took a peculiar step back. Do not be deceived by the fourth prince's gentlemanly demeanor. In truth, he is the most petty. You. How do you know I support the fourth prince? Though he was unsure how he could hear her thoughts, his instincts told him this was something that must remain unspoken. Ku Xian's mind was a whirlwind. He had indeed aligned himself with the fourth prince not merely in thought, but in action. Shang Tingli gazed at him earnestly, but he remained silent for a long moment, prompting her to ask, "What were you about to say, young master?" Ku Xian forced a smile. "It's nothing," Shang Tingli responded. "Oh." Silence enveloped the room once more, the candlelight flickering. Shang Tingli furrowed her brow at the thought of the future of the Duke of Ren's residence, feeling a sense of foreboding. She longed to sigh and lament, but with the young master present, she had to suppress her emotions. Her internal thoughts were far from what she displayed outwardly. If the tragic ending of my past life were to repeat itself, it would be utterly disheartening. To think that Lanxi ended up being torn apart with the young master. Would it be my turn this time? I truly wish to avoid such anguish. Ku Xian cast a sidelong glance at her, his gaze darkening. Indeed, had it not been for the Empress Dowager's sudden decree of marriage, he would have been betrothed to the legitimate daughter of the Jean Marquis house. In his past life, did the legitimate daughter of the Jean Marquis house also suffer the same tragic fate? What did it mean? Why had he faced such an ending? Did a past life truly exist? If not, how could the Jean Marquis house suddenly risk offending the Duke of Ren's residence to request a decree from the Empress Dowager to switch the marriage? Was he, the scion of a princely house, truly inferior to a sixth-rank guard? Ku Xian could not help but chuckle at the absurdity. How did I end up supporting the fourth prince? Not only did I not know how I died, but at the brink of death, I was still grateful to the true culprit. TSK, everything that happened was orchestrated by the fourth prince. Shang Tingli felt a shiver run down her spine at the thought of the fourth prince, her entire being unsettled. In her past life, the outcome of the Duke of Ren's residence had been penned by the fourth prince. Initially, the fourth prince orchestrated the demise of the young lord's younger brother, cleverly framing the second prince for the act. Subsequently, he incited the emperor to send the young lord's legitimate sister to a matrimonial alliance, resulting in her tragic death en route, which he then attributed to the crown prince. The fourth prince, feeling this was insufficient, engaged in a nefarious pact with the Prince of Ren, leading to the untimely death of the prince's consort. In the aftermath, he feigned righteous indignation, vowing to avenge the young lord. Yet, every action taken by the fourth prince was merely a ploy to gain the young lord's unwavering trust, for he had never harbored faith in him since his initial allegiance. Ku Xian listened intently, his thoughts swirling. Young lord, how foolish you are. You toil tirelessly for those who not only distrust you, but secretly plot your downfall, while relying on your unwavering loyalty. In a previous life, he indeed succeeded in his schemes. Even at the last moment, you willingly stepped forward to take the blame. Little did you know this was a trap set specifically for you. He drained your worth, fearing that you, once his most potent weapon, might turn against him. He overestimated you. You never saw through his true nature until your dying breath. Ku Xian's concealed fists tightened, grappling with the disbelief that he had pledged allegiance to such a wretch. If these events had indeed transpired in a past existence, he was undeniably foolish. How lamentable that he, proud and self-assured, had been so naive. Should such a scoundrel ascend to power, he would find no peace in death. Fortunately, the crown prince ultimately claimed the throne. Otherwise, should a tyrant take the seat, how would the common folk find solace? In the previous life, after Lanxi and the Prince of Ren's heir suffered the brutal punishment of being torn apart by chariots, it wasn't long before the imperial struggle for succession revealed its final victor. The fourth prince was vanquished, and the crown prince ascended the throne. Shang Tingli was filled with ire. She never anticipated that Lanxi would also be reborn, and even more so, that she would precede her, cutting off her most direct path to vengeance. Moreover, she had inadvertently paved a treacherous road for her. With a deep sigh, Shang Tingli resolved that as long as life persisted, boundless possibilities remained. She could not simply resign herself to fate. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Ku Xian reluctantly accepted the revelations conveyed by his new bride. A sense of discomfort pervaded his heart, overwhelmed by the persistent echoes of her murmured thoughts. Was the ultimate victor truly the crown prince? Ku Xian had lost all interest in romance, silently removing the heavy phoenix crown from his bride's head, instructing attendants to bring warm water as he prepared to bathe. Shang Tingli exhaled in relief. She always felt compelled to maintain her composure in Ku Xian's presence, uncertain whether her apprehensions were merely her imagination or if the young lord genuinely exhibited signs of madness. She dared not let her guard down. When Ku Xian emerged, she had attendants prepare fresh water for him. After his bath, she found him lying on the bed, lost in thought, an expression that hardly suggested he was inclined to act. Pausing momentarily, she quietly lay down beside him. She had anticipated that, resting in an unfamiliar place beside an unfamiliar man, sleep would elude her. Perhaps the day's elaborate wedding festivities had exhausted her, for her eyelids felt heavy, and within moments of closing her eyes, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Noticing the gentle rise and fall of her breath, Ku Xian turned to gaze upon her sleeping visage, furrowing his brow. She possessed a strikingly beautiful face, her complexion akin to jade, skin as white as snow. Her long, delicate eyelashes cast soft shadows, and the small black mole on her right cheek was perfectly placed, adding to her exquisite charm. He recalled her captivating eyes, filled with life, as clear as a mountain stream. Now, with her eyes shut, she appeared utterly docile, not in a pretentious way, but genuinely so. Before him, she seemed exceptionally well-behaved, yet inwardly, she dared to call him a fool time and again, revealing that her apparent docility was merely a fraud. Chapter 3. Enemies from 2 lifetimes. At the break of dawn the following day, the newlywed couple awakened almost simultaneously. Last night, Shang Tingli had enjoyed a sound slumber, far better than many nights past, rising feeling refreshed. In stark contrast, Koxian bore dark circles under his eyes, clearly having passed a restless night. The echoes of his bride's thoughts lingered in his mind, and the mere possibility of having acted foolishly plagued his rest. Uncertain whether last night had merely been a figment of his imagination, he felt compelled to seek the truth. The thought of causing harm to his entire family due to his own folly left him in distress. Once both had dressed and prepared, they stepped out of the Wangfu. As their union was decreed by the Empress Dowager, they were first required to enter the palace to express their gratitude. The coachman, having received prior notice, awaited them outside in a carriage. Upon seeing the heir and his bride, he promptly bowed, offering his respects. Both acknowledged him with a nod. Subsequently, Koxian extended his hand to assist Shang Tingli into the carriage. During their journey, they partook of some buns prepared by Gontang to stave off hunger. The ride from the residence of the Prince of Ren to the palace would take over half an hour. They could not travel on empty stomachs. Your Highness, we have arrived at the palace gates, the coachman announced as the carriage halted before the grand entrance. Before them stood the resplendent palace, adorned with crimson walls and golden tiles, exuding the majesty of royalty. Dear cousin, a captivating voice called from behind. Shang Tingli and Koxian turned to see a young couple approaching. The lady was attired in a white long gown and a matching skirt, draped in a red overcoat. Her beauty was striking, with delicate brows and crimson lips, her eyes glinting with an innate haughtiness. Beside her, the gentleman donned a red robe, cinched with a black sash. Handsome yet unassuming, devoid of arrogance. It was evident to all that this was a case of a strong wife and a submissive husband. As they too were summoned to the palace by the decree of the Empress Dowager, it was clear that they were to express their thanks as well. As they faced the couple from their past lives, animosity surged within Shang Tingli, a fierce urge to confront them coursing through her veins, yet she managed to suppress it. She silently vowed that a gentleman's revenge is best served in time. However, what if 10 years were not an option? Revenge must be seized swiftly. If she waited a decade, would there be any remains left? Koxian, with fists clenched behind his back, felt an unease settle in. It was not an illusion. He could indeed hear the thoughts of his new bride. A frown marred his brow. Revenge? What grudge did he harbor? Was it the grievance of a marriage swap? He discreetly observed Shang Tingli. After the engagement was changed, he had discreetly investigated the Yizhong Marquise, including her. He had thought that if she had affections for another, forcing her into marriage would warrant her relegation to the secondary courtyard, where they could coexist without interaction. Yet, he learned that she had only met that 6th-rank guard a couple of times, and there were no romantic entanglements. Now, it appeared she was deeply infatuated. Was the feud truly insurmountable? His mind swirled with tumultuous thoughts until he noticed his wife shedding her previously demure demeanor. Wielding his influence to admonish others, shouldn't Madame G extend her greetings to me and the heir first? As the saying goes, one can tolerate the uncles, but not the aunts. You wished to bestow a fortune upon me? How delightful. Now I, a mere orphan, stand tall before you. Can you endure this? Koxian raised an eyebrow, his gaze coldly assessing the couple before them. You Lanxi glared at Shang Tingli, realizing her past submissiveness was merely a facade. Upon meeting Koxian's indifferent gaze, a ripple of discontent surged within her, a bitter sensation spreading through her core. He said nothing, yet he seemed to silently support Shang Tingli. A flicker of resentment and jealousy crossed Yu Lanxi's eyes. This was the man she had married in her previous life. When she had wed him, she was filled with the joy typical of a love-struck maiden. Yet she had been neglected throughout her life, ultimately facing a tragic end at his hands. By divine grace, she had been reborn before her wedding. This time, she would never set foot in the Prince of Ren's residence, a graveyard for her spirit. How absurd was her previous life! How could she, with such a woeful fate, allow Shang Tingli, an orphan, to ascend to the esteemed position of a first-rank noblewoman? Her mother was the Empress Dowager's niece. Had the Empress not passed away prematurely, her fate would have been vastly different. Fortunately, in this life, she was a person of opportunity. Thus, the Prince of Ren's residence would be left to her lowly cousin. The title of first-rank noblewoman was rightfully hers to possess. Did Madame G not realize that times had changed? Shang Tingli remained unfazed. On the contrary, she smiled graciously, her beauty radiating under the sunlight, making her moles appear almost luminescent. Lanxi had always known of Shang Tingli's beauty, otherwise she would not have felt such disdain upon first seeing her. Now, this once timid cat had unfurled its claws, suddenly striking at her. Her irritation grew. Still smiling, Shang Tingli remarked, "It seems I can endure the lack of courtesy from my benefactor." This was a blatant mockery of Lanxi. After personally elevating her from a mere orphan to the position of the heir's wife, she had transformed into royalty, able to proudly don the royal jade butterfly. In future encounters, Lanxi would have to bow to her. If not for the looming threat of dismemberment, she could hardly fathom the possibility of waking up from such a dream with a smile. Lanxi sneered disdainfully. 10 years will be different from spring. Do not be too complacent. Forget 10 years. The Prince of Ren's residence will collapse in 5. In 5 years, she would watch Shang Tingli's arrogance crumble into the soil. Feigning ignorance to Lanxi's veiled insinuations, Shang Tingli calmly replied, "Regardless of what position Madame Ji attains in 10 years, I shall still be the heir's wife." Lanxi's eyes flickered. That was impossible. She smiled ambiguously. "You speak wisely. Has Madame Ji forgotten something?" Lanxi furrowed her brow in silence. "Madame Ji has yet to extend her greetings to me and the heir." Shang Tingli extended her hand, invitingly. Lanxi felt a surge of indignation. Shang Tingli's eyes curved like a crescent moon. "Madame Ji?" A wave of humiliation washed over Lanxi, forcing her to kneel, her teeth clenched in resentment. "I greet the heir and the heir's wife." She would remember this humiliation today. Chapter 4. The newlyweds' tea ceremony. Lanxi silently scoffed. Having just been referred to as Madame Ji earlier, now she was suddenly cousin? However, cousin. An idea sparked in her mind as she swallowed her humiliation and smiled at Coexian, saying, "Young master, since my cousin has married you, it is only fitting that you address me as cousin as well." Shang Tingli raised his eyebrows in surprise, inwardly admiring her audacity. A mere wife of a 6th-rank guard had the gall to demand that a prince's heir refer to her as cousin. It was indeed a bold move.
"Oh, is that so?"
The young man replied nonchalantly, as if contemplating the matter. Naturally, a smirk of satisfaction graced Lanxi's lips, as she envisioned the moment when this arrogant man, who had never acknowledged her existence in his past life, would bow his head in submission. Yet, before she could revel in her triumph, a cold voice interrupted. "This young master is of royal blood. Do you hold the same status?" Coexian looked down at Lanxi with an air of disdain, curling his lips in a haughty manner. "Do you think you are worthy?" She, unworthy? His blatant belittlement stung. This was truly deserving of a harsh punishment. In this life, she would not entertain such indignities any longer. The rules of the eldest daughter of the Yizhong Marquis household were no trifling matter. With those words, Coexian turned his back on Lanxi, throwing an arm around Shang Tingli's shoulders as they strode into the palace. A pair of eunuchs had long awaited their arrival with a palanquin, and once seated, they set off toward Shang Palace. This was a privilege reserved for the heir and his consort. Others were not so fortunate. The distance from the palace gates to Shang Palace was considerable, and those lacking fortune had to make the journey on foot. Shang Tingli sat beside Coexian, secretly amused. What does it matter if some individuals live for an extra lifetime? It does not necessarily mean they possess any greater wisdom. In this regard, heaven is not overly biased. It became evident that rebirth does not endow the foolish with wisdom. Coexian appeared lost in thought. Upon arriving at Shang Palace, the Empress Dowager did not come out to greet them. Instead, an elderly matron by her side ushered the four into a side hall, offering them tea, and subsequently distributed the gifts bestowed by the Empress Dowager before sending them out of Shang Palace. As they exited, Shang Tingli and Coexian once again took their places in the palanquin. The current Empress Dowager was not the Emperor's biological mother. That honor belonged to the late Empress Dowager Shi, who had been posthumously honored. The late Emperor had passed away long ago, leaving the Empress Dowager with only a daughter, the princess, and no sons to cultivate. She sought to elevate her maternal family and had hoped for the Emperor to marry her niece, Lady Pan, and promote the Pan family, only to be met with rejection. Undeterred, She resorted to underhanded tactics, compelling the emperor to elevate members of the Pan family. Thus, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and the emperor was rather cool and strained. However, the Empress Dowager's death was unrelated to the emperor. It was simply a natural progression of life. At this moment, the Empress Dowager can no longer withstand the winds of change. Soon she will be bedridden. And within a month, there will be news of her passing, prompting nationwide mourning. Xian was momentarily taken aback by this news. The Empress Dowager had less than a month to live? Not only Shang Tingli pondered this, but Lanxi also reflected on it. This Grey Tant's early departure had left her with no leverage in her previous life, causing her considerable hardship. The only role this so-called great aunt had played in her life seemed to have been to fulfill her mother's wishes by arranging a marriage for her in this life. Lanxi shook her head. In the early summer, the crystal curtains fluttered in the gentle breeze, filling the courtyard with the fragrance of climbing roses. The tea ceremony for the newlywed was a significant event, and everyone in the household gathered in the hall, eagerly awaiting the heir to lead his wife in greeting them. So many people.
Qu'est-ce qui vi yi? Qu'est-ce qui vi etiang?
Princess of Rin.
Who spoke?
As the three strained their ears to listen attentively, silence enveloped the room. Looking around at the many faces, they could not discern the source of the voice. At this point, they assumed it was merely a figment of their imagination. At the head of the room sat a handsome middle-aged man and a poised, elegant woman. These were the Prince of Ren and his wife. Xian knelt on the cushion before the prince, while Shang Tingli knelt to his right, and the prince's wife was seated before him. Son pays respects to father and mother. Son-in-law pays respects to father and mother. The two offered tea to the prince and his wife in turn. Father, please have some tea. Mother, please have some tea. Father, please have some tea. Mother, please have some tea. Prince Yue maintained a stern expression as he accepted the tea from the newlywed, presenting her with a token of their meeting, a substantial red envelope. Although he held little regard for this daughter-in-law, he did not publicly humiliate her. Thank you, father. Shang Tingli obediently accepted the red envelope, discreetly squeezing it in her hand. Moments later, a smile broke free at the corners of her mouth. I hadn't expected this prince to be so generous. The red envelope is quite thick. I love money. And who understands the joy of holding wealth in one's hands? Hearing the voice that they had previously thought was a mere hallucination, the prince's wife, Wen Hui, paused as she prepared to present her meeting gift. Was there still time to prepare another red envelope? What could the princess's meeting gift possibly be? I am filled with anticipation. Noticing the eager and expectant gaze directed at her, Wen Hui chuckled, her demeanor becoming warm and affectionate as she took Shang Tingli's hand and slipped a red jade bracelet onto her wrist. The beautiful woman's wrist, as fair as snow, now adorned with the red jade, was reminiscent of the blossoming wintersweet in the cold, extraordinarily lovely. Wen Hui nodded in satisfaction, feeling that the exquisitely crafted bracelet suited the charming newlywed perfectly. What a stunning bracelet! Look at this red jade and the intricate craftsmanship. I never had the chance to touch such quality jade bracelets in the Marquis's residence. Shang Tingli gently caressed the new bracelet on her wrist, her clear eyes reflecting her genuine delight at the gift from the princess. Seeing her childlike joy, Wen Hui felt a pang of bittersweetness in her heart. Chapter 5. The miserable younger sister and the fallen younger brother. Listening to her daughter-in-law's heartfelt words, she could not help but feel a surge of pity within her. The blame lay squarely on the shoulders of the Yizhong Marquis and the Empress Dowager. What fault did her son's wife possess? She was merely an unfortunate pawn caught in the midst of it all. Who would have imagined that a respectable young lady from a Marquis would deign to marry a mere sixth-rank guard? Now, that young lady from the Marquis seemed to have lost her senses, abandoning her son to pursue a sixth-rank guard instead. She was indeed eager to witness the outcome of such folly. Suppressing her thoughts, Wen Hui gently helped Shang Tingli to his feet, saying, "All right, everyone. Come meet the future lady of the heir." In the room, only the prince and princess were the true elders of the heir, so Shang Tingli need not serve tea to the others. They merely awaited to recognize familiar faces. Xian seated himself and Shang Tingli at the empty space beside Wen Hui. The first to rise from the crowd was a young lady clad in a rich purple garment with a pale cream skirt, her beauty striking and captivating, seemingly of marriageable age. Lingyun recognized her as her sister-in-law. This must be Princess Lingyun, the sole princess of the Run Prince's residence, the legitimate daughter of the princess, and the direct sister of the Run Prince's heir, Princess Lingyun Kuicheng. Although she had attended a few banquets alongside Lanxi, she had only ever glimpsed this princess from afar, knowing only that she was a beauty, unaware of the full extent of her allure. At first, Kuicheng thought she had misheard, but it was only upon this moment that she fully grasped she was indeed privy to the heartfelt thoughts of her newly-wed sister-in-law. Thus, she strained to listen, eager to understand her sister-in-law's first impressions. It is truly a pity that Princess Lingyun, endowed with such beauty, is being forced into a marriage alliance with the northern barbarians. Kuicheng stood frozen in place. Marriage alliance? There were 3 princesses of suitable age in the palace. Setting aside the already betrothed Princess Ryu, 2 princesses remained unengaged. Why would it fall upon her to be the one to enter into such an alliance? Moreover, with the 3 kingdoms in a delicate balance, the most powerful among them was undoubtedly their Tianzhou kingdom. If a marriage alliance were to occur, it should naturally be the northern barbarians or the southern Yu sending their princesses to Tianzhou. Uncertain of how her sister-in-law had come by such information, Kuicheng deemed it likely to be false. Once the strongest, now reduced to the weakest, the 4th prince is indeed to blame. Had he not covertly signed an agreement with the northern barbarians and had the generals dispatched to guard the borders not been his allies, the ensuing defeat would not have led to such a humiliating and absurd marriage alliance. The few who could hear Shang Tingli's thoughts were struck with a thunderous shock, as if a deafening roar had frozen them in place. In the next moment, panic began to creep in. If they could hear her thoughts, what of the others? After cautiously observing the expressions of everyone in the room, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that only they could hear the future lady of the heir's heart. Before the marriage alliance, the 4th prince had already promised Princess Kongfing to another. Consequently, the marriage alliance naturally fell to Princess Baozhen. While she was prepared for the alliance, the 4th prince had secretly approached the emperor, convincing him to select Princess Lingyun instead. Thus, Princess Lingyun was to become Princess Lingyun of the northern barbarians. Who could have known that she would meet a tragic fate on her journey to fulfill this alliance? She fell victim to bandits along the way. But this is merely a facade. The truth is that the 4th prince conspired with the northern barbarians. They were the ones who brutally murdered Princess Lingyun. Kuicheng felt a shiver run through her, as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss. Kuicheng clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger at the 4th prince. Unaware that her thoughts were being overheard, Shang Tingli glanced at Feng Zhi behind her. Feng Zhi understood the unspoken cue and handed her an item. Shang Tingli accepted it and offered it to Kuicheng with a gentle smile. This is but a small token of affection from your sister-in-law. I hope you will not find it lacking. Kuicheng did not take it, seemingly lost in thought. Shang Tingli blinked and called out again, Princess? Had it not been for the lip color she applied today, everyone would have noticed her pallor. Shang Tingli smiled at her once more and reiterated her previous sentiment. You shall accept this token from your sister-in-law. Very well, Shang Tingli replied with a smile. Little Wu stepped forward, dressed in a small red round-collared robe, a cherubic boy of no more than 10 years, his countenance quite endearing. Kui was filled with curiosity about this sister-in-law, his round, bright eyes glimmering with wonder. In response to such innocent eyes, Shang Tingli gifted him a set of scholar supplies. Thank you, sister-in-law, Kui said, his face scrunched in displeasure as he accepted the gift. So this is how the heir's short-lived younger brother appears. Upon hearing this thought, Kuicheng and Wenhui turned their gazes toward Kui. Short-lived?
Qu'est-ce que vi coi?
Still a child, felt a wave of panic wash over him at the suggestion of an early demise. He glanced at Shang Tingli, wishing she would refrain from speaking such frightening words. Yet, despite his youth, he possessed a measure of understanding. For instance, the fact that he could inexplicably hear his sister-in-law's thoughts was something he must never divulge to outsiders. However, his teachers at the academy often praised him for his agility and liveliness, claiming he had the vigor to last a lifetime. How could someone so robust be labeled as short-lived? Surely, his sister-in-law must have made a mistake. Shang Tingli observed the young boy's posture falter, her brow knitting slightly. Had he succumbed to such poor habits? As they approached their seats, Ku-yi slipped slightly, nearly stumbling and causing quite a commotion, drawing the attention of the entire room. In the midst of such a public gathering, Ku-yi flushed a deep crimson, exclaiming, "I truly appreciate the gift my sister-in-law has bestowed upon me. And it has simply overwhelmed me with excitement." Chapter 6. The ill-fated Empress Mother. How can one speak of affection? Everyone is aware yet chooses to remain silent. Ku-xian fixated his gaze on Ku-yi, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity in his reaction, which did not appear to be a genuine slip but rather a response to shocking news. Could it be that he could hear his sister-in-law's innermost thoughts? Shang Tingli had been observing Ku-yi for some time, noting that his words lacked malice, indicating that he had merely grazed the surface of gambling, and was not yet beyond redemption. She sighed silently. One must mention the fourth prince, whose scheming is profound. He lurks in the shadows, employing the second prince's cousin to entice the fifth young master into gambling, waiting for the opportune moment to achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow. From that moment on, Ku-xian's gaze remained fixed on Ku-yi, noticing his incredulous widening of eyes, and suddenly felt a heavy heart. What Shang Tingli spoke was indeed true. At this moment, Ku-yi had genuinely become entangled in gambling through the second prince's cousin. As Shang Tingli recalled the events of the past, her thoughts flowed like a torrential flood. Once the fifth young master encounters gambling, under the guidance of those with ulterior motives, his temperament will worsen, becoming violent and prone to abuse. Later, at the Empress's chrysanthemum banquet, his conduct was utterly disgraceful. He clashed with the Emperor's most beloved concubine, Yunfei, arguing incessantly and even pushing her to the ground. Had it been an ordinary incident, perhaps a beating would suffice. However, Yunfei was with child, and that push led to grave consequences. The dragon fetus could not be preserved, and the fifth young master's life was forfeit. A mere child, yet met with a tragic end. Ku-yi was so frightened that he seemed to lose his soul, shrinking into his seat and shivering uncontrollably. Is this the fate that befalls someone who merely gambles? Ku-yi covered her mouth with a handkerchief, lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions, realizing that she was not the only one to meet such a tragic end. Was this not a massacre? The Lady Wenhui nearly lost her composure, horrified at the thought that her daughter and young son might meet such a dire fate. Ku-xian discreetly glanced at Wenhui, pondering if she too could hear Shang Tingli's thoughts. He then cast a sidelong glance at Ku-yi, questioning whether Ling Yun could hear as well. Ku-xian silently resolved to act. While the 4 of them were enveloped in dark clouds of despair, those around them remained oblivious, simply because they could not hear the thoughts of others. Following Ku-yi, others approached Shang Tingli to pay their respects. As the eldest brother, Ku-xian received greetings from his younger siblings, ensuring that each was presented with a token of acknowledgement. Shang Tingli treated them all equally, though naturally. Their gifts could not compare to those bestowed upon Ku-yi and Ku-yi. Once the young masters and misses of the household had completed their salutations, it was time for the concubines of Prince Ku-yi to be introduced. Although there were no secondary consorts, Prince Ku-yi had taken numerous concubines, 3 favored mistresses and 5 respectable ones, with many more unworthy ones who were not permitted to meet him. Shang Tingli retained a general impression of them, as she rarely needed to interact with them. It sufficed for them to recognize what the future daughter-in-law of the household looked like. During this time, Ku-xian and the others did not hear Shang Tingli's thoughts, likely because they were of no consequence. Concubine Zheng approached to greet the future daughter-in-law. A sultry and mellifluous voice reached Shang Tingli's ears, revealing a beautiful woman who appeared delicate and fragile, the last of the concubines to pay her respects. Unlike the previous few, Zheng was younger and more striking, seemingly not yet 20, even younger than the heir. Zheng, Shang Tingli recalled her well.
Shang.
Is she not the concubine assigned to the prince by the fourth prince? She sold herself to bury her father, ostensibly to elicit the prince's compassion, but in truth, it was merely a manifestation of lust. Concubine after concubine was brought into the household, and the bond between her and the prince had long since faded. The addition of one more mistress mattered little to her. However, now, Wenhui cast a covert glance at Zheng, pondering if she was indeed the fourth prince's informant. Look at Zheng's fragile appearance. She may well become a formidable threat to the princess in the future. Ku Yishang and Ku Yi exchanged furtive glances, astonished that even the Empress Mother had not met a favorable fate. Ku Xian first looked at Ku Yishang, noting her gaze fixed on Wen Hui, thus confirming that she too could hear Shang Tingli's thoughts. He then directed his attention to Wen Hui, observing a glint of coldness in her eyes as she regarded Zheng, realizing that she too could hear Shang Tingli's thoughts. Ku Xian furrowed his brow. Currently, only the four of them could discern Shang Tingli's thoughts. Since they began to hear the young lady's thoughts, it seemed they had yet to encounter a single piece of good news. Moreover, all of it was instigated by the fourth prince. No wonder the young lady scolded him as a fool, leading to the demise of the entire family. The heir will increasingly gain the emperor's favor, subtly pushing for the prince's retirement, which will only fuel the prince's dissatisfaction. With the fourth prince stirring the pot behind the scenes, the prince, in an effort to suppress this disobedient son, agreed to collaborate with him, ultimately joining forces with Zheng to orchestrate the downfall of the princess. Under the fourth prince's directives, Zheng ensnared the prince, leading him to lose himself in ephemeral pleasures, foolishly hoping to legitimize Zheng's offspring. Upon hearing this, Wen Hui glanced at Ku Yue, observing him frown, seemingly sympathetic towards Zheng. A mere concubine, able to greet the future daughter-in-law, was indeed fortunate. How absurd for the prince to show concern for her. Wen Hui gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, her knuckles stark against her skin, her heart filled with bitter laughter. What a fool. Eventually, Zheng became pregnant, and the prince's desire to dethrone the heir intensified, even wishing to elevate the child of the fourth prince within her womb as the heir. First, she framed the princess for an affair with the steward, then employed drugs to catch her red-handed. With evidence and witnesses, the princess had no defense, and shamefully was driven from the hall by the prince, becoming a laughingstock in the capital. Unable to bear the humiliation, the princess hanged herself in the woodshed with a white silk ribbon. After her death, everyone believed she had succumbed to shame. Zheng had orchestrated this masterfully. Ku Yi bit his lip, fearful that he might burst into tears, realizing the grim fate that awaited him, never imagining that his third sister would share a similar destiny. And now discovering that even his mother had not escaped a tragic end. The pain was unbearable. Ku Yishang discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, maintaining her composure despite hearing the dreadful fate of herself and her younger brother, but the thought of their mother meeting such a humiliating end weighed heavily on her heart. Wen Hui's expression seemed to age her by a decade, as it is said that a day of marriage equates to 100 days of affection. She had wed a beast. Chapter 7. The dowry. Zheng did not dare to act presumptuously, respectfully presenting her token of meeting. She spoke softly. "This is a small trinket I crafted myself. I hope the young lady does not find it lacking." It was a red purse embroidered with mandarin ducks, accompanied by the phrase, "100 years of harmony." Regardless of her inner thoughts, Shang Tingli accepted it with a smile, saying, "Aunt Zheng, you are very thoughtful." Zheng smiled and curtsied. Upon returning to the new residence, Ku Xian arranged for lunch. "From now on, you will be responsible for all matters within this residence. If you desire anything to eat, simply instruct the kitchen to prepare it. You are the young lady, and they will not dare to neglect you." "Oh, very well," Shang Tingli acquiesced. Although she did not fully comprehend his intentions, it seemed prudent to comply. Ku Xian never required anyone to attend him during meals, and neither did Shang Tingli. At that moment, they were alone in the room, as Feng Zhi and the others had been sent away to eat. Contemplating her quest for vengeance, Ku Xian feigned casual conversation and remarked, "The Empress Dowager's intervention in our marriages was quite abrupt." As soon as he finished speaking, he furrowed his brow, realizing that his words sounded rather deliberate rather than casual. Shang Tingli nodded in confusion. Why the sudden topic?
Well,
If the young master has nothing to discuss, he could simply eat in silence. Ku Xian observed her closely. "I know you never intended to marry into the Prince of Rennes' household. If you still harbor feelings for someone else, I could arrange for you to live in the side courtyard, allowing us to coexist without interference." His unspoken intentions led him to believe they shared an understanding. "What do you mean by could? Could you magnanimously turn a blind eye to the first wife's flirtations with others?" Shang Tingli was immensely curious. Ku Xian smirked, If it were truly the case, I would break that guard's legs. While he pondered, Shang Tingli obediently replied, "Regardless, I am now wed to the young master. And in life, I am yours. In death, I remain yours. I have no ties left with others. As for lingering feelings, if it pertains to a desire to stab him, wishing for his demise, I could reluctantly admit to holding on to some feelings." Ku Xian raised an eyebrow. "I thought Miss Shang had deep affections for someone." Shang Tingli's expression stiffened, her face darkening. Ku Xian continued, "I still have deep feelings for him?
Ha!
Let me catch the opportunity to stab him and let him know the weight of my feelings." Ku Xian's heart trembled. It became evident that she too had not found a favorable outcome. Shang Tingli beamed brightly, her tone gentle. "I never had such feelings before, and in the future, I will only feel this way towards you, young master. Wherever you are, my heart will follow." Observing her coy demeanor as if she were the center of his universe, Ku Xian silently tugged at the corners of his mouth, knowing full well that she had rolled her eyes at him internally, calling him a fool. Unable to catch her in the act, he had no words to respond. After their meal, Ku Xian departed the estate. Shang Tingli instructed Feng Zhi and Gan Tang to inventory the dowry. In her previous life, such matters had never occurred. Under the oppressive dominance of the Pan family, she had always been overshadowed. Had she not lived cautiously, she would still be hidden away in some obscure corner. In truth, even if Lanxi had successfully secured the Empress Dowager's decree to bind her to the Prince of Ren's household, she would genuinely be grateful for Lanxi's exchange. Regardless of the outcome, she could finally hold her head high, no longer living in the shadow of another. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. Lanxi wished for her demise, and she would not allow Lanxi to have it easy. The future would reveal all. "Young lady." Feng Zhi and Gan Tang entered. Shang Tingli smiled and asked, "How did it go? Were there any discrepancies? You are not marrying a mere guard. How could the Countess dare to withhold your belongings?" Gan Tang's eyes sparkled with mischief. If she were to act thus, it would surely make Miss Lanxi's dowry appear less dignified. Even for Lanxi, Pan had no reason to withhold the dowry meant for the young lady. Shang Tingli chuckled. "As long as there are no discrepancies, that is sufficient. Times have changed. Pan is also a lady from a prominent family and would not dare to resort to underhanded tactics." Shang Tingli understood their concerns. Feng Zhi and Gan Tang had been by her side since she was 7, handpicked by her mother. After her parents' passing when she was 10, they entered the Yizhong Marquis' residence together. Since then, wherever she went, they followed, remaining fiercely loyal. Their personalities were as different as night and day. Feng Zhi was more composed and therefore more cautious, while Gan Tang was lively and somewhat careless. Gan Tang muttered, "You never know. The Countess has a tendency to look down on others." Feng Zhi tugged at her sleeve, advising, "We have just arrived at the residence, and we are still unfamiliar with the situation here. If someone hears you gossiping about the Countess, what will others think? It could lead to misunderstandings, making people believe our young lady is an ungrateful wolf." Chapter 8. Feng Zhi gently tapped Gan Tang's forehead, imparting a serious warning. "You must be cautious, for words can lead to unexpected troubles." Gan Tang widened her eyes in fear, covering her mouth. Shang Tingli chuckled at the sight. "Do not tease her. It appears she is ready to perform a river of tears." Gan Tang blinked innocently. Feng Zhi smiled. "I act in her best interest." Although the princess did not seem like a harsh matron and appeared to care for herself, one could never be certain if her actions were merely for show due to the presence of the heir. Thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance, rather than be caught off guard tomorrow and hurriedly scramble for arrangements. Shang Tingli was never one to allow others to discern his vulnerabilities. Both individuals were his confidants who understood his intentions, and they followed him toward the storeroom without further inquiries. As the trio stepped out of the hall, they encountered the second-tier maid, Ji He, hastening towards them. Upon seeing Shang Tingli, she quickly bowed. "I have seen the noble lady." Shang Tingli paused to regard her. "What brings you in such haste?" He nodded in understanding. "I see. Please invite the matron in." Moments later, Ji He led Matron Wen to Shang Tingli. Matron Wen greeted them with the utmost decorum. "This old servant pays her respects to the noble lady. Please rise." Shang Tingli offered. extending a hand to assist her. He instructed Fangji, "Prepare tea for the matron." Matron Wen accepted the teacup from Fangji with a beaming smile. "You are truly gracious, noble lady." Shang Tingli chuckled softly. As a long-serving attendant by the side of the Empress, such hospitality is only fitting. He continued, "I appreciate your efforts on behalf of the Empress. Safe travels, matron." He added as Matron Wen curtsied. Shang Tingli exchanged a knowing glance with Gontang, who cheerfully supported Matron Wen and presented her with a plump purse, thanking her for her labor. "Oh dear, this is merely my duty. It is unnecessary," Matron Wen protested. As they walked a short distance, Gontang murmured something that elicited a joyful smile from Matron Wen. Fangji and Shang Tingli exchanged glances, uncertain of their next step, prompting Fangji to inquire, "Do you still wish to go to the storeroom?" Shang Tingli shook his head. "Since the princess has sent Matron Wen on this errand, it must be part of her plan. We need not exert ourselves unnecessarily." "Indeed," Fangji replied, as Shang Tingli seemed lost in thought. This indicated that the princess was not entirely unkind. Matron Wen responded with a smile, "I have spoken. But what can be discerned from it?" When Hui asked, fearing that hearing the noble lady's thoughts was an unexpected occurrence that might not happen again. They had only exchanged a few words. It was insufficient to truly understand a person. "Oh." When Hui expressed her surprise, Matron Wen retrieved the purse Gontang had given her, noting that the young lady was indeed astute. When Hui sighed with relief. "That is reassuring." Matron Wen consoled her, "Do not worry excessively, after all. She is a girl raised in the Marquis's residence and should not fare poorly." When Hui shook her head, "One must not be overly confident." After glancing at Matron Wen, she pondered how it was that one girl was betrothed to the heir while another was deemed worthy only of a sixth-rank guard. Why must a cousin be subjected to such a low marriage? Matron Wen found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was not intimately acquainted with the Marquis. One should not judge solely by appearances, she advised. "What do you think of the noble lady's demeanor? Is she a person of understanding?" Matron Wen nodded affirmatively. Every household has its burdens, and it seems that Lady Pan may intend to suppress her. Otherwise, how does one explain the noble lady's previous seclusion? When Hui recalled what she had heard, the girl had never even touched a red jade bracelet within the Marquis's residence, revealing the dire state of her existence. What sort of household is the Marquis of Yizhong? Bah! A family of hypocrites. Matron Wen hesitated. "This old servant has seen Miss Yu many times at banquets. Yet I have never encountered our noble lady." This realization clarified many matters for her. Perhaps, as the princess suggested, the Marquise had intentionally suppressed the noble lady. Though she was a cousin of the Marquis, her father had once been a top scholar appointed by the late emperor. Had it not been for that incident leading to his exile, she would not be relegated to such a low status. If the top scholar and Miss Yu were still alive, Lady Pan would never treat her only daughter with such disdain. Contemplating this, Matron Wen suddenly recalled that the noble lady seemed not to have a maid accompanying her dowry. She muttered, "This Marquise is unkind, refusing even to provide her niece with a maidservant. Is that true?" When Hui exclaimed in astonishment, Matron Wen nodded gravely. "This old servant never deceives you.
When we see Ged.
Please look after that child in the future. Do not allow anyone to bully her." "Understood. Summon all the maids and servants from the new garden to see me." Upon issuing this command, she felt the weight of her responsibilities grow heavier. She was still unaware if there were spies from the fourth prince in the courtyard. To ensure a peaceful night's sleep, she must address this matter swiftly. Gontang asked, "Should we call your dowry maid as well?" Shang Tingli replied, "Call them all." Before long, 2 maids had gathered all the staff working in the new garden. Shang Tingli did not rush to speak. Although they were unsure of the noble lady's intentions, none voiced their discontent, patiently awaiting instructions. After a quarter of an hour, Shang Tingli spoke slowly. "From now on, you shall continue your duties as before. I have but one request. Be loyal." Her smile was gentle, yet her gaze was piercing. "Should I discover any betrayal within our ranks, there shall be consequences." "Understood." The chorus of voices echoed throughout the courtyard. The staff of the new garden had traditionally been overseen by the princess, as the heir had never concerned himself with such trifles. Due to matters related to the heir, apart from meals, All other affairs had been managed solely by his secret guards, resulting in the absence of first-tier maids in the courtyard. Chapter 9. The return home. From this moment forth, they shall be under the governance of the young master's consort. Shang Tingli pondered for a brief moment before inquiring, "How long have you all been in the manor? And how long since you arrived at the new garden?" In a crowded assembly, who would dare to deceive? Each could monitor the other, and she believed no one would risk lying to her. After her inquiry, Granny Zhao proceeded to recount the duration of each person's stay in the manor and their arrival at the new garden. Most had entered the manor 3 years prior and had been assigned to the new garden 2 years ago. Shang Tingli felt reassured. Ku Xian had only pledged allegiance to the fourth prince 3 months earlier, and prior to that, the fourth prince had never sought to win him over. Hence, there should be no spies from the fourth prince within the new garden. In the future, there would be 4 second-tier maidservants, along with Hong Hua and Leviu, while Xiao Chao and Xiaoya would continue with their rough duties. "Is there any dissent regarding this arrangement?" she asked. In unison, the crowd replied, "We have no objections, Mississippi." "Then you may all retire to your tasks," she commanded. The group responded affirmatively. Pan Shi harbored resentment towards her and failed to maintain a facade of indifference. Her accompanying maidservants, apart from the 2 first-tier attendants, Fangji and Gontang, consisted solely of the second-tier Hong Hua and Leviu, as well as the rough-duty Xiao Chao and Xiaoya. Pan Shi had not even provided a wet nurse for her. Displeased with Pan Shi's lack of effort, Shang Tingli felt a sense of satisfaction. No matter how much discontent lingered in her heart, it was ultimately a result of her daughter's own actions. Yet, Pan Shi, fully aware of this truth, could not bring herself to reprimand her beloved daughter, but instead vented her frustrations on Shang Tingli. As for the 4 maidservants, Pan Shi had not exerted much thought in their selection, opting only for those who appeared somewhat dull and unrefined. Shang Tingli was left speechless. Pan Shi failed to consider who truly bore the shame in this situation. Upon marrying, a woman traditionally returns home for 3 days. Shang Tingli awoke early. Ku Xian rose alongside her, and once she had prepared herself, he was ready as well. She thought little of it, assuming he had matters to attend to early in the day. He shot her a sidelong glance and remarked, "Is it not obvious?" Shang Tingli tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Obvious." Ku Xian's gaze darkened, a smile playing on his lips. "Are you not pleased?" "Could I possibly say I am not pleased?" Shang Tingli smiled. "Pleased. As long as you are pleased," he replied with a grin. Shang Tingli remained silent, her smile lingering. The carriage rolled towards the Yizhong Marquis' residence on West Street. Ku Xian rested his eyes, and upon noticing this, Shang Tingli refrained from initiating conversation. In her mind, it was preferable if he remained asleep until they reached their destination. The two traveled in silence. Though they exchanged no words, Shang Tingli's mind was abuzz with thoughts. She was engrossed in her own reflections and did not notice the subtle tremor of the young man's eyelashes beside her. He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the revelation of his secret. Could it be that my exchange of ties with Lanxi has triggered some unforeseen chain reaction? This was the only rationale Shang Tingli could conceive. Before she could unravel her thoughts further, they arrived at the Yizhong Marquis' residence. Before the grand crimson gates stood a pair of imposing stone lions, and a group awaited at the steps, peering in anticipation. Ku Xian disembarked from the carriage ahead of Shang Tingli and extended his hand to assist her down. She led him towards the Yizhong Marquis, Yu Jing, and his wife, Pan Yang. Just as she raised a perfectly measured smile, before she could utter a word, Yu Jing greeted, "I pay my respects to the young master and the young mistress." The entourage behind him followed suit in bowing to Shang Tingli and Ku Xian. The young master, as a royal prince, held the rank of first class, while the Yizhong Marquis ranked as second class, placing Yu Jing 2 ranks below Ku Xian. Thus he was obliged to pay his respects. With Shang Tingli's status elevated alongside Ku Xian, even though Yu Jing was her maternal uncle, he could not overstep his bounds. Witnessing this, the couple, Yu Lanxi and her husband, could only step forward to offer their greetings as well. Ku Xian lightly assisted Yu Jing, saying in a calm tone, "Please rise, Marquis." Shang Tingli echoed, "Everyone, please rise." Yu Jing cautiously suggested, "Shall we escort the young master and young mistress into the manor?" Shall we discuss matters inside? Had he not been present, it would have been a futile effort. However, with his arrival, he seemed hesitant to delay the reception. Fortunately, the young master had indeed arrived. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the intrigue surrounding the exchange of brides between the young ladies of the Yizhong Marquis family, a matter known far and wide. The Empress Dowager's decree to wed had become common knowledge. Everyone eagerly anticipated the return of the two young ladies, hoping for some excitement to unfold. Disinterested in becoming the spectacle of the crowd, Xian promptly agreed to Yu Jing's proposal. Please, lead the way, Marquis. The group entered the gates of the Marquis's residence. As the doors closed, the prying eyes of the onlookers were effectively shut out. Watching her father display such deference towards the two individuals she despised most, Lanxi could no longer contain her frustration and voiced her discontent. What is my father doing? Is he attempting to curry favor with that wretched girl, Shang Tingli? Her gaze turned icy as she focused on him. Cousin? Satisfied with his response, Lanxi huffed. That is best. Upon their arrival at the main hall, they found no trace of Shang Tingli and Xian. Only Pan Yang sat at the head of the table, her enthusiasm evidently lacking. Lanxi, puzzled, inquired, Mother, where is father? Pan Yang's brow furrowed. Where else could he be? He has gone to that wretched girl's chamber. Chapter 10. The crepe myrtle at the hour of the snake. The sun cast its slanting rays over the eaves, sprinkling a golden hue upon the crepe myrtle tree in the courtyard, enveloping its blossoms in a delicate warmth that made the clusters of pale pink flowers appear even more vibrant and captivating. It is no wonder that in the midst of summer's verdant embrace, this tree, adorned in crimson blooms, exudes such charm. Gentle breezes wafted through, carrying the fresh scents of flowers and grass, sweet and rich, yet not overpowering. Shang Tingli sat quietly on a stone bench in the courtyard, her hands resting on the stone table, propping her chin thoughtfully as she gazed at the crepe myrtle blooming against the wall, her eyes vacant, her mind adrift. This particular crepe myrtle was planted by her own hands during her first year in the Marquis's residence. In truth, she harbored no special affection for the crepe myrtle. It was her mother who cherished it dearly. When their family once resided in Nanwu, their small courtyard was filled with her mother's beloved crepe myrtles, red, purple, and white. When in bloom, the fragrance permeated the courtyard, alleviating the summer heat. She had once found the crepe myrtle unappealing, too gaudy, too commonplace. Her mother had laughed, saying, "You are still young. How could you possibly understand what is vulgar or flamboyant?" She had pouted, insisting, "It's simply isn't beautiful." Her mother gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly, "Have you not heard? Plant a crepe myrtle by the door, and your family will prosper and flourish." In folk belief, crepe myrtles bring good fortune and safety. Bewildered, she had asked, "Can planting a flower truly make our family wealthy?" Her mother fell silent for a moment, then sighed, smiling gently, "Little Li, we do not seek great wealth. Having warm clothes and enough to eat is sufficient." She could distinctly see the moisture in her mother's eyes. Her mother added, "As long as our family is well, that is the greatest blessing." The young girl, though only partially understanding, nodded obediently. Oh. Her mother embraced her, pointing out, "Look how beautifully the flowers bloom. Naturally beautiful, the first among the summer's blossoms. How could it be considered vulgar?" What was she thinking? After a fleeting moment of distraction, she shook her head, nothing. Shang Tingli lowered her gaze in silence. Even to this day, she had yet to comprehend her mother, nor grasp why her mother held such a deep affection for the crepe myrtle. Xian casually glanced at the vibrant red clusters of flowers and spoke calmly. "Does the young lady favor crepe myrtles?" Upon arrival, he had surveyed the entire courtyard, forming an impression of remoteness and decay. He had never expected that a daughter of a marquis would reside in such a dilapidated place. Upon closer inspection, the courtyard, though aged, had been tended to with care, making it habitable. After a few more observations, he concluded that although it was indeed old, it was still passable for habitation. He pondered the owner's mindset, for the neglected courtyard contained but a solitary crepe myrtle. Shang Tingli replied, "I do not." Feeling his gaze upon her, she offered a slight explanation. "My mother loved them. This was once her courtyard. Her mother must have been the legitimate sister of the late Marquis, undoubtedly once the cherished daughter in the household.
Gesin et persugi.
How could your mother live in such a dilapidated courtyard? Shang Tingli understood the unspoken implication behind his words and replied coolly, when my mother resided here, it was undoubtedly the finest of places. However, by the time it became her domain, the courtyard had undergone a complete transformation.
Gesin flauen.
Shang Tingli smiled. Once upon a time, this courtyard was filled with crepe myrtles. When the previous owner ceased to live here, it gradually fell into disrepair. When the new mistress moved in, she ordered the crepe myrtles to be cut down for convenience. When I moved in, Pan Yang merely instructed the servants to tidy up the courtyard. There were no renovations. Thus, it was simply livable, and I have remained here for 5 years. In my past life, it was even more outrageous, as they dared to seize the dowry left to me by my mother. Ku Xian's expression turned complex. Your mother was cherished by the old Marquis and Madame. Logically, even after her marriage, her courtyard should not have been left untended. Shang Tingli offered a bitter smile. What if all that affection was merely based on self-interest? Ku Xian fell silent, pondering for a long moment. When there is no profit to be gained, who would care for a pawn? Shang Tingli's gaze returned to the crepe myrtle, her eyes reflecting emotions that others could not decipher. Ku Xian remained silent, and Shang Tingli also kept her thoughts to herself. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Ku Xian inquired, why is there only one planted? Shang Tingli replied, things have changed. I am not my mother. If that is the case, why plant crepe myrtles? To plant them was to honor her mother. Yet planting only one signified that the courtyard that belonged to her mother was long gone. Another silence ensued. Seeking to shift the conversation, Shang Tingli turned to him. How did the young lord refuse my uncle earlier? When they had entered, passing the main hall, Yu Jing had invited Ku Xian to the study. But he had declined and followed Shang Tingli here instead. She found him inscrutable. This thought is quite difficult to decipher. Could it be that my intellect does not match that of the fourth prince? Ku Xian lifted his eyelids. Why was she suddenly mentioning the fourth prince and comparing him? Her thoughts seemed to leap about, leaving him momentarily lost. Moreover, to reiterate, he was no fool. Is it not permissible to refuse? He gazed at her with an air of calm pride. Shang Tingli stammered, you are the young lord. Of course you can. Isn't it merely a refusal? If you desired, you could kick him twice without anyone daring to speak up. Rumor had it that the heir to the Prince of Run was arrogant and difficult to approach. It now appeared that such claims were not entirely unfounded. The man before her exuded a haughty demeanor. I think I might understand why the fourth prince does not trust you. Upon hearing this, Ku Xian furrowed his brows and instinctively asked, why? Shang Tingli was taken aback. Why what? Did she need to explain why she had merely complimented him? Ku Xian rubbed his nose, casting his gaze towards the crepe myrtle by the wall, his eyes shifting uncertainly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Shang Tingli, lost in her own thoughts, failed to notice his peculiar behavior and patiently lavished him with further praise. You are the young lord. Surely, you can do anything. He must be having a fit of insanity. Ku Xian's taut nerves began to relax. Hadn't he noticed? Chapter 11. Cousin's A teacup was hurled to the ground with a resounding crash, accompanied by the irate voice of a woman. Well, now you're in a hurry. Where were you earlier? Lanxi felt a sense of injustice bubbling within her, unable to express her pent-up anger. She exclaimed, I simply cannot bear to see that wretched woman living so comfortably. She is naught but a dog raised by our family. Why should she feast better than her master? Pan Yang cast a scrutinizing glance at her and let out a laugh. Now you regret it, do you? Lanxi's face stiffened at the thought of her previous life's fate, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Narrowing her eyes, she gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, No, I do not regret it. Pan Yang regarded her coldly. If you truly have no regrets, why come here to cause a scene? After all, she was indeed unrepentant. Pan Yang inquired, that day, upon waking from your nap, you insisted on changing your betrothal, throwing a tantrum, and even invoking the Empress Dowager as decree. What was the reason behind it? Lanxi lowered her head, exposing only her hairpin to Pan Yang. Deep down, she knew her actions might invite suspicion and incredulity. Yet, having just discovered her rebirth and being on the brink of marriage. She was terrified of reliving the torment of being torn apart by horses. Her sole thought was to distance herself from the Prince of Ren's residence, and the quickest way she could conceive was to switch her engagement. She understood that her father would never agree to her retracting the betrothal with the Prince of Ren. After all, once you leave the Marquis's house, marriage is merely a matter of who you marry. Proposing a change of partners and succeeding in doing so relieved her greatly. The thought of her past life, where Shang Tingli ultimately thrived while she suffered miserably, ignited an unprecedented jealousy within her. She wished for Shang Tingli to experience the hardships she had endured. With this in mind, she also realized that the only way out for Shang Tingli was through divorce, thus resolving the issue and sparing him from a gruesome fate. At this juncture, she contemplated that if she continued to marry into the Prince of Ren's residence, she too could seek a divorce from the heir of the prince. However, having reached this point, she was unwilling to let Shang Tingli off the hook. Divorce? Humph. How could she allow such an unforeseen event to transpire? Thus, she recalled her deceased grandaunt, the Empress Dowager. Her mother was the Empress Dowager's niece, and after much coaxing, the Empress Dowager indeed consented. In this life, the title of a first-rank noblewoman was hers, while the fate of being torn apart by horses belonged to Shang Tingli. Regret? She would never entertain such a notion. Seeing her silent and downcast, Pan Yang, frustrated by her apparent lack of ambition, scolded, "Do you know how the world is mocking you right now?" Lanxi lifted her head, disdainful. "The world is rife with gossip. They are merely a bunch of opportunists. Besides, this is only temporary. Once I become a first-rank noblewoman, just wait and see their expressions then." Pan Yang remained unfazed, her expression cold. "Wake up. You are currently just a sixth-rank noblewoman." Lanxi chuckled. "That will soon change." Pan Yang frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Lanxi leaned closer and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing them, Pan Yang's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Lanxi nodded affirmatively. "Of course it is true. I would never sully your ears with falsehoods." Once her excitement subsided, Pan Yang regained her composure and couldn't help but pour cold water on her enthusiasm. "Humph. Even if you become a first-rank noblewoman, it doesn't mean anyone will bow to you." This remark was pointedly aimed at Shang Tingli. Lanxi remained indifferent. Who says the Prince of Ren's residence will endure indefinitely? Perhaps in 5 years, there will no longer be a Prince of Ren's residence in the capital. She was unconcerned. In 5 years, the Prince of Ren's residence would indeed fall, and Shang Tingli would perish as well. Silence. Pan Yang was taken aback by her audacious words, cold sweat beading on her brow as she reprimanded, "Do not speak so recklessly again. Such ignorance could endanger our entire family. If someone were to overhear her, it would surely spell disaster."
Lanxi simply replied, "Oh."
After all, she was merely speaking the truth. Knowing the trajectory of certain events, she felt no apprehension. Pan Yang, now filled with trepidation, hastily changed the subject. "Is that lad named Ji truly capable?"
She still found it hard to believe.
To her, this lowly son-in-law possessed no remarkable qualities. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen for that orphan girl. Lanxi patted her chest, exuding confidence. "Rest assured, my judgment is infallible." Reflecting on the fact that the engagement had been swapped and the Empress Dowager's decree was in place, she felt there was no chance for further alteration.
Pan Yang sighed.
"Let us hope so." Lanxi assured her it will certainly be so. Pan Yang couldn't help but comment, "That poor girl is truly fortunate." Lanxi mused to herself, "Indeed, she is fortunate. She will enjoy 5 more years of good fortune." Recalling the incident at the palace gates yesterday, Lanxi felt discontent rise within her. "You do not know. That wretched girl's arrogance yesterday was truly infuriating. She usually pretends to be meek and obedient, yet yesterday, she audaciously forced me to pay my respects. What a shameless wretch." Pan Yang glared at her. "What has your mother taught you?" Lanxi retorted, to remain composed. At the entrance of the courtyard stood several young men and women adorned in splendid attire, their presence contrasting sharply with the dilapidated courtyard. One among them called out from a distance. They attempted to enter the courtyard, but the 2 maidservants, Fangji and Gontang, could not prevent the group from entering. Shang Tingli gestured for them to let the guests in. Ku Xian raised an eyebrow, smiling as he remarked, "There are quite a few of you." Shang Tingli smiled. "I hope the heir does not find this amusing." The group approached slowly, stopping at an appropriate distance to bow politely. "We pay our respects to the heir." However, they showed no intention of acknowledging Shang Tingli. Ku Xian subtly smirked, lazily toying with the bells and tassels on his waist, displaying no interest in engaging with them. One person stepped forward towards Shang Tingli, speaking in a tone of reproach. "Tingli, why are you hiding away with the heir in such a secluded place? You should have taken everyone to the back garden. That is where the fun is." Shang Tingli deftly evaded the hand reaching for her, gazing at the speaker with an enigmatic smile. This individual was Lanxi's half-sister, Yu Lingling, the second daughter of the Marquis's favored concubine. Yu Jing had lavished her with affection, leading her to believe she had the audacity to challenge Yu Lanxi. In their previous confrontations, she had always ended up as the unfortunate victim. Shang Tingli harbored no fondness for Yu Lanxi and equally disliked Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling glanced at her empty hand, feeling embarrassed at being rebuffed, her eyes welling with tears as she incredulously exclaimed, "Tingli, is it the custom of the Yizhong Marquis' residence to curry favor with our heir right off the bat?" Chapter 12. The presence of the Crown Prince's consort, though a smile graced his lips, his gaze remained icy, rendering the curve of amusement an illusion to those around him. Shang Tingli stood in a daze, the young man's reproachful words leaving Yu Lingling rooted to the spot, hesitant to speak. It was a man slightly older than her standing behind who first reacted, bowing respectfully to Shang Tingli. "I pay my respects to the Crown Prince's consort." Observing this, the crowd followed suit, echoing, "We pay our respects to the Crown Prince's consort." Shang Tingli offered a faint smile, silently watching Yu Lingling. Reluctantly, Yu Lingling returned the greeting. "I pay my respects to the Crown Prince's consort." Shang Tingli chuckled lightly. "Oh dear, why so formal?" The crowd exchanged glances, bemused. Was this not a case of speaking after the matter had passed? Why had she remained silent when the Crown Prince's heir exerted pressure? "Perhaps the Crown Prince would care to join us for a stroll in the back garden? Refreshments have been prepared, along with many intriguing activities for your enjoyment." The speaker was none other than Yu Rongbao, the eldest son of the Ho residence and the favored child of Pan Yang. He was a tall figure clad in a copper-blue round-collared brocade robe, his fair complexion and refined demeanor suggesting an educated man, though his words quickly betrayed him. Shang Tingli cast a glance his way, recognizing him as the favored son, already designated as the Crown Prince's heir by Yu Jing, thanks to Pan Yang's machinations. Without her influence, his position would likely be precarious. Ku Xian remained silent, while Yu Rongbao's grin faltered, desperately seeking Ku Xian's attention, only to receive none. Frustrated and powerless, he turned to Shang Tingli for assistance, who feigned ignorance. Yu Rongbao's anger simmered as he glanced at Yu Lingling, who seemed to share his plight. Shang Tingli tilted her head and winked at Yu Lingling. With a smile, Yu Lingling said, "Crown Prince's consort." Shang Tingli replied with a smile, "Lingling, dear cousin,
Feel free to speak your mind."
Yu Lingling, no longer hesitant, proposed, "Crown Prince's consort, why not invite the Crown Prince to join us in the back garden? It would be delightful for us sisters to converse together." She turned to her companions, seeking their agreement. The young ladies chimed in unison, "Yes, yes." Shang Tingli found the situation amusing. Moreover, she had little desire to engage in their chatter, which often devolved into comparisons or petty jabs. She found such gatherings tedious and devoid of purpose. "There's no need. We have gathered enough in the past. I trust Lingling, and the rest are not so clingy." Yu Rongbao shot a dark glance at Shang Tingli before turning back to ingratiate himself with Ku Xian. Crown Prince. Finally, weary of his golden bell, Ku Xian was willing to spare a glance for Yu Rongbao, lifting his chin slightly and stating coolly, "The Crown Prince's consort has spoken. If she declines, then we shall not go. Is there anything else?" "And no, nothing else," Yu Rongbao stammered, nearly tripping over his words in shock. He pondered, bewildered, how this girl had such fortune, even winning the favor of the Crown Prince's heir. Ku Xian disdainfully raised his chin, saying nothing more. They understood. It was time to leave. At that moment, a maid called out from outside the courtyard, "Crown Prince, the Crown Prince's consort requests your presence at Baoda Courtyard." Although there were two crown princes in the courtyard, it was clear that the maid referred to Ku Xian. The young gentleman seized the opportunity to depart, leaving only Yu Lingling and her companions reluctant to leave. Before they could concoct a reason to linger, a cold voice interrupted. Are you not leaving? Or do you wish to experience the sensation of being dismissed? Yu Lingling's heart raced. I will go see my elder sister and not disturb the crown prince and the crown prince's consort. She quickly turned and fled, as if pursued by an unseen menace. Once she left, the others followed suit, eager to depart. Shang Tingli watched their retreating figures, shaking her head. Turning to Ku Xian, she said, Thank you for your words today, Crown Prince. Without your intervention, I would have had to engage in a lengthy exchange with Yu Lingling, which would have been quite arduous. Ku Xian smiled slightly. It was a mere trifling matter. After a pause, Shang Tingli inquired, What prompted you to speak on my behalf? After all, they were merely acting on familial ties. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with curiosity. It seems I underestimated your character. How could you so readily speak up for me? Ku Xian's eyes narrowed as he shot her a glance, his tone haughty. You are now my crown prince's consort. In public, your dignity reflects upon me. How could I allow others to belittle you? To disregard you is to demean me, and I shall not abide by it. Shang Tingli released a sigh, feeling considerably relieved. So that was the reason. I knew it couldn't be merely because I am more beautiful than you, Lanxi, or that I am obedient and sensible, causing this simpleton of a crown prince to feel pity. Ku Xian's expression turned intricate, mentally scoffing. You think you're beautiful? You must be dreaming. Who is so meek and submissive? Wasn't he it you who hastily interjected, seizing my opportunity to speak? I had yet to express my grievances regarding you, and you left me no chance to assert my authority. Shang Tingli's thoughts clamored within her, though her demeanor remained perfectly demure. Understood. I shall ensure I do not bring disgrace upon you, my crown prince. Ku Xian frowned, resting his elbows on the table. Leaning closer to her, scrutinizing her expression. How could someone perform so seamlessly, without a hint of flaw? Shang Tingli blinked, confused. Crown Prince? Chapter 13. The tapping Shang Tingli raised her head to catch a glimpse of the azure sky, realizing that it was indeed time for lunch. Upon entering the dining hall, 2 large tables were set, one for men, and the other for women. Shang Tingli focused on her meal, barely casting a glance in her direction. Yu Lingling found this indifference particularly irksome, unable to tolerate it, which nearly drove her to the brink of exasperation. At this moment, Yu Lanxi spoke up, surprisingly siding with Yu Lingling. Indeed, it is rather imposing. A mere call of cousin is no longer permissible. Yu Lingling shot her a look of reproach, lamenting, Sister, what were you thinking back then? She harbored a profound disdain for 2 individuals, Yu Lanxi and Shang Tingli. She could not bear to see either of them thrive. While Yu Lanxi, as a legitimate daughter of the Marquis, could be betrothed to the prince's heir, why should a mere orphan like Shang Tingli rise above her? To stir such a scandal that reached the Empress, surely Yu Lanxi must have been out of her wits. If she was unwilling to marry the prince's heir, she could have simply declined. Now, it seemed Shang Tingli had reaped the benefits. Frowning, Yu Lanxi glared at Yu Lingling. What I think is none of your concern. She could converse with Yu Lingling about Shang Tingli, but that did not imply that Yu Lingling could speak of her. What she did was of no business to Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling. Yu Lanxi turned away, smiling wickedly at Shang Tingli. Cousin, your current circumstances have not come easily. You must cherish them. Shang Tingli placed the pig knuckle she had picked up into her bowl, then laid down her chopsticks and smiled gently at Yu Lanxi. It is not a hardship when it is delivered to me by you, dear cousin. Laughter erupted from the table. Yu Lingling retorted sarcastically. Indeed, it comes without effort. Yu Lanxi shot her a furious glance. Silence. Yu Lingling. May I ask, sister? What have I said that is incorrect? As it appeared the 2 were about to bicker again, Pan Yang exchanged a knowing glance with the wife of the heir. Feng Qian. The bond between the 2 sisters is truly admirable, Feng Qian remarked with a smile, tasting a spoonful of the sweet lotus seed soup, and after swallowing, she continued leisurely, just like this lotus seed soup, sweet and clear. The sisters were rendered speechless. Who claimed to have a good relationship with her? Pan Yang's eyes twitched. What was she to do in such a situation? Noticing the eyes of everyone at the table upon her, Feng Qian said, I am not exaggerating. You may all taste it for yourselves. She certainly understood her mother-in-law's intent, which was to have her intervene in the quarrel between the two sisters. But she was unwilling to wade into such murky waters. Besides, had they not fallen silent? This cousin-in-law is quite amusing. Too bad, she is married to Yu Rongbao. Ku Xian's ears perked up, glancing towards the women's table, his gaze locking onto the beautiful maiden engrossed in her pig knuckle. Would the heir like another cup? His wine cup was already empty. Ku Xian no need. Yu Rongbao had to relent. Our Shang Tingli has been raised in the small town of Nanwu with her parents. My sister, unfortunately, passed away early, leaving her alone and desolate, Yu Jing began. A tinge of bitterness creeping into his voice, his throat tightening as he continued. As her uncle, I ought not to restrain her.
This
did not resemble the demeanor of a caring uncle. Rather, he appeared more like a cold-hearted stepfather. Ku Xian smiled faintly. The heir's wife is sensible and understanding. Lord Yu is overthinking. It seemed her dramatic talent had indeed been inherited from her uncle, surpassing him in skill. Yu Jing choked on his words, his eyes reddening but failing to shed tears, revealing a comical display as he stammered. That is indeed good. Ku Xian had lost interest in conversing with Yu Jing, casually consuming his meal while his ears remained alert. Why had such heartfelt sentiments suddenly emerged? Moreover, because of your excellence? Did you truly dare to utter such words? Suddenly, Ku Xian felt an urge to drink, the cup in his hand spinning twice before he ultimately decided to pour another. In truth, harboring certain sentiments silently was not entirely unfavorable. Ku Xian furrowed his brow. Shang Tingli's gaze turned cold, her lips curling slightly. What do you mean by that, aunt? Pan Yang placed a pig knuckle into her bowl, wearing a maternal smile. Aunt is praising our sister here for her capabilities. She is now the esteemed wife of the heir. Let us not forget the nurturing grace of the family. This statement was laden with veiled implications. Shang Tingli paused momentarily, then wiped the corner of her eye. My marriage was solely chosen by you, aunt. Whatever you say is final. It was your consent to the exchange proposed by cousin Lanxi, which reached the Empress, that granted me my current status. How could I ever forget your immense kindness? How did she attain the status of the heir's wife? Was it not delivered to her by your beloved daughter? Mentioning the foolishness of Yu Lanxi once more, Pan Yang's expression darkened, her teeth gritting as she said, Sister, I trust in your character. I only hope you remember the kindness shown by cousin Lanxi and support her more in the future. Shang Tingli did not respond immediately. Yu Lanxi, in haste, interjected. Who needs her support? Chapter 14. Filial piety. Shang Tingli maintained a composed demeanor, curious to hear what her dim-witted cousin had to say. Yu Lanxi, disregarding the gazes of others, directed her scornful eyes solely at Shang Tingli, smiling with an air of self-satisfaction. My husband is ambitious and capable. He will soon be promoted. And he does not require assistance from anyone else. Shang Tingli was left speechless, her expression conveying a myriad of unspoken sentiments, which Yu Lanxi interpreted as a display of embarrassment. This only heightened Yu Lanxi's delight. In just a few days, I shall be the wife of General Guidel. The title of Guidel General was a prestigious 5th-rank official position, a promotion from the 6th to the 5th rank, a significant achievement indeed. Shang Tingli replied with a radiant smile, Cousin Lanxi, do not sacrifice your dignity for mere vanity. Your husband is a blue feather guard. Even with a promotion, he remains a guard and will not earn military merit on the battlefield. How could he possibly be associated with a general? In her previous life, such a situation had not transpired. She did not doubt Yu Lanxi's words. Her bold declarations indicated that the outcome was already determined. Shang Tingli thought, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Lanxi, realizing that this change stemmed from her actions. Unable to bear the scrutiny, Yu Lanxi prepared to raise her voice in protest. What I said was, only to be abruptly cut off by a sharp pain. She was sitting beside Pan Yang, who had pinched her under the table, warning her with a glare, then turned to Shang Tingli with a smile. Do not heed my cousin Lanxi's wild claims. This matter remains uncertain. After all, you are blood relatives and ought to support one another. Reluctantly, Yu Lanxi fell silent. She was not speaking in vain. She anxiously anticipated witnessing her lowly cousin endure a severe punishment. "Aunt, your words are exaggerated. As a woman of the inner chambers, I cannot meddle in matters concerning men." This was a clear rejection. Pan Yang narrowed her eyes. Shang Tingli did not miss the look Lanxi had cast her way and cleverly brought up past events to silence Pan Yang. "If any lady holds a lotus or chrysanthemum banquet in the future, I might invite cousin Lanxi along. As for other matters, I fear I am simply not capable." In the past, she had not reaped such benefits from the Marquis's household, yet now she was willing to repay grievances with kindness, which spoke to her conscience. As for other matters? Shang Tingli smiled. Ku Xian raised an eyebrow, taking a small sip and chuckled. This person was ingratiating from start to finish. Where was the backbone of a general? Pan Yang's expression turned cold, her previous enthusiasm waning. Her tone tinged with reproach. Cousin Lanxi truly has achieved some success. Even aunt can no longer exert influence. If she hesitates over such trivial matters, will she still regard aunt in the future? Will she come to visit me, her aunt? This wretched girl was indeed betraying her family, showing no sense of familial honor. If it were not for Lanxi's ignorance, how could this solitary girl be so audacious today? Truly, she had grown wings. Shang Tingli gasped, her small mouth agape, her eyes glistening with tears, as she clutched her heart, choking back sobs, and said pitifully, "Aunt, are you truly trying to crush my spirit? Is this how you perceive me, as a heartless and ungrateful person? Do you think to suppress me with filial piety?"
Bah!
Her sorrowful whimpers, intertwined with her rebellious heart, resonated in the ears of those present. Ku Xian glanced over. "It seems I have heard the young lady weeping." The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to the two tables. The gathering fell silent. All eyes turned to Shang Tingli, who was indeed seen dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, sobbing pitifully. No one knew that beneath that handkerchief, the beautiful lady was secretly watching everyone. Yes, yes. Everyone look at me, see how wronged I am. I am utterly aggrieved. Ku Xian. Yu Jing was taken aback. What has happened? Why is cousin Lanxi crying? He cast a furtive glance at the expression of the Prince of Ren's son, only to find him frowning in discontent, which sent a shiver down his spine. This was bad. He had not realized that the young lord actually cherished cousin Lanxi. Yu Jing furrowed his brow. Pan? With so many watching, and her husband questioning her so, Pan Yang also felt wronged, stammering, "Cousin Lanxi is truly delicate. All I did was suggest that she and sister she support each other in the future, and she caused such a scene." She too began to dab at her eyes. Was it just crying? She could do that too. Lanxi, unable to tolerate her mother's display of vulnerability in front of so many, stepped forward. "My mother neither scolded nor reprimanded her. Who knew she would create such a fuss?" With both wife and daughter saying this, Yu Jing's heart began to sway. Considering Ku Xian's presence, he could only ask Shang Tingli in a gentle tone, "Cousin Lanxi, what do you have to say?" "What do I have to say? I say this mother and daughter duo are adept at turning the tables." Ku Xian's gaze sharpened as it swept over Pan Yang. Pan Yang's heart skipped a beat. "Cousin Lanxi, do not speak foolishly. Aunt claims I have achieved success and can no longer be summoned, yet she accuses me of lacking regard for her. Is this not a dagger to my heart?" After saying this, Shang Tingli raised her hand to dab at her eyes once more. Chapter 15 Apology. Pan Yang, evasively glancing around, remarked, "Sister, given your esteemed status, my aunt believes you should assist your cousin Lanxi more, considering you two are dear relatives, akin to sisters." Little did I expect. I seem to have caused a stir. Are you truly unaware of the nature of my relationship with Lanxi? Akin to sisters? You must be fabricating your words with such ease, she retorted. Listening to her words, Ku Xian observed her rising fury. However, Shang Tingli wore a demeanor of fragility and grievance, saying, "My aunt has requested that I support cousin Lanxi, and I have obliged. In the future, at any lady's banquet, I would willingly bring along cousin Lanxi. Yet, despite my efforts, my aunt remains dissatisfied and seeks to undermine me." As she spoke, tears threatened to flow again, and Ku Xian felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Ku Xian stared, astonished by her acting prowess. Pan Yang, filled with resentment, thought, Sister clearly knows that my aunt did not intend it that way. Shang Tingli halted her tears, asking, "Then what did my aunt mean?" Pan Yang snapped, "You wretched girl. Are you feigning ignorance? Enough of this trivial matter turning into such a commotion. Sister, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable." Yu Jing, visibly irked, directed his anger at Lanxi. He could not afford to lose face before the younger generation or in front of the matriarch of the Ho family, nor could he reprimand his niece, the daughter of the prince. Thus, he resorted to scolding his most cherished eldest daughter. "Father?" Lanxi exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Jing glared at her, and she fell silent, suppressing her anger. He then turned to Ku Xin, bowing slightly, "My lord, this is all a misunderstanding." Ku Xin remained noncommittal, causing Yu Jing to feel a sinking sensation as he shot a sharp glance at Lanxi. "You must apologize to Tingli." "Apologize? Who should apologize? To whom? To Shang Tingli?" Lanxi's pupils constricted in disbelief, and she scoffed derisively, quickly adopting a cold demeanor, firmly stating, "I will not." The atmosphere grew tense. Yu Jing's face shifted through shades of green and white, taken aback by his eldest daughter's blatant defiance. "Who asked you to?" He began, glancing at Shang Tingli, eager to see how his niece would respond. Shang Tingli smiled. "Cousin-in-law, your righteousness is commendable. No wonder you have risen 2 ranks. I extend my early congratulations on your promotion. In the end, one was insincere, while the other was particularly skilled at pretense. Should anything untoward occur, he could not guarantee the outcome. What unexpected turn could there be? Cousin has declared that cousin-in-law is undoubtedly destined to become the guide general," Shang Tingli remarked. "From the Blue Feather Guards to the guide general? I recall cousin-in-law was a Blue Feather Guard." Yu Rongbao and the others expressed their confusion. Lanxi interjected, "It is not merely luck. It is clear that you possess extraordinary abilities, and the 4th prince is an astute judge of talent, recognizing gems like you." Shang Tingli's eyes darted with intrigue. "So that's how it is. To speak of luck is merely a euphemism. The reality is a reliance on the 4th prince." Lanxi, believing that the ultimate victor would be the 4th prince, was sadly mistaken. The true winner would be the crown prince. Ku Xian lowered his gaze, concealing all thoughts. In the borderlands between Shabei and Baiman, the latter had recently shown signs of restlessness. The emperor intended to send several princes to Shabei for oversight, and before a decision was made, the 4th prince volunteered to go. If what she said held truth, then collusion with Baiman was indeed the 4th prince's motive. Lanxi's earlier comment about a promotion in a few days had me believing cousin-in-law would truly be promoted soon. It seems it will take a bit longer, Shang Tingli mused, finding humor in the situation. Yet, her resolve to assist Ku Xian's family solidified. She would not allow this couple to revel in triumph before her. Lanxi raised her chin defiantly. "A few days or a little while longer are hardly different. It is merely a matter of time." Shang Tingli replied, "As long as you are pleased, that is what matters." Thus, the situation unexpectedly transformed into a premature celebration. Following the earlier uproar, Pan Yang was unwilling to engage further with Shang Tingli, setting aside any further reprimands and forbidding Lanxi from provoking her. Lingling, adept at sensing the winds of change, also refrained from instigating any further trouble. Chapter 16. Viewing the brother-in-law, Pan Yang led her daughter to the main hall and dismissed the servants. "You are still too impulsive," she remarked. Lanxi paused, expressing her dissatisfaction. "I simply cannot bear to see her happy." Pan Yang couldn't help but scoff, a sinister smile gracing her lips, "Yet she is even happier now." Lanxi remained silent. Pan Yang gazed at her. "What if you had spoken of this matter beforehand? What if the outcome is unsatisfactory?" Lanxi furrowed her brows. "Please refrain from such pessimistic remarks. Since the 4th prince has made a promise, it is undoubtedly true. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses, not to mention that of the emperor." In the study, Yu Jing observed the young man before him, his emotions complex. "Initially, when Shi's sister wished to exchange her marriage to you, I was reluctant." After a moment of silence, Yu Jing asked, "Are you truly confident in your promotion?" At that moment, the maid of Ronghua Hall saw the two and knelt in greeting. "I have met the young master and the young master's wife." Inside, Wen Hui heard the commotion and was momentarily startled, hastily closing the booklet in her hand and frantically stacking the small images on the table. Quickly, put these things away. Have you finished reading them? When Mama, not understanding the situation, was interrupted by the call of greetings to Mother. When Hui's movements faltered, and she was unable to finish her task. When Mama wondered why the princess appeared so apprehensive in front of the young master's wife. The image in the princess's hand appeared to be that of a young man, and upon closer inspection, the table held not only his portrait, but also numerous booklets. The realization dawned on her. Is she viewing suitors for Lingyun? When Hui froze in place, paralyzed with anxiety. Would her innermost thoughts remain undiscovered? However, at this time in my previous life, there had been no news of the princess viewing suitors for Lingyun. She likely had no intention of doing so back then, or perhaps she had not found a satisfactory match. Although Shang Tingli found it peculiar, he held no doubts. Is Mother truly assessing suitors for Lingyun? Can the daughter-in-law also participate? It would be best to view them sooner. If we can finalize a marriage arrangement early, Lingyun need not go to the frontiers next year, thus avoiding a tragic fate. Moreover, it must be done promptly. The Empress Dowager cannot survive beyond this month. Delays could hinder our plans. Once the Empress Dowager passes, Lingyun will have to observe mourning for a year. By the time the year is over, it will be the perfect time for a marriage arrangement. Wen Hui felt a surge of dread. The Empress Dowager will not live beyond this month? Indeed, that is possible. Wen Hui suppressed her shock and smiled calmly. You should share your thoughts as well. We will keep those we find agreeable and later allow Lingyun to assess them herself. If she is satisfied, we can consider it settled. She still felt this was an incredibly astonishing matter. Shang Tingli, unaware of his mother-in-law's thoughts, responded cheerfully, very well. When Hui glanced at Ku Xian who stood nearby, shouldn't Xingchen take a look as well? Ku Xian was about to refuse when Hui interjected. You surely understand those young masters better than Mother. Lingyun is your sister. You cannot let her suffer. Unable to refuse, Ku Xian reluctantly joined the assessment. Xingchen? A pearl returns to the sea. One must pursue the star of the sea. The foolish young master's calligraphy is quite commendable. Foolish young master? He thought, feeling discontent. Ku Xian silently observed Shang Tingli, who was engrossed in looking through the booklets on the table, seemingly having spoken thoughtlessly. Hearing her son-in-law's inner thoughts, when Hui glanced at Ku Xian, recalling that in her past life, it was rather fitting. The second son of the Wan family, gentle and courteous, exceptionally learned. What do you think, Ali? Wen Hui spread out a portrait of a young gentleman on the table and handed the booklet with his name to Shang Tingli. Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback by the way the princess addressed him. Did she call me Ali? Wen Hui was also momentarily stunned. It feels rather affectionate. However, my parents always called me Little Carp, saying I would be as fortunate as a little koi. If one could relive their life, would that not be a blessing? Ku Xian observed keenly as the beautiful lady recalled her deceased parents, her graceful figure trembling slightly. Her sorrow remained buried within her heart. Mother trusts me so. I must not disappoint her. But how do I convey to her that this young Master Wan is far from a suitable match? He has not yet married a legitimate wife, yet his household is already filled with numerous concubines, and he has more than one mistress. These were secrets of the elite she had learned in her previous life. Shang Tingli wore a troubled expression, nearly overwhelmed.
Wen Hui remained silent.
Knowing her mother already had an inkling and was contemplating how to change the subject. Just as both mother and daughter-in-law were deep in thought, Ku Xian scoffed derisively. Ha! Gentle and courteous? He is merely a dandy who flits from flower to flower. Exceptionally learned? Yet he has failed to make a name for himself 3 times. The two women exchanged glances, both relieved to have him around. When Hui remarked, then, let us consider the next candidate. She picked up another portrait and paired it with a booklet, the third son of the Zhao family, quick-witted and handsome. What do you think? Shang Tingli glanced at the portrait of Zhao San and picked up the booklet, once again finding himself at a loss. When Hui noticed the change in his expression, feeling as if a heavy stone had settled in her heart. Is this not a good match? How do I let Mother know? Zhao San is indeed quick-witted and handsome. When Hui's heart sank further, her anxiety growing. What a pity! Such an admirable young man does not favor women but prefers to sever ties with them. What kind of situation is this? She exclaimed. The Yuan and Zhao families were truly bold to present any suitor before her. Seeing the similar contemplative expressions on their faces, Ku Xian voiced his opinion again. That fellow is known for his affection for men. Would mother truly allow Lingyun to marry someone who would make her a co-wife? Of course not. Once again, the two women breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Ku Xian, thankful for his presence. Chapter 17. Heart belongs. Wenhui nodded, arranging a new small portrait and replacing it with a fresh booklet. As she gazed upon the eldest son of the He family, merely 16 years of age yet already a celebrated talent, she paused momentarily before continuing. The eldest daughter of the He family is destined to be the future crown princess, and eventually the empress. Young master, he will undoubtedly become the youngest royal uncle in the annals of Tianzhou history, possessing remarkable talent and refined demeanor. His future is indeed promising. Once her musings concluded, Wenhui recited the accolades of young master He. Ku Xian, having become adept at this, remarked that the young man from the He family appeared commendable, with no discernible faults at present. Wenhui and Shang Tingli exchanged knowing glances, deciding to proceed with the discussion. Ku Xian, seated nearby, sipped his tea with an impassive expression. After some deliberation, they ultimately decided to retain the portraits of two young gentlemen, the eldest son of the He family and the third son of the Yong'an Marquis. A quarter of an hour later, Wenhui summoned Ko Chang. She stated plainly, after much consideration, mother believes that Lingyun has reached the age for courtship. Despite any reluctance, we cannot allow our daughter to remain unwed. Confronted with Shang Tingli's penetrating gaze, Ko Chang's cheeks flushed. She stammered, but Lingyun has only just come of age. There's no rush. I am in a hurry. A sudden exclamation drew the attention of all three. Why is everyone looking at me?
Wenhui exalainen torstai keskiviikko etiang.
In the capital, eligible young men are in high demand. As a mother, I cannot allow Lingyun to settle for leftovers. We must act decisively. Shang Tingli chimed in. It's merely about arranging a betrothal. It doesn't imply immediate marriage. Early assessments can be beneficial. Others may take their time, but you cannot afford such a luxury. Delay could lead to dire consequences. Ku Chang feigned modesty, covering her face with a handkerchief and bowing her head, fully aware that her pale complexion betrayed her secret fears. Wenhui smiled. These are the young gentlemen chosen by your brother and sister-in-law. Lingyun, take a look and see if anyone catches your fancy. After a brief moment, feeling her emotions settle, she raised her head, recognizing that her mother and brother's judgment was surely sound. Shang Tingli laid the portraits of young master He and the third son of the Yong'an Marquis side by side on the table. Lingyun, come and have a look. Ku Chang approached, glanced at the two paintings without expressing a preference, and shyly responded, I leave the decision to mother. She understood that her mother could surely discern her sister-in-law's intentions. Otherwise, Wenhui would not be so eager to facilitate her match. If her sister-in-law's words held merit, it was indeed prudent to consider potential suitors sooner rather than later. Shang Tingli noted that Ko Chang's gaze lingered longer on one portrait than the other, prompting him to exchange a meaningful look with Wenhui. Understanding his cue, Wenhui picked up the booklet of the third son of the Yong'an Marquis and handed it to Ko Chang. Mother believes this young gentleman from the Sima family is a better match for Lingyun. What do you think? Watching her daughter's reaction, Wenhui noted the flush on her cheeks beginning to fade. Puzzled, she wondered if Ku Chang had lost interest in the young man from the Yong'an Marquis family. Turning to Shang Tingli, she saw her daughter-in-law wink at her, and suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon her. Ku Chang, her complexion now steady, asked calmly, Does mother truly feel this way? Wenhui suppressed a smile, maintaining her composure. Of course. Compared to young master He, the young man from the Sima family is a few years your senior, which means he would be less likely to challenge you in every regard. He would likely be more considerate. Ku Chang's eyes dimmed slightly, and she countered, Mother, your words seem somewhat biased. Wenhui dismissed her concern, asserting, Naturally, I favor the Sima young man more, hence my inclination toward him. She adopted a playful demeanor. Ku Chang exclaimed, You can't simply. Wenhui fixed her gaze on her, a smile playing on her lips. What's wrong with this? Ko Yichang bit her lip, uncertain whether she truly wished to pursue a match. Shang Tingli could no longer hold his tongue and quipped, Ling Yun isn't opposed to marriage. She merely hesitates when it comes to young Master Sima, correct? Oh dear, it appears her heart is already taken. Wenhui chuckled, covering her mouth. Ko Yichang's face was suffused with crimson. Ling Yun prefers the He family's young gentleman. Having uttered her thoughts in one breath, her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, akin to a ripened apple, rosy and radiant. This matchmaking endeavor went remarkably smoothly, lifting a significant weight off Wenhui's shoulders. As the day waned, she resolved to arrange a meeting with the matriarch of the He family the following day to discuss Ko Yichang's potential engagement to young Master He. Ko Yichang's face remained flushed. As you wish. In the courtyard, against the wall, a pomegranate tree flourished, beneath which lay an exquisite daybed, with a swing nearby. In the center of the yard stood a round stone table accompanied by 4 low stone stools. The new shoots bore a faint green hue, while the late blooms exhibited a delicate pink. Instead of the vibrant blossoms of May, the branches in June bore lantern-like fruit. Shang Tingli tilted his head, gesturing toward the pomegranates above. He murmured, pomegranates are indeed beautiful. At least they are edible. As for Ling Yun, she had yet to even begin her pursuit, yet somehow found herself entangled in this situation. Meanwhile, in the study, a warm orange glow of the setting sun streamed through the intricately carved window, casting dappled patterns upon a landscape painting hung on the eastern wall, as if the sunset had brushed its brilliance onto the canvas, glimmering on the water surface and making it seem as though one could step into the scene. A young man sat at the writing desk, adorned in a golden silk robe with narrow sleeves, exuding an air of confidence. At that moment, his captivating peach blossom eyes appeared dim, reminiscent of tranquil autumn waters. 2 dark-clad guards knelt before him, confessing their shortcomings. We have failed in our duties. Please punish us, my lord. Ko Xian turned slowly, his tone languid. Each will receive 20 lashes. Should this occur again, do not bother to return to see me. Understood. The guards swiftly exited, only daring to breathe freely once they were a distance away. In hushed tones, one murmured to the other, what exactly did we do wrong? Chapter 18, A Change of Heart. The following day, when Hui invited the matriarch of the He family to her residence. The two engaged in conversation for half an hour before deciding to take a leisurely stroll by the spring pool, accompanied by Ko Yichang. When Hui, contemplating the situation, sent someone to the new garden to invite Shang Tingli to join them, aware that the outing was merely a pretext, primarily intended for Ko Yichang and the He family's eldest son to meet in person, Shang Tingli declined the invitation. For Ko Yichang, this development was fortuitous, temporarily alleviating a weight on her mind. She could afford to wait. Unlike others preoccupied with visiting dowry shops, she was not burdened by such concerns. The dowry left by her mother had long been converted into banknotes in the capital, and all that reached her were these notes. As for the shop in Nanwu, it was managed by her mother's acquaintances, and she had no intention of traveling there. The dowry from her maternal uncle's family did not include any shop, only banknotes and fine fabrics. Shang Tingli sat on a stone stool in the courtyard, resting his chin on his hands against the table. It was likely that Kusun had left when the matriarch from the He family arrived. It was a splendid sunny day, with the vast sky devoid of clouds. An azure expanse as clear as jade. Sunlight poured down unobstructedly, filtering through the pomegranate trees' emerald leaves and peach-hued fruits, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. A gentle breeze wafted through the pomegranate trees, seemingly infused with their fragrant essence. Feng Ji, Gontang, let us take a stroll, Shang Tingli suggested, rising to his feet. In a previous life, at this time, she would have been busy tidying up in the small courtyard of the Ji family, with no leisure to venture outside. A light breeze swept through the curtains, mingling with the fragrance of tea. On the other side of the wall, the distant, melodious singing of performers could be faintly heard. In the elegantly adorned hall, the aroma of tea wafted through the air, where 2 young men sat facing each other at a low table. One of them, just reaching adulthood, donned a striking crimson round-collared brocade robe. The vivid hue not only complemented his features, but accentuated his radiant countenance, resembling a crescent moon. His almond-shaped eyes, long and slightly upturned, sparkled with clarity, concealing the youthful pride and unruliness within. A beauty mark beneath his lip added to his summer charm. This stunningly handsome youth was none other than Kusun, who had departed that morning. Opposite him sat another young man clad in a verdant round-collared brocade robe, exuding an air of aloof elegance. He held a delicate, white ceramic teacup, lightly blowing on it before savoring a sip, then setting it down gracefully. "From where did you obtain this information, Xingchen?" Kusun inquired, raising his gaze. "Does Brother Yunyan trust me?" Kuyu retorted, his eyes fixed on him. "How can you prove your trustworthiness?" After sipping his tea, Kusun chuckled softly. "I shared 2 matters with Brother Yunyan. First, the truth will reveal itself by the end of the month. Second, he has set out today to lead a team to Sha Bay. You might consider placing an informant among them to ascertain the facts." Calmly, Kuyu responded, "If what you say is true, some matters may be too late to address." "What matter is Brother Yunyan referring to?" Kusun asked. "What do you believe, Xingchen?" Kuyu countered. I think." Kuyu observed him. Suddenly, Kusun broke into a grin, revealing a set of pulley white teeth, his adorable little canines betraying his youthful spirit. Kuyu remained silent. If they were to win the gamble, it would indeed be a mutually beneficial outcome. Kusun set down his teacup. Kuyu cast him a sidelong glance. "How did you converse with the 4th brother 3 months ago?" "Good brother, a true hero does not dwell on past glories." Kusun's smile faltered slightly, but he soon regained his composure, raising both hands and closing his eyes briefly before laughing again, responding with 4 words, "A change of heart." "Understood." In the Peach and Plum Alley on North Street, at the Liangzhu Pavilion, the most opulent jewelry store in the capital awaited. Constructed entirely of wood, the establishment boasted 3 stories. Each level showcased different jewelry, varying in price. The higher one ascended, the more exquisite and costly the adornments became. Shang Tingli, accompanied by 2 maidservants, wandered here without realizing it. Upon entering, a shop assistant approached. "Madam, which floor would you like to visit?" Noting Shang Tingli's affluent attire, the assistant, perhaps assuming her family was of noble standing, suggested, "Our 3rd floor features the most exquisite pieces. Perhaps you would like to take a look?" Before Shang Tingli could respond, the proprietor squeezed past the assistant and, bowing respectfully, greeted, I have the honor of meeting the young master's wife." The news of the daughter and cousin of the Marquis of Yizhong exchanging vows at the behest of Her Majesty had already circulated throughout the capital. The proprietor, having met Shang Tingli several times, recognized her now and treated her with utmost courtesy. "Would the young master's wife like to head directly to the 3rd floor? Would you like an introduction?" he inquired, a smile spreading across his face. Shang Tingli smiled slightly. "No need. I shall browse on my own." "Very well. Please take your time," the proprietor replied, acquiescing. However, Shang Tingli did not proceed directly to the 3rd floor. Instead, she chose to explore the 1st floor first. She selected jewelry solely based on her personal preference, never concerning herself with the price, and had little inclination to let costs dictate her choices. In the past, as a distant cousin of the Marquis, living under her aunt's care, she had been a mere unfortunate soul without much money. Even if she desired to purchase something expensive, it was not feasible for her to acquire it all at once. Whether the jewelry on the 1st floor was too commonplace or her standards too elevated, she found nothing to her liking. "Let us move to the 2nd floor," she declared as she stepped out. Just then, a charming voice called out, "Am I seeing things? Is that not the young master's wife of the Prince of Rin?" Turning to the source of the voice, she saw a woman clad in a pale pink long gown and matching skirt, draped in a light coral jacket, her steps graceful and her figure elegant. It was Lanxi. Shang Tingli smiled. "Ah, it is Madame Ji." The mention of Madame Ji seemed to strike a nerve with Lanxi, who ground her teeth in response. She curtsied slightly. "I have the honor of meeting the young master's wife." Instantly, Shang Tingli's expression brightened. "Ah, Cousin Lanxi, you are too kind." Chapter 19. The dog hole. She could hardly bring herself to believe that the man she had once married was not merely one to turn his back on others, but could also, in moments of necessity, offer his protection and support. This unique regard, which eluded her in her previous life, was now bestowed upon someone she despised most. filling her heart with a tumult of resentment and intense jealousy. Shang Tingli remarked, I have the freedom to wander wherever I please, regardless of what cousin Lanxi thinks. She cast a curious glance at her. From where do you deduce that the young master treats me harshly? It was perplexing. Perhaps the foolish young master was not the one acting irrationally, it was the woman before her. Yet, Lanxi believed she had glimpsed the truth she longed for and smirked. Surely, the young master has neglected you. You ventured out today, without sufficient silver. Hence you are confined to the first floor, unable to ascend to the third, are you not? Shang Tingli, somewhat bewildered, replied, I possess my own silver. Why must it be that only his funds allow me the liberty to roam? This person's intellect was truly lacking. It was a waste of heaven's gift to grant her another life. No matter her protests, Lanxi stubbornly insisted, you are indeed neglected by the young master. Noticing her unwavering confidence, Shang Tingli could not help but chuckle. How can Madame Ji be so certain? Have you perhaps been wed to my family's young master? The neglect Lanxi experienced in her past life, when she married into the Prince of Ren's household, evidently compelled her to project a similar narrative onto Shang Tingli. With a gentle smile, Shang Tingli countered, Oh, I have not. But how can you be so assured that I am neglected by the young master? Can an outsider know better than I myself? I know for certain. Unfortunately, Lanxi dared not voice her thoughts and could only glare at her defiantly. Do not celebrate too soon. Shang Tingli extended 2 fingers, mimicking a pair of scissors cutting through the air, and remarked, This is the second time I've heard that. Lanxi was positioned at the corner of the staircase, effectively blocking the way. Shang Tingli flashed her a radiant smile. Please excuse me. I must ascend. Before Lanxi could react, Shang Tingli deftly moved past her and ascended the staircase. The maids, Fangji and Gontang, exchanged glances, but chose not to follow directly behind Shang Tingli, opting instead to circumvent Lanxi from the other side. Infuriated, Lanxi stamped her foot and pointed at the figure she loathed, exclaiming, Just wait. I shall become a first-rank lady. In her fury, Lanxi failed to notice that the shop was already bustling with onlookers, their eager curiosity palpable. In a corner where she could not hear, whispers circulated about the sickly daughter of the Yizhong Marquis, who would rather pick sesame seeds than melons, foolishly hoping the sesame would earn her a title. Upon reaching the second floor, Shang Tingli selected a couple of items she fancied before turning her attention to the third floor. After surveying the third floor, she ultimately purchased 2 sets of headpieces, 2 hairpins, a jade hairpin, and a pair of silver earrings from the Liangzhu Pavilion. Having settled the bill downstairs, the shopkeeper was considerate enough to have a servant assist in loading her purchases onto the carriage outside. Exiting the Liangzhu Pavilion, Shang Tingli, accompanied by her 2 maids, entered the opposite Qingfeng Alley. They had been out for quite some time and the sun was at its zenith, casting the shortest shadows of the day, yet the streets remained teeming with life and traffic. Shang Tingli glanced up at the sky and suggested, Let us dine outdoors today. The maids responded, We shall follow your wishes. The Liangzhu Pavilion was renowned for its jewelry, while the Meisher Pavilion was celebrated for its cuisine. Shang Tingli had traversed from Tali Alley to Qingfeng Alley with a singular intent of feasting at Meisher Pavilion. Though she had sampled the food from Meisher Pavilion, she had never dined there in person. To her surprise, she noticed that across from Meisher Pavilion stood a gambling den. Gontang, a regular at Meisher Pavilion, was unfazed. It is said that the Liyun Pavilion has been operating for several years now. As the wind rustled through the bamboo, casting dappled shadows, in the small dormitory shared by 6, 2 young figures sat wide-eyed, both clad in the blue scholars' robes of the National Academy. Among them, a small boy with a round face and bright red lips hesitated. I had intended to quit gambling. He glanced at the others engrossed in their books. But gambling, he left the word unspoken. His slightly plumper companion frowned, expressing discontent at his hesitation. Xiao, are you still a man? He lifted his chin defiantly. Of course. Then why speak of quitting? Zhao Xiaolu retorted. You do not understand. If I do not quit, I shall become addicted, and addiction leads to ruin. Zhao Qingji rolled his eyes. How can it be that severe? We do not go every day. How could we become addicted? And if we are not addicted, how could we meet our demise? Reminded of his sister-in-law's tragic fate, Ku Yi's expression turned troubled. Zhao Qingji continued, moreover, You are the fifth young master of the Prince of Ren's household, and I am the sixth young master of the Censor's Bureau. The second prince is your cousin and my relative. Who would dare take our lives? But there is no but. Let us go. Ko-yi remained still, his round eyes fixed on Zhao Qingji. We have lessons soon. Why rush? Zhao Qingji leapt from his bed and rushed over to pull him along. Forget about the lessons. On a rest day, can you sneak out alone? Ko-yi shook his head. I cannot. My mother watches closely. On rest days, I must remain at home completing my assignments. Hurry, Zhao Qingji urged. If we go now, we can still enjoy 2 hours of fun. Ko-yi felt tempted. Then you must promise we won't be discovered. Zhao Qingji patted his chest confidently. You need not worry. If the teacher complains, I shall say, we merely went out to savor some delicacies.
Deal.
With that, Ko-yi ceased his hesitation, donned his shoes, and followed Zhao Qingji out of the dormitory. The two young boys, brimming with energy, dashed towards the cluster of bamboo where a concealed dog hole lay, hidden from view. They had squeezed through this entrance more than once, and this time was no different. Chapter 20. The gambling house. After Shang Tingli and her two servants had their fill, they emerged from the food pavilion, their gaze catching two furtive figures. Two young boys were sneaking about, glancing left and right, and in the next moment, they darted into the gambling house. Shang Tingli narrowed her eyes. There were clearly attendants stationed at the entrance, yet they allowed the children to enter, indicating a deliberate action. If even children were granted entry, the establishment was likely a den of vice. Come, let us change our attire. After taking a few steps forward, they arrived at a tailor shop. Shang Tingli entered. A customer was already being greeted by the shopkeeper, who welcomed her with a bow. Madam, please come in. Are you looking to purchase clothing? Is it for yourself or for someone at home? Should it be flamboyant and eye-catching, or more subdued and understated? Or perhaps... Abruptly, Shang Tingli interrupted the shopkeeper's chatter. Please find me an outfit suitable for a young gentleman, along with 2 outfits for my attendants. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Ah? Shang Tingli reiterated her request, adding, they must fit our sizes and be in more understated colors. Certainly. Though the shopkeeper was puzzled, he turned to fetch the requested items. Fangji suddenly felt a twitch in her right eyelid, her heart uneasy. Why are you purchasing men's clothing? Her intuition suggested that her master intended to undertake something significant. Shang Tingli teased, you shall know soon enough. Fangji, increasingly anxious, said nothing more. Before long, the shopkeeper returned with 3 sets of men's clothing as requested. Shang Tingli took the garments, glanced around, and inquired, do you have a fitting room? Yes, indeed. The shopkeeper led her to the back, where the fitting room was concealed behind a rack of fabric, rendering it invisible from the outside. Shang Tingli took the outfit meant for the young gentleman inside, handing the other 2 identical sets to her maids. I will change first. You may wait until I am done. Once the curtain was drawn, blocking outside prying eyes, the 2 maids exchanged glances. After they had all changed, Fangji helped Shang Tingli remove her hairpin, letting her hair down before styling it into a gentleman's topknot. They assisted each other in arranging the attire for the young servants. Before stepping out, they applied a light dusting of powder to their faces. Shang Tingli glanced sideways. Shopkeeper, could you bring us a basin of water? I will take the madam to the backyard. My wife is there, and I shall have her fetch water for you.
Thank you.
In less than a tea's time, the 3 ladies had transformed into 3 young gentlemen. Fangji went to settle the bill. Kindly keep these garments and accessories safe for us. I shall return to collect them later. In addition to the payment for the 3 outfits, Fangji slipped the shopkeeper a silver ingot. The shopkeeper beamed. I will ensure they are well guarded for the young lady. Upon exiting the tailor shop, Fangji promptly addressed Shang Tingli. Young master, where are we headed now? Shang Tingli pointed towards the gambling house, raising her chin slightly. There. The 2 maids exchanged confused glances. Which place do you mean? In the moment of their uncertainty, Shang Tingli had already reached the entrance of the gambling house, but was stopped by a man. Miss, it is now June, not the first day of the new year. The implication was clear. She could not enter. Shang Tingli paused for a moment. This was a place where even women frequented on the first day of the month, and yet, the gambling houses were often crowded with ladies eager to indulge. Each year on this day, the casinos buzzed with excitement. As the women immersed themselves in the thrill of the games, their eyes wide with anticipation for the elusive wins. She glanced down at herself. Although clad in a gentleman's round-collared robe, with her hair styled accordingly and her makeup removed, her features still bore the unmistakable mark of a young woman. The attendant was no fool. Before her unadorned yet delicate visage, he could not utter "young master." "Miss, it is not the first day of the month. We do not admit female guests into our gambling house." Not only was this the case for this establishment, but it was a rule across all gambling houses in the capital. "Please, good sir, I beseech you, allow me to enter just to find someone. I will depart shortly thereafter." Shang Tingli gave Fang Ji a knowing glance, and she produced a silver ingot from her pouch. Extending it to the attendant with a smile, "Might you assist us, good sir?" The attendant hesitated, his gaze fixated on the silver in Fang Ji's hand. Unable to divert his attention, disguised as a young gentleman to seek someone within the gambling house, she must be the wife of some affluent family. While the gambling houses did entertain courtesans, if a certain young master happened to be entwined with one of them, allowing this lady entry might lead to trouble. Seeing the attendant remain silent for too long, Shang Tingli turned to Fang Ji. Fang Ji produced another silver ingot, presenting both to the attendant. "Could you possibly facilitate this for us?" The silver gleamed in the daylight. The attendant's eyes brightened, and with swift hands, he accepted both ingots, his face breaking into a broad smile. "I am not so hard-hearted." To Shang Tingli, he said, "But you must promise me." "Only to find your acquaintance and cause no disturbance." Shang Tingli smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry. I will not put you in a difficult position." With her assurance, the attendant granted them passage. Inside the gambling house, the atmosphere was rife with excitement. Some patrons were flushed with victory, while others bore expressions of despair. The Lion House was the largest gambling establishment in the capital, offering a myriad of games, betting, poker, cockfighting, horse racing, pai gow, and more, each more dazzling than the last. Regrettably, amidst the sea of faces, there was no sign of the person she sought. Shang Tingli pressed her temples, continuing her search until she finally spotted the individual she had been looking for at the dice table. The game in progress was one of the simpler variants of dice betting, guessing the total. 3 dice were concealed beneath a cup. The dealer would shake them, and players would wager on whether the total would be small or large, with totals of 3 to 10 deemed small and 11 to 18 considered large. The crowd gathered around this table was the loudest, filled with boisterous energy, their voices sharp and lively, while the gleaming coins on the table captivated Shang Tingli's attention. Yet, even more striking was the broad grin revealing a set of pulley whites belonging to one particular boy. As the sound of dice rattled, the dealer brought the cup down. Immersed in excitement, a rosy-cheeked young lad exclaimed, "Big. Roll big." Beside him, a chubby boy echoed his enthusiasm. "Let us see a big win." The dealer revealed the dice, 2, 3, and 5, totaling 10 small. Chapter 21. Brother Fang Ji gave her a tug, and Gong Tang closed her mouth, the unfinished words lingering between them. The two followed Shang Tingli, discreetly positioning themselves behind Ku Yi. The dealer once again rolled the dice, and the outcome was still small. The 2 young boys, momentarily discouraged yet unwilling to concede, felt their pockets, which were disappointingly empty, and exchanged a knowing glance, a shared idea blossoming in their minds. In unison, they addressed the dealer. "Let us have 1 round on credit." Zhao Qingji declared, "I have wealth at home. I would never default on a debt. I wish to bet big." Ku Yi chimed in, "Yes, indeed. I shall borrow 2 taels of silver for another round, and I will bet on big." Their obsession with winning big bordered on madness. It seemed they could not rest until they secured a large win, unwilling to relent until their desires were fulfilled. Traditionally, gambling houses did not permit credit, yet the dealer, perhaps swayed by the boys' attire, scholarly robes from the Guozijian, suggesting they hailed from affluent families, and their confident demeanor, acquiesced to their request. "Are you certain one of you will borrow 2 taels?" The boys replied in chorus, "Certainly." The dealer said no more. "Young lads, are you ready to place your bets? If not, kindly step aside." A voice came from behind, and Shang Tingli lowered her tone, attempting to sound like a gentleman. "I am betting. I will wager on small." Gong Tang pushed forward, placing a 50 taels silver note on the small bet. Observing this, the person behind Shang Tingli quietly shifted positions. Fang Ji whispered, "Why are you still gambling?" Ku Yi, feeling a strange thrill, scanned the crowd but recognized no familiar faces. Zhao Qingji, puzzled by his behavior, asked, "What are you looking at, Xiaowu?" "The dice are about to be rolled. Focus." A peculiar feeling swelled within Ku Yi, an unsettling sense that something was amiss. I just heard a voice that seemed familiar. Shang Tingli, standing behind him, chuckled softly. Could it not be familiar? I sent you a complete set of writing materials not long ago. Feigning nonchalance, Ku Yi glanced around once more, but when he finally turned to look, he nearly wept. Behind him stood a frail young man, his long hair tied elegantly, embodying youthful spirit and striking beauty, exuding an air of delicate grace. Indeed, a girl dressed in a boy's attire. The exquisite garment accentuated his slender form, and the black sash at his waist further highlighted his delicate physique. His refined features now bore a languid expression as he watched the game, his naturally crimson lips and a beauty mark enhancing his ethereal appearance. It was unmistakably his sister-in-law. Ku Yi stared at her for what felt like an eternity, unable to utter another word. Shang Tingli averted her gaze, feigning indifference. Overwhelmed by a wave of despair, Ku Yi felt defeated. The dealer rolled the dice, revealing 2 2s and a 4, totaling 8, a small outcome. The dealer remarked, "Children, your 2 taels of silver are lost. Remember to repay, or we may have to seek you out at home for our dues." Zhao Qingji clenched his teeth. "I wish to continue. Let me borrow another 2 taels. I still want to bet big." His determination was unwavering. Ku Yi grasped his arm, urgently imploring, "Do not continue. Stop now." He instinctively stole a glance at Shang Tingli, relieved to find her attention elsewhere, and whispered, "You said the same before." Gontang had already pocketed both the original stake and the winnings. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Ku Yi's words, Zhao Qingji scratched his cheek, grinning, "If I lose, I shall stop." To prove his sincerity, he raised his hand in an oath. "I promise this time, I truly mean it." Ku Yi rolled his eyes. "If you wish to gamble, then so be it. Truly, it is hard to advise a fool. Have you both made your decisions?" The dealer urged.
Plead.
"I shall not gamble any longer." Zhao Qingji insisted. "I have made up my mind. I will bet." "What are you betting on?" "No more gambling is permitted." Shang Tingli glared at them fiercely and turned to the dealer, saying, "They will no longer gamble. I will cover their debt of 4 taels." The dealer paused.
"And who might you be to them?"
"A brother." With those 2 words, Shang Tingli seized Ku Yi by the collar and led him away. Fang Ji grasped Zhao Qingji's shoulder, ushering him along, while Gontang, trailing behind, placed down 4 taels of silver before hurrying to catch up. The attendant at the entrance, initially wary of Shang Tingli causing a scene, was now taken aback to see her leading a child away. It was not a wife coming to confront a gambling husband, but rather a sister rescuing her wayward younger brother. As Shang Tingli approached, she halted and smiled at the attendant. "Have you noticed when these 2 little rascals slipped in?" The attendant, flustered, replied, "Perhaps there were too many guests, and I did not notice." Shang Tingli smiled, saying nothing more, as she led Ku Yi away from the entrance of the gambling house. It was merely arranged by the 4th prince. There was no oversight. It was all quite deliberate. Even the dealer was in his employ. Relying on deceit to swindle, all to ensnare 2 mischievous children. Were it not for her intention to clear their debts, she might not have confirmed their relationship when the dealer inquired. Ku Yi felt a tremor of dismay, as if he might shatter. His sister-in-law claimed that the attendant and dealer were both agents of the 4th prince. Did this mean he had walked into a trap? Remembering they were in public and that she had donned a disguise, he hesitated. "Brother, could you?" Zhao Qingji, perplexed, interrupted, "Xiaowu, when did you acquire such a brother?" Frowning, he glanced at Shang Tingli, and upon recognizing her features, his eyes widened in shock. "Isn't this?" Ku Yi hastily covered his mouth, as Zhao Qingji's muffled protests escalated. Shang Tingli smiled innocently. "What were you about to say, Xiaowu?" Ku Yi's eyes darted, avoiding hers. "Could you refrain from revealing my secret?" Shang Tingli's smile faded, replaced by an icy resolve. "I cannot." Desperation surged within Ku Yi. "I will obey you from now on." "Truly?" "Baozhen." "I am so sorry, Sister Baozhen." Chapter 22. Squeezing soft persimmons when Hui initially felt a surge of joy. rising to stretch her neck to glimpse behind the guard, but upon seeing no one, her expression darkened. Frowning, she inquired, "Have you not located the fifth young master?" Upon recalling something, she did not wait for the guard's response and urged, "Quickly, search every gambling house." Wen Hui paused for a moment, and just then, Shang Tingli stepped into the room, grasping a half-grown boy in one hand. Releasing the two children, he considered for a moment, bowed to Wen Hui, and called out, "Mother." "Ali, what is this?" Seeing Kui alive, Wen Hui dismissed him from her mind and stared in bewilderment at Shang Tingli, clad in a round-collared robe. Perplexed by her well-behaved daughter-in-law's masculine attire. Grasping her hand, Wen Hui sighed, "You have worked hard." A gentle smile graced her lips as she nodded softly, "You may go." The two children watched as Wen Hui accompanied Shang Tingli out. Zhao Qingji tugged at Kuyi's sleeve and whispered, "Wow, she is your elder brother's wife? No wonder I have never seen her before." Kuyi responded with a dull tilting his head back in a sigh, feeling utterly defeated. Wen Hui cast an impassive glance at the two whispering heads, instructing the guard, "Go inform the official S-wife that her sixth young master is currently in our residence." Understood. The guard turned to leave. Kuyi scratched his ear and interjected, "Mother, my sister-in-law has already sent someone to the Zhao family's sixth young master." "Very well." Bai Xiao curtsied and exited the main hall. Upon hearing this, Kuyi's heart raced, and he perked up his ears, awaiting his mother's response. Wen Hui paused before saying, "There is no need." When Mama fell silent, Kuyi exhaled in relief, narrowly escaping a mixed reprimand. Only then did Wen Hui fix her stern gaze upon Kuyi. "Sneaking out to gamble? Have you learned this skill? Who has taught you such a disgraceful habit?" Kuyi dared not utter a word, while Zhao Qingji buried his head lower than his.
Wen vit expression d'arconed.
Today had opened her eyes to many things. Fortunately, the union between Ling Yun and the He family's young master had proceeded smoothly. Both families had exchanged tokens and officially established a marriage pact. Otherwise, she would be even more troubled. Reflecting on the young lady's sentiments, when Huey's expression grew grave, it was indeed a matter of concern. She glanced at Kuyi, realizing that her son had truly adopted this vice. If discovered late, she shuddered at the thought of the consequences. A boy under 10 facing punishment, enduring a beating to the death. How painful that would be. With this thought, anger surged within her, and she commanded, "Kneel." Kuyi, speechless, knelt quickly, his back straight. Zhao Qingji, startled, widened his eyes, alternating his gaze between Kuyi and Wen Hui, instinctively asking as he slowly knelt, "Do I also need to kneel?" His voice trembled slightly. Kuyi. Wen Hui shot a glance at Zhao Qingji, "Kneel properly."
All right.
Initially slow and hesitant, Zhao Qingji promptly knelt. After a quarter of an hour, the doorman announced Princess, His Highness the Second Prince, along with official Zhao and Mrs. Zhao, have arrived.
Please let them in. Yes.
Moments later, 3 figures entered. "Greetings, Aunt Wang." "Greetings, Princess." The 3 spoke in unison. "Your Highness, official Zhao, Mrs. Zhao," Wen Hui greeted with a smile, instructing Wen Mama, "Bring tea." "Yes, Princess." Kuyi's forehead throbbed. "Are you still going to gamble?" Zhao Qingji nodded as if it were the most natural thing. "Of course. It's far more entertaining than studying." Kuyi silently shifted away, thinking, "Don't let this lead to your demise." Seeing Zhao Qingji kneeling, Mrs. Zhao felt a pang of sympathy, quickly moving to lift him, tenderly brushing off the dust from his knees. Wen Hui observed with a slight furrow of her brow, but refrained from commenting. After exchanging pleasantries, Shang Tingli turned to glance over. Dressed in a fine round-collared robe, he sat upright, bearing a calm demeanor, handsome and robust. It must be said, the royal family possesses remarkable looks. The crown prince, the 4th prince, and the 2nd prince before me, alongside the foolish young master. Among them, this young master is the most handsome. Alas, the most beautiful is also the most foolish. Xian gripped the armrest of his chair, his knuckles turning white, suspecting he could break it. Mrs. Zhao looked at Shang Tingli, smiling subtly. How could the young master's wife go to a gambling house? It isn't the first day of the month. How could she enter? Wen Hui glanced at Zhao Qingji with a playful smile. That would be a question for your son, who, at such a tender age. Ought to be diligently studying in school rather than sneaking off to gamble. After kneeling for a while, Mrs. Zhao was deeply concerned. When Hui chuckled lightly, teasingly glancing at Zhao Qingji in his mother's embrace. Who knows if it was merely a coincidence or if there were deeper motives at play. After all, we have not witnessed it ourselves. Mrs. Zhao, wishing to avoid further dialogue with Wen Hui, cast a meaningful glance at Shang Tingli. Shang Tingli, rendered speechless, subtly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Do soft persimmons attract the squeeze? Unable to squeeze the young master, shall the princess squeeze the young master's wife? When Hui's expression grew icy, Mrs. Zhao, some words should not be spoken lightly. At our age, we ought to understand that misfortune often comes from careless speech. Chapter 23. The ringleader. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, yet when Hui remained silent. She had previously heard tales of the crown prince's erratic behavior, acting solely according to his whims. Lady Zhao dared not provoke him, her expression faltering as she replied, "That is not my intention."
Kexin maintained a stoic silence.
In an attempt to ease the tension, Kurue interjected, "Star Minister, you speak too gravely."
My aunt does not mean it that way.
Following suit, Minister Zhao added, "Our Zhao family indeed appreciates the kindness of the crown prince's consort. I shall make a formal visit with a substantial gift in due time." How insincere. The trio of mother and sons exchanged glances, silently agreeing that it was indeed hypocritical. Shang Tingli, adept at pretense, feigned understanding, remarking, "Minister, you are too courteous. I merely acted out of kindness. It is not a matter of obligation." Minister Zhao insisted, "That cannot be. Your gesture is indeed a significant favor, and it must be repaid." Reluctantly, Shang Tingli conceded, "Very well, do as you see fit, Minister Zhao." When Hui furrowed her brow and inquired, "Zhao Wu, what have you done?"
Keskiviikkoja, equalite wildered, stammered.
"What did I do?" Shang Tingli cast a sympathetic glance at him. "Oh, poor child. They believe you have led their good son astray." Kui opened his mouth, nearly blurting out a denial before quickly covering it, managing to maintain his composure and keep the secret safe. Unbeknownst to him, his gesture was misinterpreted as guilt, prompting Lady Zhao to bluntly state, "To be candid with you, Princess, our Qingji was once a diligent student. It was only after he spent time with your fifth young master that he began to skip school. And that is not the worst of it. At such a tender age, he has already learned to gamble." When Hui could not help but scoff, "If you ask me, it is your son who has corrupted mine." What a masterful deflection. Why not take up cooking at the National Academy instead? Shang Tingli discreetly rolled his eyes, but when his gaze met Ko-Exion's profound eyes, he momentarily froze, quickly forcing a smile and feigning innocence. "What is it?" "Nothing." Ko-Exion turned away, contemplating that had he not been privy to her inner thoughts, he would scarcely recognize her expression. Has she lost her mind? This is somewhat alarming.
Kesin.
Meanwhile, the adults continued to argue over who was at fault, unwilling to accept that their children could be the ringleaders of such mischief. Shang Tingli, feeling a headache coming on, could not refrain from suggesting, "Why not ask the children themselves? They are the ones who know their affairs best." A brief silence enveloped the room. In unison, when Hui and Lady Zhao urged, "Young ones, tell us, who led whom astray?"
Keskiviikkoja replied, "Tiao Tsiaolia."
Zhao Qingji retorted, "Of course, it was me." As the words left the children's lips, an awkward silence fell over the gathering. It was when Hui who first broke the tension with a laugh, a hint of sarcasm in her voice, suggesting that the adults were less candid than the children. The Zhao couple was taken aback by the unexpected outcome. Zhao Qingji continued, "I was the one who first discovered how amusing the dice were. I played with Ben Hua and found it endlessly entertaining. Later, I secretly brought the dice to the dormitory, and when Ke Xiaowu saw me, I invited him to join. Once he played, he found it just as enjoyable. Ben Hua was his servant." Zhao Qingji rambled on, practically confessing. When Hui fixed her gaze upon the Zhao couple, "Gentlemen, it appears we must settle the score." "It is a misunderstanding," Minister Zhao interjected hastily. Lady Zhao, feeling embarrassed, remained silent. Having observed the unfolding drama for some time, Ku Rui looked at Zhao Qingji and asked, "Xiao Lu, how did you come across these dice?" A pointed inquiry, hitting the crux of the matter. Shang Tingli turned his attention to Zhao Qingji. Children are indeed easy to deceive. Ku Xian also regarded Zhao Qingji. The moment the question was posed, it became evident to all present that someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, subtly guiding the children. Shang Tingli lowered his head to stare at the ground. Indeed, this appears to be the fourth prince's scheme. To discreetly harm Ke Xiaowu, one must manipulate those closest to him. Zhao Xiaolu, being the one closest to Ke Xiaowu and a cousin of the second prince, is the perfect candidate for this role. Ku Xian cast his eyes downward, piecing together the entire situation. The fourth prince had dispatched a spy to infiltrate the minister's residence, who, seizing the opportunity, captivated Zhao Xiaolu with the allure of gambling. Naturally, Zhao Xiaolu, adhering to the principle of sharing fortune, unwittingly led Ke Xiaowu down the path of vice. Furthermore, arrangements had been made to ensure that on Zhao Xiaolu's route home from school, mention of gambling houses would come up, setting the stage for everything that followed. The establishment likely had its own informants, such as the staff willing to allow children entry into gambling dens. Were it not for Ku Xian's ability to hear the thoughts of the crown prince's consort, anyone observing would have praised the second prince for his cunning strategy, truly willing to use children as pawns. Moreover, in a previous life, only Ke Xiaowu had faced dire consequences, making it impossible for anyone to suspect the fourth prince. Ku Yi pouted, on the verge of tears, feeling unjustly wronged, questioning why the fourth prince had taken such an interest in his existence. Her heart was filled with discontent towards the fourth prince, struggling to comprehend how one could scheme against another to such an extent. The family of three took their leave. Ku Rui, however, lingered, and Wen Hui, sensing he had something to discuss with her eldest son, said nothing further, merely tugging at Ku Yi's collar as they exited the main hall. Only the three remained in the chamber. Chapter 24. Alliances. As Shang Tingli was about to rise, a large hand pressed down on hers, which was resting on the armrest of the chair. She looked at Ku Xian in confusion. What is this about? Ku Xian feigned ignorance and merely said to Ke Rui, Brother Lingzhou, feel free to speak your mind. Ke Rui glanced at Shang Tingli. She is destined to be my consort for life. What could Brother Lingzhou possibly be concerned about? A smirk played on Ku Xian's lips. A hint of mockery not directed at Shang Tingli, but rather at the Empress Dowager's decree. Ku Rui understood. As he stated, regardless of what the future holds, his consort cannot be altered. And as a unified couple, the Crown Prince's consort would hardly be reckless enough to court danger. Having come to this conclusion, Ke Rui felt no further need to dwell on it. He narrowed his eyes and stated, Someone seems to be targeting us. What do you think, Xingchen? You're asking how the fourth prince's sycophants perceive this? Your Highness, is this not akin to seeking advice from a shrimp on how to catch a big fish? Shang Tingli thought this quite amusing and had to stifle a laugh. How did he come to be labeled as the fourth prince's sycophant? Ku Xian's expression shifted slightly. Regretting having allowed this conversation to linger, he had gleaned no useful information and only faced a barrage of insults. Brother Lingzhou, you jest. Who would target me? Ku Rui lifted his eyelids and cast a shadowy glance at him, using Xiao Lu to harm Xiaowu. Is that not targeting you? Your Highness has keen insight. It is indeed directed at the young master. Had it not been for Ke Xiaowu, Xiao Lu might not have suffered. However, with a second prince cousin above him, he cannot escape his fate. This is merely convenient for someone to achieve two objectives with one arrow. Shang Tingli lowered her head, adhering to the principle of not speaking out of turn, and focused on diminishing her presence. After a pause, Ku Xian smiled at Ke Rui. Brother Lingzhou, you worry too much.
Oh.
This sounds as if you're implying that your household has only an heir to the throne, but no claim to the imperial throne. Shang Tingli looked at him in surprise. Now it seems you are not as hopelessly foolish as I thought. Ku Xian. Ke Rui's expression suddenly darkened, his brows knitting together in displeasure at Ku Xian's words. Ku Xian, maintaining a calm demeanor, continued, Only you, Brother Lingzhou, are being targeted. Our Xiaowu is merely an unfortunate victim caught in the crossfire. Ku Rui shifted his demeanor, letting out a gentle sigh. A hint of resignation in his gaze as he replied, Though that may be true, he is still affected, is he not?
Kesins mai. Keskiviikko Ernest remarker.
I trust Xingchen would not accept such a silent defeat. Why not we join forces to uncover the culprit? Are you proposing to ally with the fourth prince's people? Your Highness possesses great courage. Are you not afraid that an insider and an outsider will strip you bare? Shang Tingli observed Ko Rui's expression shift, noting his audacity. Ko Xian's brow twitched. He truly did not wish to be drawn into Ko Rui's schemes. He simply stated, "Those who can target Brother Ling Zhou are not individuals I can contend with. What can I do? I can only relinquish my concerns, hoping Brother Ling Zhou achieves his desires."
Huh?
Is this the foolish young master I know? I hardly recognize you. Shang Tingli was taken aback, surprised again. Ko Xian felt an itch in his hands. Having reached this point in their conversation, Ko Rui chose not to elaborate further and prepared to leave, bidding farewell with a touch of good fortune. Brother Ling Zhou, take care. Your Highness, do take care. The two watched him depart. Once Ko Rui was a distance away, Shang Tingli curiously scrutinized Ko Xian. Do you truly believe Xiao Wu is merely a victim? Ko Xian nodded nonchalantly. What else could it be? Not quite. Well, it could be said that. But he is not merely implicated by Zhao Xiaolu. It is you who has drawn him into this. Ko Xian's body stiffened slightly. Hearing this again made it hard for him to breathe. Yes, it all stemmed from his allegiance to the fourth prince. Yet, he did not feel he had erred. He was merely blinded, while the fourth prince was treacherous. In this lifetime,
it
is only just to repay debts. Life for life is the fairest exchange. Otherwise, the second prince is unaware of your allegiance to the fourth prince. If the fourth prince learns that the second prince is courting you, he will surely have you feign loyalty while preparing to stab the second prince when the moment arises. I must say, you are not clever enough. In warfare, deception is paramount. You do not grasp this. She voiced these thoughts internally, yet maintained a respectful demeanor towards him, her smile warm and sincere. Regardless, we must keep a close watch on Xiao Wu. He is still a child, and at this age, he is prone to mischief. We cannot allow him to stray. Ko Xian, expressionless, felt his heart shatter. What could he say? To stray could be perilous. The fourth prince's schemes do not end here. Ko Xian pressed his fingers to his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. It was indeed time to impose some discipline to avert a catastrophe. After when Hui took Ko Yi away, she deposited him in the small Buddhist hall to copy the classic of filial piety. Ko Yi's day off was not an excuse for leisure. He was to obediently transcribe the text. Moreover, when Hui had already informed his teacher that he would not be released until he diligently studied. Upon learning this, Shang Tingli instructed the kitchen to prepare some mung bean cakes and mung bean water to cool him down and went to visit Ku Yi in the small hall. Upon seeing her, Ku Yi burst into tears, choking out, "Sister-in-law, save me." Shang Tingli sighed upon hearing this. "I already am saving you. Wow, woo." Hiccup. Ku Yi ate the mung bean cakes while hiccuping, tears streaming down his face like rain, his appearance suggesting that he might choke at any moment. Studying is too hard. Oh, my head hurts. Shang Tingli chuckled at him. Do you not think your headache would vanish if you lost money at the gambling den? Shang Tingli spoke earnestly. A bird must flap its wings before it can soar. A person must study to advance. How can one neglect learning? Ku Yi sniffled. But if I become a general, can I soar too? Shang Tingli raised an eyebrow. Can you understand military strategy?
Putzled, replied.
Isn't enough to just win? That is a valid point. Shang Tingli nodded, smiling lightly as she asked, but what if someone exploits your illiteracy and steals your credit? Ku Yi frowned. I am the fifth young master of the Renqin Wangfu. Who would dare be so blind? If that were to happen, I would beat him to death. Humph. You should continue your studies. Shang Tingli stood up to leave. Ku Yi was left dumbfounded. Sister-in-law? Ultimately, you have developed a grudge. You should copy more books. Ku Yi. Chapter 25, The Lotus Appreciation Banquet. Feng Zhi handed her an invitation. A missive from the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence, inviting her to attend the Lotus Appreciation Banquet hosted by Miss Su Heir in 2 days. The Duke of Protecting the Nation is also the maternal family of the current empress. In her previous life, Miss Su Heir had also held a similar banquet on the same day, but back then, she was married to a 6th-rank guard and was naturally not privy to the invitation from the Duke's residence. It was only later, when she encountered Lanxi on the street, that she learned this gathering was not merely a banquet but a selection event for the crown prince's consort, orchestrated under the guise of the duke's residence by the empress. No wonder, after the banquet concluded, the next day, an imperial decree arrived at the Grand Tutor's residence, indicating that the crown princess had been chosen at this very event. Perhaps the empress had an inkling of the impending end of the Empress Dowager's lifespan and was making arrangements for the crown prince in advance. As for Princess Baozhen's marriage, the empress, feeling a maternal instinct to protect her daughter, likely wished to prolong her daughter's singlehood for a few more years. For a princess of the realm could never be left unmarried. At this moment, Shang Tingli closed the invitation with certainty and inquired, "Surely, the princess and the duchess have also received invitations?" Feng Zhi responded, "Only you and the duchess have been invited to the residence." Shang Tingli nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, it was a banquet hosted by Miss Heir, serving the empress, and it was likely that the guest list consisted of ladies of similar age. Logically, the empress could have hosted a grand event within the palace, especially since none of the adult princes have taken wives yet. If she were to hold a grand affair, it would naturally require consideration for other noble family sons as well. Shang Tingli speculated that perhaps the empress was simply too preoccupied to do so. Before long, the day of Miss Heir's Lotus Appreciation Banquet arrived. Such daytime banquets are typically held in the morning, with hospitable hosts often inviting guests to stay for lunch. After having her breakfast, Shang Tingli set out and encountered Ku Yichang on the way, and the two proceeded together. They shared a carriage, arriving at the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence, neither too early nor too late. At the foot of the steps stood a graceful young lady clad in a pale lavender jacket paired with a sky-blue skirt, her demeanor elegant and poised. It was Miss Heir herself, come to greet her guests. As Shang Tingli and Ku Yichang approached, Miss Heir stepped forward to pay her respects to Ku Yichang, saying, "I've seen the esteemed Lingyun Duchess. Today, Sister Jean Shu is being too modest," Ku Yichang replied with a smile, helping her up. Miss Heir returned the smile. "One must not neglect propriety." Ku Yichang then introduced Shang Tingli, saying, "This is my sister-in-law." It was only then that Miss Heir offered her greetings to Shang Tingli. "I've seen the young lady of the prince." Unfamiliar with the young lady of the Run Prince's residence, she had hesitated to greet her earlier for fear of making a mistake. Although Miss Heir had only extended invitations to the two of them, she could not rule out the possibility of the young lady attending with the Duchess. "Miss Heir," Shang Tingli replied with a smile and a nod. Miss Heir personally led the two into the residence, guiding them to a pavilion by the lotus pond before stepping out to welcome other guests. "Sister Jean Shu is Baozhen's cousin. We usually get along quite well," Ku Yichang briefly explained their relationship. Shang Tingli remarked, "Then Miss Heir must possess a delightful temperament." Ku Yichang laughed. "She is indeed like a cherished beauty in the eyes of her admirers, much like how you see Lingyun." Shang Tingli chuckled softly, turning her attention to the lotus flowers. The lotus pond was expansive, and the pavilion they had settled into was substantial, consisting of two pavilions. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing ripples across the water. The jade-green plates held glistening pearls, while the lotus flowers adorned themselves in vibrant hues. Dragonflies danced gracefully above. "Indeed beautiful, worthy of admiration," Ku Yichang murmured, her eyes flickering with hesitation. She twisted her handkerchief into a tight ball, her expression uncertain as she struggled to voice her thoughts. Gathering her courage, she finally began, "Sister-in-law, But just then, someone approached and inadvertently interrupted her. "Greetings to the Lingyun Duchess." "Please, no formalities," Ku Yichang replied. The newcomer glanced at Shang Tingli beside her, curiosity and mockery evident in her gaze. "And this young lady is?" Displeased by the way she looked at Shang Tingli, Ku Yichang frowned slightly. "Naturally, she is my sister-in-law." "Oh, so you are the Duchess's sister-in-law," the newcomer said, her tone dismissive. Shang Tingli smiled at her. "Indeed, and therefore, you should offer your greetings to me." Suddenly, Ku Yichang felt her irritation dissipate. Her expression softened as she chimed in, "Yes, indeed, Miss Zhou-san." Miss Zhou-san's demeanor shifted, and she bowed deeply. "Greetings to the young lady of the prince." Shang Tingli felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. "You may rise." Following this encounter, Miss Zhou Sen no longer approached them and went off to find her companions. Considering her to be of little consequence, Shang Tingli turned to Ko Yichang and asked, "What were you about to say earlier?" Ko Yichang glanced around. Many guests had already arrived. She shifted closer to Shang Tingli and whispered, "I wanted to ask if you know which young man in the capital is most suitable." Shang Tingli was taken aback. "You? I never imagined you were this kind of Lingyun. Did not mother and I arrange a match for you with the young master he? Why are you considering others?" Ko Yichang exclaimed, "What a misunderstanding. Please let me explain." Shang Tingli prompted, "Oh, please go on. Do you know why Sister Jean Xiu is hosting today's Lotus Appreciation Banquet?"
Keskiviikko etiang inquired.
Shang Tingli paused, then shook her head, turning to the lotus pond behind them, pointing at the stunning blooms. The fairies amongst the waves are adorned in fragrant elegance. Yet it's not merely a banquet for lotus appreciation. It's an event for selecting the crown prince's consort. Ko Yichang's heart skipped a beat. This indeed involved her brother, the crown prince. Suppressing her shock, she whispered, "But that's not the only reason." Shang Tingli blinked. "Is there more? Didn't he mother arrange my marriage to the young master he?"
Ko Yichang continued.
When Baozhen learned of this, she even asked the empress to arrange a match for her as well. Her gaze wandered, avoiding Shang Tingli's eyes. In truth, she had persuaded Baozhen to approach the empress regarding potential suitors. The mere thought of her sister-in-law as heartfelt wishes, knowing that their nation might one day be forced into a marriage alliance, brought her pain. She and Baozhen shared a deep bond, and while she could evade that fate, what of Baozhen? Having gained foresight, she could not bear to envision Baozhen meeting the same fate. Princess Baozhen? Shang Tingli furrowed her brows. There was no mention of Princess Baozhen in my previous life. What has gone amiss? Could it be that my interference in Lingyun's fate has altered Baozhen's as well? Is this butterfly effect truly so profound? Chapter 26. Two feasts in one mansion, what remains unchanged in this world? Moreover, such transformations are not necessarily detrimental. On the contrary, they may prove advantageous to her. If change is inevitable, why must there be a reason for it? Contemplating this, Shang Tingli expressed her confusion. If we are to observe Princess Baozhen, why have we not seen any male guests? Throughout our journey here, we have encountered only women, with no sign of men. Ko Yichang replied, "Later this evening, Baozhen's cousin will invite guests to the mansion for a poetry gathering. They will come to appreciate the lotus while composing poetry." Shang Tingli raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. A feast hosted by two different parties? Such occurrences are not entirely unprecedented in the capital. But I wonder, do people know about it? If young Master Su were unaware of Miss Su's Lotus Appreciation Banquet, or if Miss Su were oblivious to young Master Su's poetry gathering, it would be rather absurd for siblings to hold a banquet without prior communication. How could they not know? Ko Yichang looked at her in astonishment. "Sister-in-law, did you not carefully read the notice from Miss Su? It mentioned it explicitly." "Oh, I see. I must have overlooked it," Shang Tingli admitted with an embarrassed smile. "In my previous life, although I was never fortunate enough to attend such gatherings, I never heard Lanxi mention that it was not merely Miss Su's Lotus Banquet, but also young Master Su's poetry event. Who could have anticipated such a surprise?" As for how this poetry gathering came to be, Ko Yichang refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "In essence, the poetry gathering is not related to us, so we need not concern ourselves with it." Shang Tingli nodded in agreement. "By the way, you previously inquired about which young men in the capital are commendable?" She chuckled awkwardly, adding, "You must ask your elder brother. As a solitary girl reliant on my aunt's goodwill, how could I possibly know such matters?" Ko Yichang felt a pang of disappointment, but acknowledged her sister-in-law's truth. "Nonetheless, I do possess some knowledge." Her eyes brightened instantly. "The third young master of the Yeoman Marquisate is quite admirable. He is destined to become a renowned general, reputed for his deep affection for his wife." Ko Yichang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, for this gentleman had previously occupied a place on her list of prospects. Shang Tingli, unaware that her thoughts were being overheard, continued, "Though your brother." "So this is how it is," Ko Yichang thought, feigning surprise while maintaining her composure. If anyone knew the true character of the young gentleman in the capital, it would undoubtedly be her elder brother. She preferred to believe that her brother could indeed hear her sister-in-law's unspoken sentiments. A chorus of greetings resounded. Greetings to Princess Baozhen. Shang Tingli turned to see a young lady dressed in a white long gown with a red pleated skirt, exuding grace and beauty, gracefully ascending the steps of the pavilion. Behind her stood Su Jinshu. The assembly offered their respects to this noble lady. She raised her hand, signaling for them to refrain from formalities. No need for such courtesy. I am Baozhen. The sisters exchanged respectful greetings, intertwining their hands in a display of intimacy. In the next moment, Ko Jinjin playfully released Ko Yichang's hand and winked at Shang Tingli, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I am Baozhen." Shang Tingli smiled silently. As the guests gathered, the banquet commenced, with maids presenting an array of cold dishes: lotus pastries, mung bean cakes, cloud slices, mint cakes, chilled melons, cherry blossoms, and lung fruit. A feast for the eyes and palate alike. Shang Tingli surveyed the pavilion, noting the absence of any men, save for the younger ladies. Just as her curiosity piqued, a lively figure approached, a round-faced noblewoman, radiating warmth. "Dear ladies, I hope you don't mind if I join in the festivities." She stepped aside, revealing a beautiful woman clad in a bright yellow robe and green skirt, her demeanor poised and dignified. This was none other than the current empress. "Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress," the assembly chorused. "At ease," the empress replied, and they rose accordingly. "Mother," Ko Jinjin said, moving closer to the empress and gently taking her arm.
Come this way.
As they approached, Ko Yichang called out, "Your Majesty, Lady Su." Shang Tingli added, "Your Majesty the Empress, Lady Su." The Empress turned her gaze to Shang Tingli, her expression warm. "You must be the wife of Xing Chen. You are truly lovely." "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty," Shang Tingli replied, slightly bowing. The Empress remarked, "You needn't be so formal. Just call me aunt as Xing Chen does." Shang Tingli readily complied, "Yes, your aunt." Lady Su followed suit, offering her respects. "Young lady." Suddenly, the Empress grasped Shang Tingli's hand, scrutinizing her with an inscrutable expression, reminiscent of a sigh. "You have grown so much." "Indeed," Shang Tingli replied dutifully, allowing the Empress to observe her. In her previous life, she had experienced a similar moment upon meeting the Empress, suspecting a past connection between the Empress and her mother. After years of separation, witnessing the grown children of old acquaintances inevitably evokes reflections on the swift passage of time. The Empress chuckled softly. "You do not resemble your mother, nor your father." "Everyone says the same," Shang Tingli acknowledged. Since her arrival, the atmosphere had been one of reticence, and now it remained so. Lady Su seized the opportunity to interject. "Simply gazing at the lotus may seem a bit wasteful. Would it not be better if we played some games?" Without waiting for a response, she turned to the Empress. "Since you are here to join the merriment, why not offer a prize?" The Empress readily agreed. "Very well. And if there are prizes, there must be penalties." "What shall the penalty be?" Ko Jinjin inquired with keen interest. Lady Su pondered for a moment, then suggested, "How about the penalty of eating a slice of raw lychee?" Chapter 27. The champion few can endure the tang of Limingzi, yet Ko Jinjin clapped her hands, thoroughly pleased with the punishment, deeming it quite satisfactory. Ko Yichang, however, was more intrigued by the rewards. "Royal aunt, what prize shall you bestow?" The Empress Su, well prepared, responded with composure. "The champion shall receive a set of silver-gilt hair ornaments adorned with emeralds, the second shall be granted a gold bracelet inlaid with jade pearls, and the third shall earn a sapphire and ruby butterfly hairpin." Such splendid rewards, especially those endorsed by Her Majesty the Empress, would surely incite the young ladies to exert their utmost efforts in competition. Ko Yichang wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that while the attendees might be familiar with many fine items, not all were bestowed by the Empress herself. The distinction between self-acquired treasures and those graced by royal favor was significant. Someone eagerly interjected, "Madame Su, what game shall we play?" Madame Su replied, "Since this is a lotus appreciation banquet, let us engage in a game of lotus poetic challenge." It was both entertaining and simple. The assembly voiced no objections. Madame Su turned to her matron, instructing, "Have someone wash and slice some limingzi for us." Was this the same format for last year's lotus banquet? If so, it is likely that Miss He will emerge as the winner today.
Keskiviikko et undaunted.
Her thoughts drifting to Miss He, the sister of the esteemed He family. Could it be that Miss He was indeed the final candidate for the crown prince as consort? Shang Tingli, wishing only to observe and not partake in this game unrelated to her, asked, "Royal Aunt, may I simply watch everyone play?" Empress Su raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You choose not to join?" Her tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm, seemingly mocking Shang Tingli's status as a mere daughter of the Yizhong Marquise, unfit for such high company. Shang Tingli glanced at Empress Su, replying, "Let us consider it as if I did not speak. After all, I too hail from the Yizhong Marquise, and I would not want Miss Zhou to misunderstand." Empress Su conceded, "Very well. Who shall commence?" Miss Zhou Jingyu, stepping forward, declared, "Allow me to begin." The lotus breeze carries fragrant whispers, and bamboo dew drips with clear sounds. With this, she cast a triumphant glance towards Shang Tingli. How utterly perplexing, akin to Lanxi. Could she be afflicted with some ailment? Ku Yichang sighed, recognizing the camaraderie shared between the two as they likely sought revenge for a dear friend. Seated beside Shang Tingli, Ku Yichang carefully chose her words, stating, "Zhou Jingyu has always been close with Miss Yu." Upon hearing this, Shang Tingli remarked candidly, "No wonder. It appears to be a contagious affliction indeed, and it seems quite severe." Ku Yichang covered her face. With Zhou Jingyu starting, it was now Shang Tingli's turn, as she was the fourth in this new round. The first round had no eliminations, and now it was their turn. The first participant began. The delicate lotus seeks to speak, lamenting the boatman's plight. This voice flowed like a clear spring, soothingly resonating in the ears of those present. Shang Tingli twitched her ears, unable to resist glancing over. The young lady to Su Jinshu's left was dressed in a blue-collared gown paired with a lilac skirt, draped in a cerulean overcoat, with a sash accentuating her slender waist. She was undeniably beautiful, with a graceful demeanor. Shang Tingli recognized her as Miss He Jiqiang. As He Jiqiang concluded, Su Jinshu continued, "Round leaves float on the water, while fine wheat blossoms fall gently." Ku Jinjin added, "The radiant lotus blooms, standing tall above the water." Zhou Jingyu scoffed lightly, displaying her disdain. Shang Tingli chose to ignore her. Some individuals thrive on attention, and the more one engages with them, the louder their proclamations become. Ku Yichang seamlessly continued, "The lotus leaves flourish, the blossoms delicate, undisturbed as the boat sways." The subsequent participants flowed through their turns without elimination. In the third round, however, some began to falter, with one lady eliminated. By the fourth round, 3 were out, and by the fifth, only 2 remained, prompting a restart. The lotus has shed its rain cover, while the chrysanthemum stands proud against the frost. Zhou Jingyu, now in the third position, pondered before replying, "After the rain?" The scent of lotus fills the courtyard, while the ripeness of the fruit brings a coolness akin to ice and snow. Behind her, 5 others failed to respond, leading to another elimination. As the rounds progressed, Zhou Jingyu found herself 7th. Su Jinshu took the lead once more, stating, "Lotus raindrops fall softly from the trees, while the reeds sway in the green." Ku Jinjin chimed in, "With the lotus divine, may its blessings accumulate through the ages." Shang Tingli wasted no time. In June, the scent of lotus fills the lake, as red garments and green fans reflect the clear waves. Ku Yichang promptly followed, yet the lotus dances in the rain, scattering pearls yet gathering again. After 2 more rounds, Zhou Jingyu was eliminated, leaving only 6 participants. Soon after, Ku Jinjin, Su Jinshu, and Ku Yichang were all out. The remaining trio were the only contenders for the prize. To everyone's astonishment, Shang Tingli emerged victorious, while He Jiqiang secured 3rd place. Shang Tingli felt as if she were in a dream, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events at such a crucial selection banquet for the crown prince as consort. Ku Yichang rubbed her ears, aware that hearing her sister's thoughts posed a constant risk of fraying her nerves. In truth, Madame Su was no less distressed, grappling with the reality that the title of champion had fallen to the future consort of the Ren Prince. The 3 of them expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Empress, for your generous rewards. With every prize comes a consequence, and while the deserving were rewarded, the rest could not evade their fates." Those who did not place among the top 3 would all taste a slice of limingzi. Madame Su declared, "Ladies, please enjoy your limingzi." In no time, the array of beautiful young ladies began to frown, some even grimacing from the sourness. Zhou Jingyu's disdain for Shang Tingli intensified, and once the sourness subsided, her gaze seemed capable of inflicting harm. Chapter 28. The picture. The second place belongs to Miss Pan Qinghuan from the loyal Duke Pan's residence, the maternal family of the Empress Dowager. As the current heir of the Prince of Ren's household, even the first place must be disregarded. Thus, the choice lies between the remaining 2 contestants, but how to select between the second and third places seems rather trivial. Naturally, the second place shall be chosen. However, in her past life, the crown princess was He Jiqiang, not Pan Qinghuan. The etiquette officials appeared somewhat numb. Was this abrupt change not akin to forcibly dismantling a marriage? It is often said that one should rather dismantle a temple than disrupt a marriage, yet here she was, effectively obliterating someone else's destined union. Were the second place to be a different individual, the etiquette official would not feel this disheartened. Wait, could the Pan family, being the maternal family of the Empress Dowager, truly allow a member to ascend as crown princess? She glanced towards Empress Su, who was engaged in quiet conversation with Madame Su, not too far away. Their whispers were inaudible, but their expressions spoke volumes. The Empress maintained her usual dignified demeanor, while Madame Su bore a trace of gentle worry, likely due to something the Empress had mentioned. However, within moments, the flicker of distress vanished from Madame Su's brow. "Madame Su, you mentioned earlier about playing some games, but we have only played the flying flower game thus far. Shall we not engage in other activities?" proposed Zhou Jingyu, turning towards Shang Tingli with a smile. "As the esteemed heiress consort, you must surely excel in the art of music. Might we be fortunate enough to hear your melodies?" Internally, Shang Tingli rolled her eyes at the scheming individual while maintaining a facade of grace and decorum, her words laced with subtle barbs. "What shall we compete in next? Dance, or perhaps chess, calligraphy, and painting?" Yet, there were still those who relished in aggravating Shang Tingli. Zhou Jingyu's smile faltered, and before she could respond, a clear, melodious male voice interjected, "Are you all competing as well? Might we join in the merriment?" Everyone turned their gaze towards a group of young men approaching. The leader, tall and clad in a peacock blue robe, possessed sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of coolness. As they reached the corridor, another young man in a light chestnut robe, handsome and graceful, remarked, "Perfect timing. We too wish to partake in the picture game, if the fair maidens are willing?" Upon hearing this, the crowd understood that it was the same individual whose voice they had previously encountered. The ladies remained silent, and Empress Su responded with a smile. "Oh, you wish to compete in picture throwing?" The gentleman in the peacock blue robe bowed slightly to Empress Su, introducing himself as the Crown Prince, Kuyu. The other young men, realizing they were in the presence of the Empress, hurriedly paid their respects. "Your Majesty, no need for formalities," Empress Su replied, as the ladies also greeted Crown Prince Kuyu, leading to mutual exchanges of pleasantries. At that moment, Shang Tingli noticed a striking figure, their eyes locking momentarily, causing her gaze to falter. The individual wore a rich purple robe with narrow sleeves, accentuating their tall and elegant stature. Their face was exceptionally handsome, radiating vitality. When they smiled, their peach blossom eyes sparkled like a sky filled with stars, and a mole beneath their lip added an alluring touch. She was observing him, and he was observing her. She donned a white robe with a lotus design, its flowing sleeves and purple skirt beautifully framing her slender figure. Her waist curvaceous and poetically graceful. Her small face was stunningly beautiful, innocent yet captivating, and the slight mole on her cheek softened her allure, rendering her irresistibly charming. "Why is he here too?" Ko Xian's smile stiffened. His long legs are on him. He shouldn't be here, Shang Tingli mused, feeling a sense of confusion. Is he covertly observing the situation for the fourth prince? Silly boy, don't stir up trouble. I do not wish to be caught in the crossfire. With his hands clenched behind his back, Ko Xian was not angered, but found it challenging to maintain his composure. No one noticed the change in Ku Yichang's expression as she lowered her head, fearful of revealing her feelings. Silly boy. How could a sister-in-law refer to her elder brother in such a manner? If he were to learn she had overheard, would she face dire consequences? The double pavilion was spacious enough to accommodate both groups, with ladies on one side and gentlemen on the other. Empress Su and Madame Su had shifted positions to sit centrally. Empress Su stated, "Since you wish to compete in pitcher throwing, why not proceed first with your contest? Once you have finished, I shall allow the ladies to play music. What do you all think?" "That sounds perfect. However, could Aunt Empress offer a reward to make it more interesting?" The eyes of the crowd turned towards the young man, who lounged casually against a pillar, arms crossed, radiating a languid elegance that complemented his striking features. The youth's smile eclipsed countless others in beauty. Such pretentiousness, Shang Tingli thought, rolling her eyes discreetly. What pretentiousness? Ku Xian nearly succumbed to her words, his internal defenses crumbling. Rewards? Certainly. Empress Su had prepared beforehand, stating, "The first prize will be a star sword, the second a jade folding fan, and the third a pair of iron arm guards." These rewards were splendid indeed, Ku Xian noted. Shang Tingli lifted her eyelids to glance at him. Is he truly seeking to join this frivolity? Fool. Do you not realize why the Guogong residence is hosting 2 banquets today? One is to select the crown princess, the other for the match of Princess Baozhen's husband. Why insert yourself into this? However, Ku Xian had endured her internal reprimands countless times and was gradually getting used to it. He turned to the gentleman beside Crown Prince Kuyu, saying, "Brother Fangi, please have someone bring forth the pitcher and arrows." Su Junshin complied, instructing his servant. Shortly after, the servant presented the pitcher and arrows for the game. "I shall go first," Su Junshin declared, eagerly seizing the arrows handed to him by the servant, and enthusiastically threw the first arrow. Alas, it missed, landing wide of the target. "Bravo, Brother Fangi!" Ku Xian cheered, clapping. Su Junshin sighed. Am I to be punished for this? Perhaps I shall be bundled in a sack under the cover of night." Ku Xian ceased his applause. Su Jinshu cheered for him. "Big brother is amazing." Su Junshin chuckled, and with renewed vigor, he threw the remaining 3 arrows, successfully landing 2 in the pitcher out of 5 attempts. Satisfied with his performance as a scholar, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 29. A perfect shot. Ku Xian smiled and declined. "I shall be the last." Shang Tingli shook his head disapprovingly. "I knew you were one to show off." Ku Xian's smile instantly faded, his expression darkening. It was confirmed. This future consort of his took great pleasure in provoking him, finding fault in everything he did. "Then I shall go first." A person stepped forward, took an arrow, and launched the first shot, landing it in the pot. Cheers erupted. "First one in." Young Master Shi is impressive. This bolstered young Master Shi's confidence, and he quickly released his second arrow, which went wildly off course and missed the pot completely. "What a pity," someone sighed. Young Master Shi's face flushed with embarrassment as he threw his third, fourth, and fifth arrows, all of which also missed, leaving him with only the first successful shot. He entered the arena with confidence, but left feeling ashamed and disappointed. After a round of attempts by several young gentlemen, it was finally Kuyu's turn. "The Crown Prince must be exceptional," someone shouted, blushing with enthusiasm. Kuyu remained unaffected, focused solely on the 5 arrows in his hand, tossing them one by one with composed precision. "Indeed, he is remarkable," came the collective admiration as Kuyu perfectly landed his final arrow in the pot amidst the cacophony. The crowd erupted in awe. "Wow. A perfect shot. Truly worthy of the Crown Prince. His grace is unparalleled." Even Empress Su smiled approvingly. "Well done." In a less noticeable corner, Shang Tingli discreetly covered her ears. Ku Xian raised an eyebrow, relieved that the comments were no longer directed at him. Kuyu was not the penultimate contestant. There was still one more. This individual, dressed in a striking black brocade robe adorned with eagle motifs, was tall and handsome. It was Sima Yuan, the 3rd young master of the Yeoman Marquette, whom Wen Hui had previously shown a likeness of. He took his arrow without hesitation and launched the first shot, landing in the pot. The crowd buzzed with excitement as Sima Yuan released his second and third arrows, each finding their mark. Wow, young Master Sima is quite impressive too. But when he attempted his fourth shot, the 5th arrow veered slightly off course, striking the rim of the pot instead. Some felt disappointed for him, But Sima Yuan merely smiled and acknowledged the other young masters who had already hit the pot, saying,
Well done.
While others lamented the near miss, Shang Tingli perceived it differently. That was no stray shot. He deliberately aimed for the rim, choosing not to compete with the crown prince. Sima Yuan graciously yielded to Kuyu, leaving Ku Xian as the final contestant. Shang Tingli stole a glance at him, wondering, what skills does this foolish young master possess? If he were to succeed, would he also concede to the rim? Ku Xian smiled, pondering whether he would defer. He stepped forward to take his arrows, determined to demonstrate otherwise. He sought the prize, the star sword. Thus, he resolved to do just that. With a firm grip on the 5 arrows, he tossed them all simultaneously, and in a breathtaking moment, they all landed perfectly in the pot. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. It was as if time had paused. In an instant, the 5 arrows held by the Prince of Run had all found their target.
What?
Stunned silence? Shang Tingli took a moment to believe her eyes. A perfect shot. Ku Xian noticed her shock, a smug grin spreading across his face. Shang Tingli clutched her heart, exclaiming, I told you, this person is truly exceptional. Ku Xian chuckled softly. Indeed, it's quite impressive. No wonder the young master chose to come last. He aimed to alleviate the pressure on others. Su Junshin clasped his fists, declaring, I admire you. Sima Yuan approached, patting Ku Xian on the shoulder, whispering, Brother Xingqian, you possess great spirit. Ku Xian shrugged off his hand. Ku's typically icy gaze softened with a hint of a smile. The star sword suits you well. Ku Xian beamed back. You truly understand me, Brother Yunyan. Shang Tingli, witnessing this exchange, suddenly smacked her forehead in realization. What are you doing? Don't you know the crown prince is the ultimate victor? Are you not rushing to hand him your head? Shang Tingli nearly collapsed in frustration. Her plans had not yet taken shape. And he was already offering such a grand gift? Ku Xian covered his ears, baring his teeth in confusion, unable to comprehend her thoughts. Just as they stared at each other in bewilderment, Empress Su spoke. This competition was splendid, and the prize will be delivered to you all before nightfall. Thank you, Mother.
Keskiviikko juuri plead.
Thank you, Auntie, Ku Xian added. Thank you, Your Majesty, Sima Yuan chimed in. With the pot-throwing contest concluded, Su Junshin turned to the ladies. Have you chosen what piece you will play? Zhou Jingyu smiled in response. Of course, I have it ready. Su Junshin nodded and instructed a servant. Go fetch the qin. Su Jinshu added, Bring me my plain-stringed qin. Yes, sir. Ku Xian moved beside Shang Tingli, pulling her aside. What are you up to? I'm warning you. You're driving me mad with your uselessness. Feigning innocence, Ku Xian ignored her, asking, Are you truly going to compete in qin skills? Shang Tingli, exasperated with him, responded with a gentle smile, Of course. I just received a headpiece from Annie, and if there's a prize, I wish to compete further. Compete for what? Suddenly, Ku Xian paused, and Shang Tingli looked at him curiously. What do you know? Why did you stop speaking? Do you also realize that today's event is about selecting the crown princess and the prince consort? Your news is quite swift. Is it possible that the 4th prince, while far away in Shaobei, has not missed the happenings in the capital? Coughing slightly, Ku Xian replied, I had previously gathered information from Brother Fangyi, who mentioned that Auntie intends to take this opportunity to select the crown princess for the crown prince. Shang Tingli feigned shock, covering her mouth. What? Her act was convincing, and Ku Xian smirked awkwardly. This is a competition for the crown princess, and since you are my future consort, perhaps you should refrain from meddling in this affair. Chapter 30. The musical competition, now you understand? Why did you not hold back earlier? You still wish to steal the spotlight and vie for the top position. Although the crown prince is involved, he is, after all, the crown prince, the future sovereign. I shall refrain from mentioning him. And you? What are you doing? In the contest for the future consort, what business do you, a mere prince's heir, have intruding? Ku Xian touched his nose. For his interest lay solely in the starry sword. Shang Tingli's expression was complicated as he remarked, Before your arrival, we played the game of flying flowers, and I secured the top spot. Ku Xian thought to himself, so you are not lacking in talent either. He sighed slowly. Very well. The Empress Dowager is aware of her intentions, so you may play freely. It was his own narrow-mindedness that led him to covet the starry sword and overshadow the crown prince. How could he expect her to remain indifferent to the allure of victory? Shang Tingli nodded obediently, contemplating for a moment before saying, Ling Yun mentioned that the Empress Dowager intends to select a suitor for Baozhen today. Does this imply that the third young master of the Sima family is likely to become the consort? Ku Xian paused, casting a glance at her and inquiring, Are you clear about Baozhen's intentions? Shang Tingli shook her head. Ling Yun said that Baozhen merely wishes to express her interest since she has already settled on a marriage. It seems there are no ulterior motives, and it all depends on the Empress Dowager's wishes. Alas, Baozhen is rather frivolous. Such a significant decision should not be taken lightly, or she may regret it later. Ku Xian pressed his lips together, speaking calmly. Let us see what the Empress Dowager decides. Perhaps Baozhen, like Ling Yun, will find her heart captivated by someone during this election. Indeed, it need not necessarily be the third young master of the Sima family, Shang Tingli remarked. Later, before anything could be done, it felt as though a fleeting dream had passed. In the blink of an eye, she found herself seated in a vibrant red bridal sedan, adorned beneath a veil of crimson. Ku Xian blinked lazily and said with a smirk, Brother Li Yan, he likes to keep you guessing.
You will know in due time.
Shang Tingli smiled, her lips curving in a playful arc. Very well. Yet, she secretly cursed inwardly. Oh, so you will know later? Humph. Say what you will. I am not intrigued. Ku Xian, perplexed, wondered who exactly was being unreasonable. These newlyweds are different from us single folk, so clingy. Su Junshin teased, causing the attention of the crowd to shift towards the couple. Without a hint of embarrassment, Ku Xian smiled and raised an eyebrow. Envious? Jealous? Covetous? Ku Xian's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, the smile fading from his lips as he sensed her subtle jibe. Today, the Su Xianqin has been brought forth. The fairies may now discuss who shall perform first, Su Junshin announced. Most were hesitant to take the first turn, resulting in a stalemate. Let us draw lots, suggested Empress Su, glancing at Madame Su. Madame Su understood and instructed her maid to fetch writing materials. Su Junshin personally inscribed numbers on paper, which his attendant then rolled into small balls. In less than a stick of incense's duration, 30 little paper balls were arranged before the ladies. Fairies, please. Drawing lots is the fairest method. Whichever number one draws is merely a matter of fortune, not to be blamed on others. Thus, the ladies each took a small paper ball from the table, revealing numbers that elicited both joy and dismay. This was, in fact, an additional round of competition, not initially included in her plans. After a moment of contemplation, Empress Su declared, How could there be none? She smiled at Shang Tingli, You little schemer. Then her gaze turned to Ku Xian, noting how well he complimented Xing Chen. Shang Tingli appeared bashful, offering an embarrassed smile. Empress Su, no longer teasing her, spoke earnestly. The first prize is the Heming Mountain Wild Qin, the second prize is the Yuan Qin, and the third prize is the Mingyu Qin. Each of these instruments is uniquely exquisite, prompting a chorus of excited cheers. Very well, let us begin, Empress Su commanded. Madame Su then announced, Ladies, please pay attention to the numbers in your hands. Now, those with the number 1 may take the stage. Ku Xinjin shyly smiled as she approached the Su Xianqin, gently plucking its strings to test the tuning before commencing her chosen piece. She played High Mountains and Flowing Water, one of the 10 renowned compositions. As the elegant melody and profound resonance enveloped the audience, they felt as though they were transported to the soaring heights of mountains and the gentle flow of water. As her performance concluded, applause erupted. Princess Baozhen plays beautifully. What a splendid start. Ku Xinjin was elated. After 5 performances, it was Ku Yichang's turn. She too played one of the 10 famous pieces, Xiao Xiang Water Clouds. Utilizing her technique and the ethereal quality of harmonics, she encapsulated the melancholic longing for her homeland within the imagery of swirling mist and rushing waters. The dramatic fluctuations in the melody ultimately eased into tranquility, leaving the audience with the impression of a resigned sigh as the once turbulent waters of Xiao Xiang settled into calm. Upon concluding, the crowd marveled. Princess Ling Yun plays no less skillfully than Princess Baozhen. Ku Yichang offered a graceful smile. Not only Baozhen and Ling Yun, but even others played commendably. Do you feel confident? Ku Xian inquired as he approached Shang Tingli. Those nearby discreetly distanced themselves, granting space for the couple. Shang Tingli smiled. What do you wish to convey? I find it hard to believe you merely came over to ask such an inconsequential question, Ku Xian replied after a brief pause. Play well, do not embarrass yourself. I knew it. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Beware, I may just yank out your teeth, Shang Tingli retorted, secretly grinding her teeth. Then closing her eyes, adopting an obedient demeanor. Understood, my lord. Soon, many more ladies took the stage to play, and quickly it was Shang Tingli's turn. She sat at the Su Xianqin, first testing the sound before beginning her chosen piece. The composition she selected was Lotus Blossom, not one of the 10 famous pieces. Chapter 31. A tie for first place as the final notes faded into the air. The lingering melody resonated beautifully, prompting Kuzhinjin to exclaim, Sister-in-law plays so exquisitely. Shang Tingli offered a modest smile in response. You flatter me, Baizhen. I merely benefited from the timely spirit of the season. As they admired the lotus in the pavilion, she had chosen to play Handan, which indeed suited the occasion. Yet, one cannot deny her exceptional skill. Otherwise, it would not have evoked imagery of drifting on a serene lake. Her humility was evident, but the perceptive Empress Su did not hold back her praise, declaring, You play remarkably well. Your Majesty, you are too kind, Shang Tingli replied, inclining her head respectfully. Upon seeing Zhou Jingyu, Shang Tingli momentarily froze. How fortuitous. Zhou Jingyu returned a disdainful smile, clearly dismissive, as if victory was assured. With unwavering confidence, she commenced her chosen piece, one of the top 10 famous compositions, Hu Jia 18 beats. As the mournful melody unfolded, the audience felt as though they were witnessing the tragic life of Kai Yan firsthand. The poignant notes pierced the heart, soaring with a haunting elegance, while descending into profound sorrow. Someone remarked, Miss Zhou plays quite well, indeed. Thank you for the compliment, Shang Tingli replied, shaking her head. In all fairness, Zhou Jingyu's performance was commendable. Her technique was undeniably impressive, yet it lacked emotional depth. Without the emotional resonance, the music fell short of evoking empathy. After a few more performances, it was Su Jinshu's turn. She played another of the top 10 pieces, Yangchun by Xue. As her lively and cheerful melody filled the air, the audience envisioned the world awakening from winter's grasp to the vibrant rebirth of spring, and the refreshing, flowing notes painted a picture of nature's flourishing beauty. The crowd, basking in the summer's warmth, sighed in appreciation of the spring's awakening. Thank you all for listening, Kuzhinjin exclaimed, exhilarated. Cousin, you are truly remarkable. The lingering notes are unparalleled. Su Jinshu blushed at the praise. Oh, I am not as exaggerated as you say. Kuzhinjin insisted. Not exaggerated at all. It was truly beautiful. Shang Tingli felt a lingering desire for more. Ku Xian scoffed, coward. Sima Yuhan paid him no mind. The competition, having reached its conclusion, left only 2 participants yet to perform. The penultimate contestant was Pan Qinghuan. Upon her appearance, Shang Tingli inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding for He Jiqiang. What fate did Pan Qinghuan meet in her past life? Shang Tingli pondered, unable to recall any memory linking her to Pan Qinghuan.
Guessing.
With his left fist gently pressed against his lips, chuckled, his grin stretching from ear to ear. It was a rare moment indeed, witnessing her scolding herself. At that moment, Pan Qinghuan began to play. She chose Meihua San Nong, a piece not among the top 10. The ethereal sound of her evoked the purity of plum blossoms, vividly portraying their stillness and motion. The audience, momentarily entranced, envisioned not a pond full of lotus, but an entire garden of plum blossoms. The crowd erupted in applause. Truly magnificent. He Jiqiang was the final performer. Even before she took the stage, Shang Tingli felt a wave of anxiety for her. I truly wish I were unaware of who the future princess consort is. Should any turmoil arise from my presence, I could not bear the weight of ruining a marriage. Had she known this would happen, she would not have attended the banquet. Ku Yichang, overhearing these thoughts, felt even more guilty, after all. It was her suggestion to have Baizhen meet with others sooner. Silently, she took Shang Tingli's hand. I thought you were nervous.
Me?
Nervous? Sister, you must be mistaken.
Oh.
That's a relief. Ku Ichang dared not meet her gaze, knowing her words were mere fabrications. Just then, a heart-wrenching melody began to resonate, and Shang Tingli realized He Jiqiang had already commenced her performance. She chose one of the top 10 pieces, Guangling San. The passionate and stirring melody drew listeners into its depths, as if witnessing Niezheng avenging his father. The grand composition conveyed the tumultuous emotions of Niezheng, transitioning from despair to fervent resolve, painting a vivid image of a heroic figure, bold and unyielding. When the piece concluded, a profound silence enveloped the audience. He Jiqiang gracefully expressed her gratitude. Shang Tingli remained in awe, struck by how a lady raised in privilege could evoke such fervor through Guangling San. You all are truly remarkable, not only in beauty but also in unparalleled musical talent. Su Junshan exclaimed in admiration. Ku Jinjin laughed. Cousin, your flattery knows no bounds.
Ah.
Su Junshan mused, rubbing his ear, then turned to Empress Su. Aunt, who do you think will win this contest? Empress Su donned a pensive expression, clearly torn. They all performed splendidly. It is indeed a difficult choice. How about allowing you all to vote? No problem, Su Junshin readily agreed. The men began casting their votes. Ultimately, the results revealed Shang Tingli in third place, Su Jinshu in second, while the first place was unexpectedly shared between Pan Qinghuan and He Jiqiang. Chapter 32. Fear, eh? If that's the case, does that mean sister-in-law won't receive any rewards? Ku Jinjin's eyes were filled with confusion. Zhou Jingyu scoffed. Miss Pan and Miss He are already occupying 2 positions as equals. How could there be a place for the future princess consort? She lost to Shang Tingli by a mere 2 votes, and she is quite indignant. Since she cannot attain it, Qian Bao has finally realized this point and, together with Zhou Ping, gathered the jewelry that had fallen from the carriage, dragging Lu Jinghong deeper into the fields. The carriage of young Master Jinlan and Gongqi could not pass through, so their coachman had to remain behind with the carriage. Perhaps they would not return tonight. Young Master Jinlan removed his long robe and draped it over Roshin. The sudden assault caused the encirclement to disperse instantly, as everyone regained their balance in the air. They swiftly turned their firearms towards the direction of the crimson glow and pulled the triggers. Chung Peng analyzed the data. He had the lowest development in the entire arena, barely exceeding 3,000, while Liu Bei had surged past 5,000 in economy. How could they possibly contend? Just moments ago, Liu Bei had even defeated him without utilizing his ultimate move. Of course, this was manageable, as I still possess wealth. Treating them to a meal tonight would hardly dent my current financial standing. The king of Yuyang had remarked several times that the concluding remarks were poorly received. Yet Qi remained indifferent, believing that the pale tranquility following the decline of splendor revealed true melancholy. Hearing this, Yining hesitated before stating that, to safeguard Lan Luoshua's safety, he could not reveal himself. Zhou Tai also bore a cold smile, lowering his bow, and rubbed his somewhat sore arm as he proceeded towards the door, eager to see how the injured Yining would plead for mercy.
Boss. Ha ha ha.
At the airport, Pan Peiyu and Georgina watched Xiaopeng and Yang Meng laugh uncontrollably. Wanning nodded, raising her wine glass to her lips. To her surprise, her throat reacted quicker than her brain. After swallowing a substantial amount, Wanning abruptly spat out the remaining wine. You're quite clever. But I still advise you, do not make reckless investments in the future. No amount of money will suffice for your losses, Xiaopeng remarked. In the next moment, Zhuangyu felt considerably lighter. Under the swift circulation of White's spiritual power, his wounds began to heal rapidly. Uncle Fu remained expressionless. Young mistress, you are indeed overthinking. I have other matters to attend to, and I will convey the master's words. With that, he took his leave, leaving Wanning in a state of bewilderment. At 9:50 p.m., the League suddenly fell victim to a surprise attack from the Mongolian Hongmen, suffering heavy losses upon engagement. If that is the case, what could have caused such a significant change in such a short time? Though no further words were exchanged, Li Mingzi found himself less wary of the amiable and somewhat benevolent astrologer seated across from him. Meng Qiangpai stepped forward and knocked firmly on the door. After a brief moment, a servant's head peeked through the gap. Young master, we can protect you. With so many voices, your safety is paramount. But why attract more attention? Daigneau inquired on the way there, and the surrounding guards were equally curious, turning to listen intently. Chapter 33. Encouragement of learning. A sudden clatter echoed in the room, as if something had fallen to the ground. The child's voice reciting lines grew increasingly louder, demonstrating his fervor in memorization. Cultivate oneself, then harmonize the family, then govern the state, then bring peace to the world. As the door creaked open, silence enveloped the wooden cabin, leaving no one daring to utter a word, save for the crackling flames. At that moment, two figures lunged forward, targeting the disoriented Lin Hai, their fists poised to strike. Qin Wenyu hastily sealed his lips. Why succumb to temptation? In his past life, every time he expressed concern for Qin Wenj, he would be met with disdainful glares, followed shortly by inexplicable misfortunes befalling him. Meanwhile, the newcomers rallied with their gazes, silently urging Zhongli to bring down the audacious individual before them. Upon seeing the man, Han Chengwang initially froze, then his eyes blazed with fury as his hand formed intricate seals, weaving threads like a net to ensnare the individual. The wedding had progressed to its final act, with the bride and groom exchanging words and receiving red envelopes before making their descent. Su Mufei and Irina maintained a facade of joy, but Chen Luo sensed the ulterior motives lurking beneath their smiles. The music crescendoed, yet regrettably, such fluctuations could only sway those with approximately 400 mental points. Enchanting a master like Tianzhen was an insurmountable feat. Nevertheless, Zhang Jining felt no discomfort. During his time in the other realm, his lord's mansion was far more opulent than this. 2 single rooms were arranged, clearly indicating that Su Ziyuan and Qin Yaxin would share a room, while Wang Chong would occupy another. I am Ding Sidong, the president of the Ding Group, she stated with a hint of displeasure, feeling somewhat helpless. Gu Lingzi sensed the auras of Chu Xian and Xin Shi, then waved his hand, manifesting a massive compass in the void. Unbeknownst to her, Vice Mayor Qiu Qingbin was harboring different intentions. He sought the soul-piercing needle from Chen Luo, which compelled him to reveal his identity and intervene. It's you.
Yi se gazı sharpenet.
Astonished to discover that it had indeed been the ancient spirit emperor who had intervened. Lin Muxiue furrowed her brows, pondering why Wang Chong, after the departure of the overlord's soul from his body, remained lifeless. He lifted his head, noticing that Zhou Wei was earnestly focused ahead, hands firmly gripping the motorcycle handlebars. Doing nothing else, Fei Luan instinctively tucked the leaf money into her bosom, bowed to Kaxinqing, and hurried away. Chapter 34. The Empress's decree. Empress Su dispatched someone to deliver the auspicious gifts won at today's Su family banquet. While Shang Tingli instructed Gontang to see the guests off, he also directed Fengji and Jihe to transport the emerald hair ornaments and the Mingyue Qin to the storeroom. As for Ku Xian's star sword, it was collected by his shadow guard Du Heng. Ku Xian did not maintain any servants in plain sight, but he was always accompanied by 2 shadow guards. Where had the previously trained extinct creatures vanished to? Was the painstaking cultivation only to end in their demise? Such a notion seems contrary to the principle of transactional benefit. The air was thick with an ancient aura, its essence palpable even from a distance, as if drawing the onlookers back to primordial times. Indeed, no one could ascertain whether there were other Ran relic beasts lurking, apart from the 6 just discovered, and the one howling deep underground. The body of the high wolf plummeted to the ground, skimming the surface and leaving a deep trench until it collided with the wall, causing cracks to spread across the structure, before finally coming to a halt. Had you not unraveled the recent illusionary fog, even a peak celestial emperor would have struggled to detect the existence of the world within one's grasp. The misty illusions over the starry sea were merely an extension of the primary illusion here, as Cat Master stroked his long whiskers and remarked nonchalantly, "Otherwise, you might as well perish." Without hesitation, Ma Yinlu thrust a spear forward, impaling Tuli and then slamming him heavily to the ground. Feng Yu continued to furrow his brow, his gaze fixed on the screen, seemingly unwilling to miss a single maneuver by Meng Luo. Wang Xiu felt a fleeting thought flit through his mind, yet it eluded his grasp, prompting him to wave his hand to halt the troops as he scrutinized the city bricks. Humph. My dear, do not fret. We shall go together shortly. I am quite famished now. Butler, please instruct the kitchen to prepare a meal. Heir said, disregarding the old man sulking on the floor, and directed her attention to the steward Tian. At the banquet, there were genuine well-wishers, like her closest family and friends, as well as envious onlookers, such as Wang Wanru and Shi Yiqing. Although only a preliminary completion, there had been significant advancements in both potency and speed of attack, surpassing the initial fusion of the two arcane principles by at least double. At that moment, Lu Lin had no inclination to concern himself with the leader of the red-billed blue-tailed birds. He quickly picked up the equipment dropped from the braised meat and lunged into the surrounding emerald sea. Chun Chong realized that his attire would likely prevent him from even entering, so what could he do? Waiting outside was clearly not his style. Thus he slipped in through the back door. Within the barrier lay another realm, indeed somewhat mystical. To date, Feng Le had encountered such phenomena only a handful of times. Once, during the era of the Shijia, the abbot had demonstrated it, and within the Kunyo mountain, he had lived within that barrier for over a decade. Should any passing players have observed, they would witness a breathtaking scene, an enormous creature resembling a spider, fixated intently on its prey, its colossal shadow quivering intermittently. With a thought, Feng Le vanished like lightning, reappearing approximately 2 zhang away from Bo Xijin, gazing calmly at the now nearly lifeless figure. "Father, what is the matter? Is there an invasion by troops at the borders concerning the second prince, Lan Qimian?" he inquired. "Very well, we shall gather our belongings shortly. Tomorrow, when Uncle Lin comes with the powder cart, we will hitch a ride to the town and visit father. It's been far too long since I last saw him." Lele mused, recalling her long-missed father with a tinge of nostalgia. Chapter 35. The Queen and the Empress. A faint sound of footsteps disrupted the usual tranquility of the palace, and a graceful silhouette swayed upon the screen. "What brings you here?" came a hoarse, somber voice, but in the span of a mere sentence, the individual erupted into a fit of coughs, as if the twilight were gradually claiming their existence. "I came to see you," she replied. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, yet it failed to disperse the oppressive atmosphere, and the scent of sandalwood could not mask the bitterness of medicinal herbs. "Starry sky. Descend!" roared Iga Feixiong, forcefully stepping on Nan Huaxin's arm, before raising his gaze towards the corpse-refining chamber. Hunting is undeniably one of the most popular outdoor sports throughout the Norman Empire, cherished by male nobility, and serves as a vital platform for social interactions among the aristocracy. Joy is indeed infectious, especially for the Lord of Chaos City, whose excitement over the past few days has been ineffable, leaving his soul in a state of tremor. Had he not possessed formidable strength, he may have already faltered. Indeed, the wooden artifact produced by Lu Lang was a replica of the renowned 56-style military dagger, crafted with meticulous care throughout the morning, reminiscent of the one his forebears once held in high esteem before its prohibition. "This isn't it, nor is that. What do you mean?" Xin remarked with a hint of impatience. Emperor Henry, however, could not lower his pride. To him, achieving unconditional peace with a barbarian chieftain was a disgrace he found utterly shameful. He resolved, in his heart, to engage in battle with the Hungarians once he had dealt with the Normans. Yi Haoxuan possessed limited medical knowledge, yet Hu Meyer, having lived for a millennium, was well-versed in the art of healing. When Lin Hao arrived at the rooftop, Gongzi had yet to awaken. The dawn was gently breaking, the hazy night retreating slowly, with the wind carrying a slight chill that invigorated Lin Hao, dispelling his earlier fatigue. Tonight's events were our oversight. We did not anticipate such expertise within the precincts of the constabulary. You now have but one path before you. Are you willing? Chun Jianan observed Wu Tian's gaze, which glimmered with fervor. Nanshan's life was fraught with difficulties, as Aunt Nan was frequently ill, requiring hospitalization and at times surgery. Even with Qi Rui's assistance, it felt like a mere drop in the ocean, and both Nan Tian and Aunt Nan felt undeserving of such aid, their hearts heavy with unease. The kitchen was sun-drenched. The morning sun streamed directly towards the two without obstruction from the phoenix tree leaves, yet it was not oppressive, rather gentle and invigorating. This time, Wang Hao and Chun Jianan deliberately conspired to eliminate me, and it was rumored they had spent a substantial sum to hire foreign mercenaries. Under such circumstances, I had little hope of triumph, Lin Qing confessed, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng's eyes. Master Su Chen had dedicated his life to the cultivation of the Tao. his prowess beyond imagination. He had encountered countless geniuses, and while Yuning was undoubtedly talented, he did not view talent as the sole criterion for acceptance. When destiny called, he welcomed it. When it did not, he would not force the matter. Chapter 36. Cousins. After a while, she reluctantly surrendered, lying on the grass, gasping for breath as she gazed at the fiery bird in the sky. If the North deity were to discover that the sacred stone pearl of the divine palace had been taken, one could only imagine how much blood he would spit. Although it did not belong to him, what would his expression be like if he were to learn that these two garments were artifacts? Long Yanran remained motionless, her expression devoid of emotion, clearly startled. In just a fleeting moment, this Lingyun brother was truly extraordinary. A middle-aged man approached. Li Yuheng scrutinized him carefully, his eyes particularly bright and piercing. Daoist Yun, we and Jibei have long awaited your arrival, Li Jibei said, bowing to Yun Longzi. Upon seeing several familiar faces behind her, warmth blossomed in his heart. The remaining strongest heavenly wolf of the seven-star monarch stood at 150 levels, while the others had been eliminated, causing everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. Shiryu's gaze was firmly fixed on the shadow Tsong Wolf King, who returned the stare with fierce intensity. The so-called advanced area was located in the backyard of a shop, which was quite spacious, with stones of various prices neatly displayed. Wang Qian was swept by the gust created by a palm, his clothes billowing. Though his eyes were half-squinted, there was not a trace of fear upon his face. Do you have a better solution? At this, Dai Yuding retracted her previous hostility and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Sometimes, this calmness is merely superficial. After all, the aloof image she sought to project was part of Dai Yuding's persona. Noticing this, Lei Juxiao realized that his actions from the previous night had left psychological scars on these individuals. As he contemplated whether to evade, he felt a sudden impact on his shoulder, causing him to involuntarily fall backwards. Master, old man, I have a brilliant idea, Kong Kong exclaimed. Though that bastard severed our connection to the realm of time and space, give me some time, and I will surely dig us out. Who knows what other cards she might hold in her hand, or what news she would release to the media next. Xiao Wanwan chuckled softly, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Mu Sini. She had expressed a desire to experience the autumn of Kyoto, to witness the red leaves of Xiangshan and the ginkgo-laden grounds of Daitan Park, as well as to visit the Forbidden City after snowfall, yet had never accomplished any of these wishes. As the starry sky faded, simultaneously, the outside world observed the pure spiritual liquid forming a thick mist that gradually thinned and vanished. The powerful figures of the Earth Demon clan above the golden immortal level, who had been vigilantly guarding outside, quickly took notice and hurried to the entrance of the secret realm, awaiting the appearance of Yi Xueqing. Among the 7 parts of her beauty, 3 or 4 bore a resemblance to Gu Nian. Before undergoing cosmetic surgery, Shun Hui's features only slightly resembled Gu Nian's. However, after receiving facial contouring and a nose enhancement, along with hyaluronic acid injections to her temples, her facial structure appeared more rounded, enhancing her beauty significantly. Of course, being spirited and possessing sharp eyes are traits that a normally healthy person would also exhibit, which is hardly remarkable. Upon entering, one was met with a throng of people, their heads bobbing amidst the dazzling lights, with no end in sight. Xiao Zhentian wore a grim expression, his eyes harboring a murderous intent. Upon leaving, he had promised Xianyuan Mingyue that he would ensure the safety of his son and grandsons. Chapter 37. Martial arts. From the night when the Empress issued 2 imperial edicts of marriage, the summer rain fell persistently for several days, and today, at last, the skies cleared. As the rain subsided, the clouds dispersed, revealing an expanse of azure sky, while the air was imbued with the unique freshness that follows a downpour. The pomegranate tree in the courtyard was drenched, and the morning light filtered through the clouds, accentuating the droplets resting upon its branches, rendering them crystalline. Inside the western chamber, Shang Tingli sat at the desk, poised to inscribe thoughts on the emergence of black powder, which heralded the advent of firearms in human history. The enhancement of weaponry inevitably amplified the ambitions of those in power, and the 2 world wars became a collective nightmare for humanity. Upon hearing this, the elder Black Fox clenched his teeth in fury, abruptly sweeping his sleeve towards Liang Chen. The figure in black and the blue-haired man instinctively advanced a step, forming a triad that subtly opposed Mora. As Liang Chen lifted his gaze, he noticed the figure of Bai Qianyu had inexplicably vanished. Observing her unusually cheerful demeanor, Yi Feng's heart sank, sensing that Li Ilian would undoubtedly counter his move, compelling him to carry her along. Initially, they believed that even with a decade lost, Siqi's character would allow for a fresh start, possibly leading to greater achievements. However, if even the light star treatment was unattainable, then future accomplishments seemed bleak. The remaining intelligence tasks posed a considerable challenge, as Ouyang and Xiaodan lacked experience in this area. Fortunately, Ouyang was of a humble disposition, eager to seek guidance when confronted with uncertainty. Wang Dehai absent-mindedly fiddled with a Bodhi seed, seemingly disinterested, his eyes barely glancing at Yang Xinchuan across from him. While the others remained quiet, a few young women peeked from their rooms, and some mustered the courage to step out, preparing to ascend the central stage to dance and sing, as this was their profession. Mu Yansong and Lu Yi sat by their respective fires, ignoring one another and the rest of the group. Heaven knew the emotions he harbored over the past year while placing meals at the Li family's doorstep. Shunming appeared determined not to relent until he won her over. She found it impossible to dismiss him, nor did she wish for him to wait indefinitely. The strongest among the 6 sword slaves was merely at the level of a prospective leader, while the weakest 2 sisters only reached first-rate status, comparable to Qilian.
Yet,
when united, the 6 could subdue Gai Nia within 5 moves. Liang Qiao stated that those individuals had relocated Zhao Yunqing half an hour before Zhou Mu Jiao arrived at the Liang estate. If their destination was Lingshan Temple, it was inconceivable they would leave no trace behind. The human prince created would take no less than 7 days to fade, especially with so many passers-by. As the elevator ascended, Chang Yong dismissed everyone inside, pulling Jiufei and himself into the compartment before pressing the close button. In the rear hall of the Liao Royal Palace, a robust middle-aged man occupied the central seat, adorned in garments embroidered with a golden dragon, legs crossed, his gaze fierce. With a square jaw and short black beard, he emitted an unspoken aura of oppression. Indeed, it was not yet fully repaired, but one would soon adapt.
Yun Yang remained impassive.
Her indifferent expression concealing the fact that her words were, in truth, a fabrication. The king of Baiwe concealed his intentions, yet remained observant without deploying troops, simultaneously instructing scouts to deliver a letter of persuasion to Bai Yi. Chapter 38. The Empress Dowager's Passing. A test on the morning of June 29th. Dark clouds rolled across the horizon, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Soon, a torrential downpour enveloped the entire capital in a majestic curtain of rain. The heavy tolling of the bells pierced through the rain, echoing throughout the city, ringing an alarming 27 times. The Empress Dowager has passed away. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, while the aroma of tea wafted through the room. With just a gentle slice, your finger would sever. Do you believe me? Milia's ominous smile suggested that she viewed Binbin not as a student, but rather as her intended target. Get away. Snow Princess, witnessing her apprentice risk her life for an outsider, knelt down in fury, her hatred for Xiaoyu intensifying. With a swift motion, she sent Linglong flying, advancing menacingly towards Xiaoyu with her massive pincers. Yes, indeed, we are merely debating which tavern serves the finest chicken. I wonder if Lord Chun is free this evening. Perhaps we could join him? Jin Yisheng, having navigated the treacherous waters of politics for over a decade, quickly grasped the situation. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Ning recognized the game as the nation's premier online game, King of Kings. You wouldn't understand. Our Pingshan town is distant from the emperor's reach. Fei Bai's father is the local tyrant. Another youthful man gestured towards the sky, and then the ground. After pacifying Ma Shuriying, Wang Fu found himself troubled once more by the recruitment of new soldiers. So be it, if it proves impossible. We shall wait until Lu Liangzhua and others are dealt with. This is your affair. Serene disregarded Sano's opinions, her mind preoccupied with whether the masked swordsman was adequately equipped or if another weapon should be procured for him. Brother he, why bother being courteous to these insignificant creatures? A burly cultivator stepped forward, forcefully kicking open the door. The alluring scene within the room captivated both of their gazes. Lin Hao, are you unscathed? Seeing the madman collapse, Chu Yanmeng hurried over, her concern evident. Chun Yi, aware of Ma Yi's true identity, immediately trusted Abao's words. At that moment, Jin Xian arrived. Noticing Chun Yi paused by the roadside and quickly exited his vehicle. They were the ones who instigated it first. Qin Yan licked his lips, interrupting Dafi, his eyes glinting with mischief. As Chang Fei took over, the group collected their belongings and descended, brandishing their flag as they ran off into the distance. Atim. Ominous red light emanated from the deviant sword, sweeping across the fallen ones over a distance of 10 miles in a wide arc exceeding 120 degrees, leaving a slight depression in the ground. This was a matter concerning her family. She did not wish to trouble Lin Xiao every time, especially considering he had resolved the previous incident. The combined forces of both sides, numbering over 30, were unexpectedly thwarted by merely a dozen individuals from the Huaxia alliance. A truly embarrassing outcome. Sister Yama, the Admiral is here, Chang Fei exclaimed as he flung open Yama's door and slipped into the room. In the mountains, the trees swayed, branches trembling, occasionally punctuated by the roar of a beast, akin to distant thunder. Everything felt so authentic, indistinguishable from the real world, that Han Wu almost believed he had truly entered a unique realm. The wilderness was replete with towering trees, verdant and majestic, reaching for the heavens. In this era brimming with vitality, even the trees stood exceptionally tall. Chapter 39. Hatred. Lanxi's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Shang Tingli shook his head. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Lanxi furrowed her brows. She was well aware of her words. In her past life, the fate of Princess Lingyun unfolded precisely as she had described. In contrast to the events of her previous existence, on the way to the airport, Su Rui had already conducted thorough investigations and discovered Lin Cheng and that Xiaofeng. He also confirmed through the media that the photographs were indeed sent to them by Xiaofeng. He Nian raised her head and said, "Thank you, boss, I am fine now." However, Xue Yihui did not release his grip. He Nian was secretly exerting effort to break free. Experiencing the atmosphere on site was quite pleasant, especially with numerous big stars and veteran actors present. Perhaps she might catch a glimpse of her beloved idol. There were also supporters of Ling Tanxue's choice of Mo Sun commenting, "If the handsome Mo also loved me, I could be equally unscrupulous." Duan Kongda and Zhang Anhai bore dark circles beneath their eyes. When it came to anxiety and unease, he felt no less than Zhang Anhai, perhaps even more. After a resounding defeat of the left Xianwang's army, with over 7,000 heads severed and captured totaling 12,000, the remaining forces scattered and fled, unable to be pursued. Zhao Su's army, benefiting from the prowess of the Divine Eagle warriors and the white-eared soldiers, wielded longbows and powerful crossbows, specifically designed to counter the Xiongnu cavalry, resulting in only 1,000 casualties, a great victory indeed. Jiang Bai was rather obstinate. She remembered all the kindness Lu Ling had shown her. Thus, when Gu Qianjin spoke in such a manner, Jiang Bai became infuriated. According to the data, the deeper one ventured into the desert, the stronger the monsters became. Therefore, if one were to head towards the high-level monster zones, they would surely reach the depths of the desert and locate the ultimate boss. If the second spy possessed such strength, one could only imagine the power of the others. Yi Chong dared not contemplate it. My father and grandfather served for the stability of the East, tirelessly aiding the court. Our Dongfang family has safeguarded the borders of the Huangfu dynasty for several centuries. How could we possibly rebel? Dongfang Xuebua exclaimed, thunderous with rage. He simply did not anticipate that the immensely powerful Pan Tao was actually produced from Dai Mubei's martial soul. He had initially surmised that Dai Mubei had stumbled upon a mystical encounter with a peach tree. Almost simultaneously as she dashed out, a large black dog suddenly pursued her from around the corner. In a flash, Su Chongqing grasped the frost-cold sword, once again floating by the side of Heirs Han. His imposing figure seemed to survey all living beings from above, looking down upon every weakling, reigning over the moonlit realm.
Now,
Fei's strength had already reached the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As a member of the UN, he could be deemed invincible, without exaggeration. Once the whereabouts of the Mad Hand were discovered, it would inevitably incite unforeseen complications. None could foresee the consequences. And Zeheo's cold voice wafted through the air like a gentle morning breeze, seemingly light, yet imbued with an air of dominance and assurance. The individual looked at the true demon order in his hand, terrified, and hastily returned the token to Moihe, then knelt down sincerely before the 13 individuals in midair. Duga Shui, accompanied by 12 demon disciples, surged forth once more, their destination being the chaotic land of demons, thousands of miles away. Contemplating this, Yi nodded gravely. At that moment, his mind was extraordinarily clear. He sensed that although his speculations might not constitute the absolute truth, they were not far from it. Feng Ruru's beautiful visage was marred by a look of disdain. Although she yearned to attract Yi Chao, she feigned modesty. Did she truly believe that by pretending to be innocent and naive, she could deceive Yi Yi's suspicions and discontent, thereby continuing to straddle two boats? Chapter 40. The return of the virtuous general for several days. A hazy rain enveloped the capital until the day of the Empress Dowager's burial, when the clouds parted, and sunlight graced the earth, heralding yet another fair and radiant day. In the imperial study, the reigning sovereign, the illustrious Mingwudi, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat upon the throne, embodying majesty and authority. He chuckled softly, bemused by the audacity of a certain mischievous girl, who dared to inquire about anything and everything, only to blush shyly afterward. Su Jing, in a daze, emerged from Yi Chuanyun's tent. After some contemplation, he deemed the possibility of the three brothers simultaneously losing their wits exceedingly low. Thus, he hastily summoned the entire Lanzhou army, preparing for battle. She could discern that in recent days, Qin Yinzai's gaze upon her was laden with guilt. He must be blaming himself for not adequately safeguarding her.
Yet,
how could she hold him accountable? It was she who had been foolish, unaware of her own pregnancy, while engaging in perilous activities. It must be noted that 100,000 taels of silver constituted a substantial expenditure for the entire Tiandu sect. Although it could be managed, it still pained them to part with such a sum. Song Qi, feeling flustered, leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. As she hesitated, Mu Jingxiu reciprocated, drawing her into his embrace and deepening the kiss. However, after entangling for years, could the intricate roots truly be severed cleanly? The Han family's main branch now yearned to earn profits as well, hoping to overshadow Han Jianhua. If successful, they could bring glory to their ancestors. At this moment, it appeared that the island had completely slipped from Feng Su's control, and he seemed oblivious to it. Shi Wanshi, curious, ventured to inquire. With a soft thud, a dark glimmering, transparent handprint flew into Lin Lei's body, utterly unstoppable. Lin Lei, attempting to distance himself from the assailant, focused all his energy on resisting this spiritual assault. Stone.
These are merely my thoughts.
I believe this approach could not only address the loophole, but also facilitate management, allowing for treatment at any time without adhering to a strict schedule. However, expertise in computers is undoubtedly the most crucial element, Wang Ju remarked softly. From the time Zhou Rou was still her homeroom teacher, to Zhou Rou falling head over heels for him and resolutely abandoning her teaching career to support LV Shi's economic foundation. The disparity between LV Shi's contributions and the time he spent with Zhou Rou was stark. Harris was momentarily taken aback by the words, while Nick beside him wore an expression of uncontainable excitement. Their companions, waiting not far off, gazed at Harris with eager anticipation, hoping he would promptly nod in agreement. Yuji seemed poised to say something, yet ultimately held her tongue, casting a pall over the atmosphere in the treehouse. Rock's eyes glinted with disdain as he addressed Dai and Zhuiyun. Let us eat. The server, seeing that Rock had dismissed him, retreated in annoyance. As long as the pure Yang Yuanshan existed, the Ghost Emperor was truly indifferent to the fate of the denizens of the Ghost Realm. Their well-being lay far beyond his concern. In the instant when the dark red and purple gun tips collided, Yin Zhu harnessed the momentum to leap, not affording Martini the opportunity to unleash a counterattack. Yet, his maneuver effectively shattered Martini's assault intentions. Chapter 41. Countenance O. Ku Xin remained unfazed. That was the former me speaking. After a moment of silence, Shang Tingli replied, If you find joy in it, then it is well. Is the present you truly the essence of who you are? Shang Tingli turned his head away, silently curling his lip. who claimed that women are capricious. That child was nurtured solely by Xianyuan Nialuo, who taught her the whip techniques of Qiansha. After a while, she feigned noticing Huan Tian, gradually ceasing her dance, casting a cold gaze in his direction. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but display an embarrassed expression. It was the first time someone had praised him in such a manner, and he found it rather disconcerting. Tian Jiao aimed to support Morong in unifying the realm, and Yen Chuheng finally accepted this reality. He intended to assist Tian Jiao in her endeavors. After much persuasion, she convinced him to relinquish his aspirations. Moreover, in this world where strength reigns supreme, people often regard only the final outcome, seldom caring for the journey that leads there. The ice source crystal, ice source grass, and spirit root pill transformed into 3 streams of energy upon entering Jiangning's body, slowly merging under his control, subsequently refined by him. However, at that moment, no one thought to inquire about Lu Shi's opinion, nor did they regard Peng Jin's wishes. Fearful of repercussions, they forcibly expelled the 3rd branch under the pretense of division. That is why you meticulously plotted against me. Yun Qingshan coldly received Lu Ying's words, her eyes glacially fixed on her and Feng Zihuang. Master Bao, she speaks nonsense. I do not know her. I have only the princess as my legitimate wife. Chen Shimi stubbornly maintained his stance. When asked about his substantial wealth, he found it a lengthy tale. Initially, he could have fabricated a simple excuse to evade the question, confident that even if Liang Jinghua discerned his deceit, he would harbor doubts but refrain from probing further. After the lightning struck, it did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a semicircular shield with a diameter of 6 feet, encasing Yu Qingfeng within. This Chang'e Tower belonged to the Qi family, yet as the eldest daughter-in-law, she was unable to take anything but could only watch from the sidelines, much to Madame Qi's discontent. Thus, she merely muttered a few habitual complaints, not daring to take action, although today was somewhat lively. Meng Jiao felt a warmth at her waist, accompanied by a gentle force that guided her to the ventilation opening atop the shed. The two wielded their swords in perfect harmony, executing identical moves and stances, 1 + 1 equating to greater than 2, as they fiercely charged at the black-clad assailants wreaking havoc. Not only that, he also recruited countless martial artists and skilled builders, tirelessly working day and night, achieving the miraculous completion of the entire dojo within 3 days. Su Shu watched as drops of soup from her red attire fell onto her skirt, listening to the affected voice of Heir Cui nearby. Renowned masters like Sha Long had already been reduced to a state of near collapse. How could they dare to act recklessly? Should he gain control over Black Wolf Mountain and Junshan Water Village, seizing the critical water and land routes, he could subsequently dominate Xiangyang, march upon Changsha, and with a thunderous momentum occupy the 9 counties of Jingxiang, amassing an army of over 100,000 at his command, presenting vast opportunities. The expressions of Director Ho and the other 2 directors suddenly morphed into peculiar ones. If memory served correctly, it seemed that this individual had recently been embroiled in a scandal with Jian Han. Chapter 42. A resounding slap. Ku Xian remained unfazed, his demeanor cold and imposing. Yu Jing paused, fixing his chilling gaze upon Yu Lanxi and demanded, "Apologize at once. Your Majesty, with this battle. It seems the heavenly court has truly made a name for itself," observed an elder from a prominent family of Dark Knight Island, regarding Xia Tian with a slight smile. In the realm of business, core technologies are kept confidential. Otherwise, if competitors imitate or steal them, it would be akin to paving one's own path to ruin.
Warm.
Ji Zian could not help but lean close to Xian Wanwan's ear and whisper something, causing her ears to redden like a boiled shrimp. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the true monarch of Yuqing discarded their chess pieces and hurriedly followed the Dragon King of the West Sea out of the dreamlike realm. If only it were possible, he would have eagerly wished to place a child within her womb, thereby binding her to him, preventing her from wandering in thought. To enter Lingyun's sect from Kanglin Kingdom, one must first traverse the Illusion Bee City, cross the Red Sand Gobi, and then proceed into the endless mountain ranges. It is said that Lingyun's sect resides atop the 5 highest peaks. Although Qiao Fongfeng did not acknowledge his actions in front of Qiao Yuanfei, upon hearing the marriage announcement from the fan group, he immediately fell into a state of disarray. "Are you all right?" Why did you run so hurriedly just now? Is it a stomachache? Chu Mohan looked at her with concern. At that moment, he could hardly believe that he had once again lost to Qian Yu. Fei Luyan was waiting for Qian Yu, and he was oblivious to what had transpired over the past millennium. How could Fei Luyan have become entangled with Qian Yu again, forgetting entirely the life she had once risked for him? Ling Shun maintained a stoic expression, listening intently to Ling Wei's words. As she spoke further, a subtle change appeared on his face, transforming into a faint smile. At that time, she had no knowledge of sorrow. It was only after the fourth brother was granted a fief, their mother passed away, and now, even the elder brother had departed from this world. Naturally, Yu Baoding would not allow Shan Xian to ponder for too long. After a few breaths, he forced himself to rise and leave. Linger, you absolutely must not come to harm. Dou Zhantong reassured himself internally, yet his heart grew increasingly anxious. When she was besieged by the Dark Crows and Ling Tu and ultimately took refuge in the demon-suppressing tower, it was only with the aid of Chu Zhen and Su Sha that she managed to escape. However, upon seeing Dong Yin, she was suddenly pierced through the heart by a poisoned dagger. Qian Yifei offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. In this moment, the tranquility only heightened the unique ambience. Is there truly a first path? Zhao Kuang glanced at the rapidly freezing surface of the water, his expression betraying a maturity beyond his years, an air of solemnity that was more than just a mere impression. Mother, I solemnly inform you that I am a man, and thus understand a man's heart, Dodo said with an increasingly serious demeanor. Wait, I haven't washed my hands, Yunzi blushed, having struggled for a moment to conjure such a clumsy excuse. Furthermore, the method of marking with spiritual artifacts is exceedingly covert and difficult to detect. Regardless of how powerful one's spiritual awareness may be, it cannot uncover the existence of such markings. Wang Meng, possessing the power of thunder, was uniquely able to discover the presence of the spiritual mark. Tang Xian rose, draping Li Xinglan's arm over her shoulder, at a towering height of 1.89 meters. His weight bore down upon her as if she were carrying a mountain. Had she not possessed exceptional strength, she would surely have been flattened. Chapter 43. The art of war. Shang Tingli learned of his parents' past from his mother, a tale reminiscent of a hero's struggle against the allure of beauty. His parents first encountered one another by the spring pool, on a day that was said to be splendidly clear, with willows swaying gently and kites soaring high in the sky. A young maiden, holding a butterfly kite, leaned against a willow tree, her smile dazzling enough to captivate many, including her father. After she departed, a voice, both clear and melodious, suddenly resonated from the peak. When their lips met, softer than he had imagined, a hint of restraint flickered in Yu's eyes. Brother Yu, please do not act this way. Situ, he only has my best interests at heart. Do not take it to heart, Lung Qiu hastily interjected. It seemed prudent for her to clarify matters at the Yen residence the following day, to prevent her from forcing a brave smile. Zhang Can, having met with the ominous aura of death, felt it dissipate as he grasped the dark red broken horn, transforming the atmosphere back to something mundane and harmless. In his recollection, the back gate of the park opened into a residential area, where a real estate agency resided on the ground floor. Very well, it is settled then. We vow that should the heavenly emperor break his promise, we shall sever all ties with him, declared Yan Di, followed by the affirmations of the others. Su Qing settled into a recliner, biting down on a chip at the corner of his mouth. With a swift motion, he pushed all the chips before him into the center of the gambling table, then retrieved a check from his pocket and flung it forward. Long Xiankong proceeded to inquire about other matters, and once satisfied with the responses, he kicked the still hypnotized individual off the heavenly wing, resulting in a certain demise. Among the core disciples of the major sects, once one enters the realm of immortality, only the exceptionally talented are designated as heirs to the sect leader. The rest assume the status of elders. These two, like Wan Xiefeng, were originally core disciples, often secluded deep within the Liuli Immortal Palace for cultivation, rarely making an appearance. Although Meng Tianji may not possess the innate talent of Huangfu Ziyuan, it is noteworthy that he ranks third on the Luoying list compiled by the master of Dahan Mountain, surpassing Huangfu Ziyuan significantly. And it is evident that he harbors formidable hidden techniques. At the highest point in this realm, Uchiha Madara's voice dripped with derision, encompassing even himself. If he were at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, Gong Bozi could effortlessly evade attacks and counterstrike. However, having suppressed his cultivation, evasion was no longer an option. Yet, with Han Lin leading the way as a demonic sage, how many would align with the likes of Feng demonic sage under such circumstances? Hot Damn thrust his palm, transforming it into 9 faint shadows aimed directly at Richard. With all avenues of escape sealed, Richard clenched his teeth and retaliated with a powerful strike. In the end, after much deliberation, Xia Machio took away a creature known as Gigi, capable of matching a 7th-tier star general when enraged. After discussing matters with Qin Dong, Xia Machio and his companions, led by Miaoying, were about to depart when a silver bell-like voice halted them. The dog nodded, swallowing the accusation of being a bad person. This was a dog unwilling to challenge authority. Disciples from the beggars' sect guided the two outside the city, and soon thereafter, Daoist Chongqing, Master Qingxiao, and Master Jian arrived. Yu Shen approached respectfully, bowing to his master, while Chongqing offered a few polite words of encouragement. Only by rooting oneself in the soil can one earn the right to gaze at the stars. The realms of heaven and earth are inseparable, much like time and space, which cannot be severed from one another. Chapter 44, To South Wu Oh My. How could one possibly lose face to such an extent? Koexian could not help but let out a low chuckle, which in the ears of others seemed like a heartless mockery. Shang Tingli, without a moment's thought, flipped over and covered his mouth with a hand, glaring at him in anger as he chided, no laughing. He remained remarkably calm. Though the old woman wished to acknowledge the truth, yet how could she voice such a betrayal of gratitude? The number of survivors on the scene had indeed decreased drastically, plummeting to a mere 33. Liang Yijin suddenly felt a chill run down her spine as a sinister breeze swept through. She hastily gathered the stalks, attempting to restore the coffin lid. Under ordinary circumstances, Bai Yimin could have uttered those words with utter composure. However, after receiving that phone call, her once resolute heart inexplicably wavered, yet she endeavored to maintain an air of fearless confidence. He tasked me with protecting Yijin, yet I am unaware of her whereabouts. Without him saying a word, I ought to punish myself for failing in this matter. Edward Ripley once again attempted to join the conversation, shaking a black remote in his hand as he approached Sean with a smile. In truth, had an accident truly occurred, the original owner's attempt to reach for the dagger might have resulted in being subdued before the weapon could even be drawn. Moreover, her Qilin whip was far more formidable than that dagger. Even so, warmth filled her heart. The current Sheng Huan was nowhere near as beautiful as the tea lady from before. Yet the way he pouted and acted coy made Di Qingxiao feel that he was far more enchanting than ever. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Shang Xiao collaborated with the police, feigning an agreement to provide his uncle with 1 billion, and genuinely arranged for a vehicle for him, laden with cash. In the next moment, a figure swooped down, scooping her up and crashing down with a splash. He spoke words while contemplating the need to find a few midwives to stay at the residence, ideally seeking out 2 doctors as well, to avoid being at a loss when the time came. After she finished speaking, fearing he might realize her intentions to deceive him, she dared not meet his gaze, instead staring at the distant peaks and swirling clouds. Schwer had donned a new outfit, and upon changing, he found her stunning. This attire perfectly complemented Han Ningxue's grace. This is it. I remember this place. Wan Lingyuan is right here, Xian Shu proclaimed. When Shang Xiao awoke, he felt his body was still quite frail, lacking in strength. Had he not been rendered unconscious by the smoke, Ouyangji would not have had the opportunity to escape, and he would have dealt with that wretched scoundrel by now. Avenging himself. Wang Yu felt as though his head was splitting. He was an ordinary man, yet even the most ordinary of men would hesitate before such a bizarre world. As C4 had already been dismantled halfway, Harry Potter was taken aback to find himself instantly eliminated. Suddenly, Shun Chong recalled having seen a bounty previously, at that time. His reward was marginally higher than Qianshan Shui's, and thus he had scrutinized it seriously. It was a major general from the Dragon team. Yi Fei was also in a rush, emerging from the control room to observe Anilu and Pikachu on the deck. The two had transformed into 2 purple lightning orbs. Not only that, they were drawing in surrounding lightning, creating a spectacle beyond mere shock. Chapter 45. The prefect of Nanwu. She did not inquire about his destination or purpose. She merely affirmed within herself that it was unnecessary to guess. He was undoubtedly going to confer with the fourth prince. The situation in Nanwu would soon be laid bare before the prince's discerning eyes. Ku Xian pretended not to hear, his movements unhesitating as he deftly alighted from the carriage. Once he departed, Shang Tingli instructed the coachman, "Pull over. Do not obstruct the road." Understood. Liao Bing's eyes brightened upon the arrival of Hua Wuxian. As if he had found a pillar of support, his spirits lifted considerably, having discovered a glimmer of hope. Left unaddressed, the matter would lead to fatal consequences due to infection and inflammation, as informed by Qiao Lia from the treatment center. Simultaneously, Abe San delivered a swift kick to Wang Yan's chest, sending him sprawling. The following day's media fervently praised Qiao and Li's performance in the match. How astute he was. In the days preceding, he had already sown the seeds of blood oath, ensuring their steadfast loyalty. It was this very allegiance that bolstered his confidence to assault Mao Shan. Wang Tao clenched his teeth, realizing that today's predicament was insurmountable. He could not afford to act without fully grasping the opponent's capabilities. It seemed the only recourse was to enlist inner disciples to teach this presumptuous newcomer a lesson, though he felt compelled to ascertain the name of this fresh disciple. Fortune favors the bold. One must risk entering the tiger's den to capture a tiger cub. He understood these truths well and was acutely aware that only through daring could one seize a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Previously, the Nanshan inspector had deliberately ignored the Erwaba brothers, seeking to gauge their reactions. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Baiming Shui and Ouyang Fighting were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. This time, Jiang Momo chose a different path based on drone reconnaissance. This route was visible from above, offering great convenience, likely a result of numerous training exercises. Just then, another graceful figure entered the inn. Long hair cascading down her shoulders, her figure enchanting, her beauty surpassing even that of Yang Jin. A peak quasi-saint. He possessed confidence that rivaled the likes of Xian Yaozi and Tong Gu Daoist. Within moments, they arrived at a pastoral-style farmhouse, where a lengthy walkway was flanked by bamboo fences, topped with tiles and a layer of golden straw, with 2 rows of red lanterns adorning the eaves. To compel his submission would not be an easy feat. Dragons are inherently proud creatures, and despite their fear of death, they would not yield easily. Such a scandal would spell disaster for the royal family. Even if quelled, the identity of the crown prince would forever bear the taint of debauchery. Wu Xiangyang, still reeling from the shock of the college entrance examination resuming, stared blankly at a basket filled with white and pink-streaked pork, swallowing hard. From a distance, the words Yi Yunshan jewelry hung above the entrance in the style of an ink-wash painting, the sign exuding grandeur. Yet, the surrounding crowd murmured disdainfully, their eyes laced with scorn as they pointed at the plaque. Embroidered brocade? Li Yuhua was taken aback, secretly pondering why this name resembled the aliases used by courtesans in the brothels, infused with a sense of intrigue. The Five Phoenix source, if not for its fusion with the Tianyuan source, could only be deemed an entry-level source of martial energy, quite feeble indeed. At that moment, Gao Yalin's gaze was fixed intently on Liang Hingyu, her emotions stirring deeply as she instinctively touched her abdomen while speaking of children. The halted Lord Lung, disdain evident in his eyes, waved his feather fan, and suddenly, 2 beams of gray light erupted from his gaze, directed straight at the web of laws before him. Chapter 46. Uncles and aunts. The constables, wary of negligence, hurried within to report. Shortly after, a slender middle-aged man emerged, his pace brisk as he approached the 2. Bowing respectfully, this humble official greets His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess. The individual before them appeared more gaunt than remembered, though in his 30s. Strands of silver graced his temples. The sight stirred emotions within Xiangling, a poignant reminder of the relentless passage of time. Once, he had known this man as a vigorous youth. A wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting immediate orders to summon surrounding troops to launch an assault on the vanguard army's guards, given the pressing urgency faced by their frontal forces. Within the depths of these mountains, beasts roamed freely, and danger lurked in every shadow. The sound of the Tao echoed like thunder, powerful yet indistinct. devoid of any profound meaning. "Fear not," Moonli reassured herself. "I have concealed my birthmark. They will not recognize me." In a mere 10 minutes, the boss's vitality plummeted to its nadir, the alteration of the world concluded, and the dragon scales on his body began to shed. The flower demon king, amidst the receding snow, seemed to glimpse hope, its needle-like projections aimed directly at me, perhaps wishing to take someone down with it. "What? Damn it!" Jiang Guangtou bellowed in rage. "I knew it. This must be the handiwork of the People's Party and the Vanguard Army. Investigate thoroughly. Anyone spreading rumors will be apprehended. Better to catch the wrong person than to let any slip away." Between the Lan and Dongfang families, an expanse of sharp, blazing wings ignited, causing beads of sweat to form on everyone's brows. Lan Fengyuan maintained his throwing stance, watching helplessly as the golden arrow he launched melted and cooled, transforming into a gold ingot resting in the palm of his promise. Those who have never ventured to the highlands may never comprehend the terrors of the winter night at altitudes nearing 4,000 meters once the sun descends. The three ascended leisurely, halting halfway up the mountain upon discovering a pavilion. Fearing fatigue for his companions, Xiaozhan led them to rest within its shade. A colossal body, with cold, bloodthirsty silver snake eyes gleaming with madness. The long blue horns and hefty form appeared quite menacing. "No, not at all. It feels rather comfortable." Although Bai Mozi's voice turned tender, Tang Tang's fear of him was deeply ingrained. Even his blooming smile did not alleviate her trepidation. His voice remained gentle and refined. Yet Nangong Jingyue discerned the fury swelling within this idle prince. Yi Fantian's face bore a smile, yet the chilling aura within it evoked genuine terror. At that moment, lanterns and torches ignited around them, encircling the two as countless soldiers gathered, led by a general wielding a long spear to command the throng. Amidst the flames, a Jiao recognized the familiar face of the rogue Zhang Qiantua. Truly, enemies had crossed paths yet again. The upcoming auction was set to unfold in a vast underground trading city located at the largest square of that infamous metropolis. Although he had anticipated a sizable gathering, the reality of the crowd left Yi Fantian momentarily disoriented. From now until production, they had a full 7 months to spend together, engaging in the activities they cherished. After a prolonged silence, Bai Shaozi gently embraced Tang Tang, wrapping his arm around her shoulder with utmost care, as she bore injuries and he dared not apply too much pressure. Chapter 47. Mother and Daughter. Father and son-in-law. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoyan's heart sank, and she anxiously inquired, "Is the young master unkind to Xiaoli?" The woman before her, in her 30s, perhaps blessed with a husband who cherished her as before, and free from the burdens of children, still radiated beauty. At that moment, her eyes were filled with concern for her daughter's potential misfortune in matrimony. If her mother were still alive, she would likely bear a similar expression. Shang Tingli felt a warmth in her eyes, tears welling up, and suddenly felt a sense of acceptance. "Very well, this is acceptable. As for the method of transforming one's spirit into flesh, my master will not be able to teach you that. However, if you diligently cultivate now, there may be a chance for you to acquire such knowledge in the future." The celestial being of clear void then turned his gaze towards Lin Feng. With her child in tow, Ning Yuanlan opted not to walk but instead drove her Volvo to the supermarket. It seemed as if no one had visited before, as the bandits in the temple made themselves comfortable and began to brazenly tally their spoils from their plunder. Staring blankly at the screen, he wondered what all of this meant. How could she possibly be in her father's hospital room? Did she somehow uncover her true lineage? Yet their enthusiasm failed to elate the weary Hanurki. Instead, the robust young man recoiled and fled, leaving the gathered crowd utterly perplexed, unsure of what his intentions were. It was only Uncle Zhang who, with a flash of insight, grasped the situation immediately. It seemed that this was the only way to momentarily liberate oneself from the embarrassment of having acted so foolishly. Yet, the enchanting, bell-like laughter still lingered in his ears, ebbing and flowing like a warm current, drawing closer and drifting away, akin to a delicate thread that could not be severed. At that moment, the pure white seven-colored mystical blade, possessing dual extraordinary qualities, had nearly attained the might of a high-grade enchanted weapon. How could this have come to be? A sense of foreboding surged within Yuran. Going any higher would yield diminishing returns, resources would surely be insufficient, and their realms would become unstable. Ma Sanyang nodded, rising to clasp her hands in gratitude to Zhu Hui on behalf of the villagers. I shall make a trip to Shikuo and deliver the items I purchased. With that, she turned and left, while Zhu Hui gazed at the figure of the elegantly dressed woman, momentarily lost in thought. Thus, Jiang Yun could only look at her aunt with hope, seeing her as an omnipotent figure. Ling Han remained unfazed. Regardless of whether he deceived Zhao Peng with these starstones, the other party would undoubtedly pursue him. Hence, he regarded this 10,000 starstones merely as an entrance fee to engage with the Zhao family. You should not have followed us this far. Sima Yue smiled gently at the group before channeling her spiritual energy into the ground, enveloping them all in a vast barrier. Liaihua's residence was located about a mile from the train station and no more than 2 miles from Fong Pingying's home, making it quite convenient in terms of location and transportation. The former song was performed by Mei Yanfeng and Su Jian, known for its popularity, while the latter was sung by Wen Zhaoluan, posing no difficulty for Zhang Jin. Zhu Hui spoke to Wu Yiheng. After all, they are new recruits. Let us take it slow. Training the naval forces cannot be achieved in a short time. If we wish for efficiency, we must engage in sailing and combat. Wu Yiheng nodded, aware that the performance of the new recruits had been less than satisfactory. I wonder who orchestrated this, Han Miaoduan remarked, rubbing her arms. Regardless of who it was, their intentions were surely nefarious. Chapter 48. Wontons. Upon leaving the government office, Qiu Ming was promptly invited by Shang Tingli to stroll through the bustling streets. Ma Chao parked at the intersection of South River Street, and Shang Tingli eagerly disembarked. Before his eyes lay a vibrant thoroughfare, teeming with vehicles and throngs of people. The shouts of vendors rose in a cacophony, overwhelming the rumbling of wheels. Although the nation was still in mourning, the populace donned plain garments, their faces reflecting hope for a brighter future. Pei Sun felt a stiffness in his body, reluctant to elevate his status to that of a savior. After all, he had eliminated Mo Shirling solely for the sake of Xiao Jing. Qi Jingsheng's brown eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out to tuck a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear. His voice resonated with a magnetic quality, bright and clear, as if she were deaf to his words. The sound of an arrow piercing flesh tormented her nerves, sticky blood oozing from her back, while thunder crashed around her. Mo Shangyo gazed upwards at the magical formation above, marveling at the wonders of this continent, which brimmed with the extraordinary. He Anyan approached with a cheerful demeanor, and upon seeing Xiling Yu in a wheelchair, despite having witnessed it before, she could not suppress a surge of affection. They had never interacted with Han Xi, yet rumors had proliferated, leading to a complete isolation from one another. He cast a sidelong glance in my direction, as if to silently question my words. Feeling inexplicably at fault, I refrained from speaking further. Yin Qingyi closed her eyes, bracing for the creature's assault, but after a moment of silence, no attack came. The individual known as the King of Lin was said to be nearly 50, yet upon first sight, one could easily mistake him for a man in his 30s, possessing an undeniable allure of youth. Today, he was tasked with guarding the entrance and relaying messages. He had previously witnessed food being delivered inside, but remained unaware of whether Physician Zheng had prescribed any medicine. This was the renowned antique street of the southern capital, once filled with ancient paintings and deliberately aged bronze artifacts steeped in filth from last week's production. Shin Miao Miao wasted no time, promptly eliminating those who did not meet the required number, leading to a recount when the total fell below 10. By the end of the affair, as the clock approached 11, Gao Yu discovered that the meal had cost him a staggering 520,000. After careful consideration, the commander of the Imperial Guard was promoted to oversee the Liaodong region, tasked with its defense. Xia Antong feigned the demeanor of an ordinary citizen, manipulating her all-seeing eye to observe the corresponding movements of the divine blade. Upon becoming a hollow, she gained formidable power, albeit sacrificing the ability for rapid regeneration. Only a rare few hollows could retain such a gift. Upon arriving at Seoul Street and finding nothing of consequence, he decided to sit outside the White Path Gate, striking up a conversation at the Sinfang. According to information gathered by Lan Fei, the sole change since early last year had been the replacement of Jianing Xiang, the illusory dance hunter, named Li Yuan Yuan, like Wang Jia. had become one of the top 10 hunters even before the bizarre occurrences began. Subsequently, he and Xiaowan initiated their campaign, disseminating the news across medical forums worldwide. Upon reaching the island, we immediately apprehended the troublesome Shurjin Runzai. Should no one else land, we would commence interrogation on site. Thus, Princess Anqing was permitted to rest in that room while I stepped out to retrieve clothing. As long as my grandson wishes to play, once the game repositories of other companies are launched, I shall procure another for him. There is no need for my esteemed father-in-law to be so anxious. Everyone present is family, and no word shall escape us. Now that Luo Feng has been captured, they pose no threat to us. Our next step is merely to align with Liu Ying's directives to launch an offensive against Luo Feng's reputation. Chapter 49. The young and the cunning Qi Yan spoke up to remind, "Madam, what you said." Kuyu raised his hand, causing Qi Yan to close her mouth. She chuckled awkwardly. "It was not my intention. I hope you will not take it to heart, dear brother. One mustn't disrupt the established order. The matters concerning His Highness the Crown Prince are beyond my purview." Launching Yasi directly carried Rong Yan to the restroom. He picked up Rong Yan's toothbrush and squeezed toothpaste onto it. Initially, he intended to brush her teeth himself, but was stopped by Rong Yan. The old ape possessed the pinnacle of the second stage of nirvana, yet his realm was profound, mastering several of the spirit realm's most treasured locations and creations. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such success? As she passed by, Rongyan noticed that although the photos had been taken by the police, many still lingered there. With someone like the immortal concubine Yuchan attending to you, you are indeed fortunate. Lan Yin's gaze towards Sun Yi was tinged with admiration. Sun Yi, filled with indignation, bit down fiercely, while Yan Bing hurriedly retracted her hand, flicking an apricot fruit into his mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Zihao glared at Tang Feng, determined to maintain his stubbornness and continue to mock him. As long as Qin Fan is killed, everything else will fall into place. The conditions offered by the three families are simply irresistible. After careful consideration, Li Bin resolved to impart the Spiral 9 Shadows lightness technique to all core disciples within the Puchuomen. At the peak of Fang Bingyun's radiance, those outside the formation suddenly felt their strength ebbing away, yet they could not prevent the inevitable departure of life. The brilliance surged, and a beam of light shot skyward, causing Fang Bingyun within the formation to vanish without a trace. The voice and tone were strikingly similar, almost devoid of warmth. Ling Tai stared blankly, unable to withstand the blow. Katsumi exchanged a glance with Shizun, and as a seasoned follower of Katsumi, Shizun instantly understood her intentions. However, the current players were unaware that in the Divine Realm game known as the King of Gods, there were no game administrators present. "Master, I knew you would be fine." Blood Eagle's voice, tempered with a cold resolve, sought to suppress his rising excitement. The poised serpent suddenly froze, as if ensnared by an invisible rope, unable to move a single inch. Utilizing the binding spell to temporarily restrain the serpent's movements, Zhang Lai seized the precious time to launch a second wave of attack. The ninth sister of Wind and Cloud made her entrance, clutching her staff, embodying a steadfast resolve as she ascended the platform. "This is entirely achievable." A familiar voice resonated in Su Jijia's mind. It was the illusory dragon, which often connected with him on a spiritual level, sensing his distress. Players, while leveling up, would acquire abundant materials, yet selling them to the NPCs in the novice village would yield only 1 copper. Li Yi, however, offered 3 coppers for each, instantly attracting many players eager to sell. With such an opportunity laid before them, who would dare to let it slip by? Such pivotal moments in life are rare indeed. Heavenly Flower, though capable of refining the divine into the void, with abundant essence, yet devoid of spirit, renders the body devoid of light and the individual devoid of life. Thus, the spirit reigns supreme. When the heart is empty above, unbound and unattached, with the spirit full and vigilant, one transcends the shell and returns to the void, giving birth to the golden flower. Su Qi collected all the magical artifacts from the young man, contemplating his physical form. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a fierce flame upon Wu Pe. In pursuit of information regarding the sealing pulse lock, Ling Xiao dared to take risks by attending the outer disciple assessment at the Xiang family, fully aware of the inherent dangers, especially as one of the lower-ranked outer disciples. potentially facing various troubles and grievances. Chapter 50. The esteemed master of the He family, he cast a glance at Shang Tingli. Aware that his younger sister had lived in Nanwu during her childhood, he decided to share this matter with her, hoping it might yield some clues. Shang Tingli responded respectfully. Elder brother, please speak. I am here to listen. Have you ever heard about the He family? Ku Yu inquired. Gao Zhanfei's gaze sharpened as his celestial energy surged through his limbs, merging with his blood vessels, a robust force pulsating within him, the indomitable body brimming with potential. However, the issue of vocabulary definition seemed trivial. One could regard Cheng Bin's interpretation of the universe as a multiverse. At this juncture, the final H-35 participating in the military exercise had arrived, and surveying the Air Force base revealed a striking sight. 56 brand-new H-35 bombers dominated the airport. These aircraft were vastly larger than the J-35 fighter jets, producing a breathtaking spectacle from the heights above. Turning away in resignation, he hailed a taxi and finally reached the Shao residence. To his dismay, upon entering, he was informed that someone from the Lin family had arrived. Upon realizing it was Lin Dong, an ominous premonition washed over him. Reflecting on the times he traversed through time, experiencing moments of detachment, and the resulting fractures in consciousness, Asmodeus found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Li Chuan glanced up to see a live feed from the underground shipbuilding dock. A massive warship occupied most of the screen. It was the first vessel of the Phantom Fleet, the stealth destroyer. Meanwhile, countless others were also viewing the announcement on the official websites of Shiha and Zhaiqing Aerospace. He refrained from going to the elegant room upstairs, for he and his brothers Lu Huayan and Shi Dashahad lacked the privilege to drink there. Thus, his past resided below in the Yishengju, not above. This unintentional display of emotion was keenly observed by Ao Sheng, whose eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he scrutinized Rong Jia closely. All things stem from the law of causation. At worst, he would simply devote a few more years to cultivation. On the path of practice, one must never be hasty. Exiting the film, Suyi stood in the center of the stage, watching the third door gradually open, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Like Lin Su, I had always deceived myself, yet I was even more foolish, ensnared in my own delusion, while feeling quite pleased with myself. I convinced myself that no obstacle was insurmountable. In truth, I had merely sat down with my back to the hurdle, pretending it did not exist, deceiving others into believing I had already overcome it. Lin Yu was known for her decisive and vigorous approach. Having set her mind to something, she naturally sought no further delays. As Lu Ji reached this point, he slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the bustling market before him, though his furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil. The emerald green dress was tattered, riddled with bloody fist marks. Upon closer inspection, a layer of skin adhered within the fabric, scarcely discernible in the darkness. Huang Wu, upon hearing this, was only too pleased, nodding in agreement before escorting Lin Yu and her companions down the mountain. These revered masters he once admired and yearned for were, each one, markedly different from his previous imaginings. The city gates of Qingshan County were comprised of 8 enormous bronze doors, each adorned with a statue of a unique magical beast native to Qingshan County. A faint white light emanated from the horn of the beast, serving as the focal point for the city's grand formation of spiritual energy. Chapter 51. Worship in a Past Life. I had never heard of such a secret. Could it be that he asked the prince to discreetly seek someone, but ultimately failed to find them? Perhaps it is human nature to be drawn to spectacle. The atmosphere surrounding the ceremony piqued my curiosity. Ku Xian let out a soft scoff, internally reflecting that given the limited capabilities of her past life, it was unlikely that anyone would have successfully located the person in question. Ku Yu, noticing her momentary distraction, inquired, "What is it? Have you encountered the realm of spiritual awareness?" Yen Yenner also expressed mild astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue as she quietly retreated a few steps, seemingly no longer inclined to intervene in the conflict between the two. Upon witnessing Xiang awaken, Princess Huyen exclaimed joyfully, "Xiang, you are awake. You truly are awake." Xiang nodded in affirmation. Zhang Yuanhao gently brushed his fingers over the elegant inscriptions carved into his bamboo flute, his eyes twinkling as he tucked the spiritual elixir into his robe. With a gust of wind at his feet, he deftly evaded the numerous vines that shot toward him. Retrieving several restorative pills from his storage ring and swallowing them hastily before channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into the flute. Wei Lin nodded, urging, "Junior brother, let us depart at once." Wei Qing bowed respectfully to Wei Lin before turning to exit. Yet at times, the disparity between individuals is glaring. Those with wealth, power, and connections invariably enjoy privileges that ordinary folk do not, along with a higher social standing and differential treatment. Zhao Jinluo, the eldest among them, was the only one who did not weep. Given that her husband had been poisoned by Zhao Ji, it would be absurd for her to mourn him. Just as the shadowy figure struck again and missed, Wu Hao, without turning his head, seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, slightly tilting his neck to narrowly evade the punch. It was only then that Su Xia noticed the dusty vanity beside the stone bed, cluttered with several grimy grooming tools, and a round mirror encrusted with dust. Outside the secret chamber, 3 mermaids with human heads and fish tails, captivated by the chaos, had begun to engage in a fierce battle with the formidable shadowy corpses that pursued them. Guojia, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. This was a gesture of recognition. As the saying goes, a scholar would die for one who understands him. Han Wei's actions resonated perfectly with Guojia's desires. However, Ji Ruohua was different, indulging herself without a care for the efficacy of the medicine, driven by her wealth and audacity. The individual who approached me first inquired whether I was a disciple of Shaolin, perhaps harboring grievances against my sect. The purple jade rice, harvested once every 3 years, imbued with the essence of purple jade, is of a gentle nature and regarded as a superior foundational substance. The soul piercer, emerging from an unknown origin, plunged directly into the serpent demon's forehead, a hint of crimson manifesting before the blood could seep forth, causing the demon's body to gradually become translucent. The audience below was invigorated. With the sect leader's decision, it was only natural to strive for victory. And this opportunity was one that the celestial sword domain had awaited for far too long. One hand pressed against her heart, the other against her temple, pain coursing through her and causing beads of sweat to form on her brow, her veins bulging. Yet her remarkable fortitude allowed her only to bite her lip in silence, enduring the torment. Indeed, just 3 years. 3 years hence, the day of the demon abyss's rupture shall arrive, laughed Kong Moyu. Excellent. My mood is quite foul at the moment, and you are just the person to alleviate my frustrations, he said, fixing a fierce gaze upon Yi. The middle-aged man clad in blue armor displayed a menacing expression, his tone frigid. To prevent her from harming Feng Jian, Peng Zhao took the initiative, summoning the ghost whip, which instantly manifested in his grip, its length expanding to over 3 meters, exuding an imposing aura. Hey, you aren't gay, are you? Liu Nai observed as Rabbit cast a glance at Lu Hao, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 52 Zhuangzi. She was somewhat incensed. Does that wretched woman dare to avoid me? Yu Lanxi glared, her brows furrowed. What purpose does she have in traveling to Nanwu? Could it be she truly has been reborn? No problem, Qishan replied, then gestured to the crowd behind him, prompting them to withdraw immediately. Now remember my words. You must exert yourselves diligently. He smiled at her, raising his fist in an encouraging gesture. The journey to Juyuanci cave was not particularly far. Yu Yeshi had traversed this path countless times. Even with his eyes closed, he could navigate without error. What? A 2nd grade. Not only Gu Rinming, but all the students present gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. After a brief contemplation, Luo Cheng seized Mena, who had nestled in his hair, and tucked her into his embrace. He then swiftly pursued the direction in which the red-skinned monster had departed. Shen Yi also comprehended the good intentions of his wife. The Shun household would still rely on Xinjia. With the royal grandson within her, how could anything happen to her? Xian Yuanche would never neglect the mother of the royal heir. Though Yi Baiwei recognized that Enzuer, as Lu Jinya's assistant, was exceedingly diligent, she was not well acquainted with Enzuer. Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries, she took her leave. In just a few days, they would set off. Yet recently, he had been preoccupied with appointments, elusive as a dragon, causing further delays. How could this be? I perceive this princess to be exceedingly amiable. She surely cannot be one to manipulate political machinations. Jialon had not spent much time with Nan Rong, but her demeanor and speech were indeed admirable. Soup is nourishing. It must be consumed. Upon hearing the farewell tone, Yi Si solemnly imparted his lesson. These are my personal affairs. I have no obligation to share them with you. Lu Yan abruptly turned away, unwilling to engage in further discussion. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She had succeeded remarkably. Her brother Yuqing felt discomfort if he missed a meal she prepared, as if ensnared by an enchantment. Therefore, elder brother, second brother, I genuinely do not support your overprotectiveness towards Jujio. Such behavior will deprive her of the opportunity to truly know her friends. I believe Jujio also disapproves of your conduct towards her, Su Zimu admonished his brothers with earnestness. Indeed, leaving the place where one had spent a lifetime must weigh heavily on Grandpa's heart. Jiang Luofan understood that his compass could capture the target's location through its aura, but there had to be a specific reference point. As soon as the question left his lips, Sister Lu had already handed over a cup of water. Xia Yuqing accepted it, feeling that it was warm to the touch, just right for drinking, and presented the blanket to the elderly gentleman. In the moment that Lan Xianming's words exited his mouth, Yuan Yahui could not restrain her tears from spilling forth. On a summer morning, the willows by the campus lake hung gracefully, swaying gently in the breeze, a most delightful sight. However, compared to the overwhelming wood release of Senju Hashirama, Day's wood release could at best be deemed a mere imitation.
Who are you?
A trembling mercenary inquired. They were not unwilling to engage. Rather, an invisible force confined them, restricting their movement to a radius of merely 50 centimeters. After spending an entire morning at the Antiques Company, the profits for that single morning reached a staggering 10 million. As soon as the words escaped Fong Cheng's lips, he fell silent, years of grievances swirling in his mind. The Spring Palace spanned a vast area, featuring several hot springs within and a pristine forest before it, offering opportunities for hunting throughout the seasons, making it a veritable treasure trove. Chapter 53. Lychee Shang Tingli was somewhat incredulous and inquired, how could he have failed to teach you the art of agriculture? Does the master even possess such skills? Manager Li paused, perhaps recalling that it was harvest season and the yield had been quite satisfactory, leading the master to assume that we were knowledgeable in farming. Hence he did not elaborate further. Indeed, there was some truth to this. At least compared to the subordinates I had brought along, their cultivation was undoubtedly superior. Upon reflection, it was clear that X had previously released far too many monsters, leaving behind numerous hidden dangers. Meanwhile, the Qingfeng battle team, still residing in Hangzhou, found themselves on the last day of their hotel stay. Are you suggesting that that wretched Black Bull would confide in her? I assure you, if that impertinent creature dares to speak, I shall break off one of his horns, rendering him incapable of progeny. Princess Iron Fan expressed her ire at the mention of the Bull Demon King, but in an instant, a hint of sorrow flickered in her gaze, and a glimmer of moisture welled up in her eyes. Director Han chuckled, immediately casting a pleading glance at Consultant Li, hoping for assistance to extricate himself from this predicament, thus revealing his inherent shyness once more. Consultant Li, a seasoned Communist Party member and the one with the deepest concealment, had little to contribute to the discussion. Once the members of the Zixiao sect departed, the middle-aged man subtly exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing that his young master was once again embroiled in verbal sparring, he chose to be benevolent and let the young master redirect his attention instead. Yi Chongfeng's eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. A cold sweep of his gaze revealed Wang Sideo and Zhu Long. Above the entire underground palace, a vast protective membrane enveloped the space, effectively isolating the blood sea above. If this were not halted immediately, calamity would surely ensue in the future, yet some matters are not so easily contained by a single palm. Her heart raced violently. Upon hearing those 3 words, Yi Qingcheng involuntarily stiffened for a brief moment. Nevertheless, like everyone else, she had been bitten by a snake once and now feared even the grass rope. Hence, even if she detected sincerity in his words, she could never trust him again. It was only at this moment that she truly resolved to accept her fate, to be with Li Huan, in mutual affection and understanding. Upon seeing Lu Meifong enter, Sister Ma Lu's expression stiffened, yet she found herself rising involuntarily. After all, Lu Meifong was still the head of the Western kitchen, the foremost among the three managers. At this juncture, the youth could not help but feel a tinge of grievance. His innocently enchanting gaze was truly disarming. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Riyue began to wonder if he was indeed a fool with an intellect stunted at childhood. If the Bai family genuinely cared for her and treated her well, her sacrifices would be worthwhile. However, it was evident that Bai Qinghong merely sought to exploit her. His originally dark and lustrous hair transformed into a dazzling golden hue, swirling at the sides of his head like flames of gold. Though Sun Wuqin harbored some reservations, Landai had, after all, saved Dongfang Yunlai. Directly inquiring about Landai's intentions would seem overly abrupt. Chen Huaqing paid no heed to those around her, casting aside all restraint, and hurriedly pursued Kong Moran. Expel him, banish him from Xianyuan Hill. The thought surged in her mind, startling even herself. Who was Xianyuan? What immense power did Xianyuan possess? He was not ignorant of this. Following the explosion, the police station received an immediate call reporting a significant detonation at the Jinli Group skyscraper, which had impacted numerous surrounding buildings, resulting in the destruction of many residents' homes, with hundreds injured and dozens deceased. Chapter 54. The store. Shang Tingli smiled and remarked that they had already been waiting. In the next moment, the butterflies fluttered as swords rang out, and 6 neatly arranged peregrine falcons soared into the sky under Ada's command, the white currents at the tips of their wings resembling delicate ribbons. It was then that Fong Bai realized that both he and Jiang Luer had been mistakenly assumed to be allies of these young men in yellow robes. The final thrust of the storm pear blossom's sword struck heavily against Chen Mo's sword, pushing him back over 10 meters due to the force. This is neither your home nor your business. We can come and go as we please. Do we need your permission? Jiang Luer thought the girl was utterly unreasonable. Feeling a surge of annoyance, after the two had wreaked havoc, the combat platform was already pockmarked and battered, with scarcely any intact areas remaining. Nilu observed the colossal steel claws and ultra-heavy artillery forged from iron along the sides of the palace, its lower structure robust and stable like a thick tube, while the central entrance and windows of the palace subtly formed the features of a beast. Could it be that someone has noticed something amiss? Master Li murmured to himself with a hint of worry. Ever since he learned that his disciple, Li Zonghe, had fallen into the hands of these demonic cultivators, he had resolved to avenge him without mercy or compassion. Heaven knows she had already been in the pavilion upon waking, her clothes in such disarray. Hu Xiuqin let out a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of sword light, each blade of intense slicing towards Su Zhe from afar. Lian Wan was startled by his expression, instinctively stepping back and grasping Su Jin's sleeve, only to feel the warmth of a hand that seemed familiar. It was easy to forget that the master had also endured the trials of resource competition to attain this level of cultivation as a true monarch of the nascent soul. Although it was not an extraordinary sword, it was crafted from mysterious iron, capable of slicing through steel with ease, and was indeed a rarity. She could not believe that Nan Gongshi, a vigorous and robust young man, could gaze upon Tuo Ba Zihua's slender form without feeling a stirring of impulse. Moreover, her second senior brother had been confined by the master this time. Lian Wan stroked her chin, sensing that the situation was rather dire. As night fell, Lian Wan finally arrived at a nearby town, flying at a turtle's pace on her sword and entering an inn. She had yet to witness her senior brother speak for anyone else. Most likely, it was due to the presence of the two masters that her senior brother had to maintain appearances. A blank memory?
Ben Boer pupils slightly.
His gaze shifting to the wound on Lei Zhe's left arm, severed at the shoulder. Initially, the Weibo account's posts would not have attracted much attention, but when Mu Ran saw this particular post, she intentionally shared it and liked it, adding a note of gratitude for understanding, which caught everyone's notice. Wang Ying realized that she had once idealized Su Jinggu in her heart. In truth, he was nothing extraordinary. Had she possessed that confidence back then, perhaps she would not have felt compelled to call Su Jinggu. Habitually blowing on the tea, Li Zimu took a gentle sip, a fragrance reminiscent of moss growing on wood wafting forth. The delicate tea even hinted at the taste of oolong, proving to be quite intriguing. Chapter 55. A test. Once more the following day, at 3/4 past the hour of the rabbit, Dawn was approaching. Outside the government office, Ma Chao awaited in his carriage. A group emerged from within. "Can't we stay here for the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Zhang Xiaoyan grasped Shang Tingli's hand, her eyes glistening with tears, yet she understood deep down that such a wish was unattainable. Shang Tingli offered a gentle smile, shook his head in silence, and released her hand, proceeding towards the carriage with Ko Xian. Contemplating the enigma of how Dongxi had employed sorcery, before I could delve deeper into my thoughts. Potato emerged from the hotel, his complexion pale and his body exuding a sense of utter fatigue. They sought out Dantai Yuer, who resolutely denied their request. Before the army moves, provisions must be secured. Without adequate supplies, Song Nifeng's military ambitions are unmistakably clear. Min Jie felt utterly weakened, as if turned to a puddle of mud, having already threatened earlier that Wang Meng must not approach her again. It could be said that as long as Wu Yong remained in the position of sales department head, his cousin would ensure the well-being of the Tianjin group. Naturally, Class 7 of the third year could not do without Qing Peng, who had a profound passion for basketball and served as the mainstay of the class. Accompanied by 4 others, sports committee member Chang Jun, as well as Luo Hui, Lu Quan, and Zhang Jian. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated through the air, and a shockwave surged towards Su Nua, causing him to involuntarily stagger back several steps. This scene irresistibly reminded Su Nua of a past event when Su He had asked him to pose as her boyfriend to dissuade Xiang Tian, and now, Su He uttered those very words once more, but this time, they bore the weight of truth. Of course, Zhao Binglong was unaware of Chu Mu's true capabilities, which justified his assumptions. TCH, is it really just this trivial matter? Men are quite normal. What is there to feel embarrassed about? The boss remarked unhappily. The villagers too found it peculiar that Daidong, who had truly profited immensely from this, now displayed no reaction whatsoever. At last, breaking the silence, Wei Yining, who had been anxious all along, seemed to glimpse hope upon hearing a voice and hurriedly turned her gaze toward it. The divine king realm can lead one to supreme glory, yet only by ascending to the king of all gods can one attain the truest honor of kingship.
Indeed.
Ling Heir's analysis is not without merit. It is also what I fear. Do you have business here? Jean Huang inquired. Before them appeared a rather unsavory figure clad in black, hunched over, with 2 daggers hanging at his waist, of indeterminate quality, who approached with a smile that felt rather unsettling. I took the liberty to assess his attributes. I am Gao Wen, as lofty as the mountains and flowing waters, a name known from dawn to dusk. Gao Wen performed a customary salute. Good afternoon, Deputy Inspector. Would you care for a drink? Dongfang Ju's calm demeanor was a potent tool in unsettling others' minds.
Lan Fenguin.
Facing this accomplished man, rich in experience and recently burdened with familial enmity, felt a mix of restraint and palpable tension. Indeed, Guangdong had inexplicably lost its hold. With subordinates unruly, what could one expect him to accomplish? The deeper one ventured into the center, the more one was prone to sway. Gu Xiqing moved with grace, yet could hardly escape the disturbances. Professor He, may your journey be safe. Tang Sancheng was overcome with sorrow, bursting into tears that resonated painfully, causing Bai Yi to feel a pang in his heart. Others were similarly affected, their eyes moistening, some discreetly dabbing at the corners with their sleeves. Having fulfilled my wish in coming here, it is time for me to depart. After concluding his discourse, Kunwu uttered this statement, preparing to rise and leave the place. Upon sensing the waning strength of the star beast, 6 silhouettes emerged from the blood god's void ship, each as profound as an abyss. Their presence imposing as mountain mists, rendering the air heavy and oppressive. Clearly, these 6 were sinister cultivators of the tribulation-crossing realm, seizing the opportunity to strike while the star beast was weakened, intent on annihilating it completely. Chapter 56. Cooking noodles. If I truly send him to curry favor with the 4th prince, I would indeed be a sinner in the eyes of heaven. Shang Tingli lowered his head, inwardly chastising Ko Xian. Foolish heir, what business do you have watching over the 4th prince? He doesn't seem like a good person. His smile sends chills down one's spine. What are we waiting for? Let us depart. Gao Chong, accompanied by Yang Zixing and Chao Ning, circumvented the camp, making their way towards the rear. After infusing the communication pearl with mana to request a call, They were unexpectedly cut off unilaterally, which made Sun Sheng stomp with frustration. Yet he felt utterly powerless. At this moment, both Hong Qingzhou and Lu Xiangxing sensed that numerous tasks remained unfinished. In comparison to the goals set by the emperor, the eradication of the Jianlu was merely a beginning, hardly worthy of excitement. Yan Qin no longer allowed any further investigation. Those outsiders would never grasp the intricacies. They found it difficult to comprehend how this individual possessed so much knowledge regarding their secrets. Ali Gua, though puzzled by the unexpectedly diminished combat prowess of the Kaiping army, could not deny the advancing Song forces from the south. Thus, under the relentless urging of Wan Yanchang, Ali Gua personally led his troops out of the city to confront the enemy in battle. Shang Ji had no desire to contend with such chaotic individuals. His only wish was to lead a peaceful and joyful life with his wife and children. However, fate had other plans, and since those individuals sought to challenge Shang Ji's limits without restraint, they could not blame him for being unyielding. At this moment, a sudden shiver coursed through my body, and I realized something was amiss. This fog was peculiar. By now, both Li Xiangxiang and I were trembling uncontrollably. Yan Ji's fingers delicately pointed towards another diamond ring, her other hand gripping his sleeve tightly, fearful that the shameless Yan Qingrua might snatch him away. Qian Yuan held the heavenly sword firmly, its tip directed towards the heavens. As countless sword energies erupted from his wounds, cascading like rivers into the sword. Fei Qinghua nodded. These were indeed facts, known only to her innocent mother. This thought rolled around to her mind, yet no one dared to voice a word. Everyone witnessed Song Rui's demeanor, and none possessed the courage to provoke the madman. As the swirling dust settled, the tremors beneath their feet ceased instantaneously, and the previously thunderous engine sounds faded into silence. Not long ago, a wealthy individual in Huaxia had built a fortune in mobile phones, amassing nearly 10 billion, only to lose it all overnight due to gambling. Dr. Mike, firmly locked in the terrifying gaze of Jean Tian, became flustered and at a loss for words, stuttering in his already clumsy Huaxia language. There is something that Wei Jie has yet to clarify in front of all of you. After few individuals casually took their seats, Wei Jie pondered before speaking. Liang Yongbai observed Zhang Yi's expression, sensing that his third brother had changed, though he could not articulate in what way. Chapter 57. Wildflowers and Potted Flowers. Alas, how can I implore my mother to exercise greater caution? Shang Tingli remained unaware that his thoughts had ignited contemplation among the four individuals nearby. After all, this is a matter that will transpire next year, and at this juncture, the prince should not yet harbor thoughts of annihilating his wife. Moreover, given that it pertains to the elders, it complicates matters further. At that moment, a vessel belonging to Onfeng Company, transporting supplies from China to Nigeria, was seized by pirates near the Indian Ocean. The leaders of China Ocean Shipping and Costco breathed a sigh of relief, mocking one another. For this was a classic case of those who perpetrate injustices ultimately meeting their demise. Those who engage in wicked deeds inevitably encounter retribution. Are you not cousins? Why can you not coexist peacefully and unite against our common adversary? Princess Anna lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. It is, of course, impossible to settle for mere monetary gain. Aside from the wealth of the Shui family, I desire their utter ruin. Xiao Yun declared fiercely, her demeanor instilling a deep-seated fear within me. She had never anticipated that the typically gentle and benevolent Xiao Yun could unveil such a terrifying countenance. In the scene, Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled like radiant stars, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In her gaze, there seemed to be an enchanting allure, her delicate figure gracefully poised, exuding an ethereal beauty that transcended the mundane world. Half a month later, Qin Nanfeng's results were released, and with a score of 533, he seamlessly gained admission to Fudan University in Shanghai, enrolling in the Department of Management's statistics program. Qin Beifeng, unfamiliar with the concept of statistics, inquired about it from Qin Nanfeng. My condition is this. You must address me as mother. Can you utter it? Ouyang Shi coldly regarded me. President Rong, allow me to drive. Xiang Dong and Yao Yao will divert the reporters. You two wait here for 5 minutes, and then descend, Gu Xiaodong stated before pressing the elevator button and stepping inside. Sudanly, tan yêu chúc cờ sốc ti. This Moxian truly had not changed. From the very first moment she laid eyes on her, she was putting on an act. Despite undergoing a transformation in her life, she continued to feign, unaware that mere pretense would yield nothing. Why did she persist in this charade with such fervor? Master. I beg your pardon, Baiji murmured, unable to recall the last time she spoke to Lanxi with such a tone. Child, why are you reluctant to embrace the fate that awaits you? A familiar voice echoed as Lu Shi beheld the hazy figure of the Long family patriarch materializing before him. Yun Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, retreating several paces as the energy barrier dissipated. I shall go first. My name is Caroline, and I was born right here. I am 12 years old. Indeed, it was Caroline who boldly stepped forward, precisely as Vina had anticipated. Yet, concealed beneath the golden mask, her lips merely whispered a faint word of exasperation. Without the emergence of the blood-soul return technique, resistance would be futile. Even should the Titan's strength prove formidable, it would scarcely withstand such cataclysmic assaults. Even if the adversary miraculously survived, Chang Kong and the others harbored doubts about its continued integrity. For the 12 celestial envoys were sharpening their blades, eagerly awaiting its downfall. Inside the carriage, the 3 occupants glanced outside. Xian Yuanmo stood first, stepping down from the vehicle, and then he assisted Feng Jiao as she emerged, while Hauer was tenderly carried down by Leng Shuang. What he had manifested at that moment remained unchanged to this day. And regarding the spores, one should not even entertain the thought, for there were no signs of their production whatsoever. It was we who reported the incident. My brother did not strike first. As the police advanced to place Li Huanfei in handcuffs, the elder sister rushed forward, presenting her phone to the officers for their perusal. Chapter 58. Adding insult to injury, holding her identity with utmost composure, Pan Yang remarked, even if she possesses the ability to enchant, she remains a mere lowly concubine, unworthy of comparison with you. As the esteemed mistress, it is only natural that they serve you, for they cannot hope to achieve greatness. Should the heir truly take a wife from outside in the future, you may keep these 2 maids firmly in your grasp, ensuring your influence over him. If it were not for Wang Tietue dealing with that masked figure, the old man would likely have already found himself in the company of the King of Hell. Xing Yi did not hasten to take his seat. He exchanged a few words with the staff of the Qiao Old Courtyard and observed as one of them exited, shortly returning with Su Li, who was carrying a large fish tank. Lu Jingjing gazed perplexly at the 11 martial artists engaged in combat within the Qingying building, her mind filled with questions. Why were their movements so sluggish? Against such martial artists, she felt confident that she could easily handle thousands, for their actions were painfully slow and their lethality minimal. For instance, the fierce gale, high above, was no ordinary wind. It was a violent tempest imbued with chaotic spiritual energy capable of instantly dissolving a mortal's flesh and blood, a challenge even for cultivators to withstand. Only then did Xing Yi clasp his hands in salute and, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, take a seat in the front row. This position afforded him a clear view of the nameplate on the podium, indicating that the meeting was presided over by Feng Yuqin, with director Chen Gaofeng also in attendance. Seeing Lu Jingjing's adorably pouty expression, Zhao Chaogang began to jest. Such beauty, unappreciated, was truly a waste. Unfortunately, no matter how stunning something may be, it holds little value for ordinary individuals, far inferior to a handful of coins or a measure of grain. To them, superficial allure is of no practical benefit. At that moment, Fan Yingying found herself in a dilemma, pondering whether celebrating with Lu Tian, the rogue, might lead him to misconstrue her intentions as affection. Yi Mo expressed his curiosity, recalling the youth whom he had sent flying with a sweeping kick. Now, although Mr. Guiyao Hua followed closely behind Principal Zhao into the principal's office, Lu Sasa showed no signs of trepidation. Chu Jie is truly impressive, Jiang Yang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming, having completely forgotten the recent quarrel. Sir, how much longer must we wait? The hand of the king of Shiliang trembled as it rested upon this colossal entity, quaking with anticipation. How many years have you delayed? While I still have the luxury of a peaceful existence, attend to your matters. The emperor will not voice any objections. Concubine Rong interjected sternly, cutting through her refusals. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Ning rubbed her fingers together. conjuring a sphere of spiritual energy and casting it towards the mirror ghost. Its originally ethereal form began to solidify at a visible pace, not only restoring a portion of its fragmented soul but also significantly augmenting its spectral power. The following day, they boarded a flight to City B, and as they soared over Egypt, the pyramids emerged in the desert below. Gradually, the attitudes of those around them shifted. No longer were they met with indifference, and a few kind-hearted souls even advised them not to overthink matters, assuring them that true innocence would surely be unharmed. At that moment, the restaurant was populated by groups of 3 or 4, all discussing the strong winds from the previous night. Even the owner appeared perplexed. Although they were situated on a mountain, it was not particularly high, and such powerful gusts were a rare occurrence. Chapter 59. Discovery of inescapability. The tea boiled, and wisps of steam danced gracefully in the air. The ethereal sound of the guqin flowed like a gentle stream, filling the room with the fragrant aroma of tea. At the table, 2 young individuals sat facing each other, a chessboard laid out before them. One wielded black pieces, while the other commanded white. Star Chin. If you don't take this more seriously, I shall not comply any longer, warned Ku Xian, pausing momentarily before deftly maneuvering a black piece into place. Very well, Mr. Han. Your efficiency is truly remarkable, Ning Hanwei exclaimed joyfully. This was no jest. Despite Wakanda's commendable technological advancements, it was still inferior when compared to the United States, particularly in military industry. Mi Haisha lowered her gaze, unable to conjure a rebuttal, and sensed that Li Lingyi's words bore a semblance of truth. If she were to kill indiscriminately, it would render her no different from the criminals who murdered her parents. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Tian Xuanzai sensed the presence of ambushers lurking in the vicinity. He glanced at Hu Xian, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then focused his energy and inquired, "Might I ask which friends are concealed in the surroundings?" The bald man, startled by the question, remained motionless in his hiding spot. Meanwhile, Han Go printed 2 copies of a contract and, accompanied by Lin Zio, headed to Yao Xian's residence to formally sign the agreement. Before long, within the confines of the 12 Hours Great Array, the air resonated with the sounds of battle, as if shattering the heavens and the earth. Dozens of figures within the array flickered, each employing their supernatural abilities in a bid to charge towards the Sun God Palace. At that moment, as the force around her intensified, Li Lingyi was astonished to find that Ani's body had not budged an inch. The thin layer of black fabric, under pressure, had become remarkably resilient, dissipating all incoming force. Believe it or not, it matters not. If all is well, I shall take my leave first. With that, Jian Quan disregarded him and departed, without a second glance. The final group of 5 consumed several delicacies before recalling their mission to gather intelligence. After tidying themselves, they proceeded to the heart of Broken Beast City, where cultivators congregated. Ji Qian received the note, and, before she could speak, Yunmayu's bodyguard had already pushed her aside with an arm and closed the car door. Miao Kudi rolled her eyes, floating ahead, trailed by Lu Han, who appeared like a forlorn spirit. Upon settling into the restaurant, the establishment, at the very least, boasted a commendable level of cleanliness. Though it was a barbecue joint, the seating areas were remarkably free of grease. Liang Hao respectfully remarked, "Though 10 spirit stones is not exorbitant, I am not a fool. I have witnessed numerous chess endgames in my past life, and I understand that there are always strategies at play. The true essence of one's being is not determined by strength or convenience of the physical form. It is eternally rooted in one's origin. I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death." The beast roared in fury, unleashing its supreme combat prowess. Its right fist, accompanied by the sound of air being rent asunder, hurled towards Lu Yi. "Ouch! My whole body aches." Jian Quan grimaced, clutching his pained form, his face contorted in discomfort. However, Liang Yi paid no heed to her expressions. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the street outside, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. Gu Zhenkong also noticed that Ling Wang seemed slightly displeased due to this, and could only gently nudge Gu Rushua with his elbow, signaling her to exercise a bit more decorum and not to provoke the prince on such an occasion. Chapter 60. Performance. After having breakfast, Ku Xian stepped out once again. Shang Tingli, contemplating the progress of Wen Hui's examination of the script, made his way to Ronghua Hall. Upon arriving at the corridor outside the main hall, he was greeted by the delightful laughter of Wenhui. Excellent. This is precisely what the crown prince ought to do, showing such concern for the people's welfare. Although the young man with the dragon's horn was formidable, Yun Feng felt no overwhelming fear. Rather, an unusual glimmer sparkled in his eyes. It seems they are truly investing their resources. The situation in Germany appears dire, Chen Ning mused while gazing at the telegram. As night deepened and silence enveloped the sea, the moonlight cascaded down like a silvery veil, rendering the surface mirror-like. A fleet of warships glided slowly towards the camp of Fusang, their arrival heralding the imminent confrontation. After vanquishing Wang Ting and the others, Cui Feng and Yu Lanxian continued their journey toward the ruins of Xianglua. Before departing, they scavenged many useful items from Wang Ting and the others. Cui Feng nodded in satisfaction and beckoned. Shi Yuehu tightened his grip on the azure jade token, hesitating before ultimately tossing it to Cui Feng. Jinja opened his eyes, surveying the emptiness before him, though no one stood nearby. The corners of his tightly pursed lips curled slightly as he glanced at the sapphire-studded silver ring on his finger, now tarnished and darkened.
Boss.
At that moment, several robust men waiting outside burst in with a fierce shout, brandishing cold steel pipes. You recognize me, Xiao Minglu? I am not wearing the bat mask now. Yet do you still know who I am? Yilian inquired with a smile. After C2 Jiannan spoke, he turned to Hua Qingyi, skeptical that she could perceive him as a murderer. Once the groom, bridesmaids, and groomsmen took their places, the bride finally made her grand entrance in a resplendent white wedding gown, proudly walking to the groom beside her father, the venerable Ka Mei. But how do we find them? If we ask, they certainly won't tell us, and we cannot resort to forcing them with knives. Bu Fan sighed helplessly. It has been ages since Jiangnan has witnessed such a heavy snowfall. Lu Shurjia remarked, gazing at the foot-thick layer of ice with a sigh. All life was captivated by this once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Silence enveloped the crowd. No one spoke or breathed audibly, as if they were intensely yearning to remain focused on the orb of light and the extraordinary treasure held within Demos's hands, fearing that any lapse in attention would transform this miraculous scene into a fleeting mirage. At this moment it was noon. After deliberation, several major factions decided to take a brief respite, intending to resume their endeavors after midday. She had indeed reached her breaking point. For days on end, her spirit teetered on the edge of collapse. The accumulation of negative emotions within her finally erupted to the extreme due to Demos's threatening words. Before her lay the rear garden of the Liang residence, larger than the imperial garden of the palace. Within, flowers of myriad hues bloomed vibrantly, butterflies danced gracefully. Artificial hills stood tall, and the sound of trickling springs echoed, resembling a paradise. Without locating Himubai, the funeral could not proceed, and these items could only be discarded as refuse for incineration. Chapter 61. Aunts and nieces. After a moment, she remarked, in any case, I believe His Highness the Crown Prince surpasses the fourth prince. Ku Xian gazed at her with a look full of meaning, choosing not to engage further. What does that gaze signify? Could it be that you intend to report to the fourth prince that I deemed him inferior to the Crown Prince?
Guessing.
How would I know? In the back, Bao Jika muttered that they had rushed over upon receiving the news. And it seemed the police had received the same information. Utilizing the sword technique of the Sword Master's puppet, they inflicted fire venom upon Xiao Yan, subsequently using a mysterious wine to suppress the chaotic blood-red lotus within him. Gao Qing cast a glance my way and sighed. What troubles you? I responded with a hint of despondency. I still cannot find that path. Luring Director Zhang into a trap is no easy feat. It has already startled the snake in the grass, and any further probing will only complicate matters. They were oblivious to these nuances. Yet they witnessed Quan Shengnan finish her talisman, her form slightly swaying, her complexion paling. Zhang Kuan had arranged for several students to weed at the class entrance and along the sides of the concrete path, while the others were assigned to the playground. As each class was allotted a square patch of land, measured precisely at the edges, forming a neat square. In the first two matches, Li Chong and his team played at home, necessitating the Lakers to travel to Minnesota, where the June temperatures remained rather chilly. The Ningning Drug Enforcement team had only recently found some respite, Since the last capture of the Lao Jiu gang at Wu Dang Mountain, the drug dealers had kept a low profile, refraining from reckless moves, allowing the narcotics officers a rare taste of a calm routine, clocking in and out, picking up children, and spending time with their families. The hem of her dress was adorned with black lines embroidered into ripples, embellished with pearls that gleamed resplendently. Meanwhile, the front of her top featured a black satin ribbon tied into a bow at the end. However, situations often possess dual aspects. While this may not bode well for Ning Ling, it does not necessarily spell misfortune for me. The atmosphere in the arena erupted with fervor. The entire Michigan team quivered with excitement, while the Chicago team stood stunned. Lian Sheng sighed deeply, lifting Su Jiangxiang into the air, soaring through a dreamscape. Waving his hand as vibrant flowers danced in the sky, with divine dragons and phoenixes weaving through the clouds. It was only then that Su Jiangxiang stifled her sobs, embracing Lian Sheng's neck to revel in the surreal beauty of the dream. As for the rumors regarding the ghostly guardians, who supposedly did not wear armor and could evade enemy strikes with superhuman perception, sustaining injuries only to their clothing while remaining unscathed, it now appeared that Yang Chong indeed succeeded in instilling psychological pressure upon the adversary. All eyes were fixed upon him. No elder remained awake, and some had already departed with their disciples. Linny was left wondering if there would be a scenario where one would lack a mentor. Suddenly, the magic egg ceased its movement, emitting a dazzling golden light that permeated the entire space, bathing the Sloan So living area in a golden hue, transforming it into a true daylight. Katara hesitated to approach, as he was uncertain of what lay ahead. Rebirth seems blissful, as fate grants you a second chance. You possess knowledge unknown to others, enabling you to prepare and respond more adeptly, striving to live a better life than in your previous existence. Although Chong Huan was taught by Chong Li, she spent most of her time growing up with her kin, remaining distant from him due to his long periods of seclusion. If you marry him, he will undoubtedly kill me just the same. My death is inconsequential, but I implore you to heed my words. Do not marry him. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not find peace, Long Xiaofeng uttered, unable to restrain himself. Chapter 62. The Chrysanthemum Feast. She was consumed by curiosity. After all, she had merely stepped into the fitting room to try on a garment, and in that brief span, her sister-in-law had clandestinely undertaken a significant task, which inevitably piqued her interest. It is worth noting that a dumpling could never possess the intellect of a living being. Indeed, the latter could wield various tools, while the dumpling was limited to its own physicality. Should a living person employ the black donkey hoof, the dumpling would meet its demise. For the black donkey hoof was the dumpling's nemesis. Li Xin pondered for a moment, recalling that she had noticed Mrs. Wei's legs afflicted with psoriasis, for which she had suggested a folk remedy. To her surprise, Mrs. Wei had indeed put it to use. Continue your cultivation, Han Tianfeng remarked casually before soaring into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I steadied myself against the gold as I descended into the underground passage, tossing my backpack to her. Gazing at the cold corpse of Shuafeng, I sighed, realizing that I would never again have the chance to meet with him and his companions in this lifetime. I had not anticipated that the words exchanged between Shuafeng and me would be our final communication. The defeat stemmed primarily from an inadequate ability to adapt in combat, having only grasped the principles of the wind element. As I approached, I thrust a dagger into thin air, while Xiao Ran evaded my attack and delivered a kick to my ribcage. I twisted my body, attempting to evade, but ultimately could not match Xiao Ran's agile movements, resulting in a blow that sent me spiraling through the air. His knowledge of the Kyoto Guard's deployment was impeccable. Before taking action, he ensnared all the soldiers in various distractions, ultimately eliminating them. Who would believe there was an insider among them? Go if you wish. Who is stopping you? Hurry outside. You must not disturb me while my brother administers acupuncture, Song Minyan said. Taoist Wang held some renown in the village. In these times, there were many monks and Taoists. Yet achieving fame was no simple feat. It is essential to recognize that the Western Liang army was advancing directly from Chang'an towards the Central Plains, with Jizhou being the first to bear the brunt of their assault, a burden that Yuan Shao must shoulder. However, the rapid ascension of Wu Tian was so remarkable that many found themselves caught off guard, leading to a collective sense of astonishment. Originally, He had intended to observe the battle, given his long history in gambling establishments, where he could discern that Ku Li and Mr. Sang were both masters of gambling techniques. Although he was unfamiliar with Ku Li, he certainly recognized Mr. Sang as the foremost gambling expert in Asia. However, aside from Song Guijun and Shi Wei, who were waiting in the wings, the sight of Wang Tsong and Qiu Shi's performance had stripped them of their pre-match composure, revealing only anxiety in their eyes. In the past, when interviewing athletes, their lower skill levels often led them to utter platitudes and clichés, making it difficult to discern their identities from their words. Tom Wu finally realized his impulsiveness and quickly supported He-san, casting a sweeping glance around. Patrons lingering in front of the stall, glancing left and right yet refraining from inquiring about prices, shared a silent understanding, all waiting for the impatient vendor to relent, hoping to seize an opportunity for a bargain. Amidst the commotion, Wang Tsong felt the softness of the body in his arms, along with an alluring fragrance, compounded by Li Lingwei's striking beauty, stirring within him an unbidden desire. Thus, I suggested you depart with Elder Pan. Though the Pan clan is separated from the Tai Su sacred teaching by a ring of star systems, it is still preferable to being separated by a layer of ancient prohibitions, Xie Shuang remarked with a contemplative gaze. Chapter 63. The Princess of Jinyang. However, it is difficult to evaluate Kuyue's actions. The Zheng family, who was appointed by the fourth prince, has never been a docile presence. Yet her youth and lack of offspring provide her with a semblance of stability. A fleeting shadow of gravity crossed Chen Fan's eyes as he recognized the pivotal role his forthcoming explanation would play in convincing the other party. The concealment of his identity as a slayer was of utmost importance. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he finally arrived before an oval-shaped white edifice. And upon seeing the prominently displayed character's magic garden above, he knew he had reached his destination. After finishing evening self-study, he relentlessly insisted on accompanying Yizhe and Qizhi to see Tang Miao Miao and Meng Yijin home. The atmosphere on site was somber, as the majority of the audience had come to witness Su Si and his companions, eager to see them triumph in the competition. The warehouse of the Zhong family had a window covered by wooden planks, hidden on the back wall, allowing a slender individual to escape, clearly indicating that Su Guodong had slipped away from here, evading the pursuit of the two cats. Initially, both individuals had a somewhat deliberate mindset, but eventually, they began to play like children. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhao Yun and Marco Polo were sent flying by the Dominator, SG's son Su entered the arena, launching a barrage of attacks. Though the Demon King managed to defend his territory successfully, the support from the Bull Demon, relying too heavily on his position, fell victim to 2 bullets from Bai Li Shoyue, losing his head in the process. Silence enveloped the hall, with only Chen Fan and Steward Zhao managing to extricate themselves from the impasse. Through Qian's connections, a week later, the buyer reached out to Zhao Ruaji, clearly stating their intentions. This transaction proved to be highly successful, with the buyer generously offering 300,000 for the Golden Bull, expressing interest in future collaborations. Upon sighting the black 3-headed dragon, his eyes gleamed momentarily. He stepped forward and darted towards it. This meant that unless one could shatter the rules of the box garden, it was futile to seek in-game benefits through irregular channels. Yet, those capable of breaking such rules would hardly be interested in these meager gifts. Do not become overly complacent. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that such good fortune is unlikely. The master of the royal mausoleum would not be so benevolent, would he? Could it be that the water corpsecue below truly serves as the final line of defense? The mountains were strewn with rubble, and a stone wall encircled the perimeter, constructed entirely from these fragmented stones to deter shepherds. However, the wall was not impervious. Someone had long since carved a gaping hole in it. They would reconnect later. The dashing bodyguard finally uttered a complete sentence, though it was to be his last, as he abruptly hung up the phone. The rotund individual jumped at the unexpected news, lowering his voice in excitement. What? There is a warning now. We are at our wits' end, and it dares to issue a warning. This is troublesome. What could it be? He immediately raised his weapon, ready to fire. After overhearing Wu Chen's conversation, Shauna nodded, her mind already concocting plans to break the deadlock on sight. Chapter 64. Sisterhood. As Huang Warren turned over, he swiftly pulled out a mirrored box. At this moment, he faced Du Yuesheng and his companions. casting a hurried glance only to see the sunflower weapon crashing violently against the cabin wall, shattering into countless pieces. It turned out that Du Yuesheng, Yuan Shanbao, and Qing Da had already taken cover on the ground. Yan Shenwu complied and closed the door, then removed the uniform he wore. Beneath the uniform, there was another outer garment, which was covered in protrusions, as if the fabric was riddled with numerous tumorous growths. I shall settle the bill for you. Initially, 5 days of work would yield no pay. Yet, fortune favors you, for you have encountered the kindest family in all of Shanghai. Meng Siyuan hurriedly confirmed this matter to prevent any unforeseen complications. In truth, had such a situation arisen in the past, she would have been utterly indifferent. However, now she found herself deeply saddened, rendering her more sensitive to the changes in her surroundings. Perhaps it was the presence of someone she cherished that made her emotions more nuanced than before. That night, she left, spitting blood, while he risked the chance of being discovered by his father to search for her, only to find no trace of her. In that moment, his heart clenched painfully, akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan, consumed by anxiety. Where is the doctor? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Zhang Tian inquired as he walked along the streets of the Sky City. The elderly lady had not long arrived from the countryside and was accustomed to believing in supernatural phenomena and feng shui. Back in her village, she often sought the advice of fortune-tellers for any matter that arose. At noon, the sun shone brightly, and visibility was exceptionally high. Under such circumstances, it was not an opportune moment to scale the walls and infiltrate the hospital. Yet, he could not afford to delay. A sense of urgency compelled him to act. Establishing a connection with Zhao Yi was a gamble, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, for they could no longer disentangle themselves from their association with Zhao Yi. The Han family was irrevocably tied to a ship of war.
Aufeng contemplated hetriatig.
Yet for certain reasons he remained. To be frank, he had no desire to wade through this murky water any longer. His presence was motivated by a wish to behold the stunning Huang Fuqi and to caution the formidable Eastern Jiao. Yet he had not anticipated the appearance of that deranged figure. Yang Banzian slightly bowed to the crowd, then cleared his throat, but after a prolonged silence, he could not muster a word. It turned out that on that stormy afternoon, Bing had already been slain, his head severed and skin peeled away. Subsequently, it was evident that the flesh consumed by the cannibalistic Lu Wuye was indeed that of Bing's headless corpse. Why is it that 2 shoulders can bear a single head, yet we are unable to achieve what they can? Shaolin had not expected that as soon as he spoke, Zakhem would agree. A fleeting smile escaped him, which Zakhem caught sight of. Shaolin suppressed his mirth and raised his gaze to meet Zakhem's enigmatic expression. With a resounding crash, just as her attack was unleashed, Tian Yuyu appeared, swiftly countering with a palm, dissipating her offensive. Thus, the young master silently accepted this task. Moments later, 2 extraordinarily beautiful figures vanished. Yet the weight in the young master's heart grew heavy. In the vast expanse of the battlefield, where could he possibly seek these sister flowers? Conversely, Quang Kong and Shou Ho, seasoned veterans of the previous incident, wisely chose to linger at the rear of the main force, scanning the surroundings for an escape route. During the battle against the 7 fiends, Yun Xiao had only accidentally acquired a fragment of black thunder power. To wield it freely was utterly impossible. Though she had taken on human form, she retained the habits of a serpent, shedding her skin every 3 months. With each shedding, she would grow slightly larger, and the new skin was tougher than the old. For Huanxi, shedding her skin meant a renewal of her spiritual power. Feng Fan could hardly believe the words of the ghostly Tianji. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of black magic beads and purple jade pearls, which soared from the defensive shield. Not long after, he detonated them with his spiritual sense behind the skull. I shall kill you, Lu Shuning coldly declared, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Han Yu. However, Xie Xian's passive stance regarding Xie Shen's incident had left the Xie family dissatisfied with this branch member. Thus, even if Xie Kue might agree, the other Xie family members would not consent to any academic exchange with Xie Xian's private school. Yet the flames had no effect on the human-shaped puppet. It continued its slow advance, wielding various exquisite magical artifacts. seemingly intent on tormenting all cultivators and demonic beasts before exterminating them. Is this real? The soldiers on site fixated on the descent platform, beads of sweat rolling down their cheeks. The prescription posed no issue. However, the choice of medicinal herbs was inappropriate, as the inner pharmacy had not stocked them. Shall we revise the prescription? Officer Li handed the prescription to the inner official, who then presented it to Morongyan. The Fengqi acupoint is where the wind evil accumulates. When chaotic energy mingles with blood, it surges into the Fengqi, transforming into a mental plague. Yu Kuan expelled this miasma from the Fengqi acupoint, restoring clarity to the individual. As he observed the oil droplets from the plump duck sizzling on the fiery charcoal, Yang found it to be an indulgent experience. By now, night had fully descended. The lakeside at night was enchanting, with the moonlight, bonfire, and forest creating an ambience that was utterly captivating. No, just a moment longer. Morongyan called for a halt again, and Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. She began to suspect that Morongyan was afraid of losing and was deliberately stalling for time, with a crack akin to an eggshell breaking. As if shattering some previous restraint, Lin Meng felt an exhilarating rush coursing through his body, a tremendous power surging within him, fierce and terrifying. Gazing at the crowd below who bowed with clasped hands, Guanyin let out a displeased, cold snort. Before Guanyin could voice her thoughts, Lung Xiaohan spoke first. It is precisely because we are practitioners of Buddhism that we find this name entirely fitting. Chapter 65. Painting the speaker was a middle-aged woman, of a similar age to Wen Hui, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. This was the esteemed princess of Rome. It was indeed a surprise that she would voice her thoughts. When Wen Hui turned to see the princess, she paused in astonishment, sharing the same sentiment as the monk, who had never anticipated that the usually reserved princess would make such a suggestion. As for men like Su Ming, she held an unwavering confidence in him. Should their relationship lead to sorrow, it would only be akin to the sentiment of a flower yearning for a river that flows indifferent. Su Xian, with fervor, embraced Mao Nu tightly once more, declaring that he had no part in the matter. It was merely the insistence of a wandering monk before the temple of Chengtian that had brought this upon them, and he felt powerless to alter it.
Now,
his wife distrusted him, convinced that he had foolishly conspired against her. With a heavy heart, he released her from his embrace, turning away with a furrowed brow and a mournful sigh. Indeed, Chu Yang's words proved prophetic. At this moment, Lu Yang, accompanied by his subordinates, sat in an inconspicuous sedan, fixated on the corridor entrance. The room was brightly lit. Upon opening their eyes, everything was laid bare, which inevitably stirred a sense of embarrassment. Wang Hen observed her mother's solitary figure, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over her. Uncertain of what to do or how to offer comfort, she found herself repeatedly hesitating to approach. It could be said without exaggeration that even this building, if mortgaged, could remedy the company's deficiencies. However, it was evident that if even Qin Tian could conceive of such a notion, then how could Zhou Tong possibly be oblivious? Come, draw your blades. Bind them to your hands, Xu Yang commanded, taking the lead as he secured a knife to his hand with a strip of cloth. Qiangzi and the others followed suit, fastening their own knives. By the time they had completed their preparations, it was already 11:30. High above, 6 wings enveloped the form of Ursi, who, after waiting for over a minute without sensing any attack from Dormammu, could not help but utter a soft gasp of surprise. The 2 middle-aged men behind continued to follow Tang Yen and Tian Ci, glancing at the time. It was now 10 o'clock. Tian Ci and Tang Yen exchanged a knowing look and made their way home. Just as Pashis silently contemplated these matters, the slightly raucous voice of the bald black mage, Daniel, resonated once more. Sister Gong, she softly called out, her voice ethereal, imbued with the weight of centuries of solitude and desolation. Inside the tent, Nye Fan, who had been poised to embark on a heroic rescue, erupted in fury upon hearing the apology over the phone. After all his meticulous planning, it had ended in failure? Li Fei Lu and Xia Meizhuang were both filled with astonishment. It was their first glimpse of a true celestial emperor's form. Do not speak. I will take you to the hospital. Chun Tianyi shouted hoarsely, tears already streaming from his eyes. His words were delivered with an unsettling calmness. Yet the elder of the Mo family, the head of the Xie family, and the leader of the Ping Tian sect felt a chill run down their spines, able to imagine the ferocity and peril of that battle. The clash of treasures often spiraled beyond control. Chapter 66. The blank canvas upon hearing the voice. Shang Tingli turned to look. The speaker was the young lady seated between Su Jinshu and Pan Qinghuan, the eldest daughter of the left prime minister's residence, and the future Princess Baijian's brother-in-law, Jing Yuan.
Pan Qinghuan paused.
I have already discussed this matter with General Nohak of the Divine Clan. My position alongside Commander Wan Lu is merely nominal, essentially devoid of any real authority. Mo Ran chuckled softly, for he had seen not a single ghostly shadow during his journey, leading him to suspect that Luo Jun was purposefully toying with him. A flicker of concealed anger crossed Yu Aoqing's exquisite visage, yet she maintained her smile and shook her head, embodying poised beauty. Was it not the case that the elderly Mu, who was indifferent to village affairs due to his youth, simply did not comprehend the situation? Moreover, the cloud-like aura concealed beneath the Lanxi's fur was, in essence, a nascent form of a barrier, exhibiting remarkable resistance to any form of energy intrusion. Previous battles had already demonstrated that ordinary individuals played an almost negligible role in such high-level confrontations. After all, she had resided here for quite some time and was genuinely unaware that the opponent had a friend on the opposite side. Lin Chen, what do you think you are? How dare you challenge Brother Yu? He could crush you with just 2 fingers. Such audacity is akin to an ant stirring a tree, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Li Lei scoffed. They wandered in circles, gradually becoming familiar with some of the simpler areas, yet they had yet to visit the more serious places, where it was not appropriate to take them directly. It felt as though FPX's lineup was rather peculiar, if it was an early game composition. It featured champions like Kaisa and Kiana, who truly revealed their power only after acquiring 3 core items. Conversely, if it was a late-game composition, the mid laner had opted for a champion that seemed utterly out of place, a crocodile. Yu Tong remarked. The sound of whooshing varied in proximity. At times it was alarmingly close, while at others it felt a bit distant, allowing for a slight sigh of relief. However, when near, it posed a severe challenge to their frail nerves. On the afternoon of April 11th, the team from Taobao arrived at the Yangcheng International Esports Arena, the home ground of the Suzhou LNG team and the venue for the LPL Winners Group Finals. After parking the car, Lin Yun leaped into the sea without a second thought, silently reciting a mantra as she plunged into the water. I do not desire Su Yuan's belongings. I will not harbor affection for him. Even in death, I shall not yield to him. If you wish for his possessions, seek to ingratiate yourself with him. Do not coerce me, Zhang Yan declared. Wolfwalker managed to stabilize his development despite a dismal start of 0 to 3, and through exceptional teamwork, he kept the economic disparity between the 2 teams within 2,000. Alas, Old Gondai ultimately lost this match. Sun Yongsheng, upon hearing Zhang Dong's words, could not help but internally commend him. Zhang Dong was indeed bold and skilled. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a titanic fire tornado that descended upon the denizens of the pirate world, showing no mercy. After the fiery tempest, only the 5 emperors, the general and the admiral, along with the Carp father-son duo, remained on the battlefield. Considering that the British top laner was a super tank, Bai Feng deliberately chose a tank buster in the form of Kog'Maw to counter him. However, Kog'Maw was also a late-game champion, and facing a Mundo with exceptionally high armor at this juncture left him utterly helpless. Chapter 67. The Tenjong Drapery. What does this mean? Zhou Jingyu exhibited not the slightest hint of panic, blinking her eyes leisurely as she replied, Your Highness, you jest. I have not shared the stage with you for painting, nor have I sat at the same table after descending from it. How could I possibly know? Her retort, once spoken, led the uninformed to adopt her perspective. Indeed, Miss Zhou was correct. How could she ascertain whether the daughter-in-law of the Prince of Ren had engaged in painting? However, he, feeling quite self-satisfied as he spoke, had already lost the patience of the soldiers and generals below. These individuals were rather unsophisticated. To win their hearts, one must mingle with them, at the very least adopting a similar manner of speech. As anticipated in a flash, that person seemed to be ejected by some unseen force, retreating beyond the arc of attack, even distancing himself from the fiery mountain spirit. The youth declared, "Then come with me." And with that he soared forward, closely followed by the surrounding soldiers. Yi Xiao gazed at the abruptly appearing pair of ample and towering snow peaks in the video on her phone, then glanced at her own chest, her face instantly ablaze. At this moment, Su Yang exerted every effort to suppress his emotions, striving not to reveal any signs of unease. He was acutely aware that should the two discover the truth, the operations in the capital would undoubtedly need to come to a halt. If indeed they were remnants of Highland, Su Yang was not overly concerned. After all, he had clashed with Highland on numerous occasions. Fully comprehending his tactics and the technology he wielded, the prospect of the adversary gaining the upper hand was utterly improbable. Despite the victory team having acquired numerous advanced technologies from Jingzi, they still struggled against the monsters. Without the presence of Diga, they would be nearly incapable of combat. Previously, after having targeted Zhao Daxin's acupoints, he was still haunted by the experience. Thus, this time, he could not afford to disregard her, especially considering he had just exploited her. He had not anticipated that in the Ming dynasty, the issue of cooking fish remained unresolved, particularly given that it was already the late Ming period. If this were the case, terms like lavish feasts should have emerged in the Qing dynasty, for without addressing the fish's fishy odor, it would never grace the tables of the affluent. Having already established dominion over the entire surface through force, they now sought to promote pacifism. A wizard with a short brown mustache, Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, spoke. Murky white vapors billowed from the crevice, and Ian distinctly heard a fierce beast exhaling in the darkness. When the contents of the spray bottle touched the wounded area on Zhou Tian, he let out a wretched scream, for it was filled with salt powder. Indeed, the Chengji Shipping Company was a venerable establishment, its resources ample, with timber stacked high, all properly dried. Zhou Tian remained unfazed as he tossed in another chip, this time a 1 million chip. Watching William's silhouette disappear at the door, Kuan let out a sound of discontent and summoned his close attendant. Before Hu Bo arrived in the capital, he had never anticipated such events. This posed a tremendous calamity for humanity, and at present, there seemed to be no means of salvation. He sure trembled, unable to believe her eyes as she looked up at him. In Zhao's gaze, there remained not a trace of paternal affection. The Pei family was causing quite a stir, and at this moment, Pei Sanyi received devastating news. A blow of the greatest magnitude. Mu Yang awkwardly scratched his head, casting an uncomfortable glance at Ningyu. I do not know. My goodness. What sort of nonsensical dialogue is this? Even Mu Yang himself found it utterly absurd. Chapter 68. A good idea, mother, Zhou Jingyu exclaimed, her face ashen. Madame Zhou's expression was equally grim. Who could have anticipated that the so-called artistic incompetent from the Yu family possessed such knowledge? Could it be that the Yu family was deliberately deceiving them? She pondered, am I truly the type to flaunt my abilities? Kong Mungung wore an expression of upright bravery, almost raising his arm in imitation of Lu Hulin. In a brief display, Jiang Larong crafted an image of a caring junior sister who was willing to risk her safety to save her senior brother. This not only highlighted her complete innocence, but also allowed her to narrate the events before Lu Siyun, as if every word she spoke were the unvarnished truth, placing all blame on others. Is Qi really not coming to school? Teacher Wu's gaze flitted between the four of us until we all nodded in unison. With a sigh of disappointment, she turned her attention with particular care to me and Jean Yeshuan. It was said that he and Shi Yu were beings from another world, possessing profound knowledge of our affairs. At that moment, Tang Yan, unable to contain herself, answered, in truth, she herself is uncertain about the meaning of drunkenly living in dreams. But judging by Shi Meng's reaction, it must be a significant secret among the people of Yunzhao. Isn't there Meng Go and the young marshal of the Li family? Are there matters they cannot resolve? King Lu had presumed there was a problem with research, never suspecting that the very external world he deemed safest would encounter issues. However, with Kong Mungung and Li Hongwu present, what could possibly go wrong? A blinding golden light suddenly flared, perhaps due to prolonged habitation in the subterranean cave. This dazzling brightness proved detrimental to the local magical beasts. Even the rock spirits, despite closing their eyes, were significantly affected, their vision severely impaired, causing their physical reactions to lag. Silly cast a peculiar glance at him. unable to comprehend how the typically indolent Dari had suddenly taken such an interest in knowledge about magical beasts. Did he intend to change his profession and become a tamer? Had it not been for Xuanyuan's confrontation that jolted her from her gloomy despondency, preventing her from further spiraling into despair, one wondered what other actions she might have taken if the underworld continued to permit her stagnation. What then would be the fate of the underworld? I stared intently at him, silent. Ultimately, he succumbed, his gentle tone acting as a soothing balm, allowing me to gradually release my grip on him. How could there be a tomb within an illusion? Jiangyu found this notion perplexing for a moment. Brother Gu, what is this? The siblings gazed in mild astonishment at the object in Gu Wangqian's hand. Do you sense it too? Let us go investigate. With that, the two soared toward the battlefield. Young Master Ling, look. Lao Zidong, perceiving something amiss, hastily leaned closer to Ling Xiao's ear. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiaochun interrupted him. Stark opened his eyes. This time in reality, everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream. Yet, he genuinely sensed an increase in his own power. At this moment, Zhang Hao had vanished without a trace. Through the abyssal armor, Stark contacted Zheng Hao. Forget it. Let's just resolve it as we discussed. Wang Qian waved his hand, weary of quarreling with Lao Zidong and his companions, who were, after all, merely bullies who preyed on the weak. All Wang Qian sought was a stance from Ling Xiaochun. The chief family held a status in Mist City that was hardly inferior to that of the Lord's residence, and their reputation surpassed it. To ensnare the chief family, he had devised numerous schemes. Chapter 69. Double Ninth Cake. What is it? Shang Tingli inquired. Fangji hesitated before responding. It pertains to Miss Lingling. She felt uncertain whether the young lady would be inclined to listen, unsure if this matter was even worth mentioning. Shang Tingli discerned her inner conflict and chuckled lightly. Has her engagement with the young master of the Liang family been established? Fangji nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that nothing could be concealed from him. Yingyue sat with her mother on her right and Yang Xiyu on her left. The scene evoked memories of their own wedding ceremonies. I have brought you some food. You weren't at the dining hall this evening. Yuezi placed a variety of dishes on the table. The men around them stepped back, while Heibiao covered his eyes, trembling all over. Indeed, the blood of foreigners is distinctly different from that of our Huaxiao lineage. Within the realm of the mystical, this is termed barbarian blood, which easily disrupts the balance and transforms one into a corpse. At this critical juncture, let Daniel give it a try. Upon saying this, I glanced at Daniel, feeling somewhat hesitant. However, the fiery essence of the immortal flame was exceedingly intense, although it was rare. Sealing it would require an immense amount of energy, an astonishing drain on the primordial realm. Fortunately, the spirit tree was available to assist. His hair danced wildly as brilliant beams of light erupted forth, his fists striking towards the young man in blue, exuding an overwhelming presence. Meng Guqing heard this from over a yard away, recognizing it was directed at him, and smiled as he stepped forward. Fortunately, Wu Zhu did not place his faith in this. Upon hearing that Zhang Qiyuan had also spoken on the matter, he brought the accuser to him for resolution, though there were undoubtedly other motives at play. Let us all take a seat and wait. Zhizhou waved his hand, while Sabuda raised the black cloud pearl to stand aside.
What?
Such an easy defense. Aisha, surprised at how effortlessly her attack was thwarted, felt a twinge of confusion. The next moment, upon hearing Gai's command, she quickly refocused her attention on the arena. Undoubtedly, this was destined to be an incredible scheme that had begun in ancient times and continued to unravel to this day. The leader of the merfolk snorted. Here we go again. Watch as I break through. Over the years, the leader had been recuperating while contemplating ways to dismantle the profound magic. Her indifference towards Zhang Fan's antics was entirely because he was a member of the dragon team. Chairman Zhao, please make a swift decision. If you participate, the people of Q City will not. The leader of Q City remarked. Generally speaking, within a celestial realm, the presence of one member from the White Ma clan and one from the Black Meng clan suffices to represent the balance. The icy sword energy surrounded them, causing the frost from the wall crevices to dissipate entirely. Your physical exertion is immense. Why did you not call for our assistance? Moreover, the roulette had begun to fade, losing the substantial sensation it once possessed. It is said that this mysterious place was birthed from the primordial chaos of the eternal realm, housing many sacred pools. However, as time passed, the number of existing sacred pools dwindled, with the Qingwu Immortal Palace housing one of them. Suddenly, flames engulfed her, signifying her rebirth, a fundamental aspect of the Zhuke Phoenix clan, rising anew from the fire. The intense blaze threatened to collapse the void, illustrating its terrifying nature. Zhang Xiao laughed heartily, offering no defense, resembling a valiant warrior who willingly faced his fate. This scene left George shaking his head in disbelief. Chapter 70. Painting with grains at her feet lay no bags of grain, so Ku Xian naturally placed his own bag on the table, recognizing it without needing to inquire. Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it was her preconceived notion, but she had never witnessed these affluent young men possessing knowledge of grains. For instance, the heir of the Yizhong Marquise, amidst the roaring tides of time, had their power transformed into turbulent currents, continuously sweeping across the desolate land, stirring a cataclysmic storm. Zhongli inhaled sharply. Fortunately, he had acted decisively by employing a magical scroll to subdue the formidable wolf demon. Had he been struck by the seven treasures ice fan and frozen, a mere single strike would likely have led to his demise. Indeed, with each step he took, he ascended to new heights and encountered fresh vistas. As she cried out in pain, Chu Emo softened his grip considerably, yet some discomfort was unavoidable. The trio could only conceal themselves, refraining from any reckless actions, silently fixated on the battle between this 8th-tier mage and two 7th-tier warriors. In that moment, the myriad forces surrounding the Holy Snow Palace trembled with trepidation. Much like Zhongli, who, wielding a level 20, extraordinary Shuro blade, exhibited terrifying offensive prowess, augmented by attributes and additional gear. Voices of congratulations echoed continuously. Xia Yi glanced around, noticing that Wu Xian was without He, and there was no sign of Kelly disembarking from the trial run train. Chun Ju pointed at the watermelon stall, saying, "Huzi by 2. We shall enjoy them on the way." Jinzi smiled as she boarded the carriage, while Chu Hu purchased 2 hefty watermelons, each weighing over 40 pounds, and brought them aboard. Subsequently, the carriage sped away. The watermelon farmer jingled the coins he had earned and grinned mischievously in the direction of the departing carriage. In this world, far too many shared the same name. She would not be so vain as to believe that a name alone would compel this man to scour the earth in search of her. Though the emperor could now articulate words, he remained the emperor, a figure of delicate stature. Even with his condition stabilized, he insisted on keeping Gu Chongfeng and Yen Suin within the palace, citing the necessity of timely medical consultation should his health wane. Anping understood that Brother Yanqing did not wish for her to endure any injustices. The princess of Anping's eyes sparkled with joy. Rules are rules, immutable and unbreakable. Transgression would incur a grave cost. He only recalled that day when the wind howled fiercely, bending the orchids, reminiscent of his father's nodding smiles to passers-by at the flower and bird market. The northern Liao princess's tears streamed down her face upon hearing Yen Suin's words. She gently nodded and slowly removed her hand from where it had covered her cheek. "Oh, have you run away from home at such an age?" Ling Xiao teased, noting that the sky had darkened outside. Would Li Xianyuan be staying with them at the first inn? This individual had just made a grievous error in judgment, resulting in substantial losses among the elite armored warriors. Thus, he could not be allowed to remain for the new year. Sipping this exquisite wine initially revealed its fragrant sweetness akin to celestial nectar, yet the true delight lay in the balance between intoxication and sobriety. "Master Long, what do you mean by that?" Yun Xiao inquired, puzzled by Long Zhonggong's intentions. "Is the chief of the Judgment Institute truly so despicable?" Jiang Ling scoffed, wiping the blood from his lips before launching another attack, as 4 tendrils erupted around the chief of the Judgment Institute. Chapter 71. A narrow path for rivals. Ku Xian was willing to heed her arrangements. Shang Tingli believed it was likely because he remembered when Hui's words. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to comply so obediently. Yang Zhengdong felt a sharp pain in his back, unable to suppress a heart-wrenching scream that could move the heavens and stir the spirits. However, his mind remained clear. Knowing he had been struck, he understood he could not remain there, waiting for the bald man to attack again, for he was no ordinary foe and would undoubtedly continue his assault. With this thought, he suddenly turned around, only to see the bald man, his face contorted with rage, swinging a metal pipe down upon him. Taking advantage of his long legs, Yang instinctively curled up and kicked out, executing a maneuver akin to a rabbit kicking an eagle. The bald man was sent crashing onto the car roof, before tumbling down to the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for air. Just as Yang Jingdong was contemplating enduring the pain to deliver a few more blows, he noticed the elderly woman stuffing money into her pants had picked up her bundle and hurled it down. The sound of the bundle colliding with the bald man's head was resoundingly loud. To Yang's astonishment, the bald man rolled his eyes and lay motionless on the ground. He looked at the old woman, particularly admiring the scarf she had used as a weapon, realizing she was truly an embodiment of self-defense wisdom. Seeing the situation was under control, Yang Jingdong decided against playing the hero and lay down on the floor beside the girl, both of them panting for breath. He wished to turn over, as it was his back that was injured, but any movement sent waves of pain coursing through him, so he opted to stay still. Then they heard a voice shout from the vehicle, "What are you waiting for? Attack them!" Unbeknownst to them, someone inside the car had called out, and a flurry of people stood up from their seats. The passengers, who moments ago resembled meek lambs, now transformed into fierce tigers upon spotting the bald man, who was now nearly unrecognizable. The other two assailants fared no better, suffering a similar fate as the bald man. One unfortunate fellow, bitten on the face by a lean man, lost a chunk of flesh, causing Yang Jingdong to wince. That was far more painful than being struck by a metal pipe. Yet, recalling the blow to his back, he couldn't help but grimace. That hurt was truly unbearable. "Are you all right? Let me see," the girl urged, hearing him gasp in pain. "And no, I'm fine. How about your leg?" Yang Zhendong finally took a good look at her face and realized she was a stunning beauty, with a few curls framing her youthful, oval face. Had circumstances been different, he might have asked for her phone number or WeChat, but now, all he felt was pain. Nevertheless, he still managed to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, thanking her. "I am unscathed. Thank you for saving my life today." "And no, it was you who saved me," she replied. Truly, it is excruciating, Yang Jingdong thought to himself. Not merely due to the beautiful girl before him. "Stop talking. Let me help you sit up." The girl, enduring her leg injury, assisted Yang Jingdong to a seat. By now, the passengers had successfully restrained the three assailants, binding them tightly. "Thank you. I appreciate your help." Yang Jingdong whispered his gratitude to the girl. "No problem. I was saving myself too. I just didn't expect to almost get caught in the crossfire." "Ha! But you were quite reckless. I told you they were wanted criminals. Did you genuinely think they would reason with you?" Yang Jingdong's face turned beet red. What could he say? He had no concept of wanted criminals and, in the heat of the moment, simply stood up. Who would have thought they would actually strike him? However, it was extremely dangerous. These individuals are murderers on the run from Yuzhou. The Ministry of Public Security even issued a notice. There's a reward for capturing them. As Yang Jingdong's face flushed with embarrassment, the girl found him amusing, realizing he was just a young boy. When he charged in heroically, he hadn't seemed so bashful. "How did you know they were murderers?" Yang Jingdong recalled her warning when she had grabbed him, telling him they were wanted criminals. "Because I'm a journalist. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tong Yaojia from the Linchuan County Television Station, often referred to as the Flower of Linchuan Station. Thank you for your life-saving heroics," Tong Yaojia said, extending her hand with a bright smile. "Ah, a beautiful journalist. Hello, I am Yang Jingdong, a teacher at Mingxi Village Primary School. Thank you for your heroic rescue." Noticing the girl's graceful demeanor, he introduced his new profession with a touch of chivalry. "So, you're Teacher Yang. You're quite young to be a teacher. Are you even 20? Tong Yaojia assessed the tall young man before her. Though he spoke and acted maturely, his youthful face clearly indicated he was still quite young. "I'll be 18 in a month. You don't seem much older than me." Standing together. "People might even think you are my sister." Yang Zhendong just said. "Didn't he notice you were so cheeky? You must have a way with the ladies," Tong Yaojia teased, pretending to be aggrieved. "Hello, auntie. You look remarkably young." Go away. Yang Zhengdong was still joking when Tong Yaojia seized his arm, pinching the flesh between her thumb and forefinger. Spare me, fair heroine. I was wrong. It truly hurts. With his flesh pinched, Yang Zhengdong hastened to beg for mercy, while those around them watched with bewildered expressions, as if to say, you can still find humor in this situation. Tong Yaojia's face flushed again. Once everyone was back on the bus, they headed to the county town. Although many passengers wished to avoid the robbers, the chosen location was desolate, leaving no one willing to disembark until they reached the town. The bus drove directly to the county police station, where a crowd of officers soon gathered. Tong Yaojia approached a middle-aged officer, who spoke to her sternly for a few moments. Yang Zhengdong observed her smiling and assuring the officer, leading him to believe the officer was likely an elder of hers. Tong Yaojia was indeed beautiful, possessing a classic oval face that appeared youthful, and her tousled waves added a playful charm. Thus, when she mentioned being 24, Yang Zhengdong was genuinely taken aback. However, as a teacher who had lived through 2 lifetimes, and nearing 30 in his previous incarnation, he soon dismissed the surprise. Youthful appearances do not equate to a naive heart, and it is not so common to be swayed by a beautiful woman, especially since Tong Yaojia was 6 years older than him. Given her apparent affluent background, he had no further thoughts in that direction. Just like in the real world, upon arriving at the police station, they were required to give statements. After Yang Zhengdong and the others completed their statements, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He found Tong Yaojia waiting in the police station courtyard. She was, predictably, waiting for him. Are you waiting for your lifesaver? What did they say about rewarding you for your bravery? Tong Yaojia's eyes lit up upon seeing him, playfully retorting. What reward? I was counting on the beautiful girl to save me. How could they possibly give me a reward? In fact, there was indeed a discussion about a reward. All 3 criminals were A-grade wanted fugitives from Yuzhou, with a total reward of 50,000. Why wouldn't they give a reward? There's clearly a reward stated. I will go find them. Upon hearing Yang Zhengdong claim there was no reward, Tong Yaojia immediately became incensed and was ready to storm into the police station to confront them. Don't. My great aunt, there are bonuses. Everyone has received theirs, the driver, that man, the lady, and even the passengers who helped out. I was just teasing you. However, when I inquired why you hadn't received yours, they fell silent. I wonder why that is. Yang Zhengdong quickly grabbed Tong Yaojia, realizing that her temper could ignite at any moment, leading her to call the police over trivial matters. So, you were deceiving me. I clearly promised to give you the bonus. It's nothing. I cannot reveal my identity. You were the first to step forward, naturally deserving of the largest share. I had planned to treat you to a meal, but given my sour mood, you shall treat me instead. Tong Yaojia casually explained, then playfully tapped his arm, gritting her teeth as she spoke. No problem. Whatever you wish to eat, we shall have. Is your leg all right now? Yang Zhengdong quickly inquired with a smile, recalling the severity of the blow to her leg. Today felt surreal, stepping into the police station. He was genuinely treated as a hero. First, he received medical attention, and after completing his statement, he was handed a 30,000 yuan bonus, leaving him quite bewildered. Surely, such a sum could not be processed so swiftly? He suspected he might be the first to receive money from the police station. Perhaps this blue star had its merits after all. With 30,000 in hand, he felt confident in extending an invitation for a meal. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was this very person who had advocated for his bonus. I've long since recovered. It only swelled slightly. You must have received treatment as well, right? How about dining at the Red Mansion? I did receive treatment. The service at the police station is commendable. They truly embody the spirit of serving the people. Let us not limit ourselves to the Red Mansion. We could even visit a brothel today. I came here to take care of business at the Red Mansion anyway, so it's perfect to combine the two. Yang Zhengdong had no objections. After all, how exorbitant could the legendary Red Mansion be? Money was no longer an issue. What business do you have at the Red Mansion? As they conversed, they exited the police station and hailed a rickshaw toward their destination.
Wow.
Teacher Yang is truly remarkable. Traveling miles to find a student and even supporting him through middle school. I never realized you were such a wonderful teacher. Tong Yaojia praised him from the rickshaw.
Oh.
Come now, Sister Yaojia. What I've done is trivial compared to my grandfather, who taught for 36 years and has countless generations of students. I am but a speck in comparison. Yang Jingdong felt embarrassed by her compliments. Your grandfather? Could you tell me about him? I believe a teacher of such caliber should not remain unnoticed. The government has been increasing investment in education over the years, and I feel that such exemplary stories deserve to be highlighted. If possible, I would like to submit a feature on it. Tong Yaojia spoke earnestly, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, making Yang Jingdong feel somewhat uneasy. I only know a small portion of his story. If you seek a more comprehensive understanding, you should ask the villagers. Nearly everyone in the village has been taught by my grandfather, and they know far more than I do. However, my grandfather is merely a private teacher, without formal credentials. Wouldn't there be issues in reporting this? Yang Jingdong recalled that his grandfather was not a formally recognized teacher, and from what he had gathered, it seemed that such unofficial educators were not acknowledged here. There's no problem. It has been over 50 years since the founding of the nation, and private teachers have played an exceptionally important role in the history of education in China. The government has recognized this in official documents, and such exemplary figures are certainly worthy of promotion, not contravening any major policies. As they spoke, they arrived at the Red Mansion. Stepping off the rickshaw, Yang Jingdong looked up at the 3-story building, adorned with classical charm and exquisite beauty, akin to a palace. Even having seen many 4- and 5-star establishments in his past life, he couldn't help but admire the Red Mansion's elegant luxury. The entrance was attended by hosts dressed in court attire, reminiscent of a reformed Ming dynasty, as this world lacked the grand banners of the Qing dynasty. Truly luxurious. Tong Yaojia exclaimed in awe. Yang Jingdong was taken aback. Was this young lady visiting for the first time? Not surprising. Not surprising. Yang Jingdong found himself at a loss for words. He felt that anything occurring in this young lady's presence was bound to be extraordinary. Chapter 72. Taking a position, Shang Tingli nodded slightly at Lanxi, smiling as he said, "Cousin, please go ahead." Lanxi let out a cold snort, turning her head away to ask the woman, "May I take this beautifully crafted sachet with me?" This query was not the first to arise, and the woman replied with a smile, "Of course, it can be taken." At this moment, El Xian was quite perceptive to the outside world. The appearance of a tall, dark-skinned man immediately caught his attention. Following the passage, the 7 of them finally soared out of the cave. Once outside, the entrance left no trace, appearing just as it had before, with a thick layer of fallen leaves rendering the area desolate. Long Luo remarked, "If that is the case, then it implies that the domain lord has triumphed. It is said that the domain lord possesses the strength of an 8th-tier divine emperor, so it must be true." Bian Pu was preparing to unleash the 7th form of the Jade Disc 16 styles against the Wu Ge spear. But he did not anticipate the spear's counterattack to be so fierce, engulfed in a blinding flurry of blade shadows. Surprised, Bian Pu quickly withdrew his attack and evaded. The figure that emerged was the alpha wolf among the wild pack. Understanding the principle of capturing the leader first, she disregarded everyone else and charged directly toward Li Dian. With his prowess, he could dominate the mundane world, facing no rivals. However, in the realm of the skilled, he would likely be reduced to mere cannon fodder, with no chance of survival. In the air, 2 individuals clad in black gazed at each other silently before departing in their own directions. "But you must understand where this is," Chen Nan stated. "This is the burial ground of your former leaders, the Dragon Clan. You have lost your past rulers, and the glory of the ancient beast races has long since faded. Now, it is humanity that dominates this continent." However, what Xia Jian spoke of was merely his own experiential wisdom. Lei Lei held Xia Jian in high regard, listening attentively as he spoke. "No need, I have already arrived." The voice of Shang Guanzhengo floated in from outside, followed by his entrance alongside Li Cheng, his face adorned with a serious expression.
"Call me Guan Yu."
The voice remained cold, and Guan Yu's proud visage was as icy as ever, with droplets of water still clinging to her dark brows, her delicate face appearing freshly washed. 3 days of rest had significantly increased the revenue for the Garrett Tan's imperial city, as the influx of people reached its peak. Dong Fongjian's body had already been battered into a distorted shape. Even if he survived, he was nearly defeated. His body, flung into the air, drifted momentarily like a massive stone devoid of support before plummeting to the ground. Yi Feng and his companions casually found a spot to sit, surrounded by students, most of whom were newcomers to the Shungu Academy, as their conversations suggested. The shelves were filled with numerous martial arts techniques, clearly labeled with grades and the number of meridians, with some even specifying the characteristics of the martial skills. "Why do you wish for my return? Are you not afraid of me?" Xiaozhi responded evasively. Gazing at the serene sleeping face of Bing Lan beside me, my heart ached. Once, this beautiful mentor had repeatedly saved me from peril, her concern for me unreserved. It was only after she fell that I realized her esteemed place in my heart. Chapter 73. The paper kite, a delicate light blue rabbit's head adorned with subtle pink bougainvillea, devoid of eyes, presented an enchanting sight. Its ears, playful and charming, were tied at the base with a pale yellow cord fashioned into a good fortune knot, the ends embellished with a pair of soft pink tassels. Shang Tingli smiled, remarking, "What my cousin says holds no weight." Lanxi curved her lips slightly, remaining silent, embodying a demeanor that conveyed, "Even so, I shall not concede." Jiang Ling steadied himself, enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors, revealing a shadowy shield. 5 days prior, Old Ma had bellowed in Yulong town, claiming he spotted a dragon in the old locust well, prompting many townsfolk, drawn by curiosity, to flock there, including the ever-inquisitive youth. The practice of recruiting new talents every decade by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty had persisted for millennia, a detail left unmentioned. It was utterly astonishing that a prodigy with such promise would willingly serve as a mere child as attendant. On Earth, after each setback, he would recall the oft-quoted phrases about the support of noble patrons and the guidance of wise mentors, mere words he longed for yet had never encountered. In the outer cosmos, the Medicine King was his benefactor, a teacher and friend, both intimate and venerable. Lin Shiming articulated each word with precision, as if wielding a sharp blade that pierced Xin Yuan, rendering his countenance crimson with embarrassment. 20 years prior, Hans could never have been a match for the formidable powers of the mountains and rivers, let alone inflict such a grievous defeat upon them. This predicament cast the family into a stalemate. Murongbo was an exceedingly stubborn child, resolute in his pursuits, and would obsess over any task he deemed worthy until it was accomplished. The use of high-grade treasures was not deemed a violation, as they were regarded as standard weaponry rather than consumables for preservation. Upon exiting the Lord's manor, due to Dong Fei's mobility issues, Shi Jingtian accompanied him in a carriage, flanked by 100 cavalrymen of the Red Army, as they ventured beyond the city walls. The likes of old Jing and others were resolute in their desire to obtain the spiritual treasure left by the mesmerizing king, and they would not relinquish it easily. A blood-red hand waved fervently in the air, intent on seizing the luminous orb of the treasure. It could be said that the forces capable of upholding the order of the cultivation world within Pingan City had been utterly obliterated. Yet, could the demon race truly refrain from harming the mundane? After all, the enmity between the demon and human races had endured from ancient times to the present. Thus, they anticipated that events might evolve into a coalition of military forces and the human armies from beyond the realm to combat the demons. I have faced failure once. Should I falter again, I would vanish without a trace. The Flame Emperor spoke with an unruffled demeanor, as if recounting matters detached from his own concerns. The spiritual energy within the space had been entirely depleted. The Buddhist secret realm, once saturated with pure spiritual essence, now lay barren, with vegetation ravaged, resembling the onset of apocalypse. Zhao Yun rushed forward to embrace Liu Bei, only to hurl him away moments later. When Zhao Yun grasped Liu Bei, the residual lightning coursing through Liu Bei's body jolted Zhao Yun, who instinctively pushed him away. Chapter 74. The true intent of the young master. Did he wish for him to take action himself? He opted to summon someone instead. Why call for Du Heng? Surely you do not intend to act unethically? Shang Tingli was taken aback. In an effort to encourage him to take matters into his own hands, he swiftly added, "The paper kite, carrying blessings, is best crafted by one's own hands." Ku Xian lifted his chin slightly and spoke softly, "Beg me. May I audaciously suggest that Gontang tear your mouth apart?" Yu Jiang felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. It seemed he was being urged to leave. However, He could not linger indefinitely, as the ebb and flow of people might bring someone who could tarnish Ling Nyang's reputation. Dr. Wang was momentarily startled, his lips still coated with remnants of sunflower seed shells. He observed Han Jiangshue's expressionless gaze fixed on the scattered shells, reflecting a sense of despair. Nevertheless, her striking beauty and exceptional gaming prowess had garnered her a considerable fanbase. They were devoid of wealth, lacking fertile land in this village, and faced the dire prospect of starvation. The unfamiliarity with items such as medicine bottles and syringes bred suspicion. However, Wang and his companions were aware of her peculiar methods of treatment, leading to numerous conjectures and increasing skepticism. With a flick of his wrist, the short sword flew forth, gleaming coldly, as if imbued with unparalleled sword intent, overwhelming in its approach. The hall, once a cacophony of battle, now lay eerily tranquil. Yet the pervasive stench of blood and the sight of crimson pools and dismembered corpses indicated that the fierce conflict had only recently ceased. The remaining cultivators stood silently, withdrawing their powers. Qin Yi had certainly summoned the elder for a purpose, and since he wished to keep them in the dark, they would not pry further. With a wave of his hand, Huaning Tian sent a shadow darting towards Tan Yingchen, the figure soaring into the distance. The shopkeeper had intended to persuade the owner once more, yet that individual turned and departed, leaving the shopkeeper powerless. He could only descend to find Mu Zhen. The tortures inflicted upon her had rendered her unrecognizable. Throughout it all, she insisted that every decision was her own and bore no relation to the queen. Zhang Qingshan sought to placate Xiang fully with hasty suggestions, knowing that in such a short span, detailed plans were unattainable. Qin Yi sensed the commotion and furrowed his brow. Had he entered earlier and used his blood to control the 3 late-stage core formation puppets, he would not have feared the 2 elders. This ring had belonged to the middle-aged man with graying hair from Chunbaozhai, correct? Fang Xinran accepted the ring, clearly recalling it vividly. At that moment, Luo Rulong spotted Zhang Biruo, or more accurately, her carriage, as she leaned out, waving at him. In the lower left corner of the drawing, Luo Rulong noticed a concave area that perfectly matched the shape of the token. Meanwhile, as Li Yun and the others competed in the grand arena, a multitude of individuals clad in the garb of common folk appeared outside the grounds. Though their attire was humble, most bore weapons, and their demeanor suggested they were anything but ordinary citizens. They resembled more a band of outlaws. Upon entering the chamber, the group discovered it was rather small, with the stone walls adorned with several illuminating gems, casting a brightness akin to daylight within the confines. Chapter 75. Love at First Sight. A young man strolled along the path, yet before he could step onto the verdant grass of Chunchi Bin, an errant kite, severed from its string, suddenly struck his face. The attendant behind him hurried forward. "My lord, are you unhurt?" He reached to remove the kite, examining it closely before shaking his head. "I am fine." The attendant, gazing at the sky, noted the multitude of kites soaring overhead, surmising that a severed string was a common occurrence. As for the peculiar moniker, given her persistent defiance of norms, it could only be tolerated. After all, it was merely a form of address. In the center of the screen, the search and rescue AI, Clausen Xiao, arrived at the scene under the guise of urgency. Moreover, this was Hadian district, not Chaoyang. It was inconceivable for a superstar of your caliber to reside here. The route taken was rather circuitous, entangling with Du Su, and potentially causing chaos at Yimu's abode. If it were someone prone to disturbances, the outcome was unpredictable. Thus, in the dead of night, the newly crowned best actor perused his script on his phone, occasionally chuckling softly, evidently in high spirits. For cultivators, their lifespans were indeed remarkably extended. Achieving mastery was likely their foremost consideration. There is no need for such despondency, Dao. If we cannot chart the map, why not collaborate to create a military model encompassing all perilous points across the realm? Wei Jia suggested with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Yi could only rely on time to discern whether he should set aside a particular herb. "Uncle Bao, you're being overly apprehensive," Lu Mu declared with a self-satisfied air, his tendency to brag and tease becoming evident once more. Upon witnessing the controller's demeanor, old Mo realized escape was inevitable. He too must contribute something. He soon noticed that the gazes directed at the three of them mirrored the looks they once exchanged while observing Zhang Yi's phone. A cacophony of exclamations erupted, even drawing the attention of Long Tianyao and Wu Tianlin, their expressions shifting as they focused on Lu Tianming atop the battle platform. Zhang Xiong nodded slightly. If a figure bearing a resemblance to Wei Jie could be stationed atop the city walls for surveillance, from a distance, the distinction would be indistinguishable, a clever ruse with a high chance of success. Furthermore, Wei Jie's 7-day timeframe was not merely a casual remark, but rather a product of meticulous calculations. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi remained unfazed. After all, these celestial beings had rarely offered flattery in the past. Their current willingness to praise him was already a considerable favor. The kingdom of Tianwu had once been inhabited by ordinary people, yet those endowed with extraordinary abilities who served the deities were elevated to the status of immortals, signifying a distinction and respect towards the divine. Zhu Laoxi understood Li Jinglong's character well. Should danger arise, he would likely be the first to flee, abandoning his army in the process. Chapter 76. The makeup ceremony. Shang Tingli reflected silently. It is merely speculation. Do not be hasty. This is not an impossibility. Do you believe your master to be a paragon of virtue? He was certain that, given the opportunity, he would engage in such antics during the mourning period. He truly exhibits a remarkable disregard for danger, he mused. For various reasons, Yi Luo ultimately resolved to observe discreetly before taking action. What is this? Li Weidong gazed curiously at the creature, a miniature husky that approached him, gingerly placing a golden fruit at his feet. With its front paw, it gestured towards Li Weidong and then at the fruit, suggesting that he should partake of it.
Ah.
It appears there are still some inadequacies in our handling of this matter, Du Ting acknowledged, glancing at Li Tian and Shui Gizi. He then cast a casual glance at Du Yuesheng, seemingly inquiring how to proceed next. A few slender, spider-like legs emerged from the creature's neck, gracefully resting on the headless body. With a powerful push, Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock before she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yi Luo had anticipated that Shangguan Lan would respond in such a manner. Despite the nominal affiliation of Pingcheng with the Xia kingdom, its geographical position had long deviated from that of Xia, which was precisely why Yi Luo had chosen this location. Those who resorted to brute force were not particularly astute. Lacking commercial acumen, they relied solely on their influence to extort protection fees from their territories, which constituted the primary economic source for their gangs. Simultaneously, in the outside world, after the patterns of the great Qian Dao body emerged, the mirror once again lost Yang Tian's silhouette. Even cultivators at the 8th foundation level would find it impossible to escape from their sword formation. However, Yi Lingfeng was not an ordinary individual. Should one fail to respond correctly or demonstrate the ability to execute the lightness skill of Flying Moon, the court's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. I found it peculiar earlier. Did he wield some weapon? Tazimi observed the empty hands of the 9 lives, recalling the earlier slicing motion aimed at severing the arms of the 100-armed giant. These matters were duly noted by Zhou Qing, who held a favorable view of Wen Lanxin. He had expended immense effort to forge the Xing Tian, which acts into 12 heavenly Dao swords, further infusing it with the mana from 36 Yuan Hui.
Indeed.
It is unfortunate that I hesitated, allowing Lan Shen to forego pursuit. Otherwise, my husband would have been free from a significant source of concern, lamented Yunxia Fairy. Regarding the merit of an official, the people of Yunqin possess their own discernment. As the procession carrying Lu Xueqing's coffin passed, a chorus of lamentations arose. With countless Yunqin citizens clad in white, lining the streets to pay their respects. The flight speed of 4th-tier demonic birds is already astonishing, while that of 5th-tier demonic birds rivals the attack speed of a cultivator's treasures, making it exceedingly challenging to strike these high-ranking demonic creatures. Chapter 77. Seeking advice. Fangji remarked, Miss Lan has never harbored good intentions towards you. What sort of cousin is that? I cannot fathom which relative she claims to be, yet she seems unable to tolerate your well-being. She has always acted this way. Why should you be upset? It would only serve to disrupt Ajax's defense. Aside from Vanderweil, who consistently pushes forward to assist in attacks, the rest remain quite stable. Midfielder Jansen's fierce tackling effectively disrupts Arsenal's midfield coordination. Upon exiting the Datai Hall, the warmth brought by the charcoal basin was swiftly cut away by the biting wind. Lu Xiuyi's hand trembled slightly as she discreetly glanced at Pinger. Understanding her cue, Pinger signaled for the remaining individuals in the hall to withdraw, leaving only her and Fu Shui to attend. The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow. Though she had little fondness for concubine Hua, she was indeed concerned about the royal bloodline within her womb. How is Hua? Is the heir safe? These 8 words revealed the Dowager's unease, which was solely directed towards the yet-to-be-born heir. The match commenced with a mere 58 seconds elapsed. The players from Osair, invigorated, began bombarding Ajax's goal relentlessly in the ensuing play. Do the Muslims here in Central Asia wish to go to India? Chang Ruiqing inquired nonchalantly. Zhang Xiuhua sighed in relief. She had previously feared disturbing her son's rest with a phone call. Yet her desire to speak with Jin Yuan compelled her to hesitate for a long while before finally deciding to try. It appeared this choice was not in vain. General, Mir does not wish to be a person of no worth, she thought. While she harbored an immense longing for the role of a supportive wife and mother, Milan felt more inclined to contribute to her beloved man's endeavors, thereby honoring Liyu's affection for her. Mao Liyan observed the two. Neither Mo Li nor Prince Qing were foolish individuals, and if this continued, they would surely discern the truth. It was imperative to swiftly separate Prince Qing from Mo Li, granting the Empress the opportunity to converse with Prince Jing. Although her parents seldom visited the capital, she often paid visits to her grandparents, and in the future, she would certainly take the time to see the turnip as well. Li Peiyong concealed himself within the heart of the Holy Thorn Knights. Should the demons make any moves, he would incite NPC Duncan to mobilize the troops and delay the adversary. Contemplating this, the North Wind's thoughts sank deep into his mind as he gazed at the star tower hovering above his soul. Zhang Jilian had visited once before, during Peng Jin's early pregnancy, when he was summoned to confirm the news. He was a gaunt elder with a wispy white beard, one of the most esteemed physicians in Honghe County. Guan Yu turned in confusion, unsure of what Wang Dao could possibly have to discuss with him. Logically, such a concession should leave Wang Dao displeased, prompting him to avoid conversation with a victor such as himself. Liao Yuqing smiled down below, finding the child rather mischievous, although it seemed he had indeed uttered those words previously. I concur, Shilong stated, following Mr. Zhuge's instructions. Master Long has commanded. The funds are prepared. Master Long opened a nearby box containing the 100 million world coins that Zhuge Sun had requested. After a single strike, the North Wind's aura diminished significantly, and he chose not to linger on the battlefield, swiftly retreating to the fringes. As time dwindled to the final 30 seconds, with He Jing failing to score 2 free throws, the point differential remained at 4, and the match continued. On the sidelines, Coach Sanfeng of the opposing team remained silent. Yet upon witnessing the scene, his gaze lingered on Zhang Fei, his eyes glimmering with intrigue, lips pressed together in contemplation of unspoken thoughts. Chapter 78. In and out she did not insist, nor did she require Yu Lingling to acknowledge anything. After all, it was clear to everyone involved. What she sought was for Yu Lingling to enter the Liang family with this lingering anxiety. Shang Tingli had just emerged from Yu Lingling's courtyard when he was informed by a maid that someone from the Liang family had arrived. Liang Cheng was already in the main hall. Upon reflection, I found the demeanor of Klochikov somewhat perplexing. After merely accompanying Major Zuyev on an outing, he had transformed into this state. Could it be that the Major had shown him something that incited his fury? Before the smoke had dissipated, the artillery positions atop the mountain fired again. Although they still failed to hit any of the German tanks, the explosions were noticeably more precise than in the first round, landing almost within 10 meters of the targets. I noticed that Kirilov and Akhromeyev were clad in standard military uniforms, without greatcoats or winter gear. As he had mentioned, he set aside his submachine gun and belt on the table, removing his greatcoat. The usually impassive Kitano Takashi smiled slightly at this remark, nodding in acknowledgement. And then the two vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. This was a splendid opportunity to weaken the sanctuary, and I trust you would not decline this mutually beneficial collaboration, Baron Xpor stated, his expression unchanged. Rest assured, Sister Yen, my husband is fine. He merely fainted. Zhuge Qing reassured, dismissing her earlier concerns. In response, Fat did not inquire further. He merely assumed that Gyuden had installed an advanced voice command system in his watch. connecting it to the spacecraft for vocal control. His success in the military industry stemmed from his profound understanding of future military developments, coupled with a solid foundation of knowledge, positioning him as a leader in the current military sector. If Lu Jiadong's capabilities were merely of this caliber, he would hardly merit the title of expert in the future. In ancient times, silver-tier deities possessed cultivation levels akin to today as upper-tier gods, yet their physical forms rivaled those of the extreme-tier deities, harboring an astonishing reservoir of vital energy. Even now, in the presence of mere bones, the residual vitality within the marrow remained substantial. For Fengzhan, love was simply love. Though devoid of reason, he resolved to follow his heart, determined to make her his wife. Yanbai conferred briefly with Norberto and Houston before signaling everyone to prepare for their continued journey. Yet, even he found his own words hard to believe. Fengzhan's demeanor suggested that resolving the matter would not be straightforward. He felt fortunate that day, having triggered 2 special rewards. Perhaps he could activate yet another. Luo Tianzhao's handsome profile appeared even more austere under the moonlight. Zhao Kuinian glanced at him, nodded resolutely, and said, "Teacher Luo, no problem. Rest assured. I have it all planned. They will follow closely behind me and are prohibited from acting independently. This way, we can look out for one another during the procession, ensuring the successful completion of our task." The Elder of the Ghost Spring and the Elder of the Chimeras understood that their cultivation levels were already somewhat inferior to Zhang Tianshi, and their foundation paled in comparison to Longhushan. Given the current situation, only by joining forces could they hope to compete with the old Taoist for the Dragon Yuan. Chapter 79. The daughter-in-law poisoned the son. Shang Tingli ultimately grasped the reason behind it all. In her previous life, she had merely observed with indifference, taking no decisive action. However, in this lifetime, she found herself unable to remain a passive bystander. Shang Tingli had yet to contemplate how to broach the subject appropriately. Her eyes fixed intently upon Ku Xian. She then heard him inquire, "Do you wish to go to the Liang family?" Shang Tingli nodded, and then shook her head. What did that signify? Yet, upon learning that the original perpetrator was Qi Yonghui, Shenyan developed a strong aversion to him, harboring no desire to be with him at all. She was at a loss, uncertain about how to navigate her relationship with Dong Fengchen, especially with her mother still in South Korea, her heart yet to be replaced. This beast seemed to originate from the upper realm, if I am not mistaken. It must be the mount of the lord of the Tianling domain, Yan Luo, who divulged what little he knew. In an opulent suite, she encountered the 3 leading elders of the Sheng'an clan on their current expedition. Zhu Dan remarked that the longer they delayed, the more advantageous it would be for Dong Fengchen, while their own situation would grow increasingly perilous. In any case, the significant victory of the Restoration Army in Jiangxi was a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. What brought him further solace was the fact that, due to the unrelenting efforts of the Kuomintang, Chen Jiongming of Guangdong had finally declared independence, formally joining the anti-Yuan military ranks, and Tan Yankan of Hunan followed suit in declaring Hunan's independence. Should I take action against Vitas? He smirked slightly, revealing a teasing expression. Gu Siqing pondered this while remaining vigilant, knowing full well the complexity of the situation. She hoped to resolve matters swiftly, anticipating that they would likely follow her along the way. By the way, I discovered that the young man under the Crown Prince's command was also heading this way, so I dispatched some personnel to address the situation as a precaution. Wan Yanluo set aside her scattered thoughts and gently clinked her cup against Yichin Xuan's. After a moment, the monk Wu Wei made a decision, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state, activating his celestial vision, as countless images flashed before him.
So?
Su Feng blinked with innocent eyes, continuing to inquire, seemingly struggling to comprehend the situation. What a wretched place. The more Qin Chuan observed, the more vexed he became. How could one cultivate in such an inhospitable environment? The spiritual energy here was lacking, and the conditions were exceedingly harsh. Even in the primordial chaos, one could find 100 or even 1,000 better locations than this. All right, let us proceed inside, Mrs. Catherine replied with a hint of kindness, nodding in agreement. She followed Wen Guangxing into the farmhouse, arriving in the grand hall on the first floor. The high priest suffered an eye injury, his vision shrouded in blood, rendering him unable to see anything. Yet, upon hearing the anguished cries of Wei Yuan, He knew something was amiss. He cared not for the conflicts between the two brothers. However, should they dare to employ his people, he would assuredly take action to rectify the situation. Suddenly, Ji Ziqing exclaimed in surprise, clearly recognizing the origin of the divine stone, which appeared to be the seven apertures Linglong stone. Yet, at that moment, a vague force stirred within Luo Qin, awakening and pulsating within him. Contrary to his expectations, the golden sandworm did not dare to move, allowing Tangzheng to bind his spiritual energy to it. The deaf old woman beamed at the sight of Lord Guan, eagerly inviting him and his companion to sit down. Tianzi No. 4 Zhao Xiying, with the sobriquet Linyu, was a jinshi of the 32nd year of the Qinyu era, a descendant of Zhao Xuanqi, the governor of Bewitching. Consequently, this Shengyuan Dan was typically refined by fifth-tier alchemists who were generally cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Sensing the intense changes within her body, Yun Shaoa promptly closed her eyes, quietly circulating the spiritual energy within. In the next moment, the Xiaorao residence transformed into an unfathomable hell, with all present in terror. Scrambling to escape. Chapter 80. Yu Lingling enters prison. Yes, General, the steward replied, bowing. In order to enhance the 8 princes' residence, Qin Xuechu must personally recruit individuals, ensuring that only the most qualified are admitted. The white-browed eagle king uttered 2 words, asserting that this young man, having mastered our sect's divine skills, indeed possesses the qualifications to assume the responsibilities of the Ming sect. Li Chao stroked his chin, candidly admitting that he held little regard for the fellow known as Bao Darren. However, out of compassion for his family, who had suffered a tragic fate, he contemplated allowing him to seek vengeance, thus alleviating his own burdens. Yet now, with Chao Jingchun, the principal perpetrator, deceased, he pondered what aspirations Bao Darren might have moving forward. Uncertain of the conversation he had with Shun Yan, Bao Darren's expression now appeared relaxed, a stark contrast to his previous urgency. Upon seeing Su Yang'a select a position, the expressions of the others softened somewhat as they gradually found their seats. With Lu Jian sitting beside Su Yang'a, 12 recalled the words that had stirred him in the light capital, just before falling into the cave. Bird Tomb had remarked that Hongmeng, as an intelligent being, had developed emotions. He had recently encountered a pair of high heels in the secret chamber, which were neatly arranged on the offering table behind him. The area now illuminated. To the left, the western light continent and the adjoining expedition waters lay open before him. He could only blame himself for being outmaneuvered. Rather than venting his frustrations on others, it would be more prudent to reflect on his own shortcomings. This failure called for greater caution and meticulousness in the future. Cursing others bore no significance. The yin-yang mirror? Upon sighting the mirror, Yunfei involuntarily gasped, recognizing its origin. Meanwhile, Chen Kusin beside him remained utterly perplexed, glancing between the mirror, the Ghost King, and Yunfei, clearly unfamiliar with the name of this enigmatic mirror. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in the present day, with Ling Jie yet to explain what had transpired. However, she vaguely sensed that the preceding days had been dominated by that seductive voice occupying her body. Recently, she could not escape hearing that name, leading one to wonder whether there was indeed something amiss between him and Ning Qingyu. Thus, this individual began to express himself animatedly, illustrating the sharpness of the Jianggan sword and demonstrating how this knight could sever his own head. Lin Yan even mimicked the action of holding a sword with both hands at the ready. Utilize some genuine skills. Such feeble attacks do not merit my intervention, Sun Li remarked coolly. Yet, clad in a shirt, he was mindful that should it become wet, a cold wind would easily invite illness. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to act. Xiaomeng merely intended to share the news of her second brother's upcoming marriage, without the myriad implications that Zhou Beicheng had envisioned. In his tone, there was an unmistakable undertone of suppressed rage. As a distinguished leader of a demonic sect, he had never been subjected to such treatment, all of which could be attributed to Anyang. Having set the dinner, the group gathered around the hearth to commence their meal, while the television in the corner was turned on, providing ambient sound. This notion was deemed feasible by Hogg, who, as the creator of the ethereal energy, understood that this energy was a synthesis of the physical laws of the star gods and Hogg's high-dimensional properties, which absorbed foreign energies. Chapter 81. dialogue between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. At the moment the guard spoke, Yu Lingling had already approached the iron gate, her hands and feet bound by shackles and leg irons. Upon catching sight of the dazzling and vibrant crimson hue, she flung herself against the railing. With a hoarse voice, she demanded, "What brings you here?" Shang Tingli, maintaining a calm demeanor, scrutinized her. "Is it not strange to utter a blue lotus from your mouth? Would it not be better to conceal it within the space of your sleeve? I truly apologize. This gentleman is not a matter of our rigid demands, but rather a command just issued by the boss," the security officer said. Coral, her eyes filled with disarray, defended herself. "I have already stated that I am unaware. If that is the case, it may only concern me." The sole possession left to Qin Feng by Chu Ting was the magical disc, a treasure he had yet to utilize but cherished deeply. Since her departure, he had kept it safely tucked away in his pocket. Not to mention the schemes of the concubines vying for favor, Li Zhao could hardly swallow his food. Observing this scene, those on the shore could only sweat in anxiety, feeling utterly helpless. Mr. Su, throughout his journey, dared not lift his gaze. His status did not permit him to enter the rear courtyard. Should he offend any noble, it would spell disaster. Huang Tianhua continued to lie on the ground, feigning death. Though the Jade Qilin possessed intelligence, it too was subdued by the might of the Qi practitioners, transforming into a docile creature, too fearful to move. "I am utterly exasperated with these old fools. They only see the immediate and cannot fathom the impending calamities," sighed by Yangwu, lamenting to the two remaining clan elders. Little did they know that Lu Shouguang had already ensconced Haiyan within his bean-sized space. Suddenly, upon hearing a certain sound, the Demon King swiftly darted to Norm's side, his large hand sweeping as if seizing something. Worried that something might be amiss, Yi Feng hurriedly set aside the breakfast and ingredients and approached Ellie, gently nudging the sleeping figure. Yu Yang landed beneath a fractured city wall, surveying the desolation around him, filled with decaying corpses and devoid of any vitality. Ziwei City, immense in size, served as the principal city of the Ziwei Immortal Emperor, unmatched by any other city, including those of the other three immortal emperors. As this youth had already burrowed into the Golden Lotus, it was bizarre that Qin Ziyang had now opened his colossal mouth, swallowing the Golden Lotus into his belly. In the depths of the Black Rose, Leflan sat upon a throne, her gaze as cold as that of a venomous serpent. When Feng Hunju saw Gu Zhen, he was taken aback, suddenly remembering that he had come here to ambush him. Just as everyone thought him to be driven mad with no way out, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. As night fell, an absurd feeling began to stir in the hearts of the onlookers. The Emperor nodded. "I find this idea quite splendid. I wonder what opinions you two might have." He looked at Yang Feier and Chu Tianzhao, awaiting their reactions. Chapter 82. Impersonation. Does Mother Empress grieve for me? But why so? She could never have imagined that when Hui could hear her innermost thoughts. Yuan Xiang, standing behind Luo Qintian, occasionally leaned in to translate for him. The delightful fragrance emanating from Luo Qintian enveloped Yuan Xiang, leaving him utterly satisfied. Longing to nestle against Luo Qintian's neck, burying his face in his chest to savor that intoxicating scent that stirred his very soul. I know he is your child. No one can take him away, nor can anyone snatch him from your grasp." Ji Ziki was acutely aware of her sentiments. The last time he merely mentioned it, she trembled with anxiety. How much more so would she react this time, given that it involved a kidnapping? Who could be behind it? Suddenly, a thick vine ensnared him, and with a mighty throw, he was flung through the air like a mere ball. A prolonged, tender voice unexpectedly pierced the air between the two, and Yan Ko froze, scarcely daring to breathe. Gu Shefeng was also drenched in cold sweat, their lips still locked together. Unwilling to part, both holding their breath and glaring at each other.
All right.
"I shall rescue. Master you, esteemed heroes, my martial skills are humble. The task of vanquishing the bandit shall fall to you all. I kindly request Master Yu to find me a quiet chamber, so I may honor my promise to save the person," Xue Muhua said helplessly, opening the inbox. The sender's name caught Morong Chen's eye, causing him to pause in surprise, for it was indeed rare for He Yumuo to take the initiative to text him. "What the hell did you just say?" The furious shout revealed Xiao Jin's panic. He would rather betray himself than anyone else, for in doing so, he could muster the courage to stand before him once more. Although Yen Luo did not know what he truly was, he instinctively believed they were allies. Thus he continued to attack without hesitation. Just when he was at a loss for what to do, a powerful force suddenly emanated from the space around him, and he felt himself being drawn into a black hole, his body spinning violently. Lu Shangmo pulled back the curtain to reveal a barren expanse of yellow. Nothing but dust and a few unbudding poplar trees standing resiliently alone. In this vast desolation, besides the northern Liang cavalry, it seemed only they remained steadfast. Chu Yun contemplated the Qingping sword. If only his cultivation could reach the spiritual practitioner level, he would be able to fly on the sword, albeit only for short distances. With increased cultivation, his flying ability would enhance, yet as a mere second-tier warrior, the distance to spiritual practitioners seemed insurmountable. The dark elemental ropes formed by the dark prison fell upon Zhou, yet they had no effect whatsoever. However, within the borders of Huagua, how fortunate could the Japanese be? As soon as they entered the Jinglong Alley, they were surrounded by a dozen black-clad men. In an instant, the three of them knelt in submission as if they had conspired together. They were but external possessions. Even she, the original being, cared little for them. As she scattered treasures across the world, distributing treasure maps for all to seek, utterly indifferent to those items. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Suake sensed that the opponent's strength was inferior to his own. As a battle-axe warrior, he held a significant advantage in close combat over an assassin. One who cannot bear to witness their demise on the road shall never regard them as mere livestock in the future. Chapter 83. Rumors. Ko Xian furrowed his brow tightly. Surely, Xing Chen did not anticipate this?
Ko Ming inquired.
It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Ko Ming sighed heavily. There is nothing to be done. My second brother does not trust me. Ko Xian maintained a stoic expression. Therefore, Brother Ji Hua's implication is that vast amounts of capital flow into the lunar military base, a voracious black hole for wealth, akin to rivers merging into the sea. Countless newly developed fighter jets, stemming from successful models tested within the IHA network, were spread across the clandestine base constructed beneath the lunar surface. Cui Feng's gaze was intensely fixed upon a tree with a glossy bark. He could sense that elusive aura of life emanating from its surroundings. I fled from famine. My family perished from starvation due to the drought, and the court and officials turned a blind eye. I could not endure it any longer.
How could this be?
I refused to accept it. Some martial artists, having achieved the pinnacle of physical training, clenched their fists and let out a low growl. On the morning of July 4th, in the Wang family's parlor, Wang Ziming detailed the circumstances of his trip to Qingdao to the elderly patriarch, mentioning $70,000 and 3,000 firearms, as well as his proficiency in 4 languages, which prompted the elder to mutter incessantly. After a hearty meal, Cui Feng felt a significant alleviation of his inner turmoil. He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while and resolved to have a serious conversation with Shuang Yao, not out of concern for the disclosure of his secrets, but rather a sincere desire to apologize. The towering figure, over 10 meters tall, with its formidable hammer-like arms, was undoubtedly the most intimidating weapon. He glanced at Ji Heng, hoping to discern a jest upon his face, yet Ji Heng's expression remained inscrutable, offering no insight into his thoughts. It is nothing. Su Muchuan pondered for an extended period before concluding that Xiao Yueshue was likely unaware of the true reason behind the marital alliance with Xu. Otherwise, she would not be so nonchalant while engaging in light-hearted banter with him. Unless that individual deliberately concealed the aura of the spirit, rendering it imperceptible to an ordinary cultivator. Once one ventured too close, the consequences could be dire. Evelyn was aware of her origins from Shadow Island. However, since Luo Yi and the others were all living beings, she did not pursue this line of thought. In Director Deng's office, faint sounds of smashing and crashing could be heard. Since last night until today, Director Deng had been in a state of fury, having been publicly humiliated for the first time, leaving his face flushed. Neither Ji Heng nor Ji Yang raised any objections and nodded in agreement, while Mu Qian had no reservations whatsoever, as long as he could accompany his younger siblings over the weekend. Yet, at this critical moment, a panicked lieutenant from the Frost Army rushed into the command center. After the fall of the Qing dynasty, Zhang Sun, in a show of loyalty to the Qing court, forbade his troops from cutting their queues, earning him the title of Queue Marshal. With a click, the switch was flipped, and a dim bulb flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings, revealing that this was indeed a basement. The following day, Luo Yu hurriedly delivered He Jin Xia to the film set, bustling with energy and not pausing for a moment. Chapter 84. A rift in relations. Yu Jing, unable to impart lessons to Shang Tingli, faced joint impeachment from several factions and was publicly reprimanded by the Ming Wudi before the gathered civil and military officials during the morning court session. In recent days, Liang Weifeng relentlessly pursued him, leaving Yu Jing overwhelmed with distress. Despite these tribulations, Shang Tingli remained indifferent. Unexpectedly, the inhabitants of Shui village proved to be remarkably formidable. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, they fought valiantly for over an hour and still could not subdue Shui village, suffering significant injuries in the process. Though he chose the path of treachery, he did not take his own life. Even when presented with the opportunity to eliminate Yi Sumin, he merely inflicted a superficial cut on her neck. While it is not uncommon for animosity to manifest as a challenge, it is indeed rare for a second-tier clan member to openly confront a fourth-tier clan member with such hostility. Su Fan, though initially taken aback, had long been accustomed to various forms of beauty and possessed an extraordinary composure, thus his reaction was not overly disconcerted. After a brief moment of distraction, his gaze returned to tranquility. In a moment of daze, Qin Tian felt a tremor throughout his body as he was engulfed by the cacophony of battle cries, deafening and earth-shattering. The sheer force of the thunderous onslaught proved unbearable, leaving him bloodied and shaken. After a considerable time, Yun Hao withdrew his gaze from the stone slab, suppressing his intense yearning for Shinbai, and calmed the tumultuous waves of his heart as he turned to Zhou De beside him. With a soft rustle of footsteps, Lian had already distanced himself, yet he made not a sound. At this pace, he had reached a level of proficiency where the remaining obstacles were mere trifles. Professor Sun relentlessly struck Qiu Hanyao, who sat on the ground, his anger spilling forth, prompting a bitter smile from Su Fan. The refining array was capable of distilling materials to their essence. For instance, ordinary metals could yield one tael of elite metal from 1,000 kilograms, indispensable for crafting superior artifacts. The pillar cast a glare at Chendalan, signaling him to refrain from disrupting his advantageous situation. The object beneath, easily pushed out on a cart, caused Xiao Yun's complexion to pale significantly upon discovery. This massive lock, originally intended to secure the statue on the dragon's body, seemed to have been severed by some unseen force, lying quietly on the ground. Illusions should commence upon the dripping of essence. Sauron pondered the duration of his entrapment in this phantasm, frowning at the liquid within the vial. For years, you cherished her delicately, yet in the end, her heart belonged to another. Do you harbor resentment? The man covered his lips with a faint smile, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. Luo Wei was the second son of Luo Sheng. The loss of his first son left an indelible sorrow upon him. However, a person as astute as Lin Qingya could not feign ignorance. Though Su Beichen could not claim to be indifferent towards her, he could no longer act impulsively. Having finally grasped the weight of his responsibilities, the Sun King Empire, supported by the City of Wizards, theoretically allowed every wizard apprentice to be ennobled as a count. Yet the discretion lay solely with the king, who determined who would be granted titles, and there always had to be a pretext for such honors. Chapter 85. Purchasing jewelry for another woman with his wealthy envoy sent by He Ji was still awaiting results outside the residence. Shang Tingli instructed Fang Ji, please step outside and inform He Jia that I shall be meeting her at Liangzhu Pavilion during the hour of Wei. Fang Ji promptly exited. Are you going out? Xian inquired. Shang Tingli replied, it has indeed been quite some time since I last strolled through the streets. Bu Tianyin felt an overwhelming urge to slap awake the man before her, who seemed to have lost his senses, and in fact, she attempted to do so. However, her hand was seized and gracefully twisted behind her back, her body pressed against the cold stone pillar. Upon hearing this, Jiling Xue's face momentarily registered surprise as she gazed at Yun Yan, realizing she had discovered the truth. In her self-importance, believing herself to be akin to a highborn lady, She was disheartened to find that Rong Xiaochen still refused to draw near her, leaving her profoundly saddened. After a sleepless night, she finally managed to doze off at dawn, only to be awakened by a loud knock on the door. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she rose to open it, and Leo rushed in. "Is there so much intrigue involved?" Deng Chao murmured, astonished. Yun Yi was their husband and the emperor of the Great Qin Empire. Should any peril befall him, they would be utterly devastated, and chaos would ensue throughout the empire. Is something amiss with Princess Jiayang? It appears quite tumultuous ahead, Xing suddenly remarked, her gaze drawn to the wedding procession not far away. Have you been crying? Just as a large hand brushed against her unblemished face, a cool sensation enveloped him. Though she appeared to be a servant, the fabric of her attire was far from ordinary. Upon hearing me mention the cover, Su Qingqing furrowed her brow and asked if I was certain the person on the cover was indeed her. I affirmed without a doubt, "It is you," and subsequently shared my suspicions regarding Hugo and the others. At this, Su Qingqing's frown deepened, her expression grave as she expressed her hope that this matter bore no relation to her remains. A faint, almost imperceptible hiss echoed throughout the room, as if responding to some perceived threat, the sound jarring to the ears. In a mere span of seconds, the Fury bore several wounds inflicted by the Nightfall dagger. As Huashao prepared to slit Jeff's throat, the latter was so frightened that he Chapter 86. The elephant game. The reason Shang Tingli was taken aback was that the man before him was none other than the second prince,
Kurue.
The woman opposite him, adorned in splendid garments and sporting the latest hairstyle, possessed a striking beauty, yet he had no recollection of her. What is your sister looking at? Originally, the territory of Yangzhou Kingdom was vast, but 50 years ago, Yuezha Kingdom waged war against it, seizing 15 cities. Beyond this point, a mere 2,000 miles would lead into Yuezha's domain. Elder Yu recounted the tale to Su Hao and the others. Thousands of years?
Millions?
To live that long would be monstrous, the simple-hearted Lu Yong pondered aloud, while Yu Huanyang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as numerous houses along the street collapsed, unleashing a horde of corpses. In the midst of rescuing us, Elder Yu sacrificed his own life. Su Hao spoke slowly, channeling his true energy, his voice resonating throughout the Baiyun sect for all to hear. She felt a momentary daze as her hair brushed softly against her cheek. Lifting a mug of beer, she took a sip. Lost in thought, she eventually drifted into slumber. Throughout the night, nothing else transpired, and I awoke around 8, roused by the chubby fellow. I was somewhat surprised that he had risen before me. Later, I learned it was actually Qiu Liming who had awakened him. The grayish-blue cotton slippers gradually came into her view, even without raising her gaze. She could sense the oppressive aura emanating from him. "Mingqi, I feel you have changed." Lele suddenly scrutinized her face intently. William was struck with a sudden chill, an ominous premonition washing over him, as his desire to flirt was abruptly quelled. His curiosity regarding the bizarre adventures he experienced after the interruption of his memories deepened. What harrowing experiences could have birthed such a twisted manifestation of his psyche? "News from the village has arrived," Uchiha Makoto announced, clutching a recently received message and addressing Shimizu Yang. "I can disregard anyone's words, but I must heed my elder brother Zhonglong, who, like a father, has toiled to raise me. His words cannot be ignored. I cannot bear to defy him." Susu watched as the plump raccoon disappeared into the depths of the forest. Unable to suppress a sigh, the prey she had been eyeing so long was the most tender and delectable. Alas, dinner has slipped away. The wild boar she had hoped to capture seemed to have taken flight. How could Susu not mourn profoundly? This was the most bustling street in the capital of the Southern Zhou dynasty, teeming with people as the Empress Dowager's birthday approached. Delegates from several other kingdoms had begun to arrive, bringing with them unfamiliar faces, including a multitude of peculiar ethnic minorities. "No matter how much my father dotes on me, the throne shall never be mine," the rotund figure quipped with a peculiar grin, his features jumbled together. Regarding the Gao family situation, Gao Dijin had also heard whispers, which could be summed up in one phrase: life is quite difficult. Bai Yunxiao found himself in a state of bemusement. Since they showed no interest in inquiring about his master's illustrious name, he would introduce himself instead. Uncertain of the current feelings stirring within her, and Ruin was nonetheless certain of her enduring love for Lung Dianchen. Despite believing that his past treatment of her had been excessively heartless, she recognized that this was, indeed, what she desired. Chapter 87. Siblings. Ko Rue remarked, just like a rat in the gutter. Ko Rue scoffed dismissively. Ko Rue nodded in agreement, lifted her teacup for a sip, then frowned as she set it down, expressing her distaste. Yisn't tea at Longjing. Ko Rue glanced at her. Has Tiguanian offended you? Ko Rue pouted. I can't get used to it. It wasn't that Tiguanian was bad. She simply could not acclimate to it. She, Long Ao Ting, did not wish for this situation either, especially considering it was their beloved grandfather who had passed away. It was difficult for anyone to bear such a loss. And how much comfort could really provide solace? It wouldn't bring her grandfather back from the grave to converse with her. At this point, Zheng Linglong suddenly appeared somewhat apprehensive, her beautiful eyes darting toward Jinro. A violet sword light surged violently, magnifying before Yun Xian, presenting an unprecedentedly fierce assault. Hao Yu burst forth like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the boulders that blocked the cave entrance. Behind him, the entrance visibly began to collapse, sending a cloud of thick dust billowing forth. Duzi, are you feeling better? Chun Yi inquired while gently touching her forehead, relieved to find she did not have a fever. She merely complained of fatigue, longing to sleep, and lacking an appetite. Consequently, Takeda Tomomi issued a command to mobilize everyone, reaching out to local contacts at the Dongbao Agency in Okinawa, hoping to find an alternative filming location. One must first become a scholar before a jinsher can come to the capital for examination. Thus, most in the southern city are scholars. What is a scholar? A scholar is a gentleman. Noticing Bian Yuaneng standing at the entrance of his office, Du Jianxiang took the initiative to greet him. If he were an ordinary man, he would likely be utterly entranced by Selena's enchanting allure. The film had certainly garnered a considerable amount of attention, both positive and negative. Spare me. I wouldn't accept such tainted money even if it were thrown at me. Lin Fan replied coldly. Curiosity serves little purpose. This is not a matter of formality. Never mind, you will understand in due time. To be honest, I hold quite a bit of faith in you, Baji said with a gentle smile. The ethereal serpents from the fountain of youth stealthily coiled around the students, their forked tongues flickering across their bodies. However, the sudden emergence of Qi Ran loomed over him like a mountain. Baji embraced her and leaped down, ready to inquire, but Nami had already stepped away, heading toward Luffy. Once the stagnant energy within old Master Tan is dispersed and the internal organs are unblocked, his ailment shall surely dissipate. Subsequently, Mu Chen silently donned a disguise prepared by her servant to conceal the multitude of kiss marks. Stepping out of her room with somewhat unsteady steps and entering the living room, Mu Chen's instinct warned her of impending danger, yet there was no opportunity to flee. It was akin to a sudden calamity, offering no respite. The ground cracked and collapsed rapidly, centered around the stone tablet. Mu Chen felt her body lighten before she was engulfed in an abyss of darkness, losing all sensation. And Gu covertly glanced at the man, his handsome face darkened, his jawline taut, and his inscrutable gaze fixed ahead, seemingly unchanged, yet her words had stirred the depths of his heart. Moreover, to speak candidly, if this matter were to come to light, I cannot deny that I did not come out worse for wear. In this regard, men certainly cannot be considered to have suffered, Wei Wucai remarked. Xiao Monian pondered that the foolish Huas Yuan could not have conceived such a devious idea on her own. She must have been incited by others to conspire and intimidate Nge. Chapter 88. Strange attitudes. Upon hearing the sound of pieces colliding, Shang Tingli laughed heartily. Sister, you are surrounded. My little pawn has captured your general. Ziqian followed suit with a chuckle. I humbly concede defeat. Her skills in chess were indeed no match for those of Tingli, falling short by a considerable margin. Had their father been present, he would likely have relished the opportunity to challenge Tingli, and it was quite possible that he may not have triumphed over her. Reflecting on the towering figure of the beast, approximately 3 meters in height, with a spear in its right hand and a shield in its left, it was evident that it was a formidable foe. If I were to discipline her rigorously every day, meting out punishment for even the slightest disrespect, would it have led her to become so unruly? Could he possibly be dead? Xing Tian's brows knitted tightly. The mysterious yellow aura of the earthly vessel had been entirely summoned by their father. Even a pinnacle of martial prowess would be gravely wounded. How could Qin Ming possibly survive, let alone escape? No one could have anticipated that a duel between the foremost practitioner of the Sherdao realm and a peak master of the same domain would devolve into such chaos. The following morning, when Chen Anhao awoke, Zhang Qincheng had already departed. She stretched luxuriously and yawned deeply before having breakfast and heading to Zilahua Music School. Zhao Baoyu, once again digging at his ears, realized that if anyone else were in his position, their eardrums would likely have shattered. Those who voluntarily distanced themselves from the Blackwater Mercenary Corps would never again be accepted by the Black and Grey Mercenary Corps. Everyone else, disperse. Xin Chao declared as he descended from the heights into the temporary encampment. Now Lin Qingfei had become somewhat of a veteran in matters of the heart. Recognizing the crux of the issue, he wasted no time in enveloping Jiang Chu Jian in his embrace. This was also the reason Shen Hao had refrained from allowing Hua Feiyu and Hua Feiyue to make an appearance, to prevent any unforeseen incidents that might affect them. 102, 121, 112. Anthony spent an anxious hour silently counting, growing increasingly agitated. Is that so? Were you dousing your jealousy over the dumplings yesterday to quench your thirst? Zualuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring. The blood that dripped onto the ground ignited into black flames, revealing a circular formation that ensnared me tightly, rendering me immobile. He understood that she must have been troubled by their father's words. After their engagement banquet concluded, she had been summoned to the cabin and scolded for an extended period, and he had heard how harsh those words were. Entering through a grand arched wooden door, one found oneself in a resplendent hall. Indeed, the interior could only be described as magnificent. Various ornaments crafted from pure gold and silver adorned the space, while the floor was laid with a rare fox fur, and the walls were decorated with priceless luminous pearls. Damn it, who did you provoke? Just wait. I am on my way. The composed Ma Tianyun found himself losing his calm over the phone. If he was unafraid of Bai Kai, he certainly could not contend with Dong Hui, especially with O Chong and Fong Tianyi in the mix. It seemed I had caught someone's attention. Tu Shu recalled the incident outside the school last time, and his brow furrowed once more. For others, this might not seem particularly bad, but for a ruler of a vast empire, it was decidedly unfavorable. Gong Sun Yu is known as the ghost doctor primarily because his medical techniques defied conventional norms, and he possessed extensive knowledge not only in medicine but also in poisons. As he would put it, medicine and poison are fundamentally one and the same, used either to save or to harm, entirely dependent on the wielder, with the substance itself bearing no inherent significance. The two departed from the Grand Theater and stepped onto a lush green lawn outside, beneath a large locust tree. They settled into the shade. The warm sunlight outside cast a gentle glow on their faces, lifting their spirits considerably. The Great Badger King had waited for half a day before finally detecting the offensive signal from the Thunder Badger King. With a single command, he mobilized all his main forces to launch a comprehensive encirclement and hunt against the Dragon Lin Great Sage's army. The righteous soldiers found themselves besieged from all sides by the hunting badger beast demons, and the situation was dire. Chapter 89. Masochism after partaking in breakfast. Su Guanjia hastily approached, a notice in hand. Ku Xian had yet to leave, observing Shang Tingli with a sly glint in his eye. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Guanjia greeted the two, bowing respectfully. This old servant pays his respects to the young master and young mistress. Ku Xian replied, "There's no need for formalities, Guanjia."
Thank you.
Only then did Su Guanjia present the notice to Shang Tingli, stating, "Young mistress, this concerns the wife of General Gueda, regarding the oversight and filing of tasks assigned to Qin Lu, while the ideological work will be entrusted to the deceptively charming Luo Qi." Li Guangyan had already fled the capital, rendering the ongoing searches and stringent investigations unnecessary. Emperor Yuan Cheng had commanded the continuation of the pursuit, yet the atmosphere of unease that had gripped the capital began to dissipate. The ground is not easy to descend from, given Yang Daren's age. It would be prudent to use a stool for support, he mused. Like the serene, bright moon, exuding an ethereal elegance, her gentle smile could already enchant those around her. At this moment, Infused with sincerity, her smile was even more captivating, ensnaring gazes with its allure. He feared that Jiang Yunqing and Jun Jingma might not comprehend the value of this token, and thus made a clear explanation to them, ensuring they recognized its significance. After such a prolonged wait, the outcome was uncertain. He wondered if she would be able to accept it. Moreover, although the system did not directly heal the body, its prior enhancements would inevitably augment recovery capabilities. Coupled with the benefits derived from the 5,000 points of spiritual pressure, Wu Yu was confident that within a week, he would be able to rise and walk. Dongfang Shu shook her head vigorously, the silvery glow illuminating her face, rendering it even paler. However, upon hearing this statement for the first time, Chen Duo found it increasingly reasonable, prompting her to enthusiastically venture out with Yi Miao. Wang Xiao and Xie Yang, alongside other team members, commenced work on the Dingyang project, while Li Jieyu, with little to occupy her, opted to learn from He Chuan. As He Chuan approached her due date, she refrained from external engagements, dedicating her days to instructing Li Jieyu at the company. This is the initial password setting procedure. You can manipulate the formation to take on a familiar shape, serving as the unlocking code. The shopkeeper reminded Pei Xian, turning his head aside. The head of the family and his wife, uninvited, further propelled events in an unusual direction. Observing the old man's sly grin, the man swiftly reached for the night pearl. But alas, he was a moment too late. Su Wanqing, in her own way, recounted the revised plans involving her and Zheng Zuqing, focusing solely on the establishment. For a designer, each creation is akin to a child. Now, with her child at risk of being taken away, how could she, as a mother, not feel a surge of anger? Li Shixiang, confronted by an opponent who made no effort to evade his onslaught, felt assured of victory. Though Yi Lung'an maintained an air of indifference, the firmness in her tone was unmistakable. As long as she could capture Huangfu Ruixiang, she would have the chance to enter the inner circle. Otherwise, given her innate talents, she would inevitably reach a bottleneck in a century or two. No wonder the servants fled upon hearing the mention of reporting to the authorities. Should Gao Chongguang's misdeeds be unveiled, the Gao family would lose face in the capital. The true instigator, Qi Tianhao, merely cast a cold glance at the individual before disdainfully averting his gaze. Subsequently, Zhang Xueshan ceased any further conversation, swiftly directing his finger to strike at Chen Kuan's energy sea. Han Dongzhu's greatest concern was his utter oblivion to the circumstances. In previous pregnancies, Jiang Bingru had encountered no issues, no morning sickness, no swelling, and smooth deliveries. Contemplating this, his expression darkened, as he could not cease reproaching himself. Chapter 90. Lanxi reveals her cards as Shang Tingli arrived at the entrance. Her gaze was immediately drawn to a resplendent carriage by the roadside. Lavishly adorned with exquisite silk and embellished with gold and jewels, its windows veiled by delicate pink gauze, a sight of sheer opulence. She raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Lanxi, as expected, had a penchant for such extravagant possessions. Even in a humble marriage, her splendor remained unmitigated. Standing by the carriage, Chen Wan, upon spotting her, hurriedly knelt in greeting before addressing the occupants within. "Madam, my esteemed godmother, I hope you indulge yourselves generously. Should you wish to retreat for cultivation in the future, feel free to utilize my resources without hesitation. Please, do not stand on ceremony." Pan Haodong spoke with remarkable generosity. The following morning, Zhuang Luofei received a call from the bar, revealing that Yi Zhichen had spent the night there once again. "Only morphine." Jay shook his head, retrieving a metallic box containing the substance from his pocket, just as Li Chong called out to him to halt. Everyone harbors their own frustrations. Li Chong, already seething, felt his discomfort intensify at Jay's probing inquiry, coupled with that mischievous smile. Qin Tian, having faced rejection from a job application, harbored vengeful thoughts and rallied Chen Yu and others to the company with intentions to extort. He brazenly confronted the security at the entrance, and when he witnessed Chen Yu's insolence, he could no longer restrain himself and intervened.
Ha!
Shen Jiqiu truly wished to laugh.
What?
Should she express her gratitude or kneel in servitude? Gui Dai fell silent for a moment, instinctively retreating, her demeanor suddenly alert, as if taken aback. Wang Ying. "I will not let this go." Shang Yihai, though wary of Zhang Tianxian, was undeterred by Wang Ying, shouting in fury. Jay deliberately extracted the plane ticket to scrutinize the date, discovering it was a flight scheduled to depart from a neighboring country to Europe in 3 days. Beside him, teacher Sayers murmured in disbelief, his body trembling with excitement. Tragic events replayed anew. Indeed, Feng Wu had already been captivated by his gallant presence, her heart stirred. Yet, he would never yield. As long as he drew breath, surrender was not an option. The intermediate necromancer, Johansson, had been secluded in the depths of the Necromancer's Canyon for his cultivation. At the time when Nye Feng, aided by the Yalong beast, annihilated the remnants of the Flying Eagle mercenary corps, Johansson had requested the leader, Layson, to carry a surveillance crystal ball. Area 51, a place imbued with memories and nostalgia. At last, it was firmly within his grasp today. The sensation was utterly delightful. I savored it profoundly, and soon consumed the second one in a single bite. Chan Yu was overwhelmed with excitement, having lost his composure, likely due to prolonged confinement in the oppressive underworld, compounded by the terror of impending death that left him gasping for breath. Zhou Shi was taken aback, realizing that the other party was not jesting. They genuinely had something significant to convey. As Lin Mingjiao entered, she called out, and upon spotting Su Rui and Su Tsong's family at breakfast together, she was utterly astonished. At the very least, Lu Heng's unwavering confidence at this moment attested to his capabilities. After all, as a member of the Security Bureau, regardless of how formidable these old monsters were, they would never choose to oppose the authorities unless faced with life and death choices. At that moment, Yang Yuanfeng suddenly felt a surge of internal energy from the elder's fingertip entering his meridians and hastily countered with his own cultivation. The elder cast a glance at Yang Yuanfeng, nodding in apparent approval of his internal strength. Chapter 91. Lack of restraint. It seems that apart from the fourth prince and Kashingchen himself, no one else is privy to Kashingchen's true affiliations. Even the fourth prince has never disclosed to his inner circle that Kashingchen is one of his own. However, considering the past, it is understandable. The fourth prince, who had once orchestrated Kashingchen's downfall, would hardly regard him as an ally. To him, Kashingchen is merely a tool. What could my cousin possibly desire today? Currently, both Zhang Jianhua and Zhang Jianguo have sustained injuries inflicted by a cold attribute technique. Thus, by tracing the origins of this attack, the perpetrator can be identified. Clearly, the assailant would not be foolish enough to leave a trail leading back to themselves. This suggests an intent to frame another. In his heart, he has long been yearning for Lu Mang's arrival, for Lu Mang's appearance would signify his agreement to the transaction between them, indicating that all arrangements have been finalized. Otherwise, he would not seek him out again. As Zhou Qing spoke, his excitement grew palpable, revealing his genuine happiness for the lady. While others may hold differing opinions, Lu Xing firmly believes in the existence of extraterrestrial life. The vastness of the universe suggests that Earth cannot be the sole harbor of life. Hu Shuangqing's gaze flickered, her thoughts shrouded in mystery, yet she followed Lu Xianlong, soaring in the direction of the third young master. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It's the celestial silkworm holy clan from the primordial alliance. The elder Guthuan is likely on his way. Han Baiqi exclaimed. He did not voice this lightly. He was certain that within the next few days, he and Qin Yu could handle what lay ahead. The entire competition spanned over a fortnight, conducted under perilous and intricate conditions. In addition to demanding immense physical strength, endurance, and psychological resilience from the drivers, the racing machines faced extraordinarily stringent requirements. Almost all vehicles encountered various malfunctions and complications during the race. Dua Huangsu is situated far from the central imperial domain of the universe, and Han Baiqi never anticipated that they would find themselves here. Since you are not here to kill us, why do you follow us? Shimin Jueshua inquired, wary of Si Yuqianking's formidable abilities. Uncertainty about his intentions left him feeling unsettled. As Mr. Li from the Special Operations Department articulated, ordinary events are left to the police, while particularly bizarre supernatural occurrences fall under their jurisdiction. Let us make introductions then. He grinned, his demeanor brightening at the rare encounter with a kindred spirit. Do refrain from cursing, my dear heart. My wings are just fine and splendid, unlike you, who is rather unattractive. Meng Lian expressed her disdain, turning her head away as though a prolonged glance would cause her vision to dim. Upon contemplating the situation, I concluded that it would be best for me to care for Nuan Nuan during her confinement. This way, a Qiao would not have to bear undue burdens, ensuring her work remains error-free. Yushi excitedly patted Chen Tiezhen's arm, her face radiating joy. However, Zhou Ren did not anticipate that upon reaching the Qiyun mountain exit, they would encounter the notorious Lin Yi, who was wanted by their sect. Who knows? Tao Yaoyao replied languidly, her eyes closed, drowsily reclining on the sofa. Thus, the Su and Chen families need not worry about having children devoid of awakened abilities, as they can utilize awakening potions for enhancement, cannot they? Should Lin Ye's plan succeed, they could eliminate over 200 of their adversaries without a single soldier lost. After all, Su Qiao's culinary skills are truly exceptional, and they seldom have the opportunity to savor her delicacies. Only Su Qiao's beloved wife enjoys the privilege of tasting her exquisite dishes regularly, so the chance to relish Su Qiao's cuisine would undoubtedly draw everyone in. Chapter 92. Request me. The two maidens exchanged glances once more, and Gong Tang inquired with a hint of perplexity, is there an inevitable connection between these two? Shang Tingli, opening her eyes, responded with a charming smile, it's nothing. No need to dwell on it. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, the two maidens wisely chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the new garden, they were unexpectedly surprised to find Ku Xian reclining on the opulent couch beneath the pomegranate tree, seemingly at ease. This was in stark contrast to the Warriors players, who, heads bowed, entered the locker room amidst the fervent cheers of the Staples Center crowd, fully immersed in the game. Li Ken, are you unwell? Coco expressed concern as she observed Li Ken alternating between laughter and frowns, the stark contrasts of emotions evident on his face. Nevertheless, Sun Yi refrained from directly reproaching Neymar. Having said all that needed to be said, it was now time to devise a strategy to address their disadvantage. Xiao Xian gritted her teeth. However, Zhao Xian's reasoning was impeccable, leaving her with no recourse. Surely, she could not compromise her integrity for a mere glass of red wine. The power of a love song transcends mere shouting. It artfully weaves a narrative through simple language and melody. The lyrics tell a story, and the singer, through her voice, brings that tale to life. Christine Day delivered an outstanding performance, fully immersing herself in the act. Such high-difficulty maneuvers did not bring him fortune. After a series of struggles in 4 rounds of the game, he managed to secure only a single win by mere chance. There's no need. We've been in a relationship for 4 years, knowing each other inside and out. What more is there to discuss privately? Any inquiries can be made face-to-face. Lucan declared confidently. Of course, these sentiments were merely thoughts confined to her mind. As for sharing them with Feng Hua and Nu Tao, it was best left unspoken. They were hardly close, and she was certainly not fond of individuals like Feng Hua and Nu Tao. She had no desire to oppose them. Merely wishing for their absence was enough, let alone aiding or guiding them. Such notions were mere fantasies. Du Yan remained unaware of Qingyu's inner thoughts. The latter, being inherently taciturn, leading the discussions was not unexpected. Moreover, Xian Lan's tribulations were far more daunting. Enduring such trials would only bring excruciating pain, and lacking sufficient defensive artifacts, he was ill-equipped to withstand the overwhelming thunder. In such circumstances, he would surely face annihilation beneath the tempest of lightning. 3 days later, Yi Tian, accompanied by his loyal guards, surged forward alongside Mo Long, vanishing from sight. She currently lacked even the strength to roar at the heavens. The pit she had painstakingly dug was not a grave for her foe's avarice, but rather a testament to her own misjudgment. Had it not been for the players traversing the path and the squads of dragon god soldiers occasionally passing by, this surreal and magnificent landscape would have seemed like a paradise. The 3 demons of Jin Tianming soared into the air without employing any magical artifacts, effortlessly gliding upward with a graceful leap. As they watched the 3 demons depart, Meng Xiongfei felt an immense wave of relief wash over him.
Quen.
From the earlier introduction of the giant clan, the teammates had already surmised the significance of this name, now associated with the Dark World Titan. As a newly emerged demigod, he was pivotal to Harsin's audacious attempt to invade the neutral zone. A collective gasp rippled through the group, particularly from Leo, whose voice betrayed his anger. Their meticulously laid plans now seemed futile, Entering would inevitably lead to confrontations with their own comrades, transforming their united front into a potential free-for-all.
Kill.
Xian Lan brandished the punishment staff, leading the charge as the remaining two surged towards Fukong City, their numbers overwhelming. Chapter 93. The malicious water of the unprincipled and the carriage of the Prince of Ren arrived at the entrance of the Yizhong Marquis' residence, where Shang Tingli and Ku Xian sat within. Shang Tingli herself held no particular objection to Butler he escorting them inside. Rather, it was Ku Xian who insisted on awaiting Yu Jing and the others to come forth and receive them. Ku Xian, in her characteristic manner, engaged in idle chatter. Lu Chen, possessing a neutral disposition towards the Eastern Isles, found Jiang Ko Erlang to be quite agreeable and thus offered his assistance in staunching the bleeding and tending to his wounds. As anticipated, once noon passed, the oppressive heat of the sky rendered it difficult to breathe. A blanket of ominous clouds loomed above, seemingly intent on draping the already stifling earth with an enormous black shroud. The old man and Xian Yun, along with others, sipped their coarse tea, their eyes filled with expectation as they gazed out at the darkened heavens. You possess some semblance of intellect when you find yourself unoccupied. Take the time to listen to the opinions of others. It is far more beneficial than fretting over trivial matters, the bladesmith admonished. With this reminder from Xianlao, Yuan Zhan recalled that day in Hushui City when he was afflicted by the toxic gas of the cold, withered toad. And it was Ji who had aided him in an instant of detoxification. Brother Chen, how could a sacred artifact be an ordinary cross held by the faithful? Lord Hao interjected. Perhaps Zhao Wuchang had truly lost his sense of purpose, for at that moment, he did not negotiate with Shi Yuan, even going so far as to lower his demands to a minimum. He merely wished to conclude his remaining days with AMO. However, Zhao's countenance was far from pleasant, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes as he coldly regarded Yi Tianhao, who was mounted ahead, contemplating his devious schemes. A cold smile involuntarily curling at his lips. The sound of the air being cleaved echoed repeatedly, and in the instant a shadow passed by, space itself was torn asunder. Dust and gravel surged upwards, swiftly transforming into finer particles, the wind remaining still, subdued by the chaotic tranquility. Abstaining from all flesh and blood, eschewing all karma, restraining all desires, their aim was transcendence from the mortal realm, seeking to sanctify the physical form. They deemed themselves followers of the world-honored one, yet in truth, they held no faith in the Buddha. They fervently believed that the Buddha was a being of the past, while humanity was the future Buddha. To believe in the Buddha was less significant than to believe in oneself. An immense axe stirred the winds, cleaving the clouds above in twain, while the mountains were beset by a flurry of flying sand and stones. In truth, Ling Yuchen had been overly suspicious, for the elixir bestowed upon him by Yu Xiezhenren was indeed a healing potion. The prospect of a united front among the three great legions was utterly implausible, as the territories had been delineated from the onset, with the four legions each fulfilling their distinct roles. Successfully using a bone as bait, Huiren deftly cast a line, effortlessly ensnaring the dog that clung to the bone. Within the realm of the Holy Grail, the corrupted heroic spirits were immortal. Thus imbuing their enchanted axes with their own abilities proved to be a regrettable breach of the rules, which consequently obliterated both the enchantment and the corrupted powers. Yet, he had little to articulate, for he was determined to pursue the conquest, eager to experience firsthand the nature of being conquered. Tasmi, equally astonished, gazed upon the scene, witnessing a myriad of diverse creatures. Qin Fan may have been unaware of these matters, or perhaps he was, but he remained indifferent. After all, it was a mutually beneficial endeavor, rendering it unnecessary to quibble over who gained more or less. Chapter 94. The slap at present. The father-in-law finds himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. As a son-in-law, to earn his favor, one must learn to extricate him from such situations. What constitutes a joke? Shang Tingli, perplexed, interjected. As a marquis, my uncle not only acknowledges his mistakes, but is also willing to bow low and apologize to a younger generation. How can this be deemed a joke? Is it not a virtue? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng suddenly comprehended, but before he could articulate further, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Tang Feng arrived, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his countenance. From a distance of several dozen meters, he immediately spotted the imposing young man amidst the throng. Should this rumor solidify, how could she possibly continue her career in the entertainment industry? After all, most individuals tend to believe in the existence of rumors rather than dismissing them as unfounded. The surrounding elegant rooms, captivated by the lively gathering, began to cast curious glances in this direction, with some pretending to have business in the vicinity to steal a look. The elegantly adorned room, bathed in fortune, swiftly became the most discussed topic in the area. Observing the unconscious Wu Liuqi, Mei Hua Shan sighed and picked up Wu Liuqi's hair tie from the side. Within the coffin, a man of 7 feet, adorned with a long beard and a dignified demeanor, lay still. His eyes remained tightly shut, hands cradling a 7-star sword across his chest, gradually transitioning from lifelessness to a state of breathing life. It was uncertain whether Lin Feng's relentless efforts bore fruit or if the room's occupant had grown impatient, but with a soft click, the door gently creaked open. At this moment, Nie Qinglong hovered in the air, wielding the Qinglong blade, gazing solemnly at the debris poised to descend from the sky. She came prepared this time. Having observed Jiang Shuiyao's anxious demeanor, it was likely that Gu Haoxiao had already learned of Yun Hongfei's struggle with depression. Given the suspicious nature of the Dark Lord, it was conceivable that every one of her actions was under his scrutiny. His gaze was icy, but unlike Gu Changfeng's frigid demeanor that repelled others, this chill was laced with a sense of cunning and calculation. If Gu Changfeng represented a wolf, then this man before her was akin to a snake, crafty, adept at concealing itself, and skilled at seizing opportunities. However, in the area selected by Su Noa, there inexplicably lay a stretch of farmland. This was indeed curious. The fact that they managed to locate Earth back then, compared to the luck they experienced in this dimension, was unfathomable. Alas, they had arrived too late. By the time they reached Earth, Di Noazwa Lu had been irrevocably left behind in the solar system. With a voice both noble and graceful, accompanied by a soft and pleasing demeanor, there lingered an ineffable weariness. Just then, the crisp sound of a phone ringing interrupted Xiao Shan's reverie. He took a moment to steady his tense emotions before answering, and the resigned voice of Ingzwa Xiaoyu echoed through the line. Thus, a multitude of students gathered on the playground, eagerly awaiting the commencement of monster encounters following the closure of the instance. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Wuji turned his head once more, and with a sharp click, the piece he had been holding descended onto the chessboard. He gently lifted her, careful not to disturb her sweet dreams. Everything felt so light, everything so beautiful. What is this? Someone suddenly exclaimed, as the cave filled with an essence of pure spiritual energy. One's own body reveals its secrets. Chu Qingjin bore more than just these apparent wounds. Following suit, Li Huixin chimed in, departing with a parting shot at Su Zi. With your capabilities? All the beauty resources are in my hands. What do you have to contest with me? Humph. With that, she sashayed away, her hips swaying. Should Li Huamei's fleet become fully encircled by him, retreat would be impossible. She spoke the truth. At that moment, he was indeed so weak that even the slightest touch could topple him, prompting his obedient silence. Chapter 95. Interrogation. Ko Sinwei squinted her eyes, lost in thought. Yu Jing, somewhat surprised, exclaimed, "What?" This day marked the occasion for Zhao Fushen and her son to receive their living expenses. However, it was also the birthday of Zhao Chanbao, the head of the Zhao family. Consequently, the Zhao family members were preoccupied with celebrations, leaving Zhao Fushen and her son to retrieve their funds alone.
Indeed.
Lu Xinhe never failed to stir up trouble, making her utterly vexatious. Coincidentally, the Gu Diao discovered the blossoming Wangchun and brought it to the heavenly court. On this day, the Wangchun flowers bloomed profusely, filling the courtyard with delicate azure and white petals, akin to jade butterflies in flight, exuding intoxicating fragrances that captivated the senses.
Her body
became uncontrollable, mirroring the automatic responses elicited by the enforced contract. This revelation caused Gu Meng to narrow her eyes, scrutinizing the man before her, though she offered no affirmation. Yet the man advanced with a decisive stride, and Gu Meng noticed, despite the man's briskness, there was a slight stumble in his gait, suggesting an injury. Ailes, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, appeared remarkably composed amidst the chaos. The tranquility before him was striking, as his face possessed an enchanting beauty, exuding a remarkable, mature allure, with spring-like tenderness gracing his brow and his eyes shimmering like water. He immersed her in zero-state water, continuously heating it with divine fire, employing the combination of divine fire and zero-state water to expel the toxins from her body. The system's voice remained calm. The four gazed upon the towering cityscape, while a dilapidated sign by the roadside read, Jeju City. The ghost in the forest remained silent, expressionless, fixated on the monk, wary of being outmaneuvered. Li Yifeng's actions instilled trust in Tang Yongyu, even surpassing the confidence he had in most others around him, despite their status as adversaries rather than friends or true allies. Gao Yu understood that Cui heir had always avoided being alone with him, citing distinctions in rank as her reason. The Dragon Clan's holy king was not someone easily encountered. Since Zhang Bo ascended to the position of holy king, he had not left this courtyard, dedicating himself to the cultivation of his powers while maintaining an air of authority and mystery. For now, this place was the safest haven. It was known that during training sessions at the main God Square, whenever Linglong displayed such an expression during sparring or mutual training, it signified impending misfortune for many. As the dense shadows approached, 128 figures clad in black armor, their heads adorned with helmets, stood in perfect formation in midair. The three were momentarily taken aback by Qing Yi's somewhat poignant words, falling into silence. They understood her unspoken sentiments and recognized the gravity of their own actions, realizing they had indeed gone too far. Su Qing clenched her teeth, ultimately remaining silent. In the past, she would have stripped them of their dignity. Chapter 96. Commitment. She poured out her heart, yet to her surprise, her uncle remained relentless, persistently seeking to mend their relationship, assuring her that if she were willing to reconcile, he would treat her well in the future. She resolutely proposed severing ties, but Yu Jing vehemently disagreed, clenching his teeth and refusing to relent. In contrast, Guo Huaijuan's son held a different significance. After all, he was a son, sharing blood ties. If a matter arose, Guo would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye. If there were concerns, they should be expressed directly. Half-hearted revelations are the most exasperating. Nia Wanluo smiled sweetly, employing her usual charm, a tactic that frequently proved effective with Aunt Goe. Ouyang Yanqing remarked that when Bao Tian descended from the soul-calling cauldron, she trembled as if about to collapse, prompting Ouyang Yanqing to quickly support her. The latter merely shook her head. Xiao Shiwang orchestrated operations centrally, while Hu Yihuang managed Anhui. And Lai Haining commanded both naval and ground forces, venturing into Hubei and Guangxi to establish new territories. Lin Fengxiang entered Anhui from Chuzhou and Linhui Pass. Yi Kai wore a barely perceptible smile. To be honest, having Lei Ting as an undercover agent was immensely advantageous for gathering intelligence. For instance, now he could prepare ahead of others. Even the charging of a mobile phone required placement on specific tools, which, in essence, bore little difference from wired power supply. A trap? Wang Yank appeared unusually slow to react, gazing blankly at the cold expression of Li Weigong. I have always admired your boss, however. I believe it prudent for us to discuss matters of significance, Lin Jingfeng remarked, sipping his tea and clicking his tongue. Lin Jingfeng's stance was unequivocal, simultaneously conveying to Long Aoyang that there were no conditions, only transactions. After the great battle, his gaze had shed its fierce and frenzied fire, replaced by tranquility. Just as Zhang Xiang looked at her in surprise, Chen Rong slowly smiled at him. Indeed, Gu Chen's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to step closer for a better view. At that moment, the crimson tide swiftly drained him of all his vitality, causing him to faint and tumble from the statue, teetering on the brink of life. Although Ke Qingqing acted out of momentary anger, hoping to provoke Shangguan Yun into recognizing her faults, such matters have historically ensnared those involved in confusion. Observing the two in intimate proximity only deepened his discomfort, resulting in further misunderstandings. Apologies, I must step away for a moment. After hastily uttering this phrase, Long Yan rose and made her way toward a certain individual surrounded by a swarm of fluttering butterflies at the center of the venue. The setting sun cast its slanted rays upon the peak of Wenjian Mountain, further gilding its originally golden summit. If that is the case, was Wang Yue's army not supposed to support Xingyang? Why has there been no movement? Gong's son pondered, his many years of warfare instilling a seed of doubt within him. For Yan Yi, it was best to resolve matters swiftly and wed sooner rather than later to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Seeing that Yan Yi was relentless, Gu Qin grew anxious, glancing repeatedly toward the north gate of Sihai City. However, the surrounding throng obscured his view. Today, he had finally found someone capable of competing with Yan Yi. Jun Hui. He couldn't afford to let her slip away, or it would spell trouble. Zhang Meng cast a glance at Mo before slowly departing. Her heavy footsteps echoing as if treading upon Mo's chest, her gradually fading silhouette reminiscent of a gradually clarifying visceral pain. Upon entering the cavern, after navigating a series of twists and turns, Guan Jian glimpsed a pitch-black expanse illuminated by faint glimmers. Without much formality, Martin's brow suddenly furrowed as if recalling something significant. Looking toward Magrius? Engels inquired. Chapter 97. The deceitful affairs. The old servant paid respects to the noble consort, and steward Xiao dismissed the formalities. Thank you, noble consort, he said, presenting a message to Shang Tingli. This letter has been delivered from the palace by a matron serving Princess Ryu, inviting you and the noble consort to enter the palace in 2 days for the plum appreciation banquet hosted by Princess Ryu. Especially concerning Su Ming's mastery of the water element, which even formidable true martial experts yearn to comprehend. This young man is destined to achieve great renown in the years to come, standing among the masters of the world. Huang discerned this truth after Li Mu's demise. He rarely spoke with such a calm demeanor. Like the other generals of the Zhao army, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the royal court, the Empress Dowager, and Guokai, who had destroyed the entire Zhao kingdom for their own selfish interests. As Ba Yi descended from the heavens, Shangguan Yuni realized that all her previous actions had not escaped his notice. Given his exceptional skills, it would be effortless for him to uncover her secrets. Thus she refrained from any futile arguments. The visitor was undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse adept in speed, having honed his abilities to the extent that they could influence the perceptions of those around him, making him a formidable adversary. Ba Yi took his leave, and Chun understood that there was no stopping him. Even if he could, what difference would it make? He was already at a loss, only able to watch Ba Yi's retreating figure with a heavy sigh. As long as it wasn't merely a courteous dismissal, he felt somewhat satisfied. At least it wasn't a total loss. As for the 10,000 points, he knew it was an impossible feat to attain, unless one were to be favored by fortune. Li Shuatai is the son of Li Yongfang, correct? Then what is the relationship between this just Turnitai and Li Yongfang? Zhang Heir inquired curiously. Indeed. Li Wei's reaction was one of honor, for he recalled that in a past life, Durant bore a similar nickname. If he does not spare my second brother, and leaves no will, I too would march to the capital. Rest assured, old Wang, if my elder brother dares to issue orders against you, it would be tantamount to undermining my left and right arms, and I would be the first to oppose it. Though Li Yuanda felt despondent, his mind remained sharp, contemplating every aspect of the situation. However, as his abilities gradually strengthened, the burdens upon him grew heavier, and the matters requiring his consideration multiplied. Sometimes, even when he did not actively seek to ponder them, various reasons compelled him to think deeply. He presently lacked the inclination to come for her. He needed to devise a strategy to cope with the increasingly frenzied acts of vengeance. For instance, just a couple of days prior, a colleague had been severely injured for blocking a wealthy heir due to his ignorance of the individual's identity, and he was still lying in the hospital. Nevertheless, this was indeed Nangong Jin style. Whenever it concerned Mo Zihan, he would become tense, even if it meant compromising himself and doing things he disliked to please her for an entire evening. The beautiful ladies exchanged glances. Some appeared increasingly pale, while others bore a hint of spring in their eyes. Observing him, despite being a god of war, a divine being, as a man, he inevitably bore scars, particularly from the wound inflicted by Yunyu, a mark that would never fade in his lifetime. Very well. However, next time, I am uncertain whether I will have the courage to face her again, to witness her happiness while the person beside her is not me. The ache in my heart is indescribable, despite being fully aware of the dangers. Yao Qingmu feigned a heart brimming with joy as she followed the steward out of the courtyard. Without entering the tiger's den, How can one obtain the tiger cub? Even if the path ahead led to a bottomless abyss, she was determined to venture forth today. Chapter 98. The land of feng shui in the realm of human resources. The adage trust those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt rings true. She articulated her plans candidly, recounting every detail entrusted to her. After Fei Ying and Fei Yu departed from the West Chamber, Kexian did not summon them again. At this moment, Shang Tingli felt a genuine sense of relief. The snow fell unexpectedly, blanketing the ground for 2 consecutive days and nights. With no reinforcements in sight, the Canadian Special Forces were of no help. The situation hinted at either capture or total annihilation. The enemy had laid an exceptionally dense minefield, clearly having dealt with the previous Special Forces. Otherwise, they would not have the capacity to ensnare us. Indeed, it was Feng He who knelt, his complexion pale, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His breath slightly erratic. The underground world stirred with tumultuous waves, the shock resonating nearly as profoundly as the upheavals among the major nations above. Who can say? Su Yuan smirked, contemplatively gazing at the glowing object in his hand, a luminescent egg, which could only be described as an oval shape emitting a translucent white glow. A representation of the will of infinite space. Is it Boss Wang? Lin Xiao, at this moment, clenched his fists and squinted at Boss Wang and his associates. Stop right there, he yelled, eyes wide with disbelief as he collapsed onto the ground. Yang Tian, momentarily at a loss for action, could only refute the rumors, urging others not to believe them. Before Tang Feng could grasp the true nature of Uncle Ying's voice, a powerful surge of true energy surged towards his back. The might of a genuine master-level expert instilled a sense of trepidation in Tang Feng. Li Hong occupied a high-ranking hospital suite, complete with its own bathroom and shower facilities, a rather commendable arrangement. Realizing that Hu Qingqing had seen through his thoughts, Hu Qingsong felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he was a general who had faced countless foes without flinching. How could he allow his sister to discern anything? Once his sister finished speaking, Hu Qingqing cast a blank stare at him, offering no further words. Chen Lingya, with a faint smile, spoke despite his voice becoming hoarse and barely discernible. This was Chen Lingya's final concern, yet the vampire monarch surprisingly nodded in agreement. Although El Xianger had only heard partial accounts, her understanding of Princess Jingru allowed her to surmise the general course of events. The princess, perhaps a bit unhinged, had already married the heir of Gaochang, yet still harbored thoughts for Hu Qingsong. Old Madame Shen had initially intended to invite old Madame Xia and Xiaohua in hopes of reconciling their differences, but unexpectedly, this only deepened the animosity between the two families. Reflecting on this, she shot a cold glance at Shen Huan. Given her demeanor, it seemed likely she would not fare well even in a place like Zui Chuanfeng. Perhaps best to sever her hands and feet and cast her into the local brothel. Xian Yuanli rarely spoke so much, each word driving Zhang Ro into a deeper abyss of despair. Li Hong's face flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes and noncommittally remarked, "That depends on your performance. I'm leaving now, goodbye." With that, she started her vehicle and drove away, leaving Qin Feng in a state of bewilderment.
Why?
The guardian of the divine race, still reeling from the earlier fury of the divine battle, was equally curious. Remembering Yun Xi's honest words before his passing, Xinyu felt an even greater sense of shame and guilt. 5 years had swiftly passed, and not only had he failed to take Han Chu away and care for her properly, but he also had to witness her struggle in the world, bearing the burdens of the Yun family, all while receiving her repeated assistance. Chapter 99. The future of the fourth prince's consort at the Plum Blossom Banquet. Kuruwei extended invitations to only a select few, though not an insignificant number. In addition to the young nobles of the royal family, a gathering of young individuals from families of second-rank officials and above was also present. From the esteemed He family of the Taifu residents to the esteemed Pan family of the Duke of Loyalty. Those who shadowed them were no less than formidable experts on par with marquises. After securing them, they trailed behind Ling Shifeng, dragging Ling Yi and others as they exited the Chuanyu mansion through the back door. As Luo Xiao caught a glimpse through the cracks between the prison guards, he was struck by the sight of dismembered and unrecognizable bodies, realizing the gravity of the situation. Well, even the Haotian sect could not sanction them now. What about the spirit hall? Would the spirit hall remain indifferent to this matter? Clad in ostentatious armor, wielding a double-headed axe and a two-handed hammer, both Ogrim and Gromash moved with such swiftness that the pursuing Galang could only watch in astonishment, utterly unable to match their pace. Ling Bingbing noticed that Li Xingkai had only cast a fleeting glance at her when introduced by Ling Shicheng, after which he showed no further interest. She could not help but berate Ling Yi for having just rejected Li Xingkai. Having wandered the vast cosmos of Qianyu in enslavement, Master Tiange had long come to understand that yielding to the strong is not shameful. To gain respect, one must demonstrate their worth. Even if it meant submitting to one's own junior disciples, he remained unfazed. With this thought, he crouched down, retrieving a black pill from his pocket and placing it into the mouth of a recently deceased body. In that moment, Yang Zian felt his level of existence and strength ascend yet another tier, for each subsequent upgrade promised significant enhancement. Yi Xuanhuan raced ahead, while Wu Ming pursued relentlessly from behind, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey, determined to consume it whole. For now, it was unnecessary. If my harvest from the 10,000 Souls cave is fruitful, I shall return. Bai Kun did not make his words final. The sky remained unchanged, yet it bore subtle differences. Under the onslaught of billowing black smoke, the once azure expanse appeared tainted, somewhat jarring to the eye. Qin Rui rubbed his painfully throbbing forehead, contemplating the possible consequences of the future, his pallid complexion revealing a hint of trepidation. In recent days, he had attempted to refresh the updates on his phone without success. Yet, from Lu Meng's astonished tone, Zhao Feng deduced that someone must be aiding him from the shadows. What thoughts could others have? Being accepted as a disciple by a sage is not only an honor but also a guarantee of rising cultivation levels in the future. Thus, death is relative. It depends on one's perspective. Similarly, life is perceived in such a manner. To the ordinary, the loss of the physical body signifies death, yet to cultivators, as long as the soul endures, life persists. In the eyes of the Tao ancestor, even if the soul is destroyed, as long as the true spirit remains, life continues. Indeed, I am merely a crew member now, not the scion of an ancient family. I must remain composed, utterly composed. The crew member took a deep breath, forcing a semblance of a smile as he addressed Bai Kun. Chapter 100. The unpleasant truth. Shang Tingli was slightly taken aback, to speak candidly. She had not anticipated that this individual would come to Yulanqi's defense, especially since Ruan Luzheng had always enjoyed a close camaraderie with Pan Qinghuan. After her astonishment faded, she merely smiled and remarked, "I have no desire to partake in the flower-picking game, so I declined outright. Am I being too unreasonable?" Ku Xian was the first to respond to her. "Not at all. Where's the excess? You are absolutely correct. Ruan Luzheng. My goodness. And it is stated explicitly that the selection and training are to be conducted by Yang Hongchang, a professional coach, rather than him. So in the context of Yang Hongchang's statements, he possesses little authority." When a grand convoy adorned with the banner of Caring Citrus Educational Assistance Initiative from Sinopec majestically entered Shanglin Township, the anxiety that had long plagued Zhong Hanliang and the village officials was finally alleviated significantly. The next moment, as Di Luo's figure descended onto the deck, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, followed by him gently lowering Qi Li while casting a nervous glance at her. After a refreshing bath, as Fuyue and Mei-Qin engaged in light conversation, the sudden voice of Uchiha Hero resonated from outside. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald something sinister. Had Fuyue not been a scion of a prominent family, Mido Munin would have perceived this as his inherent nature. Alas, being a child of the Uchiha clan necessitated a more cautious approach. Gu Kongning did not oppose the emergence of a more advanced management system through the People's Bank. Yet the stark disparity in labor costs between our nation and developed countries may prove insurmountable in the board's eyes. Restrain your instincts. Look, your legs are trembling. The system chuckled, covering its mouth. I too strode purposefully toward the mist-laden precipice, where the abyss below was unfathomable. I could not ascertain whether this bridge crafted by the birds would endure. A misstep could lead to a perilous fall, resulting in a near-certain demise. Elbu, of course, could not exert his full strength. Despite the constraints imposed by the alliance, which prevented Chu He and others from taking advantage of his situation. Conserving his power would afford him a better chance of survival when Jin Lingjiao truly fought with all his might. In that moment, Chen Bufan unleashed his ultimate move. He understood that failing to do so could result in substantial loss, as the sound of a collision resonated once more in the sky. Loud and resonant, like the thunder of midnight, echoing far and wide. There must be a cost for such audacity, indeed. In a mere moment, the points for cheating were decisively reduced by 110, without any concession whatsoever. I slightly lifted my gaze. The dark clouds had dispersed, revealing a night sky where the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars. Observing their position, I noted that they aligned almost perfectly with the path I had ascended. I paused briefly at the intersection. Li Song, David, provide remote support. Shirley, cover fire, I instructed. For this enemy faction was scarcely sufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth. After Qin could have departed, the man remained seething with anger. In an attempt to vent his frustration, he earnestly retrieved a lump of modeling clay from the drawer and began to knead it vigorously. Ding Zhengwo, without casting another glance at the two, turned and departed, vanishing from the street within a few breaths. Chapter 101. The spectacle is about to unfold. She is distinctly different from Lanxi. While Lanxi believes that when she dislikes someone, she must rally others to publicly denounce that individual, deriving joy from mocking the person she detests, even if that person is her own sister. She holds a different view. She believes that even in moments of intense discord between sisters, it is inappropriate to bicker in front of outsiders and provide them with amusement. The entire process, as observed by others, is both exhilarating and utterly repugnant. Imagine encountering a corpse that is decayed but not entirely decomposed. What feeling would that evoke? The vehicle for the deceased is merely a means to amass profit, endlessly soliciting passengers. In contrast, the vehicle of the dead may not necessarily seek financial gain. It may simply be a vehicle for atonement, enabling one to extricate themselves from this organization and seek rebirth. If the great Francois arrives, please inform me afterwards so that I may remain informed, Su Xianchun commanded at last. He detested nothing more than having his endeavors interrupted when he was in high spirits. Such interruptions irked him greatly. However, given that he was on another's territory, Lin Yi refrained from voicing his thoughts. How to proceed would depend on Han Qing's intentions. With formidable adversaries outside and betrayal among his closest allies within, only the loyal eunuch Wei and the Emperor of Tianqi shared a united front. If it were not for a time traveler privy to the details, evasion of death would be impossible. Are you suggesting that all of this is orchestrated by Tianqin? Chun Lingling inquired thoughtfully as the spirit umbrella in her hand spun, enveloping her in a protective barrier within a radius of several dozen meters. People harbor a profound fear of these monsters, wishing to banish them from the earth forever, hoping they never return. From this moment onward, may I protect you? Zhao Ting smiled as she addressed Chen Fan. My field of vision is severely restricted. I am immobilized, able only to see the sky above and a nearby willow tree. With nothing else visible to me, Luer noted instinctively as he tightened his grip on the trigger. Yet, scarcely had the thought crossed his mind than he felt an emptiness in his hand. His greatest reliance had inexplicably fallen into Tang Feng's possession. Several individuals remained silent, their consciousness continually communicating with the existence within another glaring crystal. Thus, the realms of heaven and the tide formally allied, though both were taciturn and had no intention of broadcasting this news. The Emperor of the Assassination Guild had yet to grasp the situation when 4 black tendrils suddenly struck out in different directions. Xian Laifu wished to confess, but as he opened his mouth, not a single word emerged. His complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, Su Yi's fist burst forth with a brilliant radiance, swelling with force, resonating with the sound of thunder, akin to a deep rumble, reverberating with a tremendous pressure akin to the awakening of a tyrant and the arrival of a sovereign. Chen Qingyang seemed to be shrouded in an enigmatic veil, rendering him inscrutable to even the most perceptive of men. Among those who aided Lin Tiancheng, only 3 held the esteemed title of benefactor in his heart.
Now,
as the Xianjian sect languishes, the vast world is engulfed in chaos, drenched in blood and tumult. Where then can they find refuge? In a moment, A plethora of medicinal herbs and the golden elixirs of demonic beasts were amassed in Qingyi's hands, and her alchemical skills began to flourish remarkably. Laughter within the wealthy mountain manor had diminished. Though the weather grew increasingly hot, Wang Dong felt as if the place grew colder by the day. The Balinese hold mountains in the highest regard, believing them to be the abodes of deities, thus bestowing upon them profound reverence. Chapter 102. The auspicious son-in-law Koexian drank a cup of plum blossom wine, dark thoughts swirling in his mind as he hoped that Shang Tingli's plan would deliver a crushing blow to Kuming. Why must everything adhere to such conventions? Why not start with the crown princess? Lanxi remarked. Surely, the crown princess wouldn't shy away from initiating? Her demeanor was assertive and confrontational. Shang Tingli merely smiled, remaining silent. At that moment, Kuru, with an instinctive urge, expressed, "I want a straight fringe that completely covers my brows." Gao Yu piped up, his voice high-pitched and delicate. Meanwhile, Wu Lian, Yunfei, and the stall owner were present, and given the throngs of people on the street, Wu Dao preferred not to reveal his capabilities.
Bang!
Whoosh! Amidst the tense gazes of onlookers, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, causing everyone's expressions to shift dramatically as they unleashed protective spells. Given the current standing of a certain director within the industry, provoking him would be ill-advised. Yet, in the presence of Lu Fifan, Yang Zhao maintained an unwelcoming demeanor, even pretending not to hear Lu Fifan's inquiries. However, Yu Tian resolved to diligently support Ji Ke and paid no heed to the barrage of comments, focusing intently on the game. The white wolf howled to the heavens. Should the battle continue in this manner, his black wolf castle would inevitably be reduced to rubble. Shang Mingqi sat beside, frowning at Qiu Shaozi, clearly displeased with his current disposition. The one in charge of directing the skirmish, Zheng Fanyong, ultimately received a stern reprimand from Li Ningyu, who believed the enemy shouldn't have been allowed to escape, highlighting that the Eastern Inner Guard consisted of top-tier experts, proficient in both hand-to-hand combat and firearms. The elite among elites. That's enough, Lin Yun nodded, a faint smile gracing his face. He felt it. With the aid of the infernal blood bat and blood butterfly, his power was sufficient, and he had begun to approach the threshold of the Dragon War Monarch's domain. It would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. The otherworldly beast nodded obediently. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly sensed the last remnant of water elemental force within the ice being wholly absorbed by the stone ring. At that moment, the spirit tiger before me let out a reluctant whimper, its massive form transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing into the stone ring around my wrist. "My dear, what are you saying?" Hearing the peculiar tone from Yun Xian, Dan Taiwaner cast a strange glance in his direction. A crisp cicada's call rang out, and as the mysterious man stepped onto the ground, multiple clones of himself emerged, encircling Tu Shu completely. She could hardly believe her eyes. Dan Taiwaner was actually descending from her family S-building. "Sister Anna, what are you pondering?" In the medical room, Lan Hu and Xiao Anna gazed blankly at the still slumbering figure of the frozen individual. "It's quite clear, even without your prompting, the seventh has always been the vice-captain in our hearts. When you are absent, we've grown accustomed to following his orders." 3. Known for his straightforwardness. Never resorted to circumlocution. Whether she awakens depends solely on her now, and you all must prepare yourselves. Upon awakening, she may become a vegetative state. With that, the doctor departed. "Everyone, do not panic. I believe this group of criminals intends to ensnare us all. As long as our numbers are not complete, they should not pose a significant threat to us. Let us survey our surroundings for anything we can utilize for a potential ambush," Milan suggested. With a trembling salute, the pilot leader entered his operational stance without even taking a sip of water. Lin Zhong had never been a pessimist. Faced with formidable adversaries, he only grew more resilient. Over the years, it was this blend of outward gentleness and inner strength that allowed him to stand steadfast at the pinnacle of the human realm. Chapter 103. Falling into water, Kui Shang was startled, her heart racing. Although she had witnessed her fair share of sordid affairs, the disgraceful intrigues among royal princesses were particularly chilling. Suddenly, she thought of Kuming and instinctively glanced in his direction. The intentions of her fourth brother were truly terrifying. The princes were currently oblivious to the situation at hand. A ripple spread through the air as Su Xian's form suddenly emerged from the void. Gazing in astonishment at Qin Zheng, Wu Kuei was reluctant to confront Fei Xian. Yet he had to prevent her from interrupting Ji Yun in his pursuit of killing Hong Tian. This jump and escape, along with the pursuit through the grass, was not the first for this person, yet he knew that the moment of true escape was drawing near. Previously, he had held hope. After all, his lineage was the purest. According to the examination report, Long Yun was merely a mixed breed. Perhaps with a little more effort over time, his innate abilities could surpass those of Long Yun, thereby restoring his grandfather's confidence in him. What did it signify? Andres seemed to have fathomed the outcome, yet he found it hard to believe. Although he held disdain for the mixed-blood individuals of the Tianmu Company, he could not deny that it was the most technologically advanced and talent-rich branch within the Elder Council. Kotissi seized the specially crafted Mauser rifle beside him, and the death marker was immediately activated, revealing a skull mark that only the driver of the SUV could see. Thus, Renbebe handed the live-streaming equipment to Su Cheng, then pulled out a chair, inhaled deeply, and slowly positioned herself on the ground, her pert posterior slightly raised as she began to do push-ups rhythmically. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body abruptly transformed. With a resounding dragon roar, a colossal dragon, akin to a planet, materialized in the void. It slowly descended to this planet, its golden eyes casting a glance before it enveloped the world with its claws. Ji Qing's cold tone carried a hint of concern. She did not understand why Ji Yun had appeared here and inflicted severe injuries upon her royal younger brother Ji Han, the second prince of the current Yan Emperor. Lin Hao? The same name as that online murder? Su Mei remarked as she spoke. Yi Yaotiao felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, akin to being scorched by flames. Thus, Long Zhentang, the head of the Long family, showed him even more respect than he had over a year ago, which was entirely understandable. Zhang Ruofeng had every reason to believe that this television series could also create miracles in this world. At this moment, within the golden Liuli palace of the Shouyang star god, an extraordinarily handsome man sat cross-legged, surrounded by waves of fire essence. This fire essence could undoubtedly incinerate a fully realized master of the carefree realm, yet the man remained with his eyes tightly shut, allowing the endless fire essence to erode him. Aunt Xia, I'm fine. Perhaps I just didn't digest the cold food properly.
I'm sorry, Aunt.
I need to visit the restroom. Please excuse me. Ye Yuan replied politely. Yi Yaotiao set down the piece of sauced bone she had been gnawing on and nodded at the butler, who then departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Long Tao suddenly began to sing, and upon closer inspection of his dragon eyes and dragon face, one would find that Long Tao was thoroughly entranced by his own voice. However, to others it was a lethal weapon, perhaps due to the long absence from his kind, causing Long Tao to become overly exhilarated. Chapter 104. Forcing a duck onto a rack, General Ji leapt down to rescue His Highness Kong Ping. Truly, he is a man of flesh and blood, a valiant general. Ku Xian observed her actions intently, silently watching her performance. Mo Qinglian, the elder sister, was remarkably affectionate towards her three younger sisters, and having been reborn, she had never uttered a harsh word to them. At this moment, upon hearing their elder sister's reprimands, Hong Lian and Mu Lian both began to cry in grievance. Before Andalier could continue her furious tirade, several fiery arrows pierced through her visage, the explosive emerald flames instantaneously engulfing her form. The reason for her reaction stemmed from the fact that the photograph depicted not another, but herself alongside a stranger. Lu Tingsun felt his heart sink gradually, his dark eyes vacant as he sat upon the bed, tears unwittingly welling in his eyes.
Bao nu sut.
Giving his chin a vigorous stroke to alleviate some of the fear within. Lu Xuanmiao knew that Li Dikai and the others were searching on the first floor, so she exited her room and made her way directly downstairs. The dense ethereal power solidified the earth, rendering it impossible for even a golden immortal to shatter. Qinglian ran from house to house, announcing that her parents were remarrying, asserting that today was a momentous occasion, and that they should go to her home to offer their congratulations. Having traversed a narrow passage for a short while, she soon overheard several voices ahead, with individuals rushing towards that direction. Currently, the only lead was the one provided by Huyu Jiao. If she were to directly confront her, Considering the current relationship between Su Jinxi and Hui Yujiao, it was certain that she would divulge nothing. Can I become their hero? Who can tell me? And who among them can be my brother to save me? Zhang Weihua calculated as he listened, concluding that if the young master refrained from intervening, only 3 combatants from Qianyi would remain. This was indeed favorable news for him. However, Zhao Taizhu, the boss of bosses, forbade him from following, and Kuan Ge dared not voice any objections, leaving him in a quandary. Setting aside whether they could withstand the eternal spear, one must ponder if Yi Qin could vanquish the desolate emperor. The distinction between defeat and annihilation is profound. Yet, the current development of Tianxiang Tower left Ai feeling somewhat overwhelmed, prompting her to consider vacating her position to allocate more time for planning the future of the establishment. Dong Lanxiang remarked, I have pondered over this conference for awarding merits for quite some time, yet when faced with the fervent gazes of thousands of eager warriors, my heart trembles uncontrollably. I clutched Ironhead's waist tightly with my legs, akin to a constrictor, pressing against him in that fleeting moment when his balance faltered. Though the gold within the chest was not depleted, the number of individuals coming to exchange magic crystals had dwindled significantly. However, this mattered little for the soldiers. The sound of jingling coins in their pockets was the most tangible reward, and what could be more delightful than being well-fed while enjoying the wonders of the world? Shi Tuhai snorted coldly, drawing a serpent-shaped dagger from his waist, his body twisting like a snake as he lunged forward, the sharp dagger aimed at the Earth Dragon's body. Should he truly unleash his power, few could withstand him. At this moment, he was exceptionally formidable, unmatched by ordinary individuals, evoking profound astonishment. Alice Phil had not anticipated that her voice would emerge with such sternness and unfamiliarity, and as a result, Amiya Kiritsuga became aware of her presence. Chapter 105. A fortuitous encounter. Someone, drape a garment over the princess, Kuming stated with an impassive expression. Due to Wang Shi's prior encounter with Yang Yunqi, which included an unexpected embrace, the heroic rescue did not immediately capture Yang Yunqi's heart. Their relationship was not as harmonious as depicted in the writings. At this moment, Heisha provided a much-needed remedy for her disappointment with Yang Yunqi. Commander of the 8th Route Army, my brothers have long aspired to join the 8th Route Army. They hail from impoverished backgrounds, forcibly conscripted into service. Other than a dozen injured comrades, please take the rest with you, He Zhongliang earnestly requested. In Linan County, a few miles east of the county seat, in the northern residential area of the train station, situated at the northwestern corner of the Eastern District, within a courtyard along the dirt road, lay the secret hideout of Fei Yunjai, Fong Luxing's home. In the back courtyard's main house, upon hearing Fu Yan's words for the second time, he felt a flicker of desire. His greatest concern was indeed for them. It was not only a matter of affection but also guilt. Now, nearly 4 days into the Holy Grail War, aside from the eliminated Lancer, the Tosaka family still had numerous adversaries to vanquish. The Holy Grail War must unfold in secrecy, shielded from the knowledge of any unrelated ordinary individuals, to prevent their entanglement. The leader of the Lushui gang, Bao Lianyang, laughed heartily as he cleaved through the advancing followers of the demon god cult, their identification tags left unclaimed, as he surged towards the shadow altar at the end of the grand hall. This singular obstruction resolved a dilemma in reality. Yet it immediately necessitated confronting the sheer cliff ahead. To Yufeng, the drop appeared to exceed a fathom, complicating his challenge. Those unfamiliar with the water's depths risked peril. Knowing this, do you still dare to contest? Sima sighed, gazing skyward with an air of pride. Why did you not tell me sooner? Wang, she exclaimed, anger flaring within her, feeling the futility of her prolonged efforts. The eggshell danced with her emotions, and the man's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Whether it be the Black Lotus or the Heavenly Command Seal, the same principle applied, let alone the Underworld King's Cauldron, which was itself a medium-grade artifact. Bai Yujing relied entirely on its own essence to operate, and each use cost at least a decade of lifespan. After witnessing several comrades reduced to a crimson mist by the hurricane, the remaining beast soldiers cried out in panic, fleeing in the opposite direction. Since embarking on his journey, Fan Ziyuan had never made an enemy, yet this time, trouble had come knocking at his door. Eventually, those who had harbored hopes of challenging Chiu Mai found themselves wearing expressions of bitter mirth, shaking their heads in unison.
Yanea.
Xiao Zhan's eyes widened, filled with desperation, as Gu Yi suddenly struck. The gap between them was just enough that, even for the formidable grand duelist Xiao Zhan, there was no time to intervene. Talent. Wolf Rider's supremacy. While commanding the wolf cavalry, personal combat strength increases by 30%, and the strength of the subordinate wolf cavalry units also rises by 30%. With his left hand still stitching, his right hand moved slightly, as countless hand seals flashed before him, and a water dragon surged forth from outside. At the moment they eliminated these intruders, a radiant glow enveloped them, merging directly into their beings. The matters concerning the Su family had been resolved, and for the first time, Su Ke witnessed her brother in such a relaxed and uninhibited state, overwhelmed with excitement. This realm felt devoid of sound, without any breeze or movement, resembling a desolate city, devoid of life, with no words of conversation to be heard. Chapter 106. Abandonment. It seemed that he was destined to be unworthy of the princess's profound affection, and he could not discern whether the fourth prince would consequently treat him with indifference. Lanxi maintained a stern expression, her hands tucked beneath her sleeves. Her jaw clenched tightly, unable to swallow her emotions. Han Xinghui understood that if he were in Yingxinzi's position, no one would be able to feed him either. Fang Su entered, speaking as he hoisted the flailing and Ning onto his shoulder, showing no mercy in promoting his brother. Had it been anyone else, Ji Liye would have scoffed at such remarks, yet upon hearing Pei Shu's words, he merely nodded and smiled. Upon returning to Zhaoyang Palace, after the physician had checked her leg injury and found no issues, and Ruo suddenly remembered she had yet to have breakfast, prompting her to call for assistance. The power of human faith, the radiance of virtue, served as their finest spiritual essence, aiding them in achieving the path of enlightenment sooner. In recent days, she had accumulated numerous opportunities to sign in, and on her first visit to Harbin, she managed to check in at 30 to 40 locations in one go. Though none were of the second-tier variety, she still obtained a considerable number of delightful items, which brought her immense joy. Not only did she publicly apologize to Pei Shu, but she also disclosed that all the negative actions associated with this account were motivated by monetary gain. The child, reputed to be more unruly than Wen Qixuan, was hardly different. She had swiftly resolved matters herself, leaving Liang Shuang incomparable. In the distance, the campus beauty by the barbecue grill cupped her hands around her red lips, acting as a makeshift megaphone, calling out to me. And then, the East City must indeed be a grand place, as Yichen feels as though he has been transported into a long-lost world of stone. Meanwhile, the nine-faced smiling fox has approached him, brandishing a sharp knife, its chilling aura emanating from him, sufficient to suffocate Solomon. Yet, the spirit remains unrestrained, unhindered by the constraints of space and time, capable of traversing countless miles in an instant. Ascending to the heavens or delving into the earth is but a trivial matter. However, the spirit is severely shackled by the corporeal form, existing and vanishing in tandem with the body. Zhang Tieta initially believed he could overpower Yi Junlin through sheer force, only to realize the futility of his thoughts. Lu Danning sought to intimidate Yi Junlin with his necromancy, but was swiftly dispatched with a single sword strike. Yi Chen exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze filled with an endless resentment, appearing utterly lost. All of this is undeniably a summons of dark magic and illusion, yet who among us can resist the allure of such temptation? This also explains why the Xingtian faction sent someone to sabotage Xiao Keizi's establishment. One reason is envy, and another might be fear. Thus they took the initiative to strike first, as the Tianzhou Society has never publicly declared a prohibition against the Pengnan Lake Gang. Thus, she played a subtle game. Her brow furrowed slightly as she hurriedly rummaged through the sole drawer of the only table in the room, finally spotting her mother's photograph nestled within, which brought her a sense of relief. Huang Yu was perplexed, wondering how a stele could be stored in such a place, for stele are typically placed outdoors as markers. The ape demon transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished, leaving Lin Fei and Su Yashuan in silent confrontation within the bat cave. Upon hearing that Jiang Yikong intended to kill him, Shuyun shivered in fear. Realizing that the person before him was Jiang Yikong, he dared not display any insolence. Even though he was acutely aware of Jiang Yikong's lethal intentions, he did not dare to resist, merely gazing helplessly at Tongda. Chapter 107. Demotion. Ko Xian found himself momentarily speechless, remaining silent for a brief moment before finally speaking. Though Kong Ping has been sent to Qingcheng Temple, this matter has stirred quite a commotion, and Inspector Zhao has seized the opportunity to file a report. At this point, he could not help but raise an eyebrow, fully aware that the matter of impeachment was not one he could intervene in. Surely, the Kuorue faction would not let this chance slip by.
Indeed.
Inspector Zhao took action. The abduction of Lu Li was an affront to me. Xia Lu, do not revel in this. Wenya crossed her arms and scoffed. Just wait and see. Once you become embroiled in the ensuing events, even the Lu Li of the Yi family will be unable to save you. By the dim candlelight in the prison corridor, he discerned the prisoners confined in the adjacent cell, feeling a palpable sense of trepidation. Do our teeth have any issues? One of them chuckled. We were completely unaware until you mentioned it. They certainly would not admit anything. Ning Yayin had completed a thorough search of the assassin's person and found no dangerous items. However, it had been quite some time since Mama Yen had prepared a meal for herself. Yen Fei reminisced about the taste of pan-fried buns with increasing fondness. Those densely packed multi-winged bloodbaths selectively dragged their victims here, launching suicidal attacks at the slightest indication of an attempt to escape. Xue Luin hurriedly arrived, and Xie Xian quickly stepped aside to allow him to attend to Xia Mingyue. His heart was in turmoil. The mere thought of the child possibly being lost caused him great anguish. He could not fathom how to cope if the child truly perished. Should he really allow the Xia family to bury the child alongside him? The prisoners privy to the truth wore expressions of despondency, dragging their faces as though on the verge of death. Some even frantically knelt outside Lloyd's cell, banging their heads against the ground like madmen, to the extent of breaking their foreheads and bleeding without a hint of awareness. Yet, they failed to notice that the parachute was only halfway down, and aside from the seats, it was entirely unoccupied. The half-formed spirit did not wish to grant him much time for contemplation, as it descended from the ceiling. It was already poised for attack, yet it was Gu Qi who seized the initiative. It is worth noting that Tian used to have a very light sleep, awakening at the slightest disturbance. The fact that she could sleep in a vehicle and remain oblivious even when carried out was indeed concerning. This was not the extent of it. There were numerous formidable figures from the original Yashan continent. Among those Li Wei knew was a duke named Bruce, who resided in the Divine Emperor city. This was a grand hunt for the Divine Emperor, gathering the might of all-powerful beings from 2 continents for the ultimate showdown. Fiora nodded expressionlessly, leading 4 Kryptonian warriors out, while Kal-El gazed at the screen, where Batman commanded the insectoid army with ruthless efficiency. This time, I shall twist off your bat head and see how you differ from a rat, he declared before vanishing in a flash. Nevertheless, regardless of circumstances, when one is still an egg, there exists self-awareness, but such a being is undoubtedly remarkable. However, Xia Fan chose not to proceed in that manner. For while it could indeed mitigate losses, it would deprive the soldiers of the opportunity to engage in battle and continuously hone their skills, which would be far from beneficial for them. The rooftop was shrouded in vast emptiness, adorned with numerous conspicuous banners through the use of magic. The formidable Dragon King, capable of controlling everything, possessed no weaknesses. No person or circumstance could sway his emotions. Chapter 108. A fine performance regarding the plum appreciation banquet at the palace that day. Shang Tingli remained vigilant, fearing that Kuorue might conspire against Kuyu, directing all evidence toward him. She informed Hijichi to prepare Kuyu accordingly. In the 12th lunar month, the opponent was somewhat fierce. AP softly explained that the captain's temper was well known throughout the team, and given that they were in the midst of a competition, he dared not provoke the captain. Observing the situation, it appeared that the Sea King was entirely ready to engage Wang Xiao in a fierce confrontation. After the illusionist Demonis, it was alarming enough that she had directly donned the mourned ring before stepping out. It seemed she had little regard for Annie. Who else could bear the ire of Heir? It was all your doing. You left for several months without a word. Do you know how much Heir has yearned for you? Listening to these words, Zhongli Shua should have felt warmth in his heart. However, a fleeting shadow crossed his mind, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy. such sentiments had they not been expressed to him by Chu Qin? Moreover, the demands on those undergoing transformation were exceedingly high. One's own strength must reach an extraordinary pinnacle, lest they falter before the transformation is complete, leading to even graver consequences. The narrow, eerie passageways were all alike. Surely, he wouldn't stray from the path. Yun Xiao walked forward with a sense of unease. With a hint of doubt, the Sea King picked up the contract to examine it closely. Upon reading, his eyes widened progressively, and after 10 minutes of scrutinizing the document, he exhaled heavily. The Berserker hero could be described as having commendable burst potential, yet lacking in control. In comparison to the single-lane Lanxi in hand, this hero seemed somewhat feeble. Although the demons were formidable, they made a fundamental error by underestimating humanity's strength. Before any action could be taken, Xiao Yi approached, letting out a cold snort. Showing no pretense. Upon hearing the edict from Emperor Xian, which stripped her of her title and confined her, Princess Taihe was overwhelmed with despair, pounding her chest and weeping profusely, placing her hopes entirely on Yunyang. Her heart was pierced by the warmth in his eyes, akin to the gentle sunlight of winter, causing her entire being to gradually succumb to its embrace. He Ning, he murmured softly as he kissed her lips, as if to engrave her name into his memory, etching it into his very essence. Xiao Yu lost track of time while lying down. Upon waking, she found herself enveloped in darkness, the chill penetrating. Even through her clothing, she felt an icy coldness that revealed she was still in a dark chamber. Yet the executioners had seemingly vanished. Perhaps it was merely out of regret, or perhaps it was due to He Ning's hope for Xin Jingyu's recovery, that Professor Liang chose to act as he did. He was truly enraged. If he were to venture out like this, how many people would he have to confront? Yet, even if Senior Chu did not attend, they had ultimately secured an interview opportunity, which was a positive outcome, was it not? He Ning remarked. She dreamt of having Sister Hua as her manager. However, in 2010, Sister Hua declared it would be difficult to manage any new talents, thus shattering Chu Sun's long-held aspirations. Collison glanced toward Xiao Yi, who was observing from a distance. Was this the role the acclaimed actor had sought for so long? Suddenly, Su Chenxi threw herself into Kansui's embrace, exclaiming, "Master, I thought I would never see you again," tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. Chapter 109. Zheng's suicide. Observing the anxious demeanor of Granny Wen, I couldn't help but wonder if it was the Empress Mother who sought her presence. With such perplexities in my mind, I followed her for a quarter of an hour until we arrived at Xiaoxiang Garden. Upon glancing at the 3 characters inscribed on the plaque, a sudden jolt coursed through my heart, and my eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. You are the former head of the Sheki 8 families, responsible for its defense. You should understand better than I, anger remarked. To this, Song Yuna did not dissent. She too was curious about the inhabitants of the world of Buddhist beads, and the emergence of this realm had broadened her horizons. Mother's performance was outstanding. Both father and I applauded, Li Fengqin exclaimed, showering praises upon her son. Fortunately, the national chain of appliance stores was quite efficient. Before they could thoroughly discuss the matter, someone arrived to install the air conditioner. At present, the monkey had developed a rather simplistic notion. With the skills imparted by his master, he could traverse heaven and sea and acquire anything he desired. Moreover, Qin Yun felt the delicate strands of stellar energy cascading from the heavens, which were then absorbed into the sword's essence. Liuli found it unexpected that, even in death, she could harbor such resentment, though she had passed her essence still. Bewildered her beloved, her life, her entirety, her Zhang Asai. Bird feather. Jean Feiyao had a sudden epiphany, suggesting that the chubby one be tossed outside the spiritual light barrier to test if the poison had dissipated. The chubby one clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, grinding his teeth in frustration while observing its vigorous demeanor, indicating that the outside was indeed free of poison. However, after enduring the relentless assault of lightning on the Moon Ridge Hills, the nine-tailed fox felt its physical and magical resistances dwindling rapidly under the deluge of disaster rain. Naturally, even if grain prices did not skyrocket, he could still sell grains to the distillery for brewing, so despite the humid weather, he remained unconcerned about the market for grain. Yet, How effortlessly could a seventh-tier shadow spirit conceal its cultivation to deceive these nascent soul cultivators? Thus, Gu Xiaochen had never witnessed a true seventh-tier shadow spirit.
Now,
These mechanized weapons faced biochemical beasts that even the United States, equipped with elite weaponry, found daunting. Reports suggested that the U.S. had become ensnared in a protracted struggle. The outcomes of the ensuing battles were largely predictable. Chu Yunxi chuckled helplessly. Master, I shall prepare a meal for you right away. Pausing for a moment, she added, should I invite Master Luo Tianxia to join us as well? No matter how formidable a zombie may be, once contained within the celestial artifact, it would be rendered docile. For within that realm, it could not wield even an ounce of its undead essence, thus posing no threat to Chu Yunxi. Beneath the spring water lay a shallow pool paved with green stones, filled with crystal-clear spring water, where every grain of fine sand at the bottom was distinctly visible. Chapter 110. The North Sand Uprising. Coexion's expression darkened. Was she still berating him? He rubbed his forehead, sighing inwardly, thinking it would be better once she calmed down. With that in mind, Coexion cleared his throat. She expressed her surprise, addressing him as Your Highness. She was acutely aware that her excuse was rather flimsy. At the very least, if the cold poison flared up, he would surely sense it. If she could not feel it herself, how could he be oblivious? Although he had anticipated the unpleasant circumstances, he had never imagined they would be so dire. Worry clouded his features, and though he wished to voice his concerns, the words remained unspoken. Sometimes, a man's dignity weighs heavily. Among the trio, aside from Li Chun, who possessed some experience, he found it difficult to place his trust in the other two. After all, this situation had arisen rather abruptly, and they were all mere theorists. He could not guarantee their capabilities. Huang Bingfeng still remembered Yao Yanke, whose uniquely dangerous aura marked her as one of the 9. Presently, she might not rival the great swordsmen, grand cultivators, or master practitioners, but one day she would undoubtedly match such formidable beings. A resounding crash echoed through the air, accompanied by a wretched wail from a creature struck by a bone whip, causing it to collide violently with a celestial barrier, which quaked in response. Acceptance was not negotiable. Zhou Lianer disregarded Yun Xiao and drew her sword, charging toward Yun Xiao with determination. Even without a reigning queen, when Zhaoyi summoned the palace concubines to her quarters every 3 days for a gathering. Upon seeing Li Qingmu frantically emerge, Wen Qing rushed forward and embraced her. Observing Li Qingmu's swollen eyes and disheveled attire, a flicker of pain crossed Wen Qing's gaze. The man clad in black possessed dark crimson eyes and features so exquisite they appeared sculpted by a master artisan. Though he resembled a celestial being from a painting, the bloodstains on his form rendered him akin to a demon. Even if you are injured, I must caution you. Do not call me uncle again. I find it distasteful. Han Jinfeng pulled Imo Qianqian aside, earnestly expressing his growing agitation over the earlier address, which unsettled him profoundly. Imo Qianqian was well aware of the gossip circulating, and she understood that the 10 bills in her pocket scarcely covered a meal. One must possess self-awareness, and Imo Qianqian was acutely conscious of this fact. Whenever she encountered individuals she deemed unworthy of her affection, she managed to act as if they did not exist. Yet, for reasons unknown, thoughts of Qin Long filled her with disdain and unrest. As the Dragon Yang Heart Sutra circulated within him, and his breathing deepened, Qin Long had just entered a meditative state when an extraordinary sensation surged through him. However, he realized he could start with those he trusted. Although he could not impart the Dragon Yang Heart Sutra to them, a vague idea began to form in his mind.
Why?
Lu Xiaoga inquired in confusion. Why not allow the emperor to judge? With the highest status, it is only natural for Yin Zhongjia to preside. His muscles bulged as if inflated, veins protruding beneath his skin, his eyes gleaming crimson, and drool dripping from the corners of his mouth as he roared. Though he had speculated about the sudden appearance of individuals like Xiaoming, who bore no information, he only felt certain after receiving confirmation from Ijia. Chris, too, was taken aback, silently pondering in the corner. He couldn't help but reflect on how haughty he had once been. He had previously assumed that Radha's was merely of ordinary noble descent, never suspecting such depth beneath the surface. Chapter 111. The invitation from the Jinyang prince's residence. Do you believe you are embarking on a scenic journey to Nanwu with Ali? What kind of place is Shabe? If I do not bid you farewell, how can your mother feel at ease? When Hui was slightly vexed, do you still wish to depart quietly? Ku Xian. He raised his hand to his forehead, filled with helplessness. Rest assured, I will take it easy. Life is of utmost importance. He gazed at the panicked human army fleeing, relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the demonic cavalry. As a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Yi Hen Alung's eyes. An illusion, perhaps? Xing Yu's gaze sharpened with vigilance as he stepped forward, pointing sharply at the surroundings, unleashing a violent surge of thunderous power. That night was chaotic. The ogres nearly besieged all the holy sites, stopping just short of invading the sacred city. They slaughtered 31 ancient beasts and injured hundreds of formidable warriors. Yi Iren narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Gu Mufan's expression. With her hands cradling her face, she mimicked playing the piano, lightly tapping her cheeks, as if dancing to his movements. A smile tugged at her lips, growing ever more radiant. May I inquire, Mr. Gu, have I stumbled upon a misjudgment? Are you feeling envious? During this period, Zheng Jie spoke very little, yet I could faintly perceive the rapid beating of her heart. In this moment, the ministers were also beset by countless thoughts. They discreetly observed Huang Fuchen from the corners of their eyes. Noticing that he examined the vial for quite some time and that the anger on his face had considerably diminished, they became increasingly convinced that the dark bottle contained the antidote to the poison that had afflicted him. The wet nurse felt a mix of sorrow and helpless anger. Was he truly that important? So crucial that it felt as though a rib had been forcibly extracted from her own body, leaving her unable to restore it, leading to the conclusion of a life extinguished? Do not move. Do not disrupt the spell cast by the 7th-generation master. Despite the pervasive fear, the old mayor managed to maintain a semblance of composure, urgently admonishing the crowd to stabilize the situation. These cultivators failed to recognize Jima, for the bearded mask effectively concealed him from the probing eyes of the Void Realm practitioners, let alone those of the sky-seeking cultivators. Unless they possessed extraordinary abilities akin to Gu Xiaoyang's Qi observation technique, his spirit and stamina were unlike those of ordinary individuals. After departing from the airport hotel, slumber eluded him. Donning his headphones, he activated the video player before him to watch a film, a splendid means to pass the time. Thus, he refrained from calling out to her, silently trailing behind her in his vehicle, awaiting the temper to subside. The most agonizing aspect was the enclosed canyon, where no signs of human ascent could be found, save for the possession of wings. Ha! What a spirited and dashing sight! Uncle G gazed with pride, while Ivan wore an expression of bliss that seemed to float. The vehicle was a luxurious 10-seater, and although it differed from what had been previously discussed, its mere capacity sufficed. The car was quite unique. Apart from the driver's seat positioned at the front, the rest of the seats faced one another, enabling everyone to engage in conversation and deliberation. After several futile attempts at persuasion, Elder Zheng relinquished control, turning a blind eye to his own indulgent private life. Xie Yang fagned agreement. But as he escorted Xie Yang to the vehicle at the city's edge, he proclaimed loudly, reinforcements from Jean will arrive shortly. The song must hold their ground. You're awake? Do you still recall what transpired last night? Shun Tong shook his head in confusion. In a moment of utter helplessness, Li Jiaxu resorted to using the ace in the hole, Wang Qingyi. However, in the blink of an eye, nearly all of Wang Qingyi's tendrils were severed, and he was nearly uprooted. Subsequently, Wang Qingyi was impaled against the wall by a spear that seemingly materialized from nowhere. Chapter 112. Heartbeat the following day. When Hui accompanied Shang Tingli to the Jinyang Wangfu, before the resplendent vermilion gates, a lady clad in a delicate pink attire stood on the steps, and upon seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she greeted them warmly. Sister-in-law and niece have arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Fong smiled enigmatically at Wen Hui and remarked, I had a feeling he would eventually learn of this matter, yet I believe the time is not ripe for disclosure. Not only would he struggle to accept it in the moment, but I am also unprepared. The surgery was scheduled for the following morning, with the doctor advising that the costs would approximate 100,000 yuan, urging me to brace myself for this financial burden. The revered figures of Taoist morality, including Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and others, gazed in astonishment as they beheld that fearsome blow, their hearts racing with incredulity. Lu Su and Zhao Yun, previously troubled by concerns over provisions, found their dilemma entirely resolved with Wang Lin's arrival. The desolation and despair depicted in the painting would likely weigh heavily on any viewer, echoing my sentiments upon first encountering the artwork. As the Taoist priest spoke, he gradually retreated, drawing closer to the table draped in red cloth behind him. The spirit-destroying talisman resembled an expansive net, ensnaring the malevolent ghost tightly, akin to a blood-soaked zongzi. The members of the Diyun Society, unperturbed, formed groups to leisurely stroll the streets, while those disinclined to shop chose to rest and rejuvenate at the hotel. In a moment of inspiration, she decided to test the talisman on the ghost before her. To her astonishment, it proved effective. Senior bodyguard, possessing strong professional ethics, a sound legal awareness, unwavering loyalty to the employer, calm under pressure, robust physique, swift in action, good flexibility, mastery in martial arts, ample practical experience, and capable of serving as a driver. Proficient in operating various vehicle types. Chiyu, the leader of the Jili tribe, having amassed strength over the years, unified the Eastern Yi clans. As his power grew, he grew discontent with his isolated dominion and began to covet the bountiful Central Plains. Indeed, good deeds often go unrewarded. Lin Yu muttered a curse under his breath, his eyelids finally succumbing to fatigue, gently closing. Su Lan, observing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, finding the dynamic between the grandfather and grandson rather amusing, relishing their awkward yet caring exchanges. Shortly thereafter, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the auction hall, as attendees genuinely admired the individuals within the private room who managed to compete with the 5 prominent families, successfully securing the precious artifact. Consequently, they could not place the mechanism on Yingzhao, as the base of the statue was exceedingly elevated, towering several heads above Mu San. Even their tall stature would not enable them to reach it. Upon hearing this, Li Jilian felt a chill run down her spine. Li Jianqing, having long accompanied Shen Jitang, could not have developed such a vast influence unless he had leveraged the power of the Shao family, or the Shao family had entirely succumbed to his control. After all, a secret is most secure when confined to oneself. Once revealed to others, it ceases to be a secret, and no one can guarantee it won't escape one's lips. He felt little disappointment. Accomplishing the task was already a stroke of luck, as 5 energy points equated to an additional 5 days of life, which he promptly exchanged for longevity. Li Qing hesitated, yet his indecisiveness only intensified the impression that he harbored knowledge of something significant. Greetings to the 3 immortals. She brushed off the specks of dust from her head, her eyes curving into a charming smile as she flashed a grin at Tao Bao and the others, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. That sword. The emergence of the Sword of Termination caused the guardian dragon of the Baoshu to narrow its gaze, as an instinctive awareness informed it that this sword was no ordinary weapon. Indeed, even with this item in hand, one would struggle to grasp the very essence of another. He Qingxing's enigmatic confidence has garnered the approval of Lu Xiaowei. Chapter 113. The birthday banquet. It was already the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, and for reasons unknown, Shang Tingli felt an inexplicable trepidation regarding her impending visit to the Grand Tutor's residence. Before she could adequately prepare herself mentally, an invitation from the Grand Tutor's estate had already arrived at the Prince Ren's manor. She was summoned by Wen Hui to the Ronghua Hall, where she found the Ke siblings already occupying the room. Once she took her seat, Wen Hui spoke up to inform everyone of an incident. The following day, Si Lin would appear at the company with a body still marked by a lingering rash. Many speculated that he was feigning illness to avoid responsibility, as following the school's protocol, it was improbable he would receive travel expenses. Su Tsong provided a thorough analysis, while Zhou Shuyun, well-versed in the ways of the world, understood the implications. However, Su Tsong regarded the situation as inconsequential, akin to viewing a mere piece of scrap paper. Since you are unwilling to leave, then stay, Su Zhe remarked coldly, eyeing the demon clan members, and with a flick of his hand, he brandished the chaos bell. Should they refuse to swear the blood oath of heart demons, it seemed that Mingju's demise would be closely linked to their actions. After a moment of light banter, Dr. Qian retrieved 2 pieces of ginseng from his medical kit to sustain their lives. Suddenly, a companion of Leonard let out a piercing scream, eyes wide with terror, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror, ultimately succumbing to the fright.
Observing Su Gong,
Who was deeply engrossed in his examination, the supervisor felt an acute tension, having specifically arranged for personnel to oversee the test. Yet, for Shilin High School, this was also a formidable trial. Seelin lacked a distinguished family background, had no notable health, and though he possessed an appealing appearance, it had yet to attract attention. As those around him dared not linger their gazes upon him, why hasn't he yet arrived? Zhou Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. This is my final opportunity. I have wagered everything on this leg. Should I lose, I would be left with nothing. Indeed. Since the day this lady had suffered at Zhang Qin's hands and discovered his seemingly extraordinary identity, she had begun to ponder the matter deeply. His eyes transformed into elongated yellow slits, and his mouth cracked open to reveal 4 sharp fangs, which continued to grow, glistening with an ominous fluid. Go speak to Zhou Zhao's mother and tell her, by whatever means necessary, to get me admitted to the hospital. She cannot retrieve Zhou Xiao. Nor would the Yi family abandon her on the streets, Fang Nianji commanded. At that moment, numerous students had already gathered, not merely due to Zhang Qin's handsome visage, but rather because of Dan Qinzi's formidable reputation within the academy. Everyone sought his guidance, even if it was just a few sparse words, for it would grant them the status of disciple. She also visited the 9th princess, spending some time in playful company with the 9th, 10th, and 11th princesses. Su Jinj maneuvered through the inferno alongside the soldiers, her cheeks blackened from smoke and her skin singed, yet she pressed on without pause. She mused that Yan Xuanzhou's concern likely stemmed from the possibility of her entangling him after her separation from Pei Yanchuan, considering their recent night of folly and subsequent proximity as neighbors. Perhaps the ascetic had broken his vows, resulting in an intensified fervor. What began as a kiss of consolation gradually morphed into a lingering embrace. I do not provoke others, yet if provoked, I shall retaliate. The demon players will inevitably clash with the human and spirit players. How could one not prepare in advance? Contemplating this, the 6 of them felt a surge of excitement as they rushed into the room, realizing that dealing with him was not without its methods. But they needed to discern how to utilize the soul-driving pearl effectively. Chapter 114. The portrait figure. How old is one? To call oneself old lady in front of the younger generation? Is there no sense of shame? As this jest echoed, the elderly matron, adorned with a headband, entered with the assistance of a maid. Upon seeing the gathered individuals, the Crane matron stood momentarily in astonishment. The esteemed elder Crane approached her, embracing her shoulders with palpable excitement, inquiring, "Doesn't she resemble someone?" The reason the remnants of the sinister faction were taken aback was that their grand elder had not orchestrated this particular scheme. His intention was to remain at the awakening site of the esteemed Master Shumi, safeguarding and awaiting the moment of his return to consciousness. That very evening, Yanfu personally prepared a roast lamb to reward Qin Tian. The trio indulged in meat and lively conversation around the fire pit in the wooden cabin, savoring the simplicity of life. A piercing, jarring sound reverberated through the air, emanating from the colossal tree that Yi Xian had struck with force. The 2 interns, aware of their unfavorable impression in Hua Xian's mind, could not refrain from rebuking him. The bench lay in splintered fragments, and the burly man, unprepared, rolled his eyes back and fainted. "Pain? My dear brother will deliver it to you without reservation." Clearly, dear sister, you intentionally sought a topic to provoke Nan Fong into dealing with you. Haven to you? With your obsession for your brother and tendencies of a masochist, you are beyond salvation. Speaking of which, Nan Fong's proficiency in delivering swift strikes to the head has only improved. Could it be that close combat abilities can enhance the effectiveness and intensity of such ultimate moves? You would do well to leave now, vacate Silver City, or I shall ensure your entire family never sees the light of day again. Zhang Ji's countenance darkened as he pointed menacingly at Hua Xian, resembling a demon poised to feast upon its prey. While uttering some irrelevant barbs, Zhou opened a food box, and a wave of delectable aroma filled the room. A mournful cry pierced the heavens as Li Ziqing's sword plunged into the back of the celestial star wolf, leaving no time to withdraw it before he rolled aside. At present, the top contenders of the Celestial Awakening and Battle Soul Academy were Han Shiyu and An Idingting. Even if the Celestial Star Wolf were present, Li Jiqing, encased in an energy shield, would still be incapable of remaining undetected. Mr. Jiang, I've heard of your amnesia. You cannot recall events from 5 years ago, correct? Alice gazed at Jiang Nan, suddenly inquiring. Currently, the divorce proceedings between Wang Feng and Mei Xiao had not materialized, and it was unlikely that Wang Feng would acquiesce if she were to speak up. Furthermore, this matter resembled a family heirloom. Wang Feng himself could not dictate its fate. Though uncertain how Fan Wei had acquired such information, and having arrived without knowledge of prior events, his statements were crystal clear. The adversary was relying on their superior strength, intent on forcibly seizing his farm. Previously, he had even suspected that the disheveled Taoist was the one pilfering his possessions. The two of them moved aside in unison, flanking Yu, effectively encircling him. The towering elder's eyes were now reddened. At that moment, the spectral skeleton had reappeared above his head, though it seemed devoid of its previous luminescent brilliance, appearing somewhat tattered. Chapter 115. The match. As the voices of the ladies filled the air, time slipped away, nearing noon. The He family prepared a banquet, inviting everyone to partake in the meal. After satisfying their appetites, the guests gradually departed. Due to the celebration of the He matriarch's 60th birthday, the family hosted a 3-day open banquet. Even as some guests left, new ones arrived. After Shang Tingli exited the study, the He matriarch summoned Hisu, who was brimming with questions. Naturally, he agreed to accompany her as they made their way through the bustling hall to a secluded area of the Wujian villa. Long Xiao, aware of Su's identity, silently followed, eager to uncover how Su had learned of Jia Qianqian's demise. Goner, your mother will always need you. You are her only one. These days, she has been searching for gifts for you. Just as Gong Moli was contemplating a present for Goner, he noticed a pair of hands offering a delicate handcrafted wooden horse. I understand. You may rest now. Feng Qianxuan turned and left, recognizing that it was necessary to make decisive choices and not allow the situation to linger any longer. The entire competition underwent a dramatic and unforeseen transformation, and just as several drivers sought to implement changes, Pierre's voice echoed through their headsets. Wanlu. Xiaonan grasped her tightly. What are you doing? She remained oblivious to the depth of his sorrow. He would rather endure any hardship than witness her in distress. The one who hurt her was him, was it not? I will promptly have my lawyer inventory the assets and handle the transfer procedures, Qiaoning stated, his tone achingly flat. Upon hearing this, Zhenlan was left in a state of shock. Jia Qianqian scrutinized Zhenlan, noting her delicate form, the pallor of her face, and her furrowed brows. Her gentle voice evoked a sense of deep sympathy. He dragged a massive green-haired zombie before old Mo and casually tossed it to the ground. Although it stood merely 5 meters tall, its weight seemed to exceed what one would expect from such a size, causing the earth to emit a mournful groan. Gong Moli observed Feng Qianzhan with a smile, pondering the sincerity of his words, whether they stemmed from genuine emotion, impulsiveness, or a mere test of his own feelings. All of you, push him down. I wish to converse with Rujin. In truth, Feng Qianzhan was aware that the physician's diagnosis was accurate. How could so many doctors be mistaken? Yet he struggled to accept this truth. That night had indeed escalated, but it was not due to her wrongdoing that incited his anger. All right, I agree. Just get up. Men shouldn't he cry like this. Jiang Mo felt a mix of emotions, both touched and helpless, but she had no choice but to yield to Jiang Xingfan. It was merely a jest. Tian Shuryan smiled playfully, appearing to have intentionally caused mischief. Sister Chai set down her juice and glanced at Pei Zijuan, sensing an unusual shift in his aura. Why was he allowing others to call him Zijuan directly? Only family members referred to him in such a manner. Furthermore, the inexplicable arrangement of makeshift sheds in a line raised suspicions. It was rather dubious. Farm sheds were typically for housing livestock or tools, and even for tractors. A long row was unnecessary, spacing them a few miles apart would suffice. The leaders at the station looked at the director with puzzled expressions, uncertain why he had suddenly halted. Had Han Dong's satellite TV revealed another dark horse? Chapter 116. New Year's Eve after listening to the ceremony. Shang Tingli felt a whirlwind of emotions, grappling with uncertainty regarding the matter at hand. Yet, she refrained from overthinking whether it was true or not, choosing instead to await the final outcome. Only when a client's business demands were substantial or involved multiple branches and departments, or when there was a significant number of hires for the same position, would a project manager be appointed to alleviate some of the client's requirements. Li Chang'an had a vague understanding of his second uncle's identity, his exposure to various matters aligned with international standards, and many insights were unattainable through monetary means. Although his works were limited, the collaboration of countless young individuals sparked boundless creativity. Nonetheless, Qin Jingyang remained skeptical of Du Xiaoxiao's assertion that a celebrity was repairing roads under the scorching sun. Furthermore, Chen Lan questioned why one would reach out to the department when already having Julie, fearing the manager's discontent. Even though the initial move had just been made, the oppressive atmosphere rendered everyone present momentarily breathless, awakening an innate fear of death within them. If he could manage to accomplish this task and earn the emperor's trust, it was conceivable that he could stand alone in the future. He now comprehended the true meaning behind the boss's compliment regarding his formidable skills. Chun Kai was utterly astonished to encounter him once more, her heart racing as she watched him depart, her cheeks flushed. Being new to the team, she was eager to contribute more, as it would foster good relations with her colleagues, and Yang Xiao indeed required such physical training to enhance her capabilities. As the words fell, the first to strike was naturally Sasuke, whose form transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards Kakashi with lightning speed. Looking back, the individuals at the adjacent table were overwhelmed by the enticing aroma and fainted, while he remained unaffected by the mesmerizing fragrance of the martial world. Despite this, he felt an intense anger brewing within him. Even so, he showed no intentions of further expansion, as his seed product only captured approximately 30% of the market share within its category. At that time, Gu Tianyi believed that the Blackfire team's decision to avoid battle was not entirely misguided. After all, stability was paramount, especially since this was the final match where a conservative approach was understandable. Upon his release from prison, he faced rejection from the entire Wall Street and was compelled to seek investments thousands of kilometers away in Nevada. After destroying the supplies, Ji Shui and Sasuke exchanged knowing smiles before turning to assist Itachi and the others. Under Sasuke's leadership, Zabuza and Haku proceeded into the square unhindered, where the statue of Uchiha Fugaku, gleaming in the light, was finally revealed to Zabuza and Haku. Although in the anime, the character of Zhongwu displayed lackluster strength, rarely winning in direct confrontations, many Naruto fans deemed him worthless. In truth, he was unafraid of heading to Kunzu, knowing that if Yan Jingwei intended to deal with him, he would have done so long ago. With the Zhuge matriarch and her powerful allies having abandoned the Zhao family, should Yan Jingwei send someone to Beijing to apprehend him, the Zhuge matriarch and her backers would remain indifferent. Chapter 117. Reminiscing through objects this year, the borders are devoid of festive fireworks. Within the desolate confines of Shabei City during the midnight hour, an eerie stillness envelopes the surroundings, accompanied only by the haunting howl of the cold wind. Just outside the city, a fierce battle had unfolded earlier in the day, and uncertainty looms over what tomorrow may bring. At this moment, apart from the night watchman, it seems even the cats and dogs in the alleys have succumbed to slumber. In such times, who truly cares about staying up on New Year's Eve, or whether the new year will usher in vibrant fireworks? Yet, there are those who find themselves restless and unable to sleep. As Heejun plunged into the depths of the water, he was swept away by the current, sinking further into its embrace. In approximately 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you tell me that the ADC was single-handedly taken down by the support. Surely this Timo is jesting with me? The voice of Yu Huang echoed with exasperation. Having lost his cultivation, he seemed to have become quite verbose. The name Adam holds no extraordinary significance. Many bear the name. However, once coupled with a surname, it transforms into something of immense prestige. The events that transpired earlier were witnessed by all present, and concealing the truth was an impossibility. Failure to address the circumstances here would inevitably lead to complications. Who could have foreseen that 5 months prior, a 14-year-old boy named Shin Lingling, with aspirations of greatness in the realm of League of Legends, would become a name of considerable renown in both the gaming and streaming communities. The official platform for League of Legends in the Chinese region had just shifted its focus from an event about lunar eclipses to the momentous news of EC claiming the spring championship, with all headlines instantaneously morphing into a battleground for EC. At this juncture, Heejun felt an exceptional sense of well-being, his spirit remarkably tranquil. Although uncertain of the source, he sensed a significant change beyond merely the enhancement of his cultivation techniques. After a painstaking effort to consume a lavish feast, the sensation of being disemboweled and regurgitated was almost unbearable, even for Su and I. Hearing that Gong Shu Kuang had ascended to a higher realm, the fire demon Ragnaros let out a thunderous roar, summoning a tempest and causing the temperature in the space to soar once more. Gong Shu Yu and the others felt their hair singe from the heat, prompting them to amplify their magical defenses and remain on high alert. Seeing Chen Shanren's self-assured demeanor, he refrained from further comment, opting instead to produce cash for the bill before returning to the stone-cutting machine, ready to commence his work. Liang Long fully trusted what Alice had stated. Upon learning of the demise of his two companions, Sir William would leak sensitive information to the Nut Nation, leveraging their power to contend with the Republic and ensure his own safety. Unnamed struggled briefly on the ground before losing consciousness, 3 silver needles ominously protruding from his neck. Upon witnessing this, Baitang Chonger couldn't suppress a smile. Thankfully, the stream was not too deep, and soon Yi Xiu managed to climb back up, though his clothing was thoroughly soaked. Indeed, when the day arrives that the traditional Chinese medicine department of the First People's Hospital in Hailing City flourishes, it is likely that these elders will fondly reminisce about a time when they could leisurely engage in conversation. If Long Junwu were to escalate matters at this juncture, it would undoubtedly hinder his plans. Thus, he was determined to flatter Long Junwu fervently to divert the topic at hand. Chapter 118. Recognizing Kin after a restful night. The dawn of the new year arrived. Shang Tingli did not venture outside to revel, but instead gathered with her sisters in the back garden to play leaf cards. After a lengthy afternoon of games, she emerged as the most fortunate player, while Conan Jia faced the most dismal defeat. Ha ha ha. Ko Zhinyue laughed heartily beside her. Although she too did not win, her status as a fellow loser did not deter her from mocking the one at the bottom. Just as in Fengwencheng, where the top 10 masters of the Southern Dynasty were made to tremble at the thought of standing alongside it, or like Yi Jingtang, who traversed the martial arts realms of both the North and South, earning universal respect and recognition as the unrivaled champion. Conan remarked, "Had I known Brother Shan's reaction would be so intense, I would have advised him against that flavor." The serpent spirit outside, aware of its master's presence, would not disperse so easily. Li Qingxia, not yet at her wit's end, would not relinquish her struggle, providing an opportunity for a complete capture. Recognizing the need for funds, an agreement could be reached. Li Jinyu was quite confident in this regard, having already devised a plan to leverage the influence of the Jade Rakshasa to probe the hidden powers of the western regions. Hua Meng instinctively stepped back as Liang suddenly drew near, inadvertently tripping over something and tumbling towards Yume. She had already identified Li Jinyu and understood that he was not to be trifled with. If any confrontation were to occur, it should be elsewhere. A silver moon hung in the sky above the capital, the long street silent, save for a figure clad in green, hurrying along as if pursued by a thief. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous, for he believed that the rumors he had heard from others were likely true. Li Hengchuan remained silent, contemplating as he moved to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down, turning his gaze to Professor Wang. Visiting each individual was impractical. With 365 days in a year, to visit one per day would consume a lifetime, not to mention the impossibility of visiting even one in a single day. In the competition zone, Lu Lei reclined in his esports chair, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Gao Dui and his companions, observing him, chose not to interrupt his contemplation, maintaining a tranquil atmosphere within the team's voice channel. From a distance, Bai Shui could sense the alluring aroma of the wine, causing her fingers to twitch in longing. She could not suppress the urge to swallow, regretting not having borrowed the wine gourd from the sword slave before departing. In the span of 2 days, Su Chung had frantically procured an array of items, expending a full 1,000,000 yen. Yet for him, as long as he could survive in the game, Every bit of it was worthwhile. After this season, Kyle Koval's rookie contract would conclude, with the next year being a team option. How can you still find time to grill chicken wings when we owe over 3,000 silver taels? Han Qingyu said with a serious expression. The disparity between the strength of the Western and Eastern leagues had become increasingly apparent. Observing the Western team's records, despite the severe polarization, the Spurs, leading the West, had already achieved 55 victories, while the Pistons in the East lagged behind with only 47. The severed leg, embodying the essence of a butcher's knife, had puzzled Hong Qigong for over 10 days, leaving him still at a loss. At that moment, Tsukishima Natsumi finally sensed something amiss. Her heart filled with an inexplicable fear and despair. Given the circumstances, I shall acquire all these high-ranking artifacts at a price of 900 million divine stones. Would that be satisfactory to you? The boss inquired with a hint of deference. Chapter 119. The Koi Pavilion. Upon hearing the affectionate address from the old lady craned towards her mother, Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback. Does my grandmother know my mother? The old lady crane chuckled. Your mother is a fine child. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was well known in the capital back in the day. Naturally, I know her. With unparalleled talent, Shang Tingli gazed through the garden gate, observing the top of Wangjiang Tower, which now appeared charred and devoid of its previous luster, presenting a scene of desolation. At that moment, Lu Xianglan had also completed her grooming. Upon encountering Qi Qingyun, she seemed even more awkward than during their unexpected meeting days prior, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Steel Gorilla, Justice's mighty fist. Sam exclaimed excitedly, striking a punching pose. Liu Yu, who could only watch from the sidelines, felt an itch to join in and quietly slipped away in search of her own opponent. In truth, Suabola was also perceptive. Upon reflecting on her words, she found them to be quite reasonable and decided to acquiesce. In the following days, Jun Guxian made daily trips towards the Xuanwu Academy, and his transformation became increasingly evident with the passage of time. However, Jalama merely cast a complex glance at Naruto, sighed, and shook his head slightly. Yet again, they found themselves in a situation where one was in the light and the other in the shadows. But Zhong Jiyuan, after a brief contemplation, followed suit into the woods without further hesitation. Now, facing the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, Zhang Li's immediate reaction was one of shock. She extended her hand to touch her rosy complexion and the youthful features that bore a hint of innocence, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Mo Lily became even angrier at these words. If it weren't for Nangong Chen, how could she have fallen to the ground and gotten herself so dirty? It seemed she had dreamt of something unpleasant, for Ning Qingqing's brow was tightly furrowed, and her sleep appeared somewhat restless. Seeing her discomfort, Nangong Yen felt an urge to reach out and embrace Ning Qingqing, hoping to smooth the furrows on her brow. However, if you are unwilling to concede, we could engage in a friendly spar. It would save you from speaking ill of me behind my back, which is unworthy of a true man. Are you not afraid of becoming a subject of ridicule? Zhang Yan's tone grew cold, and he sternly declared, Oh, by the way, buyer, could you please arrange to bring Uncle Zhang over from Lianshan City?
Su Yang started.
Such cowardly behavior disgusted Gu Che. The fire that had just been extinguished within him reignited. He reminded himself to remain calm, for if he lost his temper, she would once again erect walls and defenses against him, excluding him entirely. What to do now? Stumbling back a few steps, she realized she had caused trouble. She fumbled for her phone, pressing random numbers, and shouted out. The members of the Sword Brigade encircled her, shielding her prey behind them. Wary of any ill intentions that might arise from a lingering desire for Shang Tingli's quarry. Overwhelmed by emotions, she lowered her head, sitting beside him, as feelings of profound guilt and regret enveloped her. Now, it was even better. The officials from the International Atomic Energy Agency had been easily disposed of, further demonstrating the true power of the mysterious master. In today's world, which hacker possessed such prowess? Chapter 120. Chao's garment shop. Shang Tingli was not surprised that He Ziran brought her here to choose clothes. Her intention was to present her with ready-made garments, and undoubtedly, Chao's garment shop offered the finest. She tilted her head to look at He Ziran and smiled. No wonder my sister said she wanted to buy me a couple of new outfits. These two sets here are perfectly equivalent to one from Liangzhu Pavilion. David was in a state of frantic anxiety at that moment. On one hand, he feared that Li Tong might leave him. In truth, he often lacked confidence regarding the outcome of this affair, as he was uncertain of her choices. Therefore, when embarking on significant endeavors, one must deliberate carefully and not simply follow the crowd, lest they be left with regrets, Sun Ruiyu reminded. It was only after Hao Hao's remark that everyone noticed the absence of Morong Shi and her son at the scene. It's not that complicated. Just run some hot water for me, and I'll take a soak. That will suffice. Yi Zimo felt that seeking a doctor at such a late hour would be exceedingly troublesome. Ning Yichu was still smiling. She wished to express, Jin Wanga, you are truly wonderful. You simply have not encountered someone who appreciates you, while you continually yearn for someone beyond your reach. Chun Bolin pronounced the phrase out-of-town enterprises with particular emphasis, glancing at Jin Kong in hopes of swaying him to his side. Yi Yukong understood that wealth begets confidence, watching Meng Xiujuan's sudden transformation with an expression caught between laughter and tears. Why have you never considered being with Junyi? He might not be indifferent to you. After dropping Wang Xiaoyan at the South Branch, she asked Zhao Deming to stop the car from a distance, walking to work herself, wary of being the subject of gossip. He kicked open the door, only to witness a portly guard lewdly reaching towards Laina's bosom with a pair of greedy hands. In the northeastern corner of Ukexin City lies a well-known flea market, famed not only for its second-hand furniture and fresh produce, but also for its reputation as a hub for antiques and art transactions. The bandits ceased their pursuit, and Sun Chuanting ordered the troops to set up camp and rest early. The potency of the elixirs was overwhelming. These individuals, having endured prolonged hunger, could not withstand the effects of the potions. Fei Zhong recalled the brightly lit kitchen and hastily dismissed everyone, instructing them to conceal the prepared food, taking away anything that could not be hidden, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps their thoughts simply differ, Sun Yaoxing remarked as he glanced toward the reporters before speaking in a subdued tone. In the summer heat, the evening breeze gently wafted in, carrying the intoxicating scent of flowers, creating a serene and delightful atmosphere. That evening, Yin Tianai counted his earnings at a stall, reveling in the speed of his profits. Even the most prominent business tycoons could not amass such wealth in a single afternoon. The unrefreshed trainees gazed at Ing Wushuang, whose eyes burned fiercely like ignited firecrackers, racing toward the restaurant of Sun Entertainment, her back ablaze with fury. This aunt has a demeanor much like yours, cold and aloof. Together, you two are akin to two refrigerators emanating chill, waiting to see who freezes first. Lu Yan naturally leaned in, wishing to bid him farewell with a kiss. Wang Bai pecked her lightly before watching her depart. Chapter 121. The Xie family and Xia Wanshu, He Ziqi, gently closed his eyes. Liang Yuba merely offered a courteous greeting, and then the two elderly gentlemen resumed their conversation, entirely disregarding him. Naturally, Liang Yuba had no intention of intruding upon their discourse. Merchant, elucidate for me. Why does the anti-cold coating liquid demand an exorbitant price of 1 million? Liang Yuba's spirits were decidedly dampened. Consequently, Han Xian, who had previously wavered, became increasingly resolute, entirely dismissing the notion of retreating and opting instead to adhere to their original strategic plan. He aimed to lure the Han forces led by Li Shang out of Wuguan, compelling them to open the battlefield at Nanyang, which would be most advantageous for his own troops. Of course, this hinged on successful research and the discovery of a suitable substitute for the desired material, as Qin Chuan shrugged in response. As the members of Team J remained tense and vigilant, even the slightest movement from Li Ji would provoke them into action. They would not simply bide their time. If it's a matter of rescuing someone, that poses no issue. However, everyone is perfectly fine, and merely to allow Qiao Qiuxue to join in the fray seems somewhat awkward. Dong Qianshan mused. Gazing into the void, the once vibrant second commander had now been reduced to mere cosmic dust. The fear within one's heart, one might surmise, would only intensify under such circumstances. The ordeal was far from over. Several servants restrained Shi Lingyu, positioning his other leg upon the steps. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Lingbai struck down upon Shi Lingyu's knee with his staff. This is futile. The charge of torture can be applied lightly or heavily against officials. If the county magistrate of Lingxian is determined to protect him, your complaints will bear no fruit, Magistrate Zhou remarked. He understood the gravity of the situation. Fong, he was a fabrication. Not only was he after wealth, but he also excelled in causing death. Ha ha ha, truly. The heavens favor my serpent clan. Should Lear attain divine status, she may well ascend to the realm of immortals, proclaimed a powerful entity of the demon race. What if the issue surfaced not due to Wang Jian, but on a day when the higher echelons of the 10,000 gods cult issued orders, leading to the incarceration of even more perilous supernatural offenders? The ramifications could lead to the collapse of the entire prison system, allowing all the most nefarious criminals to escape. What a terrifying scenario that would be. He invited the iron-faced giant to join him in his observations, which was, in essence, a demonstration of camaraderie and trust. After all, according to the directives issued by Han Wujin and the elders including Shuelizi, the underworld was to be the leader of this operation, while the iron-faced giant and 2 external allies were merely to follow orders. Having long been deprived of vital energy, when it fell into Chu Wangshu's hands, its memories had been nearly obliterated. Thus, it harbored little resistance towards this new master, submitting willingly to the ritual. A tangible gust of wind swept through, and the door to the Thunder Gate cave creaked open. A white shadow, soaring as if riding the winds, approached and descended before the 3 individuals. It was a middle-aged man clad in black armor, surrounded by an aura of dark divine light. His helmet obscured his features, leaving only his deep, cold eyes visible. Leave? Indeed. You may depart, but the destination you seek is the underworld. Xu Yingying's expression shifted dramatically, her icy demeanor causing the cave to grow still. Chapter 122. The beloved granddaughter Shang Tingli nodded repeatedly in agreement. The following day, at the He family's engagement banquet, all invited guests took their seats early, with none absent. After a round of congratulations, some could no longer contain their impatience. Brother Qingzi. Lolita gazed at Chen Nan with sparkling, beautiful eyes. Was this still the honest and simple Qingzi she remembered? He appeared resolute and cold, exuding an air of dominance. In Lolita's eyes, his image was utterly perfect, leaving her utterly captivated.
Dog, why don't you stay and watch over them?
After handling the situation, Chen Zhen inquired of Dog. He felt a tinge of unease knowing that Dai Kai and the others were on the mountain. Even a gust of dark energy could lead one astray, let alone other dangers. With a powerful strike, he slammed down onto the leaderboard, causing it to radiate a brilliant silver light, as if an abyss had opened, pouring forth an endless stream of profound energy. Mo Jiao Yan's complexion turned pale. Her once ethereal form suddenly appeared aged and emaciated. The young man remained unperturbed, sidestepping the leading rogue's dagger, seizing his wrist and pulling him, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. The rogue cried out in pain, clutching his wrist, while the young man deftly maneuvered, causing the remaining rogues to drop their daggers and fall to the ground, wailing for mercy, with their leader kneeling in fear and repeatedly bowing his head. Moreover, having stepped into this ancient well, Hanyu would no longer be seduced by Trostlayers into signing an unequal contract, nor would she betray her family. Before he could react, a blood lotus suddenly blossomed from the void beneath his feet, lunging at him like a monstrous beast. The once delicate petals were now fierce and unyielding, sharper than the finest blade, with jagged teeth that could only surpass the ordinary. As the petals clamped down, they expelled a mist of crimson gas. Not long after, a striking inn named Yu Lai appeared in Wang Zha's line of sight. A master, Qiu Shishu, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. His gaze pierced through layers of obstruction, locking onto Hao Tong's. "Qinghan, darling, didn't you hear me telling you to eat?" Gong Jing's expression darkened, his handsome face clearly displaying his dissatisfaction. At that moment, a bolt of lightning accurately struck Chaos's body, before Chaos could even spit out green saliva. His massive form began to collapse slowly to the ground. Swish! For green shadows simultaneously charged towards Ling Xiao, transforming into rapidly spinning green leaves that enveloped him in a whirlwind of foliage. The light of vengeance seemed to foresee the moment the detestable twilight mage would fall. A distance of 1,000 meters is not long for a cultivator of the celestial martial realm. Their gaze could easily follow Yi Qianfeng, who was crawling on all fours with his rear in the air. His implication was straightforward. Under normal circumstances, a novice could not possibly acquire such equipment in 2 death matches.
Buzz.
The powerful domain of fighting spirit unfolded, causing Cao Cao and his companions to retreat abruptly. Without the protection of royal energy, they dared not enter the fighting spirit domain of a war god. The wedding procession continues. Guan Hai's voice rang out, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, the wedding party set off once more. You scoundrel. Though his expression was somewhat awkward, Sima Xingnan's character did not align with constant forbearance. He would voice any grievances directly. Is it now possible for a soul to be born from a potion? Such advanced techniques exist? Chapter 123. The Curse. In the next moment, Yu Jing raised his wine glass, standing to salute the main table with a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. As it turns out, we are in-laws. As the younger generation, propose a toast to the esteemed grand tutor. From now on, our families should cultivate a harmonious relationship. Though Shang Dan was indeed a top scholar, handsome and exceptionally talented, he had come from humble beginnings. A figure clad in a sports tank top, Mu Yang sprinted down the endless Dream Garden Avenue. Gradually aligning with Mu Yang, Ling Feifei found it difficult to discern whether the words spoken were compliments or something else entirely, yet now that everything was going smoothly, she felt a sense of comfort with any words that reached her ears. In truth, after defeating the Crimson Scale Demon General, I felt a profound disappointment regarding the storage ring, for the value of the Crimson Scale Demon General was far from substantial. Ultimately, this was due to the fact that the Crimson Scale Demon was merely a manifestation of the Blood Demon Emperor. A mere avatar possesses no true worth. Only the original entity would keep valuable items close at hand. Of course, I shall guide you, my friend. As long as you provide a reasonable amount of spirit stones, we are more than willing to accompany you on this journey, Chu Liang continued. It was rather peculiar. The rising sea had sent the nearby North Sea villagers fleeing for their lives, some frantically draining water, and as he surveyed the surroundings, there was no sign of human presence. How had the golden hammer suddenly vanished? Yu Miao stroked his beard, pondering. This is merely a formality, regardless of the circumstances. It is best to apologize first. If there truly is an issue, then I have already expressed my regrets in advance. Thus you would find it difficult to press the matter further. It was an incredibly tranquil and serene world. Nuria only heard a single phrase from his grandmother, Alista, and the entire pyramid illuminated as he found himself enveloped in a torrent of magnificent power. There was no choice. The gunfire instilled a sense of fear in the enemy soldiers, and this fear quickened their blood circulation, causing several of them to collapse. Frothing at the mouth in convulsions as if struck down by the sound of gunfire, Anan ran desperately, running with all his might. Today's extraordinary encounter felt like a dream. Yet Anan was reluctant to awaken. At the very least, the person with a voice like a golden bell had assured him that there would be food to eat. The journey from the northern part of the city to the western land temple required a considerable detour. But Anan did not mind as long as there was food to eat. Sure man, Is it true that Gu Lao has informed you about my impending marriage? After all, this matter cannot remain hidden, so Li Shuihan must explain it personally at the earliest opportunity. The following morning, Chen Chongshan took Chen Chongming to Yaxiang Hospital, where the American expert team, having previously stayed in Hong Kong for a few days, could commence work without the need to adjust to the time difference. I gazed into his eyes, feeling that they did not convey the impression of someone who had never tasted coffee, but rather something else entirely. A sense of apprehension welled up within me. In the 8th year of the Republic, when Feng Yuxiang stationed his troops in Changde, he once justly reprimanded the Japanese soldiers, providing a moment of reprieve for the often oppressed Chinese populace. It was only after old Qi delivered a resounding slap that Dr. Maikao realized everything was set in stone. No matter how cunning his arguments, they merely served to tarnish his own reputation. Shifeng's body temperature had already begun to drop, and now that hope had emerged, Murong Siyuan was determined that Shifeng must not perish at this juncture. The bottle would autonomously absorb those substances. Once opened, they would drift in, and once everything was collected, the lid would be sealed, leaving the contents resembling a misty liquid. Chapter 124. Happy birthday. Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite some time since he last heard from Kuxingchen. Wen Hui was also momentarily stunned, pondering the reason behind it. Mu Yan was inside conducting an examination and thus unaware of the conversation between Lin Yu and Aunt Lin, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, amidst this tumultuous vortex, even the venerable Yan Quan found it challenging to maintain the light in his hand. I advise you to kill me, otherwise, when my guild leader arrives with his men, you will find no refuge, Lei Ting Out Yan declared. However, as a top-tier professional player, it is fundamental to minimize damage when facing an adversary's attack, or even to exploit a subtle misstep and counterattack effectively. Is it the Yi Pin Xiang on Guanqian Street? It's a bit far, but since you wish to indulge, I shall procure it. Chen Fuyan smiled, preparing to descend the overpass to hail a cab. Outside the government office, Deng Ling and others had long been awaiting, and upon seeing Xia Yunjie emerge, they approached with faces alight with excitement. Don't bore me with superfluous chatter. I need money. Not for any frivolous reason, but to save my life, Chen Fuyun succinctly interrupted Gao Fei, who was so animated in his discourse that he had forgotten himself. Those radiant passages of light should lead to the celestial realm, but among so many, which one is the correct path, or are they all the same? Before them lay a piece of exquisite, translucent blood-red crystal, intricately carved into the likeness of a fearsome demon bound by chains. As for the plump three-headed hellhound, Morningstar did not dare to invite his classmates to partake in the fragrant dog meat, which was delightfully devoured by Morningstar and Chu Mu in a sumptuous braised feast. Roar! A golden dragon erupted from Chun Long's body, surging towards the domain lord of the eastern celestial region, its overwhelming presence leaving everyone in awe. Upon hearing Shang Wanu's words, Mu Ruqian revealed a victorious smile, casting a sinister glance at Qin Yun, who was desperately struggling against the frenzied assault of the Blood Crow. Well, one sentence had overturned the entire annual plan laid out 5 months prior. It was hard to determine whether to commend the boldness or decry the folly, truly a testament to the prowess of an elite from a prominent family and a graduate of an internationally renowned institution. The injured three-headed giant python let out a roar mingled with the dragon's growl, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. To be honest, this was entirely of his own making. Yi Xuanji had not initiated any aggression after forcefully gripping his wrist during the camera snatching. After all, the vampire had meticulously planned to strike at him, ensuring that the chosen path would remain unphotographed. A master from the Yongsun Palace frowned, feeling somewhat frustrated. What was once a near-certain capture of Xia Zishuan had now encountered unforeseen complications, truly vexing. Chapter 125. Others are not as generous as I am. Shang Tingli cast a puzzled glance downwards. The Zetan inlaid treasure box revealed no hidden mechanisms. Upon opening, its contents were laid bare. Aside from a hairpin and a bracelet, the only other item she discerned was a plain handkerchief. Could it be? This handkerchief is also a gift? Shang Tingli discreetly glanced at Coexian. I initially thought this handkerchief merely served as decoration beneath.
Guessing.
Indeed. Meng Qianxuan nodded once more. With him by her side, she felt an undeniable sense of security, as if no danger could truly be perilous. $17,650 barely exceeded 100,000 yuan, a trifling sum that could not threaten Li Qing's fortune, yet it was sufficient to vex him for a considerable time. She was alarmed, her feet nearly suspended in midair, as an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped her. Her cheeks had lost their rosy hue, turning pallid due to the inability to breathe. Thank you, my lord. Guan Yu caught the tiger talisman, exchanging smiles with Zhang Fei. The two bowed simultaneously to Cao Cao before eagerly turning to depart. I am well aware of the fierce temperament of wild dogs. Their ability to endure without erupting stems from a fear of provoking a formidable adversary, though their inner turmoil must have been tumultuous. During the midday break, when Yi Mo arrived, he found all the office personnel gathered outside the building, whispering among themselves. He overheard Thompson's furious exclamation, "My own money. I shall spend it as I please," followed by indistinct murmurs mixed with coughs. Zhou Mama's face was ashen, her widened eyes fixated intently on the scene. Her nervous hands clenched into fists, unwittingly piercing her palms without her notice. Everything should be in order, I presume? Yun Qing sat upright, gesturing for her aunt to take a seat on the vacant lounge chair beside her. The The aunt smiled faintly, reclining comfortably as they both gazed at the lush foliage around them. Green Heir felt a slight twinge of anxiety, perhaps fearing that the young mistress might misconstrue the situation. Despite her composed nature, she felt somewhat uneasy but gently retreated, turning to fetch a basin of water mixed with peach blossom, papaya, and cherry blossom juice to cleanse Feng Longjian's face. During his time at the Medicine King Valley, his every need was catered to with utmost luxury. Such a pampered individual would, for her sake, often emerge battered and bruised. Scorpions are averse to fire. They hastily position themselves near the bonfire, using torches to disperse the area. Shangwan Jiahui noticed Lu Xinzi standing by the flames, a flicker of hatred flashing in her large eyes. Pei Yeqian pondered the likelihood of surviving if she jumped from the vehicle. She stealthily moved to the window, tugging at the door handle only to discover it was locked. Make another move and... Lu Shisheng's eyes were tinged with crimson, his complexion pale due to fever. Even his lips, usually unadorned, appeared ghostly and cracked. Regarding the information Meng Yongheng inquired about, Yi Wehan had sustained injuries from jumping out of the vehicle. Initially, the situation was not severe, but he had struck his head against a rock during the fall. "Thank you," Si Qianai said with a subtle smile, then walked over to link her arm with Li Yaochenes. In moments of despair, one might only contemplate death. Yet, after facing despair repeatedly, what else could I do but numb myself with alcohol? Indeed, this is excellent tea, Mu Jun praised. He had never been fond of alcohol, but he held a profound appreciation for tea, being quite discerning in taste, rarely satisfied by any brew. The four of them were engaged in an assault from the periphery. Should that old man breach their defenses, would not the formation be compromised? Chapter 126. On merit and reward. When Shang Tingli awoke, she instinctively reached out beside her, only to find nothing but emptiness. Her mind cleared significantly as she opened her eyes, revealing that she was alone. A moment of confusion washed over her. Had she truly dreamt of Kuxingchen last night? With a sigh of melancholy, she lamented the loss of 90,000 taels, a sum that had vanished without a trace. Stretching lazily, she inadvertently bumped her left hand against a wooden object, startling herself into silence as she exchanged glances with Long Diefei. Nearby, the burly Madhua and the stout Tua Chi also shared a moment of silent understanding, all eyes turning toward Lin Yi. My expression dimmed slightly. The others stood quietly by, while someone in the distance approached silently, shaking their heads slightly before settling down beside me. Huang Na, who had initially served as an aide in Lu Wei's residence, was later recommended by Gao Su to become Yang Xian's deputy, taking on the significant task of constructing the Hanhai Dam. His outstanding performance led to his subsequent elevation in status. After a lengthy silence, the robust man finally spoke, his tone sincere. Even if you truly seek confrontation, one must possess sufficient strength. There is a saying, a hero does not suffer immediate losses. I believe there is plenty of time ahead. His words resonated with undeniable truth. Upon hearing of the promised reward, the patron's spirits lifted somewhat. 100,000 coins was indeed a considerable amount, one that would take an ordinary person a year or two to earn. At that moment, Song Aijia interjected, "I shall not involve myself in your male affairs. I will go prepare dinner. You gentlemen can deliberate at your leisure." With that, she rose and headed towards the exit. "It is I who spoke. Tomorrow is an auspicious day," murmured the elder Dongfang. I nodded in agreement, having no objections to his words. Although he could only grasp the general meaning, he understood that the situation was similar to the previous naval forces, with the primary focus shifting more towards the sea. As for subsequent matters, Wang Chen could only respond as events unfolded. If concealment became impossible, the truth would have to be revealed, for Xia Wan was Xia Bin's biological sister, and ultimately, she had the right to know about his affairs. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Lin Yi's clone struck the stunned red dragon across the face with a powerful punch. Meanwhile, the supervising teachers, having been dismissed from the preparation room, were left in astonishment upon realizing the problem. The satisfaction of the strong could obliterate even the mightiest of foes. Unless a powerful beast from the other side intervened, other beasts would be swiftly repelled by human strength. Within the critical strongholds of the beasts, many superlative beings had undoubtedly perished. She chased to the doorway, only to discover he had already entered his vehicle, driving recklessly in reverse before turning towards the provincial capital. Fong Hung was ultimately an outsider. The conditions set forth for guarding the gate were tangible. Information could yield divine artifacts, and capture could lead to becoming an elder of the gate, an enticing prospect that no one could resist. Did you push him? CG closed the medical box, rolling her eyes as she inquired. Amidst the buzzing noise, the flying vessel expanded and contracted violently, its length transforming within the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the war god of death gasped, his body trembling as he attempted to retreat. However, after being pressured twice by Fong Hung, his energy was depleted, leaving him no time to change direction. He could only await the inevitable as Fong Heng's sword approached his chest. Curiously, those entities showed no fear of Lu Xia, instead orbiting around her persistently. Lu Xia seemed oblivious to this phenomenon, yet as long as she was with her, those beings dared not approach. Uncle Lu had seemingly brought Lu Xia along for this very reason. Chapter 127. Unspoken words. The palace was bustling with preparations for an evening banquet, and all the high-ranking officials had arrived early with their families. By midday, the palace gates were crowded with guests. Shang Tingli did not share a carriage with Wen Hui and the others, but entered the palace alongside Ku Xian. Today's banquet was merely a celebratory feast hosted by Emperor Minggu in honor of the valiant soldiers who had ventured to the northern frontiers. Those like Ku Xian, who had been promoted to the esteemed title of General of Anbei, were destined to have their own table, making it only fitting for Shang Tingli, as Ku Xian's fiancée, to join him rather than sit with Wen Hui and the others, which would have seemed somewhat improper. The venue for the banquet was set at Zhaoyang Palace, and Empress Su had already issued her commands. At present, palace attendants were leading the guests to the imperial garden. With ample time before the feast commenced, Empress Su had arranged for some fruits and pastries to be served, allowing the guests to alleviate their hunger. During the respite, many individuals approached Ku Xian to extend their congratulations, and Shang Tingli found herself responding to numerous well-wishers, ultimately feeling as though her smile was becoming fixed. She inwardly lamented, "Perhaps I have rejoiced too soon. Why does attending this palace banquet feel more exhausting than hosting a banquet myself?" Ku Xian stifled a laugh, unable to contain his amusement. He mused, if she finds this overwhelming now, what will she do in the future? Of course, if she truly wished to avoid such encounters, he could certainly accommodate her. But it seemed premature to dwell on such thoughts at this moment. As the crowd of well-wishers grew, Ku Xian observed Shang Tingli's nearly frozen smile and paused, raising his fist to his lips. If you find this socializing burdensome, you need not engage with them. They are merely offering flattery, which is of little consequence. Shang Tingli turned to him, responding instinctively, "But your career is just beginning. If you appear haughty, it may invite criticism." At her words, Ku Xian was taken aback, and she too fell silent. He soon burst into laughter. "And what of it? In the past, I was inconsequential, and now, though I have gained renown, it is likely that in their eyes, being the son of Duke Ren holds more weight. Perhaps they even harbor their own unspoken doubts about my merit. Whether they genuinely celebrate my achievements is a matter only they can discern." His radiant smile was meant to reassure her. "If ascending the ranks only causes you distress, it serves no purpose. If I soar higher, you need only follow your own desires." For a moment, Shang Tingli was speechless, her mouth opening and closing as if she were at a loss for words, staring at him in astonishment. This man, while smiling, exuded an inexplicable allure, as if he had unintentionally revealed a hidden depth. Under his clear gaze, Ku Xian felt his heart race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest. He thought, having spoken so openly, she must surely understand his intentions. With that thought, Ku Xian's ears flushed red, a warmth spreading across his face. He instinctively raised a hand to cover his ears, attempting to mask his feelings. "I understand now," Shang Tingli said softly.
Guess in Berlin get in Astonim.
You understand? Could she truly perceive his thoughts? Shang Tingli smiled and nodded. Instantly, Ku Xian's face turned crimson, his neck flushed with warmth as he heard her say, "If everyone wishes to see me, must I greet them all? Wouldn't that be unbearably exhausting?" Shang Tingli replied, "One must consider the nuances of human relationships. Naturally, I will gravitate toward those with whom I am closest. Ku Xian responded with a noncommittal hum, realizing that she indeed grasped the essence of his earlier statement. As he regained his composure, his expression returned to normal, as if the previous moment had been merely a figment of his imagination. Things are different now. Ku Xian glanced over to see Shang Tingli with her head bowed. A few individuals hesitated nearby, and he gestured for them to disperse. After a considerable time without hearing her thoughts, Ku Xian remained calm, patiently awaiting her words. She had never considered that as the fiancée of the son of Duke Ren, her husband, despite his title as General of Anbei, was not obliged to humble himself. Nor did she need to wear a smile to maintain appearances. As for the opinions of others, most were mere whispers of envy. And how many would dare speak ill in her presence? Such matters were not worth her concern. Shang Tingli chuckled softly. How delightful. At the sound, Ku Xian felt a subtle smile tug at his lips. Having met the son of Duke Ren and his fiancée, Shang Tingli's teasing gaze fell upon the couple across from them, Lady Ji and General Ji. Ku Xian remained silent, his expression mirroring that of Shang Tingli. They exchanged knowing glances. Shang Tingli smiled, of course. Lanxi echoed. Shall we step aside? Leading the way, Shang Tingli took a step forward, followed closely by Lanxi. As they sought a secluded spot, what unspoken words do you wish to share with me? Shang Tingli asked directly. Lanxi hesitated. What unspoken words? Shang Tingli laughed. If others cannot hear them, they must indeed be unspoken. Lanxi glared but did not refute her. Instead, she remarked, I need not waste words with you. We are cousins after all, and I relinquished my claim to the marriage with the Duke Ren's household in your favor. You have already seized the best of it. Lanxi paused as Shang Tingli chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Shang Tingli covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her lips still curved in a smile. Please, continue. With that, Shang Tingli's laughter faded, and she inquired with a serious demeanor, did you take credit for someone else's military achievements? Chapter 128. The miser. Shang Tingli wore an expression of indifference. Is that so? He inquired softly. Lanxi straightened her posture and retorted. Is it not? Allow me to remind you.
What?
In a swift motion, Shang Tingli delivered a sharp slap across Lanxi's face. The crisp sound resonated, sending a tremor through her heart. Lanxi, clutching her face in disbelief, glared at him in fury. Do you dare strike me? Her eyes glinted with scorn. What did it mean that she had reaped all the benefits? It was as if someone's prior act of exchanging brides was done for her sake. Had they forgotten the reasons behind it? Was she not cast into the abyss by their own hands? Should everything follow the trajectory of her past life, she would be confronted with an unsolvable deadlock. What kind of fortune was that? How could Lanxi speak so shamelessly? She bit her lip, refraining from further comment. Madame Ji keeps insisting that my household's heir has usurped your general's military achievements. Pray, do you possess any evidence? Shang Tingli remarked coldly. She mused that this couple was indeed well matched, both devoid of shame. Naturally, Lanxi had no evidence to present. Otherwise, she would not be merely arguing with Shang Tingli, but would have already sought a royal audience. These baseless claims did not warrant her ears being sullied by such nonsense. If the two of them truly felt wronged, they were welcome to present their case before the emperor. With that parting remark, Shang Tingli turned and departed, leaving Lanxi to stew in her anger. As he walked away, he shook his head. She had brought this suffering upon herself. Lanxi was never one to discern clearly. So why should he pay her any further heed? After the meal, she pondered for a moment and decided to confide in Ku Xian. Some individuals believe you have prevailed through dubious means. Her insinuation was subtle, yet Ku Xian discerned her underlying meaning. With a nonchalant smile, he replied, exceptional individuals are often subjected to much criticism. It's merely human nature. One must grow accustomed to it. Shang Tingli remained silent, nodding in agreement. She truly found herself at a loss for words, unable to rally his spirits as she had hoped. Time passed slowly, and after an indeterminate interval, Lanxi's figure reappeared before her. Shang Tingli hesitated momentarily in her action of bringing tea to her lips, feeling somewhat exasperated. However, seeing that Lanxi did not approach her again, she let it go. After sipping a cup of tea, Shang Tingli fell into contemplation. I wonder if that person has arrived in the capital yet? Ko Xian's heart jolted. What person? He perked up, eager to hear more, but Shang Tingli remained silent, her thoughts unvoiced. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow enveloped the city. Approaching the hour of Yu, Empress Su summoned everyone to Zhaoyang Palace to prepare for the banquet. Upon entering Zhaoyang Palace, the attendees took their seats according to their ranks. And it was not until the end of the hour that Emperor Mingwu and Empress Su made their belated entrance. Seeing everyone kneeling, Emperor Mingwu laughed heartily. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Amidst the revelry of song and dance, Emperor Mingwu shared numerous words of praise for the princes and generals who had led the northern campaign, along with some perfunctory remarks. Shang Tingli felt a lack of enthusiasm. The banquet's fare did not compare favorably with the delicacies they typically enjoyed, rendering her appetite almost non-existent. It was merely a matter of getting by. However, the wine was rather delightful. Shang Tingli savored a cup, unable to resist pouring a second. Just as she contemplated filling a third, Ko Xian reached out to stop her. Shang Tingli frowned. I'm not depriving you. What are you in such a hurry for? Besides, I'm only pouring a little. She gestured, her hands illustrating a small amount. Look, I've left you plenty. She pouted, muttering under her breath, miser. It's not even your wine. Why should you stop me from pouring more?
Guessing.
I genuinely think you are quite intoxicated. Chapter 129. Heartache. Since the 16th day of the month, Ko Xian has risen before dawn each day to attend court. By the time Shang Tingli wakes, he is already ready to join her for breakfast. However, after their meal, he departs once more. Shang Tingli has never inquired about his whereabouts, remaining oblivious to his daily endeavors, as she has her own matters to attend to and is awaiting a particular outcome. On the morning of the 16th, Shang Tingli instructed Fei Ilwan to investigate a certain matter for her. Now, 3 days have passed, and she has yet to receive any updates. She remains unperturbed, believing that a cunning fox will eventually reveal its tail. All she needs is patience. Before she could receive word from Fei Ilwan, she was startled by unexpected news. After hearing Feng Zhi's words, Shang Tingli struggled to digest the information, her eyes wide as she asked, "Is this true? Surely it is not mere hearsay?" Feng Zhi replied with certainty, "It is indeed true. Otherwise, I would not dare to share it with you." Shang Tingli felt a surge of emotion. Just then, Ji arrived to announce that Princess Lingyun had come. Upon seeing Ku Yichang, Shang Tingli could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Has Lingyun heard the news?"
Today?
Shu Jie. Ku Yichang nodded excitedly. "I have indeed heard.
I came to tell you about this."
Seeing her enthusiasm, Shang Tingli smiled. "Then it seems to be true. Just a moment ago, Feng Zhi mentioned that this morning, Sima Yuan led a matchmaker to knock on the door of the Su family, proposing to Su Jinfeng. As for the outcome, we shall see." Before noon, Sima Yuan had yet to emerge from the Su residence. The third young master of the Sima family was adept at keeping secrets, not allowing any rumors to escape. Shang Tingli could not help but express her thoughts. Glancing at Ku Yichang, "I see that your elder brother and he seem to have a good relationship. Could it be that he has also kept this from your brother?" Ku Yichang hesitated before shaking her head. Shang Tingli was once again taken aback. How could Ku Xingchen be such a person? Ku Yichang secretly glanced at her, her eyes widening with curiosity. "In your eyes, what kind of person is my elder brother? Since he is well aware of Sima Yuan's intentions, why did he advocate for him when he was assessing Lingyun? What if Lingyun had taken a liking to someone else? Wouldn't that mean Lingyun likes Sima Yuan, and Sima Yuan is fond of Jinfeng? That would be utter chaos." Shang Tingli clenched her teeth. In truth, she had opposed the idea of placing Sima Yuan's likeness in the first place. She could not recall which maiden he had married in her past life. But she was certain it was not Lingyun. It is illogical for a villain to have a fortunate marriage. However, her mother, unaware of the truth, suggested that placing only He Zizhang's likeness might be too obvious, and Ku Xingchen agreed with her. She could not reveal that she was a reincarnated soul, and thus reluctantly yielded to their wishes. At that time, she silently prayed that Lingyun would not develop feelings for Sima Yuan, for her conscience would be troubled.
Fortunately,
the final outcome was favorable. Yet, why did Ku Xingchen, Knowing Sima Yuan had a beloved, still allow Lingyun to assess him. Sister-in-law. Ko Ichan called out softly. Elder brother is already aware of this matter. Upon uttering this, her ears turned crimson, and she lowered her head, feeling too shy to meet Shang Tingli's gaze. She wished to defend her brother, but having eavesdropped on her sister-in-law's thoughts, she felt it inappropriate to speak openly. Instead, she hoped her sister-in-law might understand her roundabout hints. Her brother was not the type of person her sister-in-law imagined. His earlier actions were likely an attempt to tease her. Yet, when it came to revealing his own feelings, he would inevitably feel embarrassed. Shang Tingli was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, how much more tragic had Lingyun's past life been? With her status and beauty, she should have been able to achieve her desires, yet she ultimately met a tragic end in a foreign land. Shang Tingli grasped Kui Chang's hand tightly, feeling a pang in her heart, as if she could scarcely breathe. Ku Ichang allowed her to hold her hand, saying nothing. She understood that her sister-in-law must be thinking of her past life, feeling sorrow for her. However, her own feelings were not as profound as before. After all, she did not possess memories of her past life, and her current fate was a fortunate one. Once one finds contentment, many matters seem inconsequential. After lunch, the news of the engagement between the third young master of the Yeoman Marquise and the second miss of the Hugua Duke's residence spread. Shang Tingli felt a multitude of emotions. The girl who had been so well protected by Sima Yuan in her previous life now came to mind with vivid clarity. As she reflected, Fei Luan entered from the courtyard, standing before her to pay her respects. Your Grace. Chapter 130. The concubine Fei Luan handed over a note, revealing that her subordinate had been stationed outside the Ji residence for 3 days and had finally obtained the information. This is the address. Please take a look, she said. Shang Tingli nodded and opened the note, confirming that it indeed contained an address. Narrowing her eyes in contemplation, she mused. West Street? As she anticipated, events had already commenced at this hour. Shang Tingli waved her hand dismissively, indicating her understanding. You may leave now. The subordinate took their leave. Once Fei Luan departed, Gong Tang could not suppress her curiosity and approached Shang Tingli, her expression one of disbelief. Your Highness, is it true that General Ji is hiding someone outside? Shang Tingli responded with a faint smile. Fei Luan is unlikely to have made an error. Fei Luan, being a trusted aide of Ko Xian, had become increasingly adept in her role. A competent shadow guard would not typically create blunders. Thus Shang Tingli felt reassured in Fei Luan's capabilities. If this individual were to truly become a son-in-law to their family, it would surely be a source of great distress. Shang Tingli chuckled softly, hoping that this surprise would not overwhelm Lanxi. Let it be noted that despite having spent half his life on the battlefield, he could easily forget the promises made to others in his youth, accepting the marriage proposal from the Marquise family without a shred of guilt. Yet, this alone would not be cause for disdain. He found himself torn between his obligations to the Marquise' daughter and the lingering memory of a youthful beauty. Shang Tingli could not help but smile wryly. It was indeed ironic that after supporting him to the esteemed position of First General, she had only just uncovered his true nature. Outside, the weather was warm, and the aroma of tea wafted through the room. Someone chuckled lightly. We haven't seen Xingchen in days. Could he be ensnared by the charms of love? Ku Xian scratched his nose and laughed awkwardly. What do you mean? Brother Yunyan? That is simply not the case. From what I've heard, I'm on the verge of being utterly despised. There is no romantic entanglement to speak of. Brother Yunyan's words struck a chord. Ku Yu, with a knowing glance, inquired, Haven't you yet determined your feelings? He could not help but shake his head, observing how some were on the brink of falling headlong into love without realizing their own bravado. After a moment, he poured himself another cup of tea. Not quite. Ku Xian replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Ku Yu merely smiled in silence. Ku Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shifted the conversation, clearing his throat. What are your thoughts on the Northern Barbarians' intention to send a princess for marriage? Ku Yu replied candidly. The Eastern Palace needs only one crown princess. As for the fourth prince and the Northern Barbarians, they are rather interesting. The battle fought against the Northern Barbarians was largely due to Ku Ming's own endeavors. Although Ku Xian and Ku Yu suspected Kuming's collusion with the northern barbarians, they lacked conclusive evidence, and it was not yet time to expose him. Kuming had never disclosed this matter to Ku Xian, indicating a lack of absolute trust, which ultimately allowed them to catch the northern barbarians off guard. It was likely that the northern barbarians harbored some resentment towards Kuming, given the heavy losses they suffered due to his false information, which led to the necessity of marrying off a princess and ceding 5 cities. Ku Xian smiled faintly at the thought, beginning to anticipate the day when Kuming would learn the truth. Bang, bang, bang. The study of the Wang residence was in disarray, ink and paper strewn about, the scent of ink permeating the air as if the sunlight filtering through the windows had dimmed. After venting his frustrations, Kuming finally achieved a semblance of calm.
Come in, he called.
Moments later, someone entered to tidy the room. Kuming sat with his back to the light, his expression shadowed, obscuring his emotions. The turmoil in Sha-Bei had not fulfilled his objectives. On the contrary, it had dealt him a significant blow. His mood remained dark, particularly after receiving a letter from the northern barbarians today, expressing their reluctance to trust him any longer and demanding sincerity if he truly wished to cooperate. Fuming with anger and frustration, he heard a knock at the door. His loyal aide, Ji Ying, stepped in announcing, "My lord, General Ji has arrived."
Qu'est-ce que min posen?
Pressing his temples, and upon reopening his eyes, he replied, "Do not see him." Understood, Ji Ying bowed and turned to leave. "Wait," Kuming called after him. "Inform him that I am currently unavailable and ask him to return another day." Ji Ying acknowledged and departed once more. Kuming leaned back, his forehead resting against his hand, deeply troubled by his complex feelings. Chapter 131. Fool, you frequently visit your maternal home. What kind of decorum is this? In the main hall of the Yizhong Marquis' residence, Yu Jing sat at the head, his face a mask of impatience as he regarded his daughter, Yu Lanxi, seated below. To this day, he found it increasingly difficult to harbor any affection for her. It was once his indulgence that allowed her to change her marriage, trading a splendid match with the Prince of Ren for a less favorable one. Initially, he had hoped her new husband possessed some merit, yet the reality was starkly evident. He was a man with aspirations far exceeding his abilities, struggling to achieve even a fraction of what a novice could. His daughter had truly failed to endure hardship. He had exchanged his life-saving grace for a marriage into the Prince of Ren's household, securing a husband who was born a noble heir, destined to succeed the prince, regardless of his current achievements. How could a mere 6th-rank guard compare? The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Were it not for the fact that the Zhou King seemed to regard his daughter as husband with some esteem, he would have little desire to engage with him. "Mother, do listen to what father says." Yu Lanxi felt a surge of grievance. Was she truly now a daughter married off, like water spilled upon the ground? Pan Yang glanced between them, attempting to mediate. "Your father has been in low spirits these past few days. Do not take it to heart." Yu Lanxi pouted in response. Yu Jing let out a huff, rising and walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing this, Yu Lanxi stamped her foot in frustration. "Enough, enough. Do not be angry," Pan Yang remarked, looking at her daughter. "Now you realize the folly of your frequent visits home? What was your stubbornness for back then?" Yu Lanxi retorted indignantly. "Do not rush me. It has only been a year. Is it reasonable to expect instant success?" Pan Yang shook her head, preparing to leave. "Go amuse yourself. I have matters to attend to." As Pan Yang's figure disappeared through the door, Yu Lanxi retrieved a piece of paper from the sachet at her waist. It bore a conspicuous message. "At the innermost courtyard of the West Street Songi Alley, a surprise awaits at noon tomorrow." Upon reading this, Yu Lanxi felt a mix of anger and amusement. Who is it that dares to play tricks on me? Surely, a person of the Zhou King's stature would not leave such a mischievous note. Who could it be? Unable to fathom the identity of this prankster, Yu Lanxi resolved to uncover the mystery and see what this surprise entailed. The time was now 1/4 the hour of the snake. It would take at least 2 quarters to reach the small courtyard from the Yizhong Marquis' residence. After careful consideration, she decided to bid her mother farewell and arrive early to stake out the location. She made her way around to the back entrance of the small courtyard, where she would wait until noon. This courtyard was not unfamiliar to her. She had quite a fond recollection of it from years past. Although she was unaware of who resided there now, She recalled the family that had lived there 5 years prior. It was a spring day when she, along with her sisters and Shang Tingli, had flown kites in the garden. She had intended to compete with Shang Tingli, only to find their kites entangled in a tangle of string. Neither would yield, and ultimately, both kites broke free, soaring away. The direction they took led to this very courtyard, where they discovered an elderly gentleman and a girl of similar age, both holding the kites they had lost. That was her kite. She distinctly remembered that before departing, Shang Tingli and the young girl had agreed to meet the following day to play together. The next day, as Shang Tingli set out, Lanxi and the other girls followed closely behind, heading to the small courtyard. The young girl, who was evidently close to Shang Tingli, spoke freely in their presence, even revealing the secret passages of her home. Lanxi could not help but call her foolish, yet the girl merely smiled in response. Even now, as Lanxi recalled that encounter, she could not shake the impression that the girl had been quite simple-minded. Fool, she muttered under her breath. Then, lowering her head to follow her memory, she paused at a spot 5 steps to the left of the back door. Pointing to the ground at the base of the wall, she instructed her 2 maidservants, "Dig here." Chapter 132. She is not as you. The secret passage leads to the main hall, where a table once stood adorned with a statue of a bodhisattva, continually surrounded by the scent of incense. The entrance to the passage remains unchanged despite the alterations in the room's layout. Once the 2 maidservants excavated the entrance, it revealed an opening spacious enough for 2 adult men, not at all confining. Lanxi proceeded down the passage without hesitation. Meanwhile, someone burst through the door, rushing directly towards the east room, neglecting to close the door behind them. Hearing the commotion, the woman seated before her vanity turned shyly, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "You have not failed to keep your promise." Yujin's smile was radiant, her face aglow with joy. As she nestled in his embrace, listening to the powerful cadence of his heartbeat, her hand tracing circles upon his chest. Yet she said, "I once chanced upon the eldest lady of the Yizhong Marquise in the street. She was strikingly beautiful. Do you truly feel no stirring in your heart? In comparison, I am merely a lowly bun vendor. My modest beauty pales against her exquisite grace. Are you genuinely willing to forsake her for the sake of our heartfelt confessions?" In truth, she had voiced these sentiments many times before, not for any other reason than to seek confirmation from him repeatedly. Yujin regarded herself as solitary, with only this person before her capable of stirring her emotions. In the mire of life, who could relinquish the one vine they could grasp? Upon hearing her words, her heart felt as sweet as honey, though she concealed her delight, merely responding, "Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true." Yujin felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. Gently nodding in acknowledgement, he continued to gaze at her until her shyness became palpable, then inquired, "Yujin, may I?" His voice carried a slight rasp, his intense gaze igniting emotions within her as he called her name. Yujin turned her head away. "You know me. I could never bear to see you in pain." With a face flushed crimson, Yujin nodded, "I understand." Before long, those on the couch laid bare their truths, their hair slightly disheveled, their sashes still loosely tied. Yet, just a wall apart, 2 worlds existed. Within the door, the scent of pear blossoms overshadowed the crabapples, fragrant and alluring, while outside, a storm threatened, winds howling, scattering fallen petals across the ground. Chapter 133. Divorced. Shang Tingli emerged from the room, her gaze landing on Gontang, whose face radiated delight. With a light laugh and a raised eyebrow, she inquired, "How is it?" Believing she had a good understanding of Lanxi, she capitalized on the latter's curiosity, convinced that Lanxi would not resist the temptation to investigate upon discovering the note. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Naturally, Shang Tingli's question pertained to the outcome of this farcical affair. Gontang stifled a giggle and began to praise Fei Wan, saying, "You and Fangji have no idea. But Fei Wan is truly remarkable." Just as the performance was reaching its peak, the heavens turned unkind. Yet, Fei Wan was well prepared, producing an umbrella seemingly from nowhere. We shared the umbrella and enjoyed the show until the end. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned towards her, causing Fei Wan to shyly avert her gaze. Fei Wan coughed lightly. Well, as a shadow guard, one cannot always expect clear skies while on duty. Shang Tingli nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Fei Luan to fall silent once more. Gong Tang continued, "Now listen closely, that General Ji is utterly shameless. Engaging in such lewd." Her voice dropped conspiratorially. "Debauchery. With that Missine? Oh, how utterly mortifying." She faltered, unable to continue. Fang Ji, listening intently, could not help but flush crimson. Meanwhile, Shang Tingli found the tale utterly captivating, teasing, "I thought you would cover your ears to avoid hearing this." Gong Tang stamped her foot. "Your Grace." Shang Tingli chuckled. "Please do continue." Suddenly, overcome by a mix of embarrassment and amusement, Gong Tang burst into laughter again, saying, "That man was so reckless, he forgot to close the door." Miss Lanxi, upon emerging from the secret passage, was met with quite the scandal. Alas, the sounds within were scandalous indeed. Fei Luan had taken her to the rooftop to watch the performance, which explained her earlier praise. As the play reached its climax, rain began to fall, and Fei Luan produced an umbrella, allowing them to enjoy the entirety of the show. The commotion escalated, drawing the attention of neighboring households. To their astonishment, the ruckus even attracted visitors from the Yizhong Marquis residence. Clapping her hands, Shang Tingli exclaimed with a beaming smile, "Fang Ji, gather everyone from the courtyard. Gong Tang, fetch the leaf money. I am in a good mood today, and wish to distribute some rewards." "Yes, Your Grace." The two maidens chorused in high-pitched voices. Once the servants gathered in the courtyard, Shang Tingli handed the leaf money to Gong Tang, who distributed it generously. The courtyard was filled with voices proclaiming, "Thank you for the generous reward, Your Grace." After dinner, Fei Luan came to seek an audience with Shang Tingli, reporting on the day's events at the Yizhong Marquis estate. However, Yu Jing remained taciturn, and Pan Yang refrained from further comment. Divorce? Shang Tingli felt a pang of surprise. She knew that Yu Lanxi was not one to tolerate any affront, yet she did not anticipate her to be so resolute. Was this truly a matter of principle? Or was she simply being foolish? Divorce? How naive of Yu Lanxi to think that way. Shang Tingli found the situation amusing. When Yu Lanxi had sought the late Empress's decree to secure her position within the Run Prince's residence, she had done so with audacity. A decree is a decree. Even though the Empress had passed, the decree remained in effect. To seek a divorce was akin to defying that decree. Did Yu Lanxi truly wish for her own demise? The expression of the Yizhong Marquis darkened considerably. Unable to contain himself, he struck Madame Ji across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Fei Luan remarked, "There is a reward." Shang Tingli beckoned Gong Tang with a smile. "Gong Tang, bring forth the money." Gong Tang quickly returned with the leaf money. Upon receiving the money, Fei Luan smiled and clasped her fists in gratitude, saying, "I thank you, Your Grace, for your generosity. Your kindness is truly unparalleled." "What reward?" Ku Xian entered from outside. Instinctively, Fei Luan concealed the leaf money within her garments, bowed to Ku Xian, and hurriedly departed. Ku Xian watched her retreating figure, furrowing his brows in confusion at her peculiar behavior. Inside, the group led by Shang Tingli suppressed their laughter, having witnessed Fei Luan's little antics, which they found exceedingly entertaining. As Ku Xian met Shang Tingli's gaze, he caught a fleeting glimpse of mirth in her eyes. He instinctively thought to mention that he had yet to eat. But the next moment, he unhesitatingly declared, "I have eaten." Shang Tingli smiled. "Good." Ku Xian rubbed his nose, realizing that he dared not consume the dishes she prepared, for they were beyond his capacity to endure. Chapter 134. Virtue seizing the opportunity while Shang Tingli was away bathing. Ku Xian quietly instructed Changdi to seek out Aunt Gu to prepare a bowl of noodles for him. Strangely, this matter did not escape Shang Tingli's notice. When it came time to rest for the night, Shang Tingli regarded Ku Xian with an expression that seemed to convey disbelief. Her inner thoughts echoing the sentiment, could Ku Xingqian truly be a fool? Ku Xian, perplexed, wondered how he had incurred her disdain. The next moment, he heard Shang Tingli's thoughts. Does he not know whether he has eaten outside? Why would he claim to have dined when he has not? Has he truly become foolish from hunger? Ku Xian. Who could have possibly leaked this information? He ought to be punished with 10 strikes. I wonder if this shared bed and divergent dreams could be contagious, What if I too fall into foolishness? What then? Xian. At times, he resented the fact that she remained oblivious to the truth. Shang Tingli, unaware of everything, silently edged closer, creating a considerable distance between herself and Xian. After finishing breakfast, the two of them proceeded to Ronghua Hall to pay their respects to Wenhui. They exchanged only a few words before Xian took his leave. Wenhui, watching his retreating figure, scolded. "Little Li, do you see his demeanor? Coming and going at all hours. What is he up to? Is he courting the heavens?" She was well aware of her son's intentions, but observing his attitude, there was no sign of a desire for a wife. He left without uttering a word, merely rushing outside. Was he seeking his father or his mother? His fiancée remained within the house. Wenhui truly felt exasperated. In contrast, Shang Tingli was less incensed than Wenhui. She comforted her gently. "Mother, do not be angry. The heir's behavior merely indicates that he has matters to attend to. He is no longer the idle young master but a prominent general of Anbei. How could he continue as he once did?" Upon hearing this, Wenhui, who had been on the verge of fury, paused and turned to look at her. As she observed, Wenhui began to smile. "Little Li speaks wisely." She lightly patted Shang Tingli's hand. It was indeed said that while the emperor may not be anxious, the eunuch certainly is. Those seeking a bride do not seem to rush, so why should she, as a mother, feel such urgency? Regardless, Little Li would forever remain her daughter-in-law. Just as she was preparing to take a midday rest, Fei Luan arrived with news from the Yizhong Marquise. "Your Grace, this morning, Madame Ji caused quite a stir again. Can you guess the outcome?" Fei Luan inquired. Fang Yu teased. "You've certainly learned to build suspense. Why not share the details quickly?" Shang Tingli smiled. "What happened?" Fei Luan, rubbing her hands together, prepared to speak. Shang Tingli chuckled softly, beckoning Gontang, who skillfully handed Fei Luan a handful of leaf money. Fei Luan grinned, saying, "Thank you for the generous gift, Your Grace." Gontang playfully remarked, "I see Fei Luan has discovered the knack for business." Fei Luan winked. "Thanks to our benevolent lady." Shang Tingli, delighted by this, waved her hand generously. "Gifts for all." Fang Ji exchanged smiles with Gontang, both feigning a playful demeanor toward Shang Tingli. "Your heart, is it perhaps biased?" Shang Tingli laughed. "All shall be rewarded." She received the leaf money from Gontang's hands, bestowing a generous handful upon each of the three girls, bringing them great joy. Chapter 135. The chill of illness with the conclusion of the Empress Dowager's mourning period, the envoys from the northern barbarians, along with the princess sent for marriage, arrived in the capital and were accommodated at the embassy designated for foreign dignitaries. The Mingwu Emperor hosted a banquet in their honor. Coincidentally, Shang Tingli had caught a chill the previous night and had not yet recovered, frequently coughing and exhibiting symptoms of fever. After taking medicine, her fever had slightly diminished. Yet the cough persisted uncomfortably. Observing her condition, Wenhui decided that she need not attend the palace banquet and should instead rest at home, assuring her that he would explain the situation to the Mingwu Emperor. Shang Tingli accepted this without resistance, lamenting only that she could not witness the festivities in person. At the hour of the evening meal, Shang Tingli was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face. She inquired with surprise, "Why has the heir not yet entered the palace?" Glancing at the sky, she confirmed that it was indeed the appointed time. At first, she was momentarily taken aback. How do you feel now? Is the fever still present?" Ran one. "Oh." Shang Tingli blinked and touched her forehead with the back of her hand. She felt somewhat better. Yet, in the next moment, she succumbed to another bout of coughing. After a brief pause, she remarked, "This cough seems unlikely to improve any time soon. If you find it bothersome, shall I send someone to your study later to tidy up?" Last night, Xian had been busy outside and had not returned, leaving her to sleep alone under a single quilt, and somehow she had still caught a chill. The incessant coughing from the person beside her had indeed been quite disruptive. Xian turned away with a sigh, and then looked back at her. "Please eat first." "Did you save any of my meal?" Shang Tingli replied, "There is some." In truth, there was no meal reserved for him. It was merely that today, her mother had visited and instructed Aunt Gu to prepare extra. It was just fortunate for him.
Guessing.
He knew it. Once seated, Shang Tingli gazed at the array of delectable dishes before her, yet felt an inexplicable loss of appetite, hesitating to lift her chopsticks. Alas, how unfortunate that feeling unwell also diminishes one's appetite. With so many of my favorite dishes, how can I eat? It is truly disheartening. Ku Xian paused, glanced at the dishes, and selected a particularly appetizing one, urging her to try it. Shang Tingli hesitated momentarily, thanked him, and finally sampled the dish. Although her appetite had not significantly improved, she found herself able to eat at least a little. Ku Xian suggested, take a few bites of this to stimulate your appetite. If you still cannot eat, then do not force yourself. You can eat later if you feel hungry. Shang Tingli nodded but could not resist inquiring, is the heir not going to the palace? Isn't that a bit daring? Are you not afraid of the emperor's displeasure? I cannot go. It just so happens that I have caught a chill. If I am not careful, I might pass it on to others.
Wait.
Shang Tingli's eyes widened in alarm as she looked at Ku Xian. You must not dine at the same table with me. I am. In the next moment, she watched in disbelief as Ku Xian picked up a dish and took a bite. After swallowing, he asked, what is it? Shang Tingli, nothing. Well, you've eaten now. It hardly matters if you've had a full meal, does it? Ku Xian chuckled lightly. After this morning's court session, I informed my uncle that I would not be attending the palace banquet. The emperor actually agreed? Shang Tingli was quite taken aback, though she did not voice her surprise. Ku Xian replied, they are merely envoys from a defeated nation. My presence matters little. Moreover, the one to wed the princess is Yun Yan and his peers. I need not join this spectacle. Chapter 136. Achilles' heel. Long ago, Ku Xian had discerned the peculiarities of Emperor Mingwu, which is why he refrained from taking the initiative. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he would undoubtedly have earned the title of a youthful general. Hesitant to gamble on the emperor's trust, he chose to maintain a delicate balance. He revealed his talents before Emperor Mingwu, waiting patiently for the moment the emperor would call upon him. He harbored no fear of being overlooked, for the rivalry among princes would inevitably create a demand for his abilities. Now that the emperor had summoned him and elevated him to a high position, he had no intention of acting ostentatiously. As he had expressed, the key to the northern barbarians' envoy was the marriage alliance through the princess. He was merely a prince's heir and saw no need to wade into murky waters. Initially, Ku Xian articulated his stance to clarify his position, yet Emperor Mingwu did not permit him to return home. At that time, he could not fathom the emperor's intentions, but he devised a strategy to soothe the emperor's heart. It was this: if one has attachments, they become an Achilles' heel. Once a vulnerability is established, it signifies that one will often encounter obstacles. To care for someone is to inevitably take a step back for their sake. In the grand hall, before the supreme ruler, he said, Your Majesty, my wife unfortunately caught a cold last night, and I am deeply concerned for her health. I cannot rest easy knowing she is alone at home. His address had shifted from uncle to Your Majesty, reflecting his seriousness and gravity. Emperor Mingwu scrutinized him for a moment before nodding, a smile of relief gracing his face. It is rare for the esteemed minister to have someone to worry about. Time had flown, and it seemed Ku Xian had grown considerably. Alas, I am growing old, the emperor mused. Ku Xian dared not concur with this statement, merely replying that the emperor still appeared young and vigorous. This sentiment holds some truth, but will the crown prince marry the princess meant for alliance? That must be distressing for my sister, as she tends to keep her troubles to herself. I fear she may retreat into solitude. But how is that different from living as a widow? I seem to be living a similar existence myself.
Guessing.
Why dwell on such matters? Shang Tingli involuntarily sighed, lost in her thoughts, though she did not glance at Ku Xian across the table, continuing to ponder. Ku Xian, too, was engrossed in his reflections. His gaze flickered, and he instinctively rolled his throat. A lifetime shared with one person? That sounds quite appealing. But what of her? He looked towards Shang Tingli, wondering if she entertained such thoughts as well. In the future? Given the current circumstances, I fear my sister may not even be wed to the Eastern Palace before a newcomer arrives there. It seems I must consider visiting her tomorrow to offer comfort. Shang Tingli felt a twinge of melancholy. Such sorrow only diminished her appetite, and she gradually set down her bowl and chopsticks. Chapter 137. The side concubine, however. One cannot deny that the thoughts swirling in her mind would never come to fruition in the eyes of the crown prince. Xian sighed silently, offering her a morsel of food, and advised, "Tonight's banquet in the palace is merely a reception for the envoys." The more Chu Yun heard of Peng Yuan's introductions, the more his heart raced, for the grandeur of the Aoshing Palace rivaled that of any major sect in Songyun Prefecture. While it may not compare to the 5 prominent sects of Songyun, it certainly surpassed many of the other mid-tier sects in the region. Qin Feng opened a gourd, and a torrent of black corpse fluid surged forth, accompanied by a nauseating stench, directed at 2 nearby cultivators. Such a substance was universally acknowledged for its potency. Even a mere brush would lead to a gruesome fate. Naturally, Chu Yun remembered the number given to Lu Tsong, 10, the last match, prompting him to nod at Lu Tsong, signaling him to continue speaking. Yu Jingyan pondered for a moment, producing a sound from his throat that conveyed the unique essence of Yujing City, before adopting an expression of displeasure while standing guard beside Bai Xiang. Bai Xiang gave little thought to it, for they were not yet wed and had no immediate plans for children. Employing this method of contraception seemed prudent. Her voice flowed like a melodious breeze rustling through a bamboo grove, each syllable crisp and clear, imparting a refreshing sensation. Ning's face displayed a flicker of astonishment. It was noteworthy that this green liquid, although in fluid form, subtly radiated an aura reminiscent of elixirs. Moreover, the potency of this concoction had persisted without dissipating, suggesting something peculiar about the water. Qian Yunli felt a pang of frustration. Today's matters concerning Qian Pan were difficult to manage. Yet sending Qian Pan away meant she would have nowhere to rest. As they advanced 50 meters, Satoni's pupils dilated sharply. He crouched down, discovering a few drops of blood at the base of the wall, and upon touching them, realized the blood had coagulated only recently. Damn it! Damar swiftly pulled up, turning to see 3 arrows infused with dark mist hurtling toward him. Members of the Legion were theoretically supposed to share information, especially the apostles in high positions. Whenever a new apostle joined, they would immediately sense one another. The defenses erected by the guards were swiftly overwhelmed by Eric, who lived up to his reputation as Watch's former deputy. His strength exceeded their wildest imaginations. Beautiful, shy, and vibrant, she was neither in full bloom like Tang Wei nor in bud like young Master Zhou. Rather, she embodied a perfect balance of both. His hand was devoured and crushed, the terrifying force akin to a ravenous beast tearing at Carp's arm. His eyes shattered, and half his face was grotesquely pressed against the door, bloodied and horrifying. The burning trees resembled a pyre, adorned with the dismembered limbs of dragon hunters, hoisting the colossal dragon-slaying sword. The collective strength was channeled into its heft as Agus provocatively eyed the tardy Tans. "Did you have a conflict with him?" As Lan Linfeng recalled the elder's terrifying power, a wave of dread washed over him. However, after expressing himself, he quickly adapted, switching to English to say thank you, a phrase he still remembered. Chapter 138. Self-imposed punishment of 3 cups due to the absence of a legitimate consort in the Duke Xian's residence. The side consort, Princess Qingqing, could not enter before the rightful wife. Nevertheless, as a princess of the nation, albeit one that had been defeated, her status warranted a respectful reception. For who could predict the circumstances 30 years hence? This banquet was intended to extend a courtesy to the northern barbarians, a gesture of goodwill from Emperor Minggu. 3 days had passed since the cold from the previous festivities had subsided, conveniently coinciding with the occasion of this gathering. As she departed with Xian, she could not help but inquire, why has the heir apparent come to witness the revelry today? For Shang Tingli, the banquet promised much in the way of entertainment, especially since the northern barbarians had remained at the envoy's residence since the emperor's decree. Xian casually replied, "If you can enjoy the festivities, why should I not partake?" Shang Tingli thought to herself, "Is that truly what I meant? How could I not know? I clearly intended no such implication. I merely asked in passing. Is there a need for such sarcasm? Have I incurred a debt to you?" This train of thought led her to recall the instance when Xian had previously given her money to spend. "Absolutely not. That was freely given by you." "Not alone. A gentleman offers without expectation. There is no logic in demanding repayment.
Kẻ xin thi mai si len, pondering.
For he had not mentioned any such matter of money. Shang Tingli, seemingly apprehensive that this miserly fellow might pursue the topic of repayment, closed her eyes and feigned sleep, only to awaken outside the palace's martial arts arena. Upon disembarking from the carriage, she did not wait for Ku Xian, casting her gaze around in search of a familiar figure, and strode away without a hint of regret. Ku Xian remained rooted in place, his expression impassive as he questioned Du Heng and Changdi, "Is your master truly so lacking?" The two exchanged a knowing glance. Changdi replied, "Not at all. My lord, you are the best in the world." Du Heng chimed in, "Indeed, you are unparalleled, my lord." Ku Xian scoffed coldly. "Then why does she perceive me as a miser?" Du Heng and Changdi wore expressions of bewilderment. "Huh? Are you referring to the heir apparent? When did she ever speak thus of you?" With a frigid demeanor, Ku Xian remarked, "You're both utterly foolish. No wonder you fail to win her favor, as Feng Wan does."
Dueng. Changdi.
They pondered whether it was appropriate to voice their thoughts. After all, they were loyal servants to their master. Why should they concern themselves with pleasing the heir apparent? Moreover, winning her favor should be the responsibility of their master alone. My lord, you cannot lash out indiscriminately simply because you have not gained her affection. When Shang Tingli arrived at Heji's side, she found herself among several acquaintances, including Su Jinshu, Yi Shuyan, and Jing Yuyan. Upon seeing her, they greeted her warmly, and she responded with a playful smile, "I seem to have arrived the latest. It appears I must self-impose a punishment of 3 cups of fruit drink." Yi Shuyan raised an eyebrow. "Is that truly a punishment? It seems more like a reward to you." Having attended numerous banquets together, the group had come to know one another well enough. A little attention revealed their preferences. For instance, they were all aware of Shang Tingli's fondness for fruit beverages. Shang Tingli nodded without reservation. "Shuyan speaks the truth." Heji took her hand and gently touched her forehead, asking, "Are you feeling well now?" Chapter 139. The childhood betrothed everything is well. Otherwise, I would not dare to approach you with such audacity, lest I cause you any distress, remarked Shang Tingli with a smile, deliberately turning in a circle before everyone. Su Jinshu responded, "That is indeed reassuring. You are unaware that Jicheng has always been concerned. It appears that goodwill is rooted in Lu Feng." Such collaboration only strengthened Li Jinger's resolve in her prior decision. A scandal erupted online regarding Qing Yuan's indiscretions, leading to speculation about ambiguous relations with multiple men, which quickly trended on social media. Coupled with the online manipulation orchestrated by Qin Ye, public sentiment began to shift. Zhua Mingyue, with her face veiled by a scarf, reclined on a rattan chair in the courtyard, basking in the gentle warmth of the afternoon sun. The loud voice of Yuet Ang attracted the attention of other maids and servants, prompting someone to hastily summon Ji Manru. When Ji Manru arrived in a flurry, she found Zhang Ma kneeling in a panic, pleading for forgiveness. At this moment, his aura had grown increasingly formidable. He had refined more than half of the golden core, bringing his cultivation closer to that realm. Lu Shuqing's abilities had significantly improved, yet he lacked the capacity to find Zhao Ruaji due to his inability to harness the black silk. Spending a little money to witness a spectacle that might be rare in a lifetime is indeed splendid. He donned a black t-shirt, slightly hunched, the fabric gathering to outline a slender waist, exuding youthful vigor. Hua Xuanji cast an indignant glance at Bai Yan, eager to rebuke him. But the soldiers had already surged forth, leaving Hua Xuanji to shield herself with her hands. I swiftly stepped forward, standing at the doorway to eavesdrop, while Yuet Ang dismissed all the eavesdropping servants, remaining by my side. Sighing deeply at the lengthy text message, I was at a loss whether to lament my impulsive decision to turn on my phone or to marvel at my sister-in-law's knack for causing a ruckus. A warm feeling surged within me at the thought of Ruoxue, reminding me of the promise I once made to her. Thus, even though the corpse sleepers are among the most powerful varieties of the living dead, records of their existence are shockingly scarce. Perhaps you should consult Zhou Jining. She is resourceful and must certainly devise alternative solutions to deal with Su Xia. At that moment, the crystal in the center of the computer screen shattered, and as the word victory appeared, Chiumu turned to find his roommates crowded behind him. Gu Sisi was taken by surprise and stumbled back a few steps. Had it not been for Chen Jiran's timely support, she might have collided with the neighboring table. Regardless of the hero, it is often assumed that everyone engages in mid-lane confrontations in solo matches. Qi Qingxue gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "He is remarkably skilled." Having witnessed Long Qing's prowess firsthand, she regarded him as an almost invincible figure. She could scarcely believe that the young Ao Qin's skills were nearly on par with Long Qing's. Earlier, Lin Xuehan had thought him immobile, believing he was channeling the Du Xing mirror, which prompted his hasty flight to Ran Island. Strangely, upon entry, he suddenly felt a barrier, as if a gust of wind had swept through his body, only to vanish moments later. Han Yanqing leaned back, and a blade of energy sliced through the air before him. His gaze shifted, and he immediately engaged in combat with them. After exchanging blows, Han Yanqing discerned that they were assassins from Yangqiu, and without hesitation, he transformed the spiritual light in his hand into a sword to confront them. That is of no concern. This can serve as a form of catharsis. Unbeknownst to them, I now possessed a noble head, yet bore a solitary soul. Eliciting laughter from you. Fong Weinan mused with self-deprecating humor. Chapter 140. Concerned Su Jinshu found herself utterly captivated. Yet, in her tender youth, she dared not utter a word among her companions, concealing that fleeting moment of emotion deep within her heart. She had assumed it was but a whimsical fancy, unaware that the seedlings of affection would take root and flourish over time, lingering for an extended period. Had it not been for the day when Sima Yuan sent a matchmaker to propose, perhaps no one would have glimpsed the depths of her feelings. With his youthful prowess and striking demeanor, naturally drew her admiration. Su Jinshu blushed as she spoke. The others, unable to resist the urge to tease her, nodded in agreement. Of course. Jing Yuyuan questioned suspiciously. Everyone turned their gaze toward her, only to hear Jing Yuyuan remark, "Did we not intend to punish Sister Li with 3 cups of fruit drink?" At her words, the attention shifted to Shang Tingli, who was blissfully unaware. Having already indulged in several cups of fruit drink, He Jiwei couldn't help but laugh. "How gluttonous you are. You'll have to run to the restroom soon enough. And you'll face the consequences." Shang Tingli was unfazed, smiling brightly. "What's the worst that could happen? I can always make a few extra trips. It won't kill me." This elicited a collective gasp from the group. He Jiwei feigned anger. "You've just recovered from a serious illness, and yet you speak such nonsense." With that, she couldn't help but poke Shang Tingli on the head, gritting her teeth. "You." Shang Tingli quickly apologized. "Good sister. Little he knows her mistake." He Jiwei turned her head away, feigning disinterest. Shang Tingli approached her again, but she simply turned her head to the other side. Left with no options, Shang Tingli sought help from the other sisters, yet none of them would meet her gaze. Realizing her misstep, Shang Tingli hurriedly pleaded, "Good sisters, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, forgive me." As she spoke, she tugged at He Jiwei's sleeve, her eyes filled with an innocent plea. The others couldn't help but soften, and He Jiwei warned, "There shall be no next time." Shang Tingli clasped her hands together in gratitude. "Thank you, dear sisters, for your forgiveness." She nodded vigorously, assuring them, "There will definitely be no next time." Yi Shuyuan handed her a cup of fruit drink, adding, "What if there is a next time? Then you shall have to drink fruit juice instead of wine. Here, drink this cup." Shang Tingli accepted it and downed it in one go, finding it delightful. Curious, Su Jinshu wondered, "Is it truly that delicious?" Observing Shang Tingli nodding enthusiastically, she took a cup for herself and found it quite pleasing, remarking, "Indeed, it is delicious." Yi Shuyuan casually grabbed a cup and raised it. "Let us drink." Shang Tingli chimed in, "Drink, drink, drink." The remaining 3 exchanged knowing smiles and raised their cups to clink with hers. After consuming an indeterminate number of fruit drinks, Shang Tingli felt a slight fullness in her abdomen and excused herself to find the restroom. Yi Shuyuan teased her from behind. "Look, how soon you need to go." A young man dressed as a guard approached, and Shang Tingli vaguely recognized him, though she couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. "I have seen the young lady." The guard bowed. "I am called Jiaying, a subordinate of His Highness the Prince of Zhou." The young master is feeling slightly inebriated after a few drinks with His Highness, and fearing you may worry, His Highness has sent me to invite you to join him. Shang Tingli was taken aback. Xingqian cannot hold his liquor? She recalled that she had seldom seen Xingqian drink, but she remembered him having a decent tolerance. He should not be incapacitated after just a few cups. Her expression grew serious as she scrutinized the guard, Jiaying. It was only when he mentioned Kuming that she recalled where she had encountered him before. It was on the 10th day of last October when she had been painting with Xingqian, and it was Kuming who had retrieved the kite she had accidentally let slip away. Shang Tingli's eyes flickered. Setting aside the truth of Xingqian's supposed intoxication, there was no doubt about Jiaying's identity. And since Xingqian was aligned with Kuming, it seemed there was no reason for him to deceive her. Nonetheless, the twitching of her right eyelid hinted that things might not be as simple as they appeared. Casting a glance back at Fei Luan, Shang Tingli nodded toward Jiaying, who then led the way. She did not inquire about the cause of her unease. She merely understood that caution is the wisest course. Following Jiaying through a quiet path, they finally arrived at a room. Along the way, she had seen no one, and upon entering, she discovered that Koexian was not present. Only one person sat at the table, brewing tea. Realizing that Jiaying had misled her, she entered. You have arrived, Kuming greeted her with a smile. Shang Tingli paused, offering a slight bow. Your Highness, please have a seat. Kuming gestured, and she sat opposite him. Jiaying closed the door, leaving only the four of them in the room. After a moment, Kuming asked, Are you not curious as to why I deceived you into coming here? Shang Tingli smiled lightly. Your Highness has your reasons. Kuming chuckled softly. You are quite composed. Shang Tingli maintained her silence, smiling gently. Kuming poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward her. Would you care to taste? After taking a sip, Shang Tingli replied, It is very good, but I find it somewhat unfamiliar.
Oh, is that so?
Kuming mused, inspecting his cup with an inscrutable expression. The peony is meant for the Empress Mother. Tribute tea is reserved for emperors. It is only natural that a lady like you would find it difficult to adjust after just one sip. Shang Tingli's heart raced, yet her face remained impassive. Kuming smiled at her. A beauty such as yourself ought to be matched with those of the highest esteem. I believe that being merely a young lady is quite beneath you. You are deserving of even being the mother of a nation. What do you think? His smile was overly aggressive, and Shang Tingli sensed an underlying sentiment that sent chills down her spine, compelling her to feign indifference. Your Highness is too kind. I truly do not deserve such praise. I believe our young master has no such intentions, and I kindly ask you to choose your words carefully. Kuming studied her intently for a long moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. No matter. As Shang Tingli rose, Kuming remarked, watching her retreating figure, What if Xingqian does not mind? Kuming chuckled. Now that would be interesting. He lowered his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. A mere facade of beauty would not be enough to captivate. It is the depth of character that truly enchants. Chapter 141. Self-respect. No wonder Xingqian remarked that today would be tumultuous. Given the current circumstances, could it be that Kuming is planning a rebellion? This thought had only just surfaced when Shang Tingli felt her right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. She quickened her pace, inexplicably yearning to see Xingqian at that moment. What Kuming chose to do was his concern. However, behind Xingqian stood the entire Ren Prince's residence, and she could not allow him to be tainted by Kuming's actions. The path was somewhat secluded, and she noticed a rockery by the roadside. Shang Tingli realized that Kuming's chosen location likely lay beyond the training grounds, which explained his audacity in being so blatant and seemingly unafraid of being discovered by others. Shang Tingli's expression darkened. Anyone who inadvertently attracted the attention of such a person would undoubtedly feel quite unlucky, making it difficult to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Stop! Came Fei Luan's sharp command. Shang Tingli looked up and saw a figure standing 2 paces away from Fei Luan, clad in armor and exuding the air of a youthful general. As he attempted to approach, Fei Luan blocked his way, yet he remained fixated on Shang Tingli, suddenly asking, Do you harbor any regrets or feelings of loss? His gaze lingered on the direction in which Shang Tingli had departed. He understood the intentions of His Highness, the Prince of Zhou, but could not shake the feeling that she ought to be regretting her past decisions, particularly her choice to dissolve their engagement. Had she married him instead, she would not have found herself in a dire situation with another. In the plans of His Highness, the heir to the Ren Prince's estate had no promising outcome. However, his emotions stood in stark contrast. Ever since the day the Earl of Yizhong personally arranged for him to wed Yan Yang, chaos had reigned in his household. Lanxi was capricious by nature, while Yan Yang was excessively gentle, making her an easy target for Lanxi's whims. Each time he witnessed her being bullied, he could not help but speak up for Yan Yang, which only provoked Lanxi's ire, earning him her scorn. His household had become a veritable den of discontent, leaving him utterly drained. It was during such moments that he often found himself thinking of his former fiancée, now the daughter-in-law of the Ren Prince. He wondered if things had been different. If their engagement had not been severed, would she have eased his burdens? Sadly, there were no what-ifs. He and she had never been destined to be. He was a loyal subject of His Highness, while she was the fiancée of someone despised by the prince. He did not believe he could ever command the same regard from His Highness that would grant her leniency. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that when he found Ku Xian, he was accompanied not only by Sima Yuan, Ku Yu, and Ku Rui, but also by He Jiqing and Su Jinshu. Shang Tingli thought it convenient that she would not have to send Fei Luan to inform them. He Jiqing and the others. Shang Tingli smiled playfully. Does that mean there have been no further transgressions? Ishuya remained silent. After exchanging a few more words with them, Shang Tingli expressed her desire to speak with Ku Xian privately and led him aside. In hushed tones meant only for their ears, she confided, "My right eyelid has been twitching incessantly. Perhaps, as you suggested, today will indeed be unsettling." Her words were laden with a sense of probing. Having just encountered Kuming, she felt that Xingqian, being associated with Kuming, must know something, which is why he made such a bold prediction. The Prince of Zhou ordered his subordinates to lure me to a building near the training grounds, spouting bizarre and nauseating remarks, all of which hinted at his rebellious intentions. So, Xingqian, are you preparing to conspire with him as a traitor? Listening to her inner thoughts, Xian nearly ground his back teeth to dust. One hand clenched into a fist behind his back, his expression impassive. His usually bright, starry eyes appeared deep and inscrutable, akin to a tranquil pool. Perhaps my words were too transparent in their intent? Surely, Xingqian would not speak the truth, for he is a devoted follower of the Prince of Zhou. Shang Tingli's heart raced. She anticipated this day would come, but never expected it to arrive so swiftly. In her previous life, Kuming ultimately became a traitor, but that was a matter that unfolded 4 years later. Shang Tingli vaguely understood that since many events had altered their course, she could no longer regard the past as a prophecy. She was not particularly concerned about Kuming's fate. Rather, she feared that Xingqian would repeat the mistakes of her previous life, becoming yet another scapegoat for Kuming and implicating the entire Ren Prince's estate. This was a scenario she wished to avoid. Is it possible? Shang Tingli longed to inquire whether the Prince of Zhou would rebel, whether he too conspired against the throne, but the words remained unspoken. Yet, Ku Xian discerned her meaning, though he had no intention of being candid with her at that moment. Regrets or feelings of loss? What regrets? What is there to lament? Would she feel regret for not marrying him? Initially, there was some regret, but it was unfortunate that he still had to endure such unpleasantness from her. Ku Xian? He felt his fists harden. Adjusting his mindset, Shang Tingli shifted the topic. I had thought the heir would be with His Highness, the Prince of Zhou, but I did not expect him to be in the company of the Crown Prince and the Prince of Xian. She couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 142. Rebellion. Shang Tingli merely smiled without responding, aware that they were in cahoots. Ku Xian refrained from probing further, having long since discerned her thoughts. Shang Tingli found it somewhat incredulous. In her recollection, Ku Yu and Ku Rui, though not overtly at odds, should not coexist harmoniously. In her previous life, Ku Rui's fate, while slightly better than Kuming's, was still far from favorable, as he ultimately found himself relegated to a fief. Before long, the Emperor and Empress arrived with Princess Qingqing. Emperor Minggu articulated the purpose of the banquet, subsequently introducing the forthcoming martial arts competition, after which he fell silent, anticipating the performances below. This event was both a martial arts contest and a friendly match, pitting the youth of Tianzhou against the warriors of the northern barbarians. As several bouts unfolded, the audience watched with rapt attention. Initially, Shang Tingli was somewhat invigorated by the spectacle. However, as the event progressed, her enthusiasm waned inexplicably, and her right eyelid began to twitch incessantly. She could not help but furrow her brow. My right eyelid has been twitching persistently today. It is truly vexing. It is not even noon yet. Surely, King Zhou would not act so swiftly? Despite these thoughts, Shang Tingli found no solace. Overwhelmed by the sensation of being unable to control the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to her, Xian, who had been observing her intently, noticed her frown and felt a pang of concern, instinctively reaching for her hand. Shang Tingli turned her head in confusion. What is it? Your Majesty. The terrified voice of Empress Su pierced through the entire martial arena. Emperor Mingwu bore a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and a large splotch of blood stained the table before him. With a wine vessel toppled, its contents spilled across the ground.
Emperor Su uget ugenti.
Quickly summon the imperial physician. Eunuch Lu hastened to call for the physician, only to be obstructed. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Which dog servant dares to block my path? If the emperor's condition is compromised due to your delay, how many heads do you possess that are worthy of the axe? Step aside at once." Yet the dog servant did not budge, steadfastly obstructing his passage. Eunuch Lu, infuriated, shouted, "Impudent! Have you devoured a heart of a lion?" The figure remained silent. Lu's anger intensified. "You dare to obstruct me in the presence of the emperor and empress? Have you grown weary of life?" Still, the figure remained mute. A cold voice emerged from Kuming. "Eunuch Lu, do not waste your efforts. This is my command." Hearing this, Eunuch Lu froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Kuming stepped forth from behind the figure, flanked by a legion clad in iron armor. He approached with a calm, unhurried stride, while his entourage encircled the arena. Empress Su, incredulous, inquired, "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" Emperor Mingwu, with great difficulty, wiped the blood from his lips, casting a frigid gaze upon Kuming. "Are you attempting to rebel?" Kuming opened his arms and smiled faintly, as Father Emperor observes. Chapter 143. A life unlike any other. On that day at the training grounds, Kuming boldly plotted rebellion, and as expected, he met with defeat, leading to him and his followers swiftly being imprisoned. This insurrection was not merely a whim of Kuming's, nor was it solely due to the fact that the Mingwu Emperor had bestowed Princess Qingqing upon Ku Rui in marriage. This incident merely served as a catalyst. Long before this, Kuming had harbored intentions of rebellion. The question arises, what gave Kuming the audacity to believe he could succeed? Given the immense cost associated with such treachery, this is precisely why he colluded with the northern barbarians. He negotiated with them, promising enticing rewards in exchange for their assistance, aiming for a coordinated effort to undermine the throne. With at least a third of the court's power at his disposal, he was convinced of his victory. Moreover, unbeknownst to others, he had devised a backup plan. As early as a year prior, he had secretly poisoned the Mingwu Emperor. The slow-acting poison would not manifest immediately. It required years to accumulate its toxic effects, all in anticipation of a day when the emperor would firmly establish his successor before Kuming's rebellion could unfold. His original intention was to wait 3 to 4 years for the poison to take effect, but impatience led to the emperor's dramatic blood-spitting episode. The northern barbarians, who collaborated with Kuming, were not limited to those who sent Princess Qingqing for betrothal. Many had been lurking in the shadows. Hence, Kuming felt emboldened to act without regard for the consequences of failure, convinced that victory was assured. However, reality did not unfold as he had envisioned. Rather, it contradicted his expectations entirely. Kuming's failure was inevitable. This tale traces back to the previous year. Kuming believed he had executed his poisoning scheme without detection. But in truth, Crown Prince Kuyu had already discerned his intentions before he acted. When Kuming put his plan into motion, the Mingwu Emperor had resolved to turn the tables on him. This incident caused the Mingwu Emperor to sever his trust in Kuming and remain vigilant against him. Now imprisoned, Kuming awaited his fate of public execution 3 days hence. His biological mother, Consort Yen, suffered greatly due to his actions. being relegated to the cold palace for the rest of her life. The Yen family's connections, particularly the Zhou clan, were similarly doomed. As the Minister of Rights who aligned with Coming faced dire consequences, resulting in the execution of 3 families. The followers of the Zhou faction met their fates through beheading or exile. On the day of Coming's public execution, Shang Tingli chose not to witness the spectacle but instead sought out Lanxi, who was to be exiled that same day. It had been quite some time since she had seen her cousin, and upon encountering Lanxi, she found her dressed in plain attire, her complexion pallid, devoid of her former grandeur. Shang Tingli recalled Lanxi as the arrogant and foolish young lady of the past. The woman before her was a stark contrast, evoking a moment of reflection that was devoid of sympathy. This was all a consequence of Lanxi's own making. Lanxi glared at Shang Tingli, who now appeared more affluent than ever, her heart seething with resentment. "What brings you here? To mock my misfortune?" she spat, hiding none of her true intentions, which only served to further irritate Lanxi. "Now that you see your fate, are you satisfied?" Lanxi demanded angrily. Shang Tingli shook her head, feigning regret. "Not at all. If given the choice, I would have preferred to witness your dismemberment instead." Having previously established rapport with the chief officer overseeing this exile, Shang Tingli intended to have a private conversation with Lanxi. The officer, aware of her status as the consort of the Prince of Ruin, dared not treat her with anything less than respect. Thus, only Lanxi could hear their exchange. Shang Tingli smiled. "Indeed. It is unfortunate that you realized your situation too late." Her gentle demeanor belied the sharpness of her words, which pierced Lanxi's heart like a dagger. Shang Tingli stifled a laugh. Taking a couple of steps closer, she continued, "Ultimately, it was the crown prince who gained power in the last life, not the Zhou king. And that good man you believed in was secretly colluding with his beloved all along. It's truly a pity that you, dear cousin, were blind to all of this in your previous life, but you did make an effort." Lanxi was left speechless, fuming silently as she glared at her cousin. Though she had not beheaded Lanxi herself, the satisfaction she felt was undeniable. Shang Tingli adjusted her garments and chose to disregard her cousin's misfortunes. With a graceful turn, she departed, leaving behind a fuming Lanxi, who, after a few steps, could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. An amusing incident occurred just before the imprisonment of the notorious scoundrel, the heir of the Yizhong Marquis, Yu Rongbao, who unexpectedly presented his wife, Fang Qian, with a divorce letter, thereby severing all ties between them. Consequently, Fang Qian was spared the suffering of exile. One by one, others expressed their remorse, sincerely apologizing to her. It was then that she realized, much like Ku Xingqian, they could all inadvertently hear her innermost thoughts. No wonder she often felt that her actions were becoming simpler. Indeed, Ku Xingqian had confessed to her that he could hear her thoughts and had aligned himself with the crown prince since he first became aware of her mind. This ease in overcoming Kuming was largely due to the preparations made in advance, informed by her heart's whispers. Shang Tingli was uncertain whether to laugh or cry, acknowledging that perhaps fate had a hand in these events. Could Xiao Li ever forgive mother? Wen Hui gazed at Shang Tingli with hopeful eyes, while Ku Yichang and Ku Yishang nodded earnestly, their gazes fixed on her. Shang Tingli thought to herself that since the mothers could hear her heart, she might as well extend her forgiveness in her mind. However, even after a while, the trio continued to watch her cautiously, as though fearing her anger. She could not help but wonder, "I just forgave you in my heart. Why do you still look at me like that?"
Wen Hui? Qu'est-ce que vous coetiam? Qu'est-ce que vous coer?
Yet they had not heard her thoughts. Ku Xian approached and said, "Since I confess to you, I can no longer hear your thoughts." He glanced at Wen Hui and the others, indicating that they likely shared the same fate. Upon hearing this, Wen Hui felt a sense of relief and remarked to Shang Tingli, "That's better. We can't have Xiao Li devoid of any privacy. I shudder to think how we would interact in the future otherwise." Ku Yishang echoed this sentiment, placing a hand over her heart. "No longer need we worry about our sister discovering the secret." Ku Yichang scratched his neck, nodding vigorously. Shang Tingli chuckled softly. In truth, she was not overly concerned about the matter. Had it not been for this revelation, she would have been unaware of her ability to save her family's lives. Initially, she had only been slightly taken aback by the truth. seeing that she truly was not angry, and glancing at Ko Xian beside her. When Hui ultimately succumbed to her maternal instincts and gracefully excused herself. Once she departed, Ku Yichang and Ku Yishang followed suit. Ku Xingchen, Shang Tingli called out. Ko Xian looked down at her. What is it? Shang Tingli smiled. You are not as foolish as I once thought. Ku Xian raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Then you owe me an apology. Shang Tingli pouted. She felt it unnecessary to utter such a sentiment. He truly retained that insufferable demeanor. I merely said you were not as foolish as I imagined. I never claimed you weren't foolish at all. In any case, I am not in the wrong. Shang Tingli shot him a sidelong glance. Therefore, it is you who should apologize to me.
Xin not that solemnly.
Yes, my mistake. Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback, turning her head somewhat awkwardly, and murmured, I forgive you. Her gaze drifted towards the pomegranate tree in the courtyard, where the vibrant red lanterns had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the lush green leaves behind. In truth, she harbored a conjecture. Perhaps their ability to hear her innermost thoughts was not lost merely due to their confession, but rather because they were now safe. Henceforth, they would all lead lives entirely different from their previous existence, no longer brief and tragic, but long-lasting and filled with beauty. Chapter 144. Poria, the weight upon her heart had shifted, leaving her feeling remarkably unburdened. Thus, Shang Tingli invited He Zhizhang and several of her sisters, including Su Jinshu, to embark on a shopping excursion. Naturally, they first made their way to the splendid Liangzhu Pavilion. Dearest visitors, the following content bears no relevance to this narrative. Lin Yimo, disinterested in how Jiang Su had come to know of her considerable strength, exited the school gates. With her small backpack slung over her shoulder, she spotted Lin Sance, who looked up at her and called out, awkwardly rushing towards her. Momo. Lin Yimo extended her hand for him to hold, only to realize that someone was missing. Where is Lin Shursan? He want to get into a fight. Lin, with a flicker of his eyes, whispered, but he instructed me to lie and say I went shopping. Please don't mention that it was me who said it, or he will surely scold me again. Where could he possibly be off to engage in a fight? Lin Yimo furrowed her brow. Lin Sansui shook his head in confusion, stating, he brought me here to wait for school to finish, then vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Lin Yimo took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Yuchio about Lin Shursan's brawl, leaving it to him to handle his own affairs. Observing the obedient Lin Sansui, Lin Yimo mused that having a little father was indeed the most worry-free. Hand in hand, they made their way home, during which Lin Yimo treated Lin Sansui to a skewer of candied hawthorn. Lin Sansui, however, refrained from consuming any of the candies distributed by the kindergarten, saving them all for Lin Yimo. She graciously accepted this unique offering from her little father. Upon returning home, the dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of dishes, and a dapper gentleman in a finely tailored suit stood in the living room, ready to take Lin Yimo's backpack.
His name was Xiang Yi.
I told you not to call me that, Lin Yimo sighed in exasperation. Xiang Yi smiled, his voice melodious. The bathtub is ready. Would the princess prefer to dine first or bathe? Never mind. It seems you are unwilling to listen. Entering the bathroom, Xiang Yi followed closely behind. Arriving at the edge of the bathtub, her fingers hovered in the air for a moment, and then, in an instant, countless pink petals cascaded down, blanketing the surface of the tub. Lin Yimo wore a serene expression. In her father's words, Xiang Yi was essentially an alien flower. Princess, do you require my assistance for your bathing? After finishing the floral ritual, Xiang Yi posed a question of the day. Lin Yimo's lips twitched slightly as she gestured outward. With practiced ease, Xiang Yi exited the bathroom and closed the door behind her. Step back a bit. Why are you standing so close? You are not allowed to peek at Mo while she bathes. Lin San sat at the bathroom door on a small stool, glaring at Xiang Yi, urging her to move away. The cat, Li San, having shed its hidden state, nestled in his embrace, casting a warning glance at Xiang Yi with an air of authority. Xiang Yi nodded obediently, retreating to a more distant spot. After a while, upon hearing some commotion, she took the initiative to open the door, and Lin Shursan darted inside.
Montag.
Master, with utmost respect, Lin Yuchio addressed the last person to enter. Lin Yuqiu gently patted his shoulder and said, "You have worked hard.
Now.
May I be released?" Lin Ersan interjected at an opportune moment. Immersed comfortably in the water, Lin Yimo listened to music while scrolling through her phone, oblivious to the commotion outside. She glanced at the messages from the basketball club, which detailed the arm wrestling event scheduled for tomorrow. Suddenly, a WeChat message from Zhu Fanfan appeared. Momo. A momentous announcement has emerged. The class monitor is set to transfer schools. Lin Yimo expressed her surprise, inquiring, "How did you come to know?" Zhu Fanfan. I inquired with my roommate Yu Xuelian, who expressed her belief that she should not remain at the third middle school. Given her academic performance, she feels she ought to attend the first middle school instead. Thus, she intends to transfer there while the semester is still in its early days. Zhu Fanfan. Her high school entrance examination results indeed qualify her for the first middle school. She initially enrolled in the third middle school for Jiangsu's sake. Zhu Fanfan. What prompted this sudden epiphany? Zhu Fanfan. However, now that she wishes to transfer, is it still possible for her to do so? As Zhu Fanfan, an adept gossip enthusiast, shared the juicy details she had gathered with Lin Yimo, Lin Yimo's thoughts immediately gravitated towards Lin Yuqiu. Her father had conversed with Zhou Yumei, and now he was contemplating a transfer. Such a coincidence seemed implausible. It appeared that her father was aware of the rumors spread by Zhou Yumei. She worried that if Lin Yuqiu found out, in a fit of rage, he might inadvertently commit a grave act. No matter how much Zhou Yumei was despised, it was unthinkable to strip her of life. Moreover, Lin Yimo hoped that Lin Yuqiu would not resort to violence. Despite the fact that the realm of cultivation is a merciless domain, it remains distinct from the earthly realm. With an arm wrestling event looming the next day, Lin Yimo decided to join the basketball club's group chat. She discovered that within a short span, the chat had been inundated with 100 messages. At that moment, a girl named Yin Shuhui directly tagged Jiangsu in the group, suggesting they connect on WeChat since they were in the same club. The boys chimed in, teasing that if the senior girls added WeChat, Jiang, the top student, would follow suit. Most of the basketball club members were second-year students, and for first-year newcomers to join, boys had to demonstrate their basketball skills, while girls merely served as support. Initially, many girls joined the club to admire the handsome boys, but after finding the cleaning duties too exhausting, they withdrew. Consequently, Lin Yimo remained the sole first-year girl in the basketball club, clinging on fiercely due to her system's task. Observing that the conversation had shifted entirely to Jiangsu, she lost interest in the arm wrestling topic and exited the group chat, only to notice an unexpected decimal point appearing in her notifications. Upon joining the class group and the basketball club group, many had added each other on WeChat. However, she had only connected with her classmates and not with the basketball club members. When she checked the requests, one was from Jiangsu. It seemed that while adding members of the basketball club, he had noticed her absence and decided to add her as well. Lin Yimo accepted the request. Subsequently, she scrolled through her moments. Although she rarely posted herself, she enjoyed viewing others' updates and was an avid liker. There, she came across a new post from the kind-hearted Su Shi, Su Zhiwu. I want to resign. I want to change schools. This group of little rascals has gone too far. After moving away from Grandpa Chen's house, I have not encountered Su Zhiwu much. However, I often see Grandpa Chen in the evenings, strolling to the nearby square with Lin Yuqiu and others, where he can be found dancing in the square. I casually liked the post and jokingly commented, if you can't hold it together, Su, come to my school. Dog emoji. I then noticed the three Lin Yuqiu standing in a row, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Father, recalling something, glanced at Lin Shirsan and directly inquired of the elder Lin Yuqiu. Did Lin Shirsan lose the fight? It is inconceivable. Lin Shirsan possesses both remarkable speed and strength. It is impossible for him to lose in a confrontation. Absolutely not. Lin Shirsan, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, declared, Mo, I am indeed your father. How could I possibly lose? He emphasized the word father with great conviction. So, does this mean you are going to engage in a fight? Lin Shirsan. He touched his nose, and his gaze began to wander. I merely went to make an appearance. Why must he be schooled by his daughter? Dear, I need to tell you something, Lin Yuqiu said, as he embraced his precious daughter and seated her on the sofa. He placed his palm upon her damp hair, and in an instant,
Lin Yimo's hair was dry.
Lin Yimo had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences and found them unremarkable. What is it? Lin Yuchio gently held a strand of his daughter's smooth hair and remarked, well, this could be considered a delightful surprise. Lin Yimo, feeling discontented, thought to herself that she truly did not wish to hear her father speak of surprises. After all, having unexpectedly become a mathematics teacher at school early in the morning was quite enough of a surprise. Suddenly, the movement came to a halt. The tall Lin Yuchio was seated on the right, while the two shorter Lin Yuchi were standing nearby, not seated. Then, whose hand is this? Emerging from the left arm, that is grasped tightly? A gentle and familiar voice resonated from the left side. Lin Yuchio, on the right, smiled silently, his lips remaining motionless. Lin Yimo gradually turned her gaze to the left and was taken aback upon seeing another Lin Yuchio, identical in every aspect save for his attire. What? Another Lin Yuchio has appeared. Is this never-ending? I find myself unable to restrain my imagination, conjuring vivid scenes of a house enveloped in the autumnal splendor of Lin Yu. The imagery is so profound that I dare not dwell upon it. Chapter 145. The instigator, the esteemed doctor, he previously stated that the affliction of wind and cold is not incompatible with the use of poria cocos. Rather, it was mentioned in jest during a performance that the medicine prescribed for the governor's wife already contained longan, thus precluding the addition of poria. Oh, foam. Why hasn't that lad emerged yet? Who knows? We both come out, yet he remains in the water. Is he truly intent on enduring for a full 4 hours? On the bank, two men clad in training uniforms reclined leisurely on the grass, basking in the sun. Beside them lay two backpacks, neatly containing 2 sets of diving gear. Even though it was already past 3 in the afternoon, the sunlight remained abundant. The April afternoon sun, while not overly scorching, still exuded a pleasant warmth. One of the men, named Lin Wenji, and the other, Feng Yajun, were affiliated with the Divine Sword Corps. They had both previously served in the Marine Corps before being selected to join the Divine Sword. Every time they hold a selection, they bring us along. Yet we always encounter peculiarities. It's not as if they intend for us to educate the newcomers. It's evident they are here to educate us. Lin Wenji remarked, exasperated. Who can blame them for their small numbers? Feng Yajun shrugged. They only have about 1,000 personnel, scattered across the nation. It essentially takes 2 cities to yield a single squad, so there's scarcely any chance of forming a proper assessment team. Exactly. Why does our Divine Sword still differentiate between the Sword Corps and the Military Corps? We could easily merge into one unit, Lin Wenji replied, shrugging again. The management of the Sword Corps is more relaxed. We are militarized, while they enjoy greater freedom. Otherwise, with too many restrictions, many would be disinclined to join. Feng Yajun explained. Indeed, those experts tend to have strong personalities. Lin Wenji clicked his tongue. But this individual is simply beyond reason. He has brought nothing with him and has been in the water for over 3 hours in casual attire. This is utterly extraordinary. Moreover, he is so agile in the water that I fear should he harbor ill intentions, neither of us would survive. Members of the Sword Corps are all extraordinary beings. Feng Yajun gently shook his head. The water is this man's domain. Perhaps in the future, we may find ourselves needing his assistance.
Sigh.
This world is changing too rapidly. All sorts of people are emerging. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if someone transformed into a super scion right before my eyes, Lin Wenji said, raising his hands in exasperation. The potential within humanity is continually being unearthed. Perhaps we are on the brink of a new technological revolution. Feng Yajun smiled, a blade of grass held between his teeth. In the past, our biomimicry defenses were primarily against animals. In the future, we may very well find ourselves mimicking these exceptionally gifted humans.
Feng.
I will be heading to military school next month. Do you have any advice? Lin Wenji scratched his head. Study diligently and strive for progress every day. Feng Yajun chuckled. Let us tidy up. It's almost been 4 hours. This lad truly is impressive. Once he accepts a task, he sees it through to the end. I prefer soldiers like him, especially with his formidable underwater combat abilities. It's evident he is destined to become a star within our Divine Sword. Routine inquiry? Lin Wenji rose, adjusting his hat and collar before standing at attention. Indeed. Feng Yejun nodded slightly. Thus, when Li Liu surfaced from the water, he was greeted by the sight of two soldiers standing rigidly on the shore, their gazes piercing as they scrutinized him. The two men stood motionless and upright, the afternoon sun casting elongated shadows that exuded an air of solemnity. Truth be told, although he had just defeated these two, he felt a significant pressure emanating from their intense stares. With a splash, Li Liu swam swiftly to shore, feeling a sudden weight as he emerged from the water, momentarily disoriented by the loss of buoyancy. Nevertheless, he maintained steady footing. No need to hesitate. Please proceed with your questions. Li Liu instinctively fell into line. The first question, what brings you to the divine sword? Lin Wenji inquired earnestly. Why do you ask?
Li Liu kuuntarat.
Lin Wenji furrowed his brow, preparing to respond, but Feng Yajun interjected. The divine sword is the nation's shield and sword. Undeniably, we possess considerable privileges, yet these privileges serve solely to facilitate our mission. If you are here for those privileges, then the divine sword does not welcome you. I understand, Li Liu nodded. Truthfully, I still struggle to grasp the essence of the divine sword's purpose. However, if I were to articulate a final goal, it would be the pursuit of freedom. This place is not free. It is rife with constraints. Lin Wenji shook his head. I comprehend that, but how can one discern freedom without having experienced restraint? Li Liu recalled the image of himself swimming freely in the vast ocean. I wish to explore this world, to witness the authentic reality, to broaden my horizons. Feng Yajun nodded and continued, when the interests of the collective conflict with your personal interests, how would you choose? Such inquiries had been posed to him since childhood. However, truthfully, he had never encountered such a situation. I am a member of this collective. I cannot fathom why there would be a conflict of interests. If I cannot imagine it, I cannot determine how to act, Li Liu stated earnestly. I can only assert that if such a day were to come, I would adhere to my principles and moral code. Is this your quest for freedom? Lin Wenji could not help but ask. The pursuit of freedom does not equate to the abandonment of my principles and moral code, Li Liu replied with a smile. I am unsure when it became a norm for the pursuit of freedom to be synonymous with lawlessness. I am foremost an individual, an educated and cultivated person. I am not a beast. Upholding my principles and adhering to the law is also my freedom. When you encounter injustice, would you choose to resolve it through your own strength or through legal means? Feng Yajun queried further. If I were to join the divine sword, my strength would become the force of the law, Li Liu smiled. Be aware that joining the divine sword does not grant you carte blanche. The awakening process is fraught with challenges. How do you intend to navigate this? Lin Wenji asked. How does the divine sword permit me to resolve such matters?
Li Liu inquirat.
Feng Yajun smiled subtly, then fixed his sharp gaze upon Li Liu. The ethos of the divine sword is blood for blood. Lin Wenji grinned broadly, adding, if the enemy injures me, I shall slay an enemy. If an enemy kills me, I shall annihilate them all. Blood for blood. To the bitter end. Who uttered such words? They are quite stirring, Li Liu laughed heartily. The supreme leader of the divine sword, Song Yuanqing, Feng Yajun stated. Remember this name. He is the supreme leader of the divine sword and the strongest individual in our nation. Another alias? No, it is his true name. Lin Wenji shook his head. Song Yuanqing claims he does not require an alias. He welcomes any who seek revenge against him. No one need mention his position or military rank. They may simply call him by name upon meeting. Then, does that mean I can seek vengeance?
Li Liu shuklat.
Certainly. As long as you have evidence, your actions will be sanctioned, Feng Yajun affirmed. However, without evidence, you may face capital punishment. It is imperative to distinguish between friend and foe. Our sword shall strike only at the enemy. Chapter 146. He kneels before her parent. Shang Tingli was unaware of how Qixinjing had approached Emperor Mingwu. He only knew that upon this accusation reaching the emperor, Wu Fang, the princess of Jinyang, was thrown into prison, awaiting execution. When the truth came to light, Jinyang Wang Keyi did not plead for Wu Fang's mercy, and even questioned her motives. Wu Fang laughed almost maniacally, asserting that even now, he still harbored feelings for Yu Yang, so why wouldn't she act as she did? Ku Yui angrily berated Wu Fang as mad. Yet amidst this discord, The 6 black-clad guards encircling the pavilion thoroughly disrupted the atmosphere. Their dark armor, accompanied by drawn long swords and poised crossbows, exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. However, the situation was far from over. Mere seconds after the initial strike, 2 serpentine warriors approached, and to Yu Hanfei's surprise, she showed no sign of panic. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips. Since acquiring the sword stand and the celestial sword chains, he had seldom needed to personally engage in treasure hunting. Any artifact touched by the celestial sword chains would be effortlessly absorbed into the sword stand, a most convenient method indeed. Goodness, you've actually fallen asleep here? Aren't you afraid someone will steal your money? A long lamented from behind me. Yes, but are you certain you can handle them? Mula Ku approached the row of coffins. Yet, at the Taoist level, as long as one was not a master of the time Tao, it was impossible to unify the past, present, and future. Just as the members of the Zhongzhou team secured their 2 mechs and 4 off-road vehicles, readying themselves and fastening their safety harnesses, the landing craft shuddered, as if being grasped by a massive mechanical arm and loaded onto the spacecraft. This elucidated why this testament of Wu Mu held no sway over those in the martial world. The sons-in-law of the Wang family regarded Xu Xianfang with scrutinizing gazes. As they huddled together in conversation, Xu Xianfang, unable to comprehend their words, maintained a beaming smile, attentively listening. Zhang Wuji felt a surge of excitement. Since becoming the sect leader, he had employed countless methods to heal his injuries. Fortunately, the second line of defense responded admirably as the enemy's halfback advanced a step. They swiftly executed a waistlock maneuver, halting the first down. Xiaoyang could not help but give him a thumbs up, praising his ability to feign humility. After all, he was a formidable being among the ranks of the 200,000. Yet, it seemed he adeptly portrayed a figure of authority when faced with those beneath him. Both families believed the 2 children were still young, yet the Su family insisted on formalizing the engagement, with the wedding date left to be discussed a year or 2 later. After Zhou Shi escorted the people downstairs, he drove away while Dan Tang, burdened with Lu Yu, staggered towards the elevator. However, hearing him earnestly declare, "I will take responsibility," Qing Xian was startled, choking on her own saliva, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Bai Li and Mo Chung. Faced with this unyielding, self-serving magnate, Bill was left with no choice but to reveal his final card. At once, Qi Ming forcefully adapted the Mingyu. Unlike any previous mech components that detached from special weaponry, the Mingyu underwent complete disassembly. As his lung condition worsened, he realized the necessity of rest. A good night's sleep was imperative, otherwise, prolonged neglect would yield dire consequences. Chapter 147. Hairpin Gift to the Wife. Finale. The new emperor's inauguration has been a flurry of activity. Despite sharing the same chamber, Shang Tingli had not encountered Ku Xian for several days. During this time, the newly appointed Emperor Ku Yu had issued numerous proclamations, among which Shang Tingli was particularly attuned to the announcement of the wedding date between Ku Yu and He Ziqi, set for an auspicious day in the spring following the new year. Shang Tingli surmised that perhaps the new emperor wished for her sister to spend another new year at home, a gesture that spoke to his compassion. As the 12th month of the lunar calendar approached, Shang Tingli had initially considered the elder beside her merely an anomaly. However, the recurrence of such occurrences raised her concerns about the improbability of these events. Although she had not visited the headquarters, she was keenly aware of the ongoing manhunt for them. This time, Mu Ningyo had once again entered the bloodbath realm, her aura of menace surpassing that of Leng Yi. Yet, there was a stark difference. Mu Ningyo was lucid now, devoid of the madness that had plagued her previously. The murderous intent unleashed by Oda Nobuna surged violently, culminating in a deafening scream as she swung her blade towards Masuha. The sword transformed into a colossal blade sphere, descending upon Masuha, who found herself utterly defenseless, merely a spectator to the impending doom. Upon learning of the complete annihilation of the vanguard forces tasked with clearing the path, Miyamoto Ikaru was consumed by rage, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Li Jun, witnessing this, could not help but draw a sharp breath, his face paling with fear. He had acutely sensed the terrifying prowess of Yi Kai, a sensation he had only previously associated with his elder brother, Li Yufeng. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Yi Kai to twitch his nose, furrowing his brow once more. They stood in the downwind. The scent wafting from the upwind direction was unmistakable. Dark White Lotus, observing the gradual calming of Sha Kuanyas's emotions, regarded Yi Kai with a chilling gaze. Speaking in a somber tone, Lin Feng instructed Li Guangji to assist Sun Xiaoyu to her feet. Li Guangji, with a disdainful huff, approached Sun Xiaoyu and helped her up. Be more vigilant these days. I did not instruct you merely to send a dog to keep watch. The coldness in the speaker's tone was disconcerting. Everyone was taken aback. Not far ahead lay the Hanji River, and the explosion had clearly occurred overhead. Had the bridge been destroyed? The test strips emitted a scent strikingly similar, making it difficult for humans to distinguish. Yet for the police dogs, it was a true test of their olfactory acuity and intelligence. Americans often favor Las Vegas as the venue for conferences and ceremonies, relishing the opportunity to gather and revel after official matters are concluded. Jiang Haoran, mindful of the larger picture, found himself constrained by numerous factors, even contemplating the abandonment of the female troops for the sake of the overall victory. This was not heartlessness, but rather the necessary perspective of a leader. With a crack, the stone monster shattered into several large fragments under Haoyu's forceful strike, sending him sprawling a considerable distance. Li Xiang recognized the need to devise a strategy to subdue the unreasonable princess before addressing further matters. Observing Li Xiang's silence, Jin Yun pressed. What about the 2 toys you promised me? Hand them over. She extended her hand towards Li Xiang, demanding her due. With a resounding slap, Haoyu, slightly slower than his opponent, was struck on the left shoulder by the middle-aged man, tumbling to the ground, feeling as though the sensation in that shoulder had vanished entirely.